What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Hidden Cloud Reckless Warrior 1RW Chapter 1/3 Raikage, Devilish Boy. Konoha 41 years. 4 full years have passed since the outbreak of the Second Ninja World War. At this time, although the ninja world is calm on the surface, there is an undercurrent surging behind it, and various countries are constantly taking action. Although they are all small-scale battles, the level of conflict continues to increase. The ninja war broke out again, it's just a matter of time. The country of thunder. Cloud Shinobi village, 200 miles to the south. A strong man with dark skin, light yellow long hair is galloping here. He is the third Raikage of Cloud Shinobi village. He has extremely strong strength and a very tough body. He has a tattoo of the word thunder on his right shoulder. He is famous for the strongest spear and the strongest shield, ninja. A body of strength. Even Eight Tails Gyuki, also in a head-on confrontation, fall into the disadvantage. Master Raikage, 2 kilometers ahead, more than 50 mist shinobi ninjas were found, slaughtering the village. Do we need to call for backup? A Raikage guard, half kneeling in front of 3rd Raikage, said respectfully. They were just doing daily border patrols, but they didn't expect to meet the invasion of a small enemy army, and they were still massacring the villagers of Cloud Shinobi village. Such behavior. Change it to any ninja with a temper. It is impossible to swallow. Not to mention, this is Cloud Shinobi village, which is dominated by martial arts. Hearing this news, 3rd Raikage burst into fury and roared. Mist Shinobi and those guys. They really dared to invade our border. Come with me and kill them all. The Raikage guard said with a distressed face, but we only have 5 people and the number is only 1/10 of the opponents. If it is an ordinary Cloud Shinobi village fighting faction. Naturally, he rushed forward without any scruples and cut down the enemy first. Advertisement however, as the guard of Raikage, he must protect the safety of 3rd Raikage's life. As the spiritual pillar of Cloud Shinobi village, if something goes wrong with 3rd Raikage, he will definitely be held accountable. What? Are you scared? I'm just worried that this is a trap. In case Mist Shinobi ambushed a large number of ninjas, just to surround and kill Lord Raikage, my subordinates suggest to inform the nearby Cloud Shinobi ninjas before going to the village. Fart your mother, by the time the others arrive, the day Lily will be cold. Suggestions for subordinates. The rude and grumpy 3rd Raikage directly vetoed it. The enemy was about to ride on his head and shit. If he still hesitated at this time, the opponent would have run away and ran back to Kirigakure. So, must attack immediately. Kill all the enemies in the territory of the Land of Thunder. As for the ambush, what a joke, he is 3rd Raikage, Kirigakure's gang of petty people, how can they deal with themselves? Leave immediately. If you are afraid, just stay here. We don't have cowards at Cloud Shinobi village. 3rd Raikage said cursingly. Regarding this, the 4 Raikage guards all remained silent. No matter how dangerous the front is, as long as Lord Raikage gives the order, they will sacrifice their lives to protect the safety of Lord Raikage. This is their mission in life. For the 3rd Raikage who brought Cloud Shinobi village to a peaceful and prosperous age. Almost every ninja in Cloud Shinobi village has a feeling of admiration and is willing to sacrifice his life. The 5 quickly rushed to the village ahead. They traveled very fast and arrived at their destination in less than a minute. This is... Hey, are you kidding? There are corpses all over the ground, and there are traces of ninjutsu damage everywhere, as if a great war has taken place. 50 Kirigakure ninjas, all wiped out? Advertisement. The 4 Raikage guards are a little sluggish at the moment. In the whole village, there are corpses of villagers lying everywhere. They were massacred by Mist Shinobi ninjas and died in the war. But, what they didn't expect at all was, those 50 Mist Shinobi ninjas were all beheaded here at this moment. The corpses piled up and formed a small mountain. The strong smell of blood permeated the air. There was a deep sword mark on everyone's body, as if they were killed by a sharp sword. Wait a minute, murderous, protect Lord Raikage? You guys, you are so slack, 3rd Raikage reprimanded, crossing his hands over his chest. The other party has been waiting for a long time, and they just found out now. After speaking, he looked up to the top. On top of the pile of corpses of Mist Shinobi ninjas, there was a black-haired boy with a hedgehog head at some point. Looks about 10 or so years old, wearing shabby cloth. Holding a broken blade in his hand, the blood of the enemy is constantly dripping. The ferocious eyes, like a ghost returning from hell, stared at them with the eyes of their prey. To be precise, it was staring at themselves. Because, the other 4 people, not even qualified to be his prey. Little devil. Report your name, Kenpachi. This is the name that is about to hunt you. The hedgehog-haired boy grinned. It's like finding a suitable prey, so the joy comes from the heart. The fighting spirit like a wild beast kept gushing out, making the 4 battle-tested Raikage guards start to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 2 Hunting Raikage. Enjoy the joy of fighting. Kenpachi. This is the name that is about to hunt you. This hedgehog boy. An orphan who was once taken in by this village, he has been keen on fighting since he was a child. Fighting adult men, jackals, tigers and leopards, and even wandering ninjas, there is almost no case of defeat so far, immersed in the joy of fighting, and the blood of war is flowing in the body. Although everyone in the village is not very strong, they will give themselves food and shelter. In Kenpachi's eyes, they are good people, however. When you go hunting by yourself, the good people recognized by him all died at the hands of ninjas. Even the warlike Kenpachi felt the anger for a long time, and his rationality was instantly dissipated by the anger. He clenched the broken blade in his hand and slashed it mercilessly. 1, 2, 3, all mist shinobi ninjas who appear in front of Kenpachi. They are all enemies, and he will take their lives and kill every one of them. The blood flowed like a river, killed corpses littered the field. Until, all the enemies turned into cold corpses, until, third Raikage and their arrival. Kenpachi felt the excitement of his body for a long time. It was completely different from the mist shinobi ninja he killed before. Presumptuous. How dare you speak like that to Master Raikage? Little devil, you actually released such naked killing intent, you really don't know how to live or die. Master Raikage, please allow me to kill this brat. It is clear. Kenpachi's Kuain instantly angered the 4 Raikage guards. Completely ignoring their attitudes is like thinking that they are not the slightest threat, or that they are just ants not worth mentioning, and they are not taken seriously at all. Not only that, the killing intent released by Kenpachi was only aimed at third Raikage. Advertisement. This greatly stimulated the self-esteem of the 4 Raikage guards. You guys, step back. Third Raikage said in a deep voice, this brat's strength is far beyond what you can handle. How is it possible? It's just a 10-year-old kid. Master Raikage, we are elite Jonin, and it only takes a moment to kill this brat. Master Raikage, you should be clear about our strength. Third Raikage snorted coldly, and said with a heavy face, it is precisely because I know your strength that I made this judgment. In this era, in terms of heads up, third Raikage is undoubtedly the strongest. Whether it is Hokage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, they are not his opponents. Therefore, he felt a sense of loneliness, and he couldn't find a strong man who could meet his requirements, like ordinary Genin, Chunin, Jonin. No matter how much he killed, it was useless. He wanted to find a strong man who could defeat him. Tired of fighting the weak, wanting to find an enemy who can please him, he is constantly wandering around the border of the Land of Thunder. Finally, third Raikage granted his wish. The 10-year-old kid in front of him exudes terrifying chakra fluctuations. It is not any attribute of wind, fire, thunder, water, or earth, but a completely unknown energy. In terms of quantity, you must suppress yourself. Even bigger than Cloud Shinobi Village's war weapon, 8 tails, it's a human-tailed beast. Without any exaggeration, his 4 Raikage guards, if they meet this kid. It only takes one breath to end the battle in an instant, and the 4 Raikage guards with elite Jonin were definitely killed on the spot. Third Raikage, third Raikage said flatly, this is my name. Kenpachi clenched the broken sword in his hand, stood up slowly, and said with a ferocious smile, very good. As someone who can make me excited after a long absence, I will make an exception to remember your name. After you die, I will miss it occasionally. He has seen it. These 5 ninjas, wearing the forehead protector on their heads, are different from the ninjas who slaughtered the villagers. One is from Kirigakure, one is Cloud Shinobi Village. The 2 countries are in a state of complete hostility. Advertisement to be precise, his own village is also protected by Cloud Shinobi Village, which can be regarded as a friendly army. But, such a boring thing. For Kenpachi, who has already burned his fighting blood, it is meaningless. After finally meeting a guy who can make my blood boil, how could I let such a good opportunity pass away in vain? You 4, step back, Master Raikage. The next battle is not for you to intervene. The farther you retreat, the better. The 4 Raikage guards looked at each other. They couldn't understand Master Raikage's words at all. To be precise, they didn't realize the power of Kenpachi at all. It's just a 10-year-old kid, no matter how strong his potential is, he can't be their opponent. After all, they are elite Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village. Master swordsmanship, lightning style, and esoteric ninjutsu. However, they had to listen to Master Raikage's order, and had no choice but to retreat for several kilometers. If Master Raikage took the action himself, a mere 10-year-old brat is not worth mentioning at all. He must have been suppressed in minutes. I don't know why Master Raikage is so cautious. Then, let's begin. Has the aura beyond the shadow, kid, have you refined chakra? Huh, what's that? That's how it is. Born with the chakra. That surpasses the tailed beast, it's really a terrifying talent. Stop talking about these useless nonsense, let's fight. From the corpses of numerous mist shinobi ninjas. Kenpachi jumped up, brandished the broken blade in his hand, and slashed down fiercely. Chapter 3 Lightning Style Chakra Mode, Terrible Slash. Drink. Kenpachi let out a roar. Follow the fighting instinct and subconsciously mobilize the Ryotsu in the body. For a moment, the terrifying Ryotsu gathered on the broken blade, forming a light golden sword pressure. Mixed with unstoppable momentum, he directly slashed at Third Raikage's body. Die? This thought instantly appeared in Third Raikage's mind. It can be said that his body has been tempered for thousands of years, even if it is head-on to resist A-level ninjutsu, it is no problem. Once the lightning-style chakra mode is activated, it can even resist the attack of S-level ninjutsu. However, this 10-year-old boy, just a simple swing of the sword once made me feel like I was going to die. Without any hesitation, Third Raikage left the spot in an instant. Boom! In the next second, there are lush forests and towering mountains. Under the power of this pale golden sword, it seemed extremely fragile, and it hardly played any resisting role. It was split from the middle and spread directly for a distance of 200 to 300 meters. Hot sword pressure directly burned the flowers and trees. The solid rock is also vulnerable at this moment. Even the storm caused by the sword pressure directly uprooted the trees in the distance. The 4 Raikage guards who had retreated 2 or 3 kilometers away were not spared, and were affected to a certain extent. Fortunately, this is just the power of the aftermath. Otherwise, they would probably be instantly killed in an instant. When the 4 Raikage guards came back to their senses, the scene in front of them was enough to make them unforgettable for a lifetime. Gulu, advertisement? Are you kidding me? That direction should be the place where Master Raikage fought that kid. This type of attack is not Raikage-sama's fighting style at all, that is to say. This is too outrageous, isn't it? The pupils of the 4 Raikage guards suddenly shrank, and they couldn't help saying in a surprised voice. Running through the ground for 200 to 300 meters, the center of the sword pressure seemed to be completely evaporated, leaving a sword mark forcibly. The mountain range that should have been ahead, now it has been cut in two by a single knife, directly cut off by a tyrannical force. For ordinary ninjas, this kind of power is simply unimaginable. However, this is only the damage of Kenpachi's one-shot tie. In this world, from the moment he became conscious, he signed the template of Zaraki Kenpachi, and called himself by the name of Kenpachi, and his strength continued to grow every day. No fancy ninjutsu. Not exquisite swordsmanship. As for illusion, it has nothing to do with Kenpachi. He only has one skill, flat A. Like a reckless man, no matter what traps or ambushes lie in front of him, he will level up without hesitation. Ha 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 ha, strong. You are so strong, so far, I have never encountered a guy as strong as you. Kenpachi unleashes his power wantonly. Keep chopping at 3rd Raikage. The wild laughter on the mouth can't be suppressed no matter what. This is. What happiness, it's so pleasing to be able to fight with powerful enemies and meet such powerful enemies. The light golden sword pressure kept leaving deep sword marks on the ground, and wantonly destroyed the ground. Certainly, Kenpachi also has his own bottom line for the good guys he recognizes. Advertisement. Even if they were already dead, he didn't want to destroy their remains, so when he attacked, he would usually avoid the range of the village, and the two of them got bigger and farther away, heading towards the sea. Tread, 3rd Raikage landed firmly on the sea. At this moment, his whole body was wrapped in light blue lightning, as if wearing a layer of lightning armor. Lightning style chakra mode, known as the armor of lightning style. This is the armor that wraps lightning around the body, increases defense and speed, and activates the body. It is the secret technique of Cloud Shinobi village. By concentrating lightning style chakra on the whole body, so that the whole body is covered with chakra and lightning, the body can be activated and the lightning body can be used, and the defense ability will be greatly improved. At the same time, the lightning bursting in the body can increase the conduction speed of the nerves. With more lightning-style chakra, defense and speed will also increase. 3rd Raikage uses ninjutsu with lightning-style body protection to form a unique ninjutsu, so it is called the strongest shield. During the 4th Ninja War, 3rd Raikage enlisted by Impure World Reincarnation. It can even withstand Uzumaki Naruto's S-rank wind-style ninjutsu unscathed, wind-style, spiral shuriken. It's obviously just a 10-year-old kid. This strength is really outrageous, almost died. 3rd Raikage touched his shoulder. There was a deep sword mark there, from the shoulder to the abdomen. The wound was extremely long. If I hadn't used lightning style to stop the bleeding quickly, I'm afraid that after a long time, I would lose my combat effectiveness due to excessive blood loss. The lightning style chakra mode, that I am proud of. At this moment, under Kenpachi's ordinary slash, he directly broke the defense. If it wasn't for his amazing speed and quickly dodged away, he would have been cut in half in an instant and died on the spot. This brat's slash. The destructive power even surpasses S-rank ninjutsu, and it must not be hardwired. Chapter for him. This era will be suppressed. Warm-up exercise, that's all. It's almost time to show all your strength. Otherwise, if you are defeated by a brat like you, the old man will lose face. 3rd Raikage flexed his muscles. He took a long breath and adjusted his state to the highest level. The opponent is a monster. He didn't dare to have any thoughts of underestimating. Anyone who is careless may cause himself to be beheaded on the spot by this evil boy like a ghost. Ha ha ha. Come on, fight to your heart's content. One big and one small. The two figures disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, the two fought for hundreds of rounds. An ordinary Jonin would not be able to participate in this level of battle at all, and even if he got too close, he would be wiped out on the spot due to the aftermath of the battle. Only strong players with cage-level strength, to be qualified as a bystander or to participate in this battle. Put your whole body and mind into the battle. 3rd Raikage never imagined that he would experience unprecedented joy in fighting with a 10-year-old kid. Only, I don't know if it's an illusion. 3rd Raikage felt that the power of this devil-like boy's slash was weakening. It's like, advertisement put shackles on yourself. This kid, I'm afraid he didn't even realize it. During the battle, I unconsciously sealed my own power, and kept suppressing the release of my own power. You have enjoyed the joy of fighting that you have never felt before. 3rd Raikage turned his head to avoid a slash while thinking silently in his heart. Compared with Ling Lai's offensive at the beginning, the current power is at most only about 50% of the previous one. This is not because the opponent lacks physical strength, or the chakra is not enough. Because 3rd Raikage could clearly feel the opponent's vitality and the terrifying chakra. Then, there is only one explanation left. The boy kept suppressing and sealing his strength. This is exactly. Own sin, he should be very happy. Since he was born, he has been surrounded by miscellaneous fish, not even an enemy, who can try his sword. I am the first enemy you have met, who is capable of fighting against you. But, as third Raikage, I am weaker than him. After finally meeting the enemy, this kid should feel that once he loses it, he will no longer be able to experience the fun of fighting, so in order to cater to the weak me, he subconsciously sealed his own power into the dark abyss. This is really desperate. As third Raikage, I let a kid subconsciously seal his strength. In case I am not careful, I will be killed here on the spot. It's an ironic fact. Advertisement, it was because of my incompetence that you sealed your own power. It's like heartbreaking. Third Raikage clenched his teeth, even feeling humiliated. As the strongest Raikage, he actually needs a 10-year-old kid to pity him so that he can survive. He really wants to commit suicide on the spot to end this humiliation. What are you in a daze for? Kenpachi yelled angrily, concentrate on fighting, don't accidentally die. Pale golden sword pressure, swing again. This time, only 30% of the initial power. In other words, this 10-year-old Brad actually felt that with 50% of his strength, he would not accidentally kill himself, so did he suppress his strength again? Really, it's sad, however, it also made third Raikage reconfirm a point. This kid possesses a terrifying power that can rival the ninja god, Senju Hashirama, and the ninja hero, Uchiha Madara. With both of them dead, this era will be suppressed. Chapter 5 Stunt. Hell Spike. 4 hands. Little devil, why are you fighting? Do you need a reason to fight? As long as your body feels happy, then fight on? So that's how it is, it's really pure. Dodging Kenpachi's slash, third Raikage exhaled slowly. There is no intrigue, there is no inexplicable reason. It's just the purest wish, that is to keep fighting and make your body feel endless pleasure. This kid is just like a blank sheet of paper. The idea he was after, not for Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Sanagakure, let alone Konoha village. Only the Cloud Shinobi village of the martial arts faction can completely accommodate his thoughts and allow them to grow freely. The boy. It is the treasure bestowed by God on Cloud Shinobi village. If he is allowed to become the 4th Raikage, I am afraid that the name of the most ninja village will be passed on to Cloud Shinobi village. Drink. Kenpachi swung his sword again. The light golden sword pressure directly split the blue sea. It spread out for a distance of 70 to 80 meters, and then slowly stopped. The power of this slash was only about 30% of the initial one, and the threat to third Raikage was far from that strong. In order to control their power, in order not to accidentally kill the enemy he had finally obtained, Kenpachi was also subconsciously trying to restrain himself. ZZZ. This time, third Raikage didn't dodge. Relying on the defensive power of lightning-style chakra mode, he stood directly on the spot. The light golden sword pressure collided with the light blue lightning armor, making a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Finally, with only 30% power, the light golden sword pressure with only the power of S-level ninjutsu slowly dissipated in the midair, and did not break through third Raikage's defense head-on. Didn't you find out? Huh? What did you find? Smiling wildly, Kenpachi stomped on the water. Advertisement. He had no idea what third Raikage's inexplicable statement meant. You have become weaker. Ha ha ha. What are you kidding? I have been fighting with all my strength. With all your strength. Fight. Third Raikage's mood suddenly became heavy. Even his own strength has been subconsciously suppressed so much that he didn't realize it at all. And, as a swordsman, he only uses one hand to slash the blade, and the other hand does nothing. This made third Raikage completely unbelievable. The teenager had already fought with all his strength. What is this? Look down on me. Or are you afraid that if you hold a sword in both hands, you will accidentally hack me to death? Even a complete layman in swordsmanship will know this simple fact. The power of holding a sword with 2 hands is far better than that of holding a sword with 1 hand. It can release 3 or 4 times the power. Do not, if it is this monster boy, I'm afraid it will be stronger. It seems that I have been completely underestimated. Third Raikage exhaled deeply and said, then, let me show you my strongest spear. Hold up 4 fingers. Chakra, a violent thunder attribute, is attached to his finger. This is the famous stunt of third Raikage, and it is also known as the strongest spear, ninjutsu, hell stabbing, 4 hands. Focus the chakra on the 4 fingers, it has extremely strong penetrating power. In the 4th Ninja World War, the third Raikage of Impure World Reincarnation used this trick to directly break through the defensive ninjutsu, Earth style. Wanli Soil Flow Wall, and Shueiji Boundary Ninja Terrace set up by the Ninja United Army, the defensive ninjutsu, Lava style. Sticky Wall is set, and accompanied by a reduction in the number of fingers. The power of this ninjutsu will continue to improve. When this technique is strengthened until there is only 1 finger left, that is, the one-handed hand, its power is unimaginable. Hell Spike. 4 hands. Advertisement. That's right, that's it, let me be more happy. Facing the stunt of third Raikage, even Hokage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage will choose to dodge the first time. No one is willing to take this trick, but this is for Kenpachi. It doesn't make any sense. The more powerful the enemy is, the more excited he can only be. No need to defend. No need to dodge either. Only use the Ryatsu in the body, the Ryatsu wall formed by the unconscious escape, to resist the enemy's attack. He will go up without any scruples, and cut down all the enemies to the ground. As for being injured, for a fighting maniac like Kenpachi, it will only make him more excited. To be precise, the worse the injury, the stronger he will be. Such a powerful force, this is what I've longed for. During the battle, you are not allowed to express your longing for the enemy. Are you underestimating this old man? Third Raikage shouted angrily. Suppress your own strength and don't swing your sword with both hands. Isn't it an extremely ironic thing to even claim to be longing for one's own power? Myself as Third Raikage, I felt it for the first time. Own weakness. Too weak to let this young man use all his strength to fight a hardy battle. Flashing with thunder and lightning, Third Raikage unleashed his stunt and charged directly at Kenpachi, who did not dodge or defend himself. Chapter 6 Please call my name, Kenpachi. The 4 books of Third Raikage. A direct head-on hit to Kenpachi pierced the Ryatsu wall of his suppressing power and pierced his tough body. A big gash was opened directly in the abdomen, and the bright red blood flowed out unstoppably. If it was an ordinary person, I am afraid that it would have been too painful to wake up. But the 10-year-old boy in front of him, not only did he not have any intention of crying out for pain, but his eyes were still filled with endless madness. Ha 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 ha, amazing, you are really amazing. It's the first time I've met someone who can penetrate my defense. As expected of Raikage, how powerful, is this your true strength? Without any hesitation, Kenpachi laughed. Even though his abdomen was pierced, this guy was smiling so happily, his head must be a little abnormal. Although successfully dealt damage to Kenpachi, however, Third Raikage is completely devoid of any glee. I was just taking advantage of the danger. The opponent's body was covered with light golden armor, because he subconsciously suppressed his own power, not wanting to hack him to death easily. The defense power was only about 30%. If not like this, even if it is his own unique skill, Hell Spike, 4 penetrations. There is absolutely no possibility of breaking through the defense of this 10-year-old boy. He is simply like an evil spirit from hell. Little devil. My strength has never changed, Third Raikage shouted. I don't have any free time to fight against you at the beginning. I must keep my full attention at all times. Are you trying to say, have I become weaker? Kenpachi grimaced. The first strong enemy who can let himself enjoy fighting. Let this 10-year-old boy start to envision the power of the strongest Raikage. Once, he brandished the battered blade in his hand. Countless beheadings, be it trees, insects, or even people, are too boring in Kenpachi's eyes. Because they are too weak. Human beings will not be complacent just because they trampled an ant to death. In the darkness, wielding the blade, everything remains the same, and one sword can kill anyone. However, in the battle with Third Raikage, he felt the threat for the first time, and the joy of fighting for the first time. Kenpachi wanted to fight like Third Raikage to the fullest. Advertisement this hope. Kenpachi didn't want him gone. Give me all your strength, brat, look at the knife. Without hesitation, Kenpachi swung the broken blade in his hand. It slashed on Third Raikage's neck. Although it didn't penetrate the lightning-style chakra mode's defense, the force it carried made Third Raikage fly hundreds of meters away. Well, Third Raikage was hacked out at close range. Although the defense was not breached, there was a burst of chi and blood instability. This kid is still suppressing his own strength, so he uses 30% of his strength to fight himself? Stop babbling. Let's continue fighting. Since you don't want to use your full strength, then let the old man force you to use your full strength. That's right. That's the momentum. Hell stabbing. Free hands. Third Raikage's body turned into a thunderbolt again. Ordinary people can't catch the trajectory of his movement at all, but in Kenpachi's eyes, it is very obvious. But dodging is not Kenpachi's style. Raising the blade in his hand, he slashed head-on. Boom, calm sea. Because of the collision of the strength of the two, a stormy sea was directly set off. Under the impact of Hell Thrust. Free hands, Kenpachi, who only showed 30% of his strength and did not use both hands to swing his sword, flew upside down on the spot for a distance of 50 or 60 meters. Ahem. Kenpachi coughed blood from his mouth. Under his terrifying self-healing ability, the abdominal injury has almost recovered. This time he vomited blood. It's because of the power of Hell's Spike, free hands. At the moment of the collision, Kenpachi almost lost consciousness directly and seemed to be about to untie some shackles. Just now. What happened? Still unwilling to use all your strength to fight this old man. Forget it. I don't have time to think about it. With such a wonderful prey in front of me, I can only think about the battle in front of me now. Advertisement. Kenpachi gripped the blade again, pushing the strange feeling out of his mind. The closer to death will become stronger. At the same time, it is also possible to unknowingly release the shackles on the body. Third Raikage, who did not perform his stunt, is not qualified to let Kenpachi unshackle his body. But now he is using the Hell Spike, already possessed the strength to threaten Kenpachi, almost let him accidentally fire full fire. Third Raikage, who was aware of this, decided to use all his strength to let the young man undo all the shackles in his body, showing the suppressive force that was like a nightmare at the beginning. That is a power comparable to that of the god of ninja world. Can say that. Make atonement for your weak sins. Hell Spike. 2 hands. Not enough, not enough. Such a little power is not enough to threaten his life. It needs to be faster, stronger. Hell Spike. 1 hand. Finally, Third Raikage took out his strongest attack move. Not even 8 Tails Gyuki is hard to beat. If he still only maintained 30% of his power output, Kenpachi, who took the blow head-on, would even be threatened with death. In a trance, Kenpachi seemed to hear something faint. Please use me. Please call my name, Kenpachi. Shut up, now is the happiest moment, don't meddle in it. Didn't mean to listen at all. Kenpachi's attention at this moment is all focused on third Raikage's hell spike. One Kanshu, and the blood in his whole body seems to be boiling. It is so joyful. Chapter 7 The battle that came to an end, triumph of giving. Boom. The sky was roaring, and it was raining cats and dogs. It seems to be trembling because of the battle between third Raikage and Kenpachi. This battle, it finally came to an end. Master Raikage, Master Raikage. Is the battle over? There's a mess everywhere. This is really just a 10-year-old boy. Can it cause damage? It's really amazing power. Stop talking nonsense, find Lord Raikage quickly. With the disappearance of the aftermath of the battle, the 4 Raikage guards in the distance also rushed towards this direction non-stop. Standing alone, one person fell. Kenpachi was lying in a pool of blood, covered in blood, seemingly unconscious. As for the standing third Raikage, his condition is not much better now. Chakra is almost completely exhausted, and his whole body is covered with bright red bloodline. Although he managed to stop the bleeding, it cannot change the fact that his body was seriously injured. Look, it seems that third Raikage won. This young boy, able to fight against the strongest Raikage in history until now, is really an awe-inspiring power. Master Raikage, are you alright? Wait a moment, I'll help you heal your injury. A Raikage guard who specializes in medical ninjutsu with a green glow in his hand. This is the most basic medical ninjutsu, healing jutsu. Regardless of internal or external injuries, chakra can be reliably released to achieve amazing recovery speed, and the released chakra can also interfere with the circulation of chakra in other people's bodies, causing lethargy and so on. Medical ninja. This is a special profession. It was first created in Konoha, a brand new concept proposed by Senju Tsunade, and gradually accepted in various countries, and the initial training of medical ninjas began. Of course, due to the lack of medical geniuses like Senju Tsunade, the development of medical ninjutsu is extremely slow. It is not bad to master the most basic, healing jutsu. Advertisement after all. Medical ninjas require other skills than combat ninjas, not to mention natural talents. It is also necessary to master medical ninjutsu, which requires a very precise control of chakra, a great deal of professional knowledge, and the mind and perseverance to put it into practice. In the face of casualties in war, you must have a calm and heavy mind. In order to reduce the casualty rate when performing tasks, and increase the success rate of task completion. What a serious injury. In the fight with this 10-year-old boy, he was injured to such an extent. It would be hard to believe if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The guard Raikage, who is good at medical ninjutsu, has a trace of sweat streaming down his forehead. The injury on third Raikage's body was far more serious than he had imagined. Even if he used the healing jutsu with all his strength, it would not be able to heal completely in a short while. Chakra, guarded by Raikage, is passing by rapidly. Even in the battle with Eight Tails Gyuki, Master Raikage has never suffered such a serious injury. However, in the end Raikage-sama won. Victory. Hearing what his guard said, third Raikage said in a heavy tone. Did you really win? Even if he took out his strongest attack, Hell Spike. One Guanshu, it still didn't let the young man loose the shackles on his body. That is, I just narrowly defeated the boy who showed 30% of his strength. This is still based on the fact that he didn't want to hold swords in both hands at all. Too weak. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't push his limits. I'm afraid that only the regeneration of the God of Ninja, Senju Hashirama, can completely undo the shackles of this young man and release all the strength contained in his body. Not so much that he won. Rather, it was the young man who released the sea in order not to take his own life. This is victory through charity. Third Raikage didn't have any happy thoughts at all, but instead felt a deep sense of powerlessness. You don't need to heal me, just heal this boy. Advertisement. But follow orders. Yes, under the majestic words of third Raikage. The Raikage guard, who is good at medical ninjutsu, reluctantly walked over to the unconscious Kenpachi and began to examine his body for injuries. The shabby clothes he was wearing were stained with bright red blood. Changed to a normal ninja, he had already died from excessive blood loss. However, when the Raikage guard took off Kenpachi's clothes and was about to examine his body injuries carefully, he was shocked to discover an unbelievable fact. The teenager's injuries, it has healed 7 to 88 times, and the rest are just some skin trauma? What a joke. Even Master Raikage needs to rest for half a month. How long has passed, and the injuries on his body have almost recovered? Isn't this kind of self-healing ability too outrageous? Lord Raikage, his injury, is almost healed. Well, as expected. Third Raikage nodded with an expected expression. Take him back to the village. This boy is the treasure bestowed by God on Cloud Shinobi village, and also the most suitable candidate for fourth Raikage. After listening to the evaluation of third Raikage, the 4 Raikage guards were stunned, which was too outrageous. Logically speaking, the candidate for fourth Raikage is usually the son of third Raikage, but now he plans to change his mind and give it to this 10-year-old boy. But, considering the strength of this teenager, as well as his future potential, this is not impossible. Cloud Shinobi village, without the dirty politics of Konoha village, they only like to speak with fists and strength. Chapter 8 Shaking and Cold. When will Jonin stand up? Chapter 7 was banned. The author modified it for a long time and couldn't find the reason for the ban, so he had to wait for the review. The Country of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. An unnamed village more than 200 miles to the south. The place has been turned into ruins. The corpses of 50 missed shinobi ninjas were thrown into the deep mountains and wild forests to be fed to dogs, while the corpses of the villagers of Cloud Shinobi Village were buried in the ground and buried. Although Cloud Shinobi Village is a fighting school, it still takes good care of its own people. Crackling. The sound of burning firewood seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet night. The dancing flames shone on the faces of 3rd Raikage and the 4 Raikage guards. As the strongest Raikage, at this moment, his whole body was bandaged, and he seemed to be seriously injured. And not far away, lay a 10-year-old boy. Holding the dilapidated sword in his right hand, he seemed to be sleeping soundly. Under the terrifying self-healing ability, in just one night, the injuries he suffered before will recover as before. This kind of recovery speed, even 3rd Raikage, who is famous for his physical fitness, is far from being comparable. I am afraid. Only Senju Hashirama with wood style can do it. Sleeping Kenpachi. At this moment, a voice is constantly emerging in my mind. Kenpachi, Kenpachi. Who is calling me? Get out. Are you finally willing to listen to my voice? Pretending to be a ghost, believe it or not, I'll kill you. Didn't care about Kenpachi's threats. This mysterious voice was still talking on its own. I've been watching you, longer than anyone. Closer than anyone. Keep watching you, Kenpachi. Please accept my power, my name is. In a daze, Kenpachi seemed to hear a name. Although I don't know what it is, it seems that as long as I shout it, I can have destructive power. Advertisement: a sword splits the supergiant meteorite. Cut off the continent with one sword, everything is cut. No, I don't need this power yet. Kenpachi no longer wanted to go back to the time when everything could be killed with one blow. It was so boring to look around and not find a suitable opponent, it made him want to go crazy. Now, I finally found an enemy. It's also hard to try the taste of defeat, if you call this name. All of these will be transformed into Kyoka Suigetsu. Therefore, Kenpachi resisted from the bottom of his heart and did not want to use its power. Suddenly, Kenpachi seemed to smell something. Opening his eyes suddenly, he woke up from his sleep in an instant. The smell of roasted hare. Watching Kenpachi suddenly burst into a big fish. The 4 Lei Yin guards were each holding a slender wooden stick with a hair pierced on it. Under the high temperature burning, it gave off a faint fragrance. Wow, this is too outrageous. The boy woke up so quickly. After seeing the battle of 3rd Raikage and Kenpachi, they are deeply aware that this 10-year-old boy already has a strength comparable to that of Shadow, and he is not an enemy that the 4 elite Jonin can deal with at all. Today, 3rd Raikage's injury has not recovered, and this young man came to his senses alive again. If this happened suddenly, no one present would be spared. All of a sudden, except for 3rd Raikage, the 4 Lean guards tensed up, ready to take action at any time. Hungry. Cooking. Uncle over there. Give me a roast hare. Advertisement. Kenpachi held out a hand and said bluntly. However, he didn't take it directly, perhaps because he had lived in the village for 10 years, so he didn't develop this bad habit. He likes to enjoy fighting, however, this does not mean that he likes to kill at will. Fighting mad. Murderer. These are two completely different concepts. Generally speaking, as long as it doesn't offend him, or Kenpachi sees them as unhappy, they will not take the lives of the enemies. At most, they will be cut to half dead, and then they will be sent back to practice and become stronger, and then come back to challenge Own. Kenpachi is never afraid of any challenge and revenge. To be precise, he hopes that the enemy will become stronger again and come back to challenge himself. Of course, only preferential treatment of potential enemies. Waste that has no potential is released when you are in a good mood, and cut off when you are in a bad mood. 3rd Raikage smiled and said, give it to him, yes. A roasted hare dripping with golden grease. After handing it to Kenpachi, the Lei Yin guard was still a little trembling, for fear that the 10-year-old boy would blow his head off with a single slap. But he had to listen to 3rd Raikage's order. To his surprise, the 10-year-old boy took the roasted hare and started to eat it. He didn't seem to have any interest in them at all, nor did he have murderous eyes in the beginning. This made the 4 Lei Yin guards breathe a sigh of relief. This is naturally the best case. From the looks of it, this young man seems to have no interest at all in the weak enemies. The 4 elite Jonin. In his eyes, they are no different from ants, and he can choose to ignore them directly. How can it be repaired? After all, they are also the top 5 ninja villages, with upper-level combat power. To be ignored by a 10-year-old boy as an ant, when will elite Jonin be able to stand up? Shaking and cold. Chapter 9. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Warmth. Satiety. These two feelings are easily satisfied in peacetime. However, for the ninja world in the war-torn period and the civilians at the bottom of society, it is like a fairy tale, and it is not an easy task. Even the most basic survival is difficult to satisfy. The villagers who died tragically before are a good example. Lying on the soft grass. Kenpachi looked up at the night sky. Although it was just a simple roasted hare, it was delicious enough for him to move his index finger. After all, when there are villagers helping, he could still eat some warm food if he went hunting by himself. Generally, the prey's stomach is split open, and the raw meat is eaten raw. Considering his strong physical fitness, it is not difficult at all to digest it completely and turn it into the energy of the body. Of course, this is because Kenpachi is not good at cooking. He can eat hot and more delicious food, and he will not choose to eat it raw. Everyone in the village, how are you doing? Not a single one was spared, all were killed by Miss Shinobi's surprise attack. Yes. Kenpachi's tone was a little heavy. He still cares a little about the good guys he recognizes. It's a pity that those Miss Shinobi ninjas just happened to raid the entire village when they were out hunting, which led to this tragedy. Otherwise, I might be able to reverse this situation. However, the dead cannot be brought back to life. This is also completely impossible. Don't worry, I've ordered my subordinates to help them bury themselves in peace. Thank you, old man. Advertisement, old. Third Raikage's tone froze suddenly. Anyway, I'm only in my 40s and I've fallen to the point where I'm called an old man. But, think about it from another angle. He ordered his subordinates to bury the villagers of Cloud Shinobi village. It seems that he has also been approved by this young man. Otherwise, this young man would not have such a good attitude. To be recognized by such a pure young man is something more gratifying. He won't be like Konoha's politician. Change the pervert degree every 3 days. Once you are recognized, unless you do something that makes him very disgusting, otherwise you will be friends for life. Sword. 8. As if remembering something, Third Raikage said expectantly, next, where do you plan to go? The strongest Raikage who looks rude and grumpy. In fact, for his own people, he is a kind and gentle grandpa, and at the same time he is full of confidence in the younger generation of young ninjas. Coupled with his powerful strength, after a battle between the two, Kenpachi's attitude towards him changed. I don't know, let's just walk around. Kenpachi put his head in his hands and said casually. When there were villagers there before, I lived in this village. However, now that his shelter has been completely destroyed, he is like a rootless duckweed, completely losing his sense of direction, so he can only live with the situation. Wherever he went, he stayed there temporarily. Hear Kenpachi's answer. A generous smile suddenly appeared on Third Raikage's face, and he stretched out a generous palm and said, so, are you interested in coming to Cloud Shinobi village? Kenpachi said in a daze, Cloud Shinobi village? He is the treasure bestowed by God on Cloud Shinobi village, and Third Raikage naturally cannot let him escape. It would definitely be a great loss if it went to other ninja villages. So, advertisement, turn it back to Cloud Shinobi as early as possible. This is the most important thing, and Third Raikage intends to cultivate it into the future Fourth Raikage. That's right, since you haven't decided where to go, you might as well come here. Whether it's a warm shelter, or delicious food. Even like-minded partners, we have both at Cloud Shinobi village and everyone loves fighting. Of course, there are also many beautiful girls. If you want, the old man can be a matchmaker to help you get a red line. Third Raikage goes on and on about the benefits of going to Cloud Shinobi village. About fighting madness. There is no ninja village that can be more than Cloud Shinobi village. The character of most Cloud Shinobi ninjas is aggressive and forthright, and their temper is straightforward, and they don't like to engage in small tricks. Here. Kenpachi seemed vaguely moved, not because of the warm shelter or the delicious food, and not because of the so-called pretty girls. In Kenpachi's eyes, a woman without combat power will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. He is only obsessed with fighting. What is a woman? Can it be cut? And in Cloud Shinobi village, there are quite a few people who love to fight. Isn't that just right? Kenpachi suddenly became excited. A fish stood up straight and asked, is there anyone as strong as you? Chapter 10 Cloud Shinobi village's cage-level combat power. The forbidden technique of reviving the dead. Is there anyone as strong as you? Third Raikage was silent. Who is he? He is the strongest Raikage of Cloud Shinobi village with real power. It's not like Konoha's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage. That he boasted about is actually not enough for first Hokage and second Hokage to play super parallel imports with one hand. As strong as him? Do you think it is Chinese cabbage in the ground? Grab a lot of it? Of course, there is no way to compare my own strength with this monster-like boy. Third Raikage thought about it carefully and said hesitantly, almost strong, there are probably a few. There is definitely no one as strong as myself, however, there are a few guys with cage-level strength. After all, although Cloud Shinobi village is a school of martial arts, due to its geographical location, it cannot be as outstanding as Konoha village, and all kinds of geniuses are almost endless. With full play and full calculation, there are only a few cage-level combat powers. My son I, 22 years old, cage-level, inheriting his strong physique and ninjutsu, if Kenpachi hadn't appeared, he would be the best candidate for fourth Raikage. 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, 11 years old, cage-level, tail beast. His strength is still immature, but he will also have cage-level combat power in the future. If 8 Tails is completely liberated now, it can also be regarded as a war weapon at the peak of cage level. 2-tailed Jinchuriki by Wooden Golem, 4 years old, cage level, tailed beast. This little girl was sealed as a tailed beast at the age of 2, and her strength is not as good as Genin's. If the Irway is completely liberated, she can be regarded as a cage-level powerhouse. Plus him as third Raikage. In the entire Cloud Shinobi village, there are about 4 cage-level experts. Then I'm going to Cloud Shinobi village. Kenpachi's eyes lit up immediately, and he said. I was bored because I didn't have a suitable opponent, but I didn't expect Cloud Shinobi village to have so many interesting prey. Advertisement. It would be a pity if they didn't hunt one by one. The urge to fight runs in the veins of Kenpachi. He admires the strong and is willing to fight countless strong. Wherever there is a strong man, he will go to that place and knock down all opponents one by one. It's a pity that Cloud Shinobi used to have two top players. Although they are two older elite Jonin from Cloud Shinobi village, their true strength is definitely Cage level. Even the second Hokage of Konoha village died at their hands. Third Raikage said regretfully. Cloud Shinobi village is short of talents, and every Cage level combat power is in existence that needs attention. However, these two Cage level fighters, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, launched a rebellion. They have the bloodline of Sage of Six Paths, can freely manipulate the 5 major ninja tools of Sage of Six Paths, and obtain 9 Tails chakra by gnawing on the flesh and blood of 9 Tails, and their strength surpasses 5 cages. It is revered as 2 rays of light in the cloud. In the First Ninja World War, Kinkaku Ainkaku staged a coup d'état at the alliance ceremony between Raikage and Hokage because he was unwilling to end in a disastrous defeat. The two brutally killed second with the power of 6 Paths ninja tool and 9 Tails chakra, Raikage. After that, Jinzhao and Yinzhao chased and killed the second Hokage. After a big battle, Yinzhao was killed by the second Hokage, and Jinzhao was also seriously injured by the second Hokage. Finally, Jinzhao was confirmed dead by third Raikage, who rushed to the scene. Since then, the Gold and Silver brothers have become the most vicious felons in ninja history for killing Raikage and Hokage. If they hadn't started a rebellion, second Raikage will not die either, and now Cloud Shinobi village has 7 Cage level powerhouses. Second Raikage, third Raikage, Golden Horn, Silver Horn. My son I, 2-tailed Jinchuriki, advertisement 8 tails Jinchuriki. With such a powerful force, even Konoha can hardly compete. However, there is nothing, but it is an established fact that Jinzhao Yinzhao launched a rebellion, and this is a reality that cannot be changed. Oh, is it stronger than the old man? If the two of them work together, they are indeed stronger than me. Without denying it, third Raikage nodded. Although he is the strongest Raikage, his strength is on par with second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Singled out words, Jinzhao Yinzhao is definitely not his opponent. However, the two brothers have always shot together. If they kill one at most and seriously injure the other, they will be killed directly. Kenpachi suddenly asked with interest, where are they now? Third Raikage said, fighting with second Hokage, one was killed and the other was injured, and I got rid of it with a supplementary knife. That's really a pity. Ha ha ha, you were still a kid back then. Hey, old man, do you think there is a kind of ninjutsu that can resurrect the dead and fight me again? Resurrection of the dead? Konoha seems to have this forbidden technique, but our Cloud Shinobi doesn't have it. There is such a ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is really amazing, it can even do this kind of thing. In this way, the strong men who have passed away can reappear in this era, which is exactly the scene Kenpachi dreams of. Chapter 11 Sign-in Rewards, Seal Eye Patch and Perfect Hogyoku. Cloud Shinobi Village, founded on a towering mountain peak filled with clouds and mist. Deafening thunder reverberated around, and the geographical environment was not very good, but it was also the ninja village that ranked second in combat effectiveness. Third Raikage and 4 Raikage guards returned to the village with Kenpachi. Tread the moment you step into Cloud Shinobi Village. A voice sounded in Kenpachi's mind. Ding, I have successfully arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village, and I am currently signing in. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host, you signed in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Sealing Eye Patch X1. After wearing it, you can seal Ryatsu at Cage level primary, but once the seal is released, Ryatsu will skyrocket to 120% of its peak level in a short time. Shinigami Feather Weaving X1. Has the effect of automatic cleaning and automatic repair, and can resist ninjutsu attacks below S level. Perfect Hogyoku 1. It can absorb the hearts of things around you and realize them, and it can protect the host's body from death to immortality. When the host's ability reaches the limit or life is threatened, Hogyoku can make the host endlessly next dimensional realm evolution. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Hearing the voice that suddenly came to mind. Kenpachi's footsteps froze for a moment, except that when I was a child, after I signed in to the Zaraki Kenpachi template once, the system never responded again. Now, as soon as I came to Cloud Shinobi Village, it gave me 3 rewards. The practicality of these 3 rewards is quite good. Let's temporarily store it in the system space, and then take it out to look at when you are free. Kenpachi didn't take out the reward directly. Instead, he followed in the footsteps of third Raikage and went straight to Raikage's office. Boom, advertisement. Third Raikage kicked the door open. Such a bold and unrestrained way is really in line with the old man's way of doing things. Tie-dye. I'm back. Master Raikage, you are finally back. This is. In Raikage's office, sitting a young man in his 20s, he has Cloud Shinobi's forehead protector on his head, his left eye seems to be injured, and he wears a goggle. He is third Raikage's right-hand man, the soil platform. 20-something age, he already has quasi-cage level strength. Possesses the boundary of blood inheritance, lava style. At the same time, he is also the reviewer of the Absolute Thunderplow and Hot Knife, and also serves as a strategist. Generally, when third Raikage is not in Cloud Shinobi Village, he is in charge of various affairs of the village, and its importance is self-evident. This is the treasure of our Cloud Shinobi Village, which I found outside. Treasure? He definitely has the qualifications to be the 4th Raikage, and will lead our Cloud Shinobi Village to the top in the future. Master Raikage, what you said is too much, this is just a 10-year-old child. The soil platform, who was dealing with official duties, rubbed his temples and said helplessly. Sir Third Raikage is already over 40 years old, why is he still acting like a child? So he randomly picked up a child he didn't know at all, and planned to train him according to the standards of 4th Raikage. This let his biological son, Yayui, know that something might happen. In the future, you will know the strength of Kenpachi. Hey, old man, where are the strong men you mentioned? Let them come out and fight with me. Don't be in such a hurry, they are out on a mission, you can temporarily solve the housing problem, I will let someone arrange it. Seeing Kenpachi's impatient look, Third Raikage decisively changed the subject. What a joke. There are only 4 cage-level experts in Cloud Shinobi Village. Advertisement: if you fight against the monster Kenpachi, you can say that you will either die or be injured. He didn't want the important combat power of Cloud Shinobi Village to be lost in vain like this, so he had to do Tai Chi for the time being, and perfunctory it. Fine. He put the broken blade on his shoulder. Kenpachi said, a little disappointed, since they are not in the village, there is no way to force them. Moreover, my sense of direction is not very good, if I walk alone, I will easily get lost. Arrange the best house for him. In terms of treatment, follow elite Jonin standards. By the way, isn't there a little girl named Samui in Ninja Academy? Let her grow up with Kenpachi. At the same time, let us, the strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi Village, guide him in swordsmanship. One by one superior treatment. Third Raikage gave it all to Kenpachi without batting an eye. In order to keep this treasure of Cloud Shinobi Village, he will not be stingy with money and price. In short, let him have a sense of belonging to Cloud Shinobi Village. Hear the treatment given by the Third Raikage. A drop of cold sweat suddenly fell on Tudai's forehead. Isn't this too superior? Could it be that? Is this boy the illegitimate son of Lord Raikage? Chapter 12 Kenpachi. I'm going to kill White Fang now. Shocked. Master Raikage has an illegitimate child outside. Although he was very curious in his heart, Tudai still knew very well what he could and couldn't ask. Even if his heart felt tickled, he couldn't ask directly. Kenpachi, would you mind adding a last name? It doesn't matter. Waving his hand, Kenpachi said indifferently. Even he himself does not know what his real name is, but calls himself Kenpachi, from Zaraki Kenpachi. One more surname. One less last name. To him, it doesn't make any sense at all. Then, from today onwards, you are a member of our Yayui family. Yayui clan. It is the ruling family of Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Thunder. Lei Yin of Cloud Shinobi Village all came from this family. They are born with huge physiques, strong bodies, and good at lightning style. In Cloud Shinobi Village, the strongest ninja in the village will pass down the title of Raikage. From generation to generation, and I will rule the village with a strong charisma. It is different from the Senju clan and Uchiha clan in Konoha village. The Yayui family can be said to be so powerful that even the famous name of the country of thunder can be ignored at will. Oh, Kenpachi. To be precise, it should be Yayui Kenpachi, and he agreed casually. The name of the family standing at the pinnacle of Cloud Shinobi Village seemed nothing to him, and he didn't care at all. What's the use of this surname? You can get a lot of privileges, you can challenge the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village at will, and the other party has no choice but to remember not to kill them. It is good. Advertisement so far. Yazuki Kenpachi has fully embraced the surname. Feel free to challenge the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village, which is quite tempting for Kenpachi, who is a fighting fanatic. After all, sometimes you set up a challenge. The opponent does not want to fight, or completely adopts the method of non-resistance. This is very disappointing. Yayui Kenpachi is not interested in chopping a wooden man. And as long as I get this surname, plus the old man's promise, the situation will be completely different. Even if they don't want to fight, they have to fight Kenpachi. The earthen platform on the side was silent. Good guy, even the name has been changed directly to Yue clan. It's real. This guy is indeed the illegitimate son of Lord Raikage. Unexpectedly, Master Raikage is also such a flirtatious person, and even secretly gave birth to a son outside. The atmosphere of our Cloud Shinobi village is so open, and it is not unacceptable, why not just bring it back? Okay, earthen platform. Third Raikage folded his arms and said calmly, quickly call our strongest swordsman from Cloud Shinobi village. Yes, an earthen platform with the ability to shoot shadows. He disappeared in place in an instant, and since Master Raikage requested this, he must carry it out perfectly. The strongest swordsman? Who is better than the old man? His strength is probably about the same as my 4 guards. So weak? Yazuki Kenpachi was disappointed. What's the matter? He thought he was an opponent at the same level as the old man. Unexpectedly, just a miscellaneous fish, can this also be called the strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi village? But, ninjas are mainly based on ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion. Few people practice swordsmanship, which is also expected. Advertisement, ahem. Third Raikage coughed twice in embarrassment. At the elite Jonin level, the Cloud Shinobi ninja who is good at swordsmanship is actually not weak anymore. But, it depends on who the target of the battle is. If it is General Genin and Shunin, it is as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. If it is a monster like Yayui Kenpachi, it is really no different from a trash fish. Even if its strength is suppressed to 30%, it will end in an instant. Kenpachi, your swordsmanship is open and closed, but you don't have any rules. I think you need to practice professional swordsmanship. It's enough to kill the enemy. That's not to say, if you meet a strong man who is good at swordsmanship, you will lose badly if you only rely on instinct to slash. Third Raikage said with a serious face, for example, Konoha's white Fang. He is the ninja from Konoha village who is good at swordsmanship. Is he strong? Well, maybe even stronger than you. Third Raikage nodded seriously and said, in order to coax Yui Kenpachi to practice swordsmanship and let his strength reach a higher peak, he also took great pains. In terms of strength alone, even the Konoha's white Fangya of a cage-level powerhouse is definitely not Yui Kenpachi's opponent. Just talking about swordsmanship, Yui Kenpachi, who can only follow his instinct to slash, is indeed not as good as Konoha's white Fangya. Here, Third Raikage is just a sneaky change of concept. Okay, then I'll go to Konoha and chop him up now. Chapter 13 Swordsmanship Training, taking on the entire Konoha village? Okay, then I'll go to Konoha and chop him up now. After listening to the old man's explanation, Yui Kenpachi didn't have a trace of fear in his heart, but suddenly became interested. He directly picked up his broken blade and walked towards the door. He wanted to hit the door of Konoha village directly and compete with the Konoha's white Fang, that the old man said. Take a look, after all, his own blade is sharper. Or the opponent's technology is more superb, a duel of technology and power. This kind of powerful opponent is what Yui Kenpachi dreams of. As for whether you will die if you fail, this kind of thing is not within the scope of Yui Kenpachi's consideration. As long as he can enjoy the fun of fighting, even if the opponent can kill him, he is willing to die. The corner of Third Raikage's mouth twitched, and he asked, wait a minute, are you rushing to Konoha alone? Yui Kenpachi rolled his eyes and said, then, old man, will you go with me? That's not what I mean. It's too unreasonable to rush to the enemy's base camp alone. Even the Third Raikage, who is known as the strongest Raikage, who is almost fearless, dare not make such waves. In addition to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Even if it is a cage-level powerhouse, when facing thousands of ninjas, there will eventually be a day when chakra is exhausted, and then he will be heaped to death alive. Although Third Raikage's evaluation of Yui Kenpachi is that it has a strength comparable to those of the two, but this is only an estimate, and today's Kenpachi has suppressed the normal strength to about 30%. If this person hits the door of Konoha's house alone, it will definitely be a disaster. They are a bunch of cage-level, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sanin, Orochimaru Sanin, Jiraiya Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito, Konoha's white Fangya, Hitaki Maosho advertisement. As for ninjas at cage level and elite Jonin levels, there are countless more. There are also the Uchiha family, the Hyuga family, and families with various special occult arts. I have to admit that the background of Konoha village is indeed far higher than that of Cloud Shinobi village today. There are 6 cage-level strongmen on the surface alone. Is it a wave? Aren't you a wave? I think it's okay, isn't it just a normal door-to-door challenge? When others come to challenge, they are all challenging one person. You are fine. Rush directly to challenge a village. Why don't you go to heaven? Grandpa, you have too many worries. A challenge is a challenge. It doesn't matter whether I single out a group of them, or they single out a group of them to me. Yui Kenpachi smiled excitedly. If one hors d'oeuvres isn't enough, eat them all. In terms of fighting, Yui Kenpachi is very greedy. No, wait a minute. Third Raikage rested his hand on his forehead, a bit unable to keep up with Yui Kenpachi's jumping thinking. Do you have any battle plan? Huh? What is that? Just rush to Konoha village and strike with a sword? This kid is really a stubborn, reckless man. Although he had expected it long ago, he actually planned to kill him single-handedly without making any preparations. Even Third Raikage, I also have to admire his courage. In short, Konoha village has a lot of strong people. If you rush forward to challenge, you may die directly in battle. It doesn't matter, as long as you send me a ninja to lead the way, old man. No, there is no door. You give me a good swordsmanship, when you can become a master, come and talk to me about this matter, unless I personally agree, otherwise there is no Cloud Shinobi will take you to Konoha village. Third Raikage said in a deep voice with a dark face. Advertisement, what a joke. This is the ceiling that he is optimistic about, how can you watch him go to death? One person singled out one village. No matter in anyone's eyes, this is an act of death. Tisk, all right. Yui Kenpachi smacked his lips and said. My sense of direction is extremely poor. If there is no one to guide the way, even if I walk for several years, I may not be able to reach the territory of Konoha village. Maybe. You will also get lost in completely unfamiliar places and can't find your way at all. No way. Who told the old man to be the Raikage of this village, so let's learn swordsmanship reluctantly. Wait until you learn swordsmanship, he shouldn't object, right? I'll take you to the mansion to rest first. At that time, the Earth platform will bring the strongest swordsman from Cloud Shinobi village to guide you in swordsmanship. What you have to learn is technique, don't suppress him with pure strength. Do you understand? Third Raikage urged repeatedly. When strength reaches a certain level, all techniques are Kyoka Suigetsu. Yui Kenpachi flicked his sword lightly, and he was able to knock out the strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi village on the spot. What a joke. So, let him restrain himself a bit. It is still very necessary to concentrate on learning sword skills. Chapter 14 Boundary Breakthrough. Shinigami collapses into one form. Cloud Shinobi village. In the central area, a certain mansion. Among the towering peaks everywhere, it is not an easy task to find a piece of flat land and build a big mansion. The price of this mansion. If it is an ordinary elite Jonin, I am afraid that I have to perform several S-level missions to barely make up the down payment. However, this has now been given to Yaoi Kenpachi by the third Raikage for free. The various facilities inside are very complete, however, if you live alone. It seems a bit too big, and Yaoi Kenpachi only needs a place to sleep and eat, which is enough. You go take a shower first, it's dirty. Oh. Yazuki Kenpachi went straight to the bathroom. Filled the entire bathtub with steaming water, then took off the shabby, blood-stained coarse cloth clothes, put the blade within easy reach, and then immersed the whole body in it, a kind of warm comfort the feeling immediately spread throughout the body. Relax once in a while. Also a nice treat. This kind of treatment was definitely not available in the small village in the past. After all, the conditions are limited, and it is not bad to be able to fill your stomach. Well, let's check the rewards by the way. While taking a hot bath, one side opened the system space. Yaoi Kenpachi signed himself to get 3 rewards. Take it out directly. The first thing that appeared was a gemstone that shone with black and blue light. It has miraculous power and can make the host continuously become stronger, evolve endlessly, and move to the next stage. The normal growth rate will be very slow, but, once the host has the idea of becoming stronger, or if life is threatened, the speed will increase by leaps and bounds. Advertisement even within a few seconds, the metamorphosis can be completely completed and enter the next stage. This thing will become stronger after fusion. It sounds good, but I don't need it just yet. It would make the fight completely pointless. Face the perfect Hogyoku that countless people have dreamed of. Yaoi Kenpachi just frowned, looking very disgusted. There are very few enemies around him now, and he no longer wants to become stronger. That would allow him to easily kill anyone in seconds, and also completely lose all meaning in his battles. When a person stands on top of the summit, he will be overwhelmed by the cold. Without the loneliness of the opponent, without the motivation to move forward, everything becomes meaningless. Presumably, this is why Aizen Sosuke cultivated Kurosaki Ichigo, let him become stronger and become his opponent. Without the appearance of Kurosaki Ichigo, I don't know how long it will take to fuse Hogyoku to the 6th stage. Stay aside. Yazuki Kenpachi threw the perfect Hogyoku on the ground like throwing garbage. Only, Yazuki Kenpachi is unwilling to accept the power of the perfect Hogyoku. However, the perfect Hogyoku had chosen his master, and before Yaoi Kenpachi agreed, he rushed directly to his body and merged into it instantly. B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Yayoi Kenpachi was a little dissatisfied immediately. He wanted to expel this infinitely stronger thing from his body. However, it seems that the host has been completely identified. Perfection Hogyoku has been completely integrated into Yayoi Kenpachi's soul, and only when the soul is completely destroyed will they all disappear. Advertisement. Thump. Yayoi Kenpachi suddenly felt his heart beating. Next second, Ryotsu, who was already at the peak of Shinigami, seemed to have broken some kind of boundary. Terrifying Ryotsu, though suppressed in the body. However, Yayoi Kenpachi has already noticed that he is breaking out of his cocoon and becoming a butterfly, evolving towards a higher realm. Crack. Physical fitness. Ryotsu intensity. All aspects of combat effectiveness have grown by leaps and bounds at this moment. This is Shinigami's Honichi state, in the Shinigami plot. After Aizen Sosuke obtained the perfect Hogyoku, he embedded Hogyoku into his chest, and could use his own power and Hogyoku's power to fight at the same time. This is the first fusion stage of Hogyoku. At this stage, Aizen Sosuke, although still maintaining the appearance of the Shinigami state, his strength has undergone a dramatic improvement, breaking through the limit of the Shinigami Ryotsu strength. Its maximum slashing power is capable of cutting down the captain level, Bankai. Its maximum defense power can even withstand a knife cremation in a crescent sky rush at zero distance, and it only suffers a little injury at most. Its maximum recovery power, even a wound that penetrates deep into the body, can be restored to its original state within a few breaths. And perfect Hogyoku will also instinctively protect the host. From this stage, it is almost impossible to completely kill Yayoi Kenpachi. Why did you become stronger again? Chapter 15. Only fighting is the source of happiness. Why did you become stronger again, after the fusion perfect Hogyoku completely broke the limit of Shinigami Ryotsu, and moved towards the form of Shinigami collapse? Not only did Yayoi Kenpachi not have any happy emotions, but he had a kind of panic. He was afraid that he would become too strong and make his opponent vulnerable, and he was afraid that he would kill all enemies in seconds if he was not careful. Fighting is like food and drink to him. He exists for fighting, and regards fighting as more important than anything else, even ignoring the overall situation. Only fighting is the source of happiness. I finally found an enemy who could defeat me, and I was able to officially enjoy a battle. If all this fun is taken away, then life would be too boring. My F*** G hobby is fighting, and you still want to take it away. Outraged on the spot. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Thankfully the perfect Hogyoku doesn't have any consciousness. Otherwise, it will definitely hit a big question mark. It is the first time I have encountered such a strange thing that can evolve infinitely and become stronger, but there are still people who will strongly oppose it. Call. Zaraki Kenpachi kept taking deep breaths. Let your anger be suppressed. Now that the limit of Shinigami has been broken, it is impossible to degenerate back, only to use external force to seal itself. He looked at the second signed item, seal the blindfold. As long as you put it on, the Ryatsu that collapsed to the first stage will be sealed to the early stage of cage level. In this way, presumably the enemy should be able to cut himself twice more, right? The only flaw is that advertisement once you unlock the seal, or if the enemy knocks off your seal blindfold, your strength will quickly return to its peak, and it will still be 120% of its peak strength. I am afraid, an opponent who could have been evenly matched. If I accidentally shot him to death, this is not a small flaw. Forget it, let's use it first. Yaoi Kenpachi picked up a sealing eye patch and put it on his left eye. Surging Ryotsu immediately received some kind of mysterious sealing technique. It didn't disappear directly, and it was still in Yaoi Kenpachi's body, but the maximum output was suppressed at the initial cage level. Clatter. Get up from the hot water. The Ryotsu escaping from Yazuki Kenpachi instantly evaporated the water droplets on the surface. The dilapidated clothes were basically unwearable after the battle with the old man, and now they just changed into a new set. Shinigami Haori, prepared with special materials. It can be cleaned and repaired automatically. This is quite convenient. As for being able to resist ninjutsu attacks below S rank, Yaoi Kenpachi doesn't care much. It's a good fit. Put on the Shinigami Haori nimbly. It is mainly pure black, with a little white, which looks very loose. After doing this, Yaoi Kenpachi went straight out. He didn't forget that the old man said that as long as he learned swordsmanship, he would consider sending a Cloud Shinobi ninja to fight the entire Konoha village. Did you finish washing so soon? No more rest? No need. I can't stop being excited when I think of the interesting prey in Konoha village. Thinking about fighting all day long, this is not like a 10-year-old boy. Regarding Yaoi Kenpachi, a problem child, Third Raikage was also troubled, and said, you should experience the life of a normal person. Even ninjas. Advertisement that is also a human being. Enjoy the life of a normal person, so that you can properly relax your tense spirit. Normal life, is fighting interesting? Yes. Third Raikage was momentarily at a loss for words, and said, ordinary people yearn for a peaceful and leisurely life. However, Cloud Shinobi Village is a complete fighter, and Yaoi Kenpachi is a complete fighter. He can't guarantee it. Normal people like life, Yazuki Kenpachi can find it interesting. But, anyway, in the eyes of Third Raikage, Yaoi Kenpachi is always a 10-year-old boy, and there is nothing wrong with experiencing more of daily life and integrating into Cloud Shinobi Village more perfectly. Third Raikage, who is rough and reckless on the outside, is a kind elder in essence. The concern for the juniors of Cloud Shinobi Village comes from the heart. It's not the brainwashing, will of fire, of Third Hokage. Third Raikage scratched his head and said, by the way, why are you still wearing a blindfold? I don't seem to have prepared this dress either. Yaoi Kenpachi didn't want to explain too much, and said, I brought it myself. When I saw him, I didn't want to say anything. Third Raikage also chose to follow his idea, and continued to question without getting to the bottom of it. This kind of atmosphere, it is estimated that only Cloud Shinobi Village dares to be so indulgent. If you switch to Konoha Village, Shimura Danzo, the King of Pots, will never let go if you don't check out the 18th generation of your ancestors. Let's go, they should have been waiting for a long time. Chapter 16 Cloud Shinobi's strongest swordsman, Oliver. Clatter. On the west side of Cloud Shinobi Village. There is a large vertical waterfall, and the turbulent water constantly washes the surrounding rocks. Here, it is the place where many Jonin and elite Jonin practice. Under the leadership of Third Raikage, Kenpachi wearing Shinigami Haori's Yaoi Kenpachi, carrying his broken blade, came here. It is the soil platform for Raikage's left and right hands. And the strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi Village seems to have been waiting here for a long time. Wow. Wearing the forehead protector of Cloud Shinobi Village, holding a ninja sword in his hand. Uncle Cloud Shinobi, who is in his 30s, is constantly exercising his sword skills. Not to mention, the waving is vigorous. Usually Genin and Shunin saw it, and probably started shouting, 666, a long time ago. Yo, it's pretty bright, Oliver. Master Raikage, do you need me? Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin, who is good at swordsmanship, stopped exercising and said respectfully. Prestige of the Third Raikage, in the entire Cloud Shinobi Village is unrivaled. From ordinary villagers to elite Jonin, they all remain convinced of his mind and strength. Did Tudai tell you? No, he just said that Lord Raikage has something to ask for me. If I said it directly, he might not agree to it. It's up to Mr. Raikage to talk about this kind of thing. Advertisement Tudai shrugged and said, elite Jonin, who is also Cloud Shinobi Village, has a status not much higher than Oliver. Tudai knows his character very well. He was also an arrogant guy. If he told him directly that he would teach a 10-year-old boy how to use swordsmanship, even if it was an order from Third Raikage, he would find a way to shirk it. But, as long as Third Raikage orders face to face. Presumably, this guy has no way to refuse. As the strategist of Cloud Shinobi Village, Tudai is quite good at controlling people's hearts. Oliver, I have something important to ask you. Master Raikage, please tell me, as long as I can do it, even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, I will do it. This young man is a treasure that I discovered when I was patrolling the Land of Thunder, but he only follows his instincts and wields a blade. He doesn't have any sword skills as a grandmaster. I hope you can teach him sword skills. Teach him swordsmanship? Oliver frowned. If it is an A-level or S-level task, he will never refuse, even if his life is in danger. But, letting myself take care of the children is a bit overkill, right? He finally understood why the earthen platform was so mysterious before. If he had known about such things in advance, he would have found an excuse and left the village to avoid the limelight. Since Lord Raikage has said so, I can't shirk it. Oliver finally couldn't refuse, and agreed. Little devil, what's your name? Zaraki Kenpachi. The name of Yaoi. In addition, Master Raikage suddenly asked himself to teach him swordsmanship. Suddenly, Oliver seemed to understand something. However, one thing is one thing, since I have accepted Master Raikage's entrustment, I have to carry it out. Advertisement, however, kid. My exercise is very strict. Oliver walked up to Yaoi Kenpachi and said arrogantly, whether you can bear it or not is not certain. HMPH, the tone is not small, you just don't cry. Zaraki Kenpachi took a step forward. Although the 10-year-old body looked a little thin in front of Oliver, the fanatical fighting spirit in his right eye made the battle-hardened Cloud Shinobi village elite John and shudder. This boy. It seems a bit difficult. However, even if Oliver wanted to break his head, he would never have thought that this young man had the power to kill him instantly with one hand. If you dare to give up halfway, I can't spare you. Little devil. What kind of attitude do you have? It's just a 10-year-old kid with such an arrogant tone. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started, Yaoi Kenpachi said impatiently. Only by learning the swordsmanship, as the old man said as soon as possible, will he send Cloud Shinobi ninjas to lead the way. So, I have no effort. Accompany this miscellaneous fish to play house games here. Oliver was silent. Obviously I am the mentor, why is this kid so domineering? How do you feel? The positions of the two are reversed. Chapter 17 Sword Skill? It's just a monkey trick. You just use that tattered blade? During battle, such poor quality weapons will be cut off. If you are majoring in swordsmanship, once you lose your weapon, your combat effectiveness will drop significantly, and you may even lose your life. Holding the ninja sword in his hand, he stood opposite Zaraki Kenpachi. Oliver frowned and commented. In his opinion, the blade on the shoulder of this 10-year-old kid was too tattered, as if it was rusted, and it would not be surprising when it broke suddenly. It doesn't matter if you discuss and practice on weekdays. If you really want to go to the battlefield, this is a fatal flaw. Yaoi Kenpachi raised the blade in his hand and said, you mean this knife? It has been with me for 10 years, so don't worry about its quality. Start with the template for signing yourself into Zaraki Kenpachi. It was as if a part of my soul had been cut off and turned into this dilapidated blade. 10 years' time. Whether chopping rocks, chopping ninjas, chopping mountains. There is no trace of damage on this dilapidated blade. After using it for so long, Yaoi Kenpachi has long been used to using it. If he suddenly changed to another weapon, he might not be able to get used to it for a while. Don't worry, Oliver, Kenpachi's blades are not bad. Third Raikage spoke, as someone who fought Zaraki Kenpachi. He can be said to be the most aware of Yaoi Kenpachi's strength. The blade that looks dilapidated and of good quality makes one's scalp tingle. Even if he directly received his own hell spike, one hand. There will be no breakage. If it was replaced by other weapons, even the best knife in Cloud Shinobi village, it is estimated that even his own hell spike, 4 pensive hands, would not be able to withstand it. Okay. Since Master Raikage said so, Oliver didn't want to say anything more, and then asked, Little Ghost, what do you think is swordsmanship? Swordsmanship? Is it your monkey trick, playing? Oliver's tone faltered, almost choked on Yaoi Kenpachi's answer. My own swordsmanship is a killing skill that has been tempered and perfected through hundreds of battles. Advertisement. How did this kid directly turn into monkey tricks? Oliver almost turned green with anger. Fancy movements are useless at all. Yaoi Kenpachi grinned and said, the simplest killing technique is to swing a knife, swing a knife, swing a knife, until the enemy is completely hacked to death. Take a deep breath, calm down my irritable heart. Oliver knew that it was almost impossible to correct this bad kid with words. Then, let's have an actual battle, let me see how strong you are. I'll also show you how good your monkey tricks are. Oliver drew his ninja sword. It is absolutely impossible to be seriously injured. After all, this kid has a relationship with Third Raikage, but it is still possible to teach this kid who does not know the heights of heaven and earth to understand his own strength after a proper lesson. There are people. There is a sky beyond the sky. This kid must have thought that with a little strength, he could run amok. If I don't wake him up earlier, I will definitely suffer a big loss in the future. This is Master's teachings. Third Raikage said hastily. Wait, remember to restrain yourself. Oliver said. Don't worry, Mr. Raikage, I'm going to act with discretion. How can I use my full strength to deal with a 10-year-old brat? I didn't G talk to you. I don't know how much strength you have. I'm not afraid that Kenpachi's attack will be indiscriminate. When the time comes to hack you to death, your wife and children will hold your ashes. All right, old man. For Third Raikage, Yaoi Kenpachi is still willing to sell him a face. After using the ceiling blindfold, the output rate of my Ryatsu was suppressed at the early stage of cage level, and I could control the strength of my shots a little bit. It shouldn't be able to hack the opponent to death. Most. Cut it half to death. Advertisement. What I mean is that the two of you control your strength to the same level and fight only with skill. No problem, Lord Raikage. I've said it all, I'm not talking to you. Did Oliver practice sword practice recently, talking to himself or something? Tisk, what a hassle. Yaoi Kenpachi shrugged and said, just treat it as a pre-dinner dessert. Then, let's get started. The two disappeared instantly. In the beginning, Oliver controlled the power to the level of genin. Seeing the opponent showed such a weak level, in order to cooperate with the old man's order, Yaoi Kenpachi could only yawn while suppressing his strength infinitely. Ping. Pong. The ninja knife collided with the blade. Make a crisp sound. The speed at which the two are fighting is constantly increasing. Elite genin. Chunin. Not bad, brat. You can keep up with my speed. It's just a monkey trick, isn't it normal to be able to keep up? You. Stop talking nonsense. Come up with some real skills. Drink. For the purpose of learning sword skills. Yaoi Kenpachi started the first day of training, Chapter 18 Oliver, ITM split on the spot. The next day, Cloud Shinobi Village, Yakiniku Restaurant. After a busy day, Tudai, who is Raikage's right-hand man, walked to this well-known barbecue restaurant. Not to mention, the roast pork here can be said to be delicious. One bite is enough to make people linger and forget to return, and can't help but visit several times a week. Speaking of which, Oliver seems to like eating here. This guy's training is very strict. Chunin may not be able to withstand it. That boy, are you okay? Scratching the back of his head, Tudai said rather worriedly. As Lord Raikage's right-hand man, he still cares about Lord Raikage's illegitimate child. Suddenly, Tudai saw Oliver eating roast pork. He went straight up and sat beside him. Yo, Oliver. It's you, Tudai. How is that boy's steady progress? Oliver, who was eating, suddenly froze. He coughed twice in embarrassment, as if he wanted to dispel the embarrassing atmosphere. Although the tone is loud, that brat is much tougher than I imagined. It's quite powerful, isn't it? Bar? Nothing. In other words, is his practice progressing well? However, compared to my superb sword skills, it's still far behind. That's good. Hearing what Oliver said, Tudai was relieved a lot. Can make such a harsh Oliver. With such evaluations, it seems that the young man brought back by Master Raikage does have good potential. But, only to this extent, he wouldn't recognize that boy as the fourth Raikage. Advertisement after all, Master Third Raikage's son, Yaoi, is also an out-and-out genius. Apart from Eight Tails Jinchuriki and Erwei Jinchuriki, he is the only cage-level strongman, and he has perfectly inherited the talent of Master Raikage, and he will definitely become a top strongman in the future. Raikage location in Cloud Shinobi Village. Basically, they are all passed down in the same vein, and they must have the name of Yaoi. Raikage from Generation 1 to 3rd Raikage, nothing has changed. Even if it is 4th Raikage, 5th Raikage, 6th Raikage, this tradition will continue forever. Yaoi Kenpachi, who was given the name of Yaoi by Lord Raikage, is naturally also eligible to run for 4th Raikage, but whether he can win in the end depends on his strength. Ka. Oliver's palm, which was holding the wine glass, began to tremble. When he thought of that monster-like kid, he couldn't calm down in his heart. Just one afternoon. The speed at which that little brat progressed was far beyond his reach. I have already shown the strength of Jonin level, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't suppress him, and I even felt like being played by a monkey. ITM split on the spot. Oliver, what's the matter with you? Hand trembling a little, the growth speed of that kid is really beyond my expectation. It's normal, after all, he was brought back by Master Raikage. Tudai patted Oliver on the shoulder and said, it's expected that the talent is excellent, just take it easy. That's not a question of great talent, that monster-like imp. It's really something special that can't be described in words. Just like a bloodthirsty beast, the more it hits, the more fierce it is, the more it hits, the more fierce it is, which makes people feel creepy. Boom, as if not reconciled. Oliver slammed the fork in his hand into the table. Hateful. That brat is really too arrogant. If only I could show all my strength, I would give him a good lesson. Just thinking of that kid made Oliver angry. Not to mention, Yaoi Kenpachi still has the ability to irritate people. Advertisement: the aggressive method is applicable at any time. Can make opponents lose their minds and fight against themselves recklessly. In order to satisfy their desire to fight, Yaoi Kenpachi doesn't mind talking bad words. Well, Lord Raikage has specially instructed you to be merciful. What's more, you are such an old man. If you fight that boy with all your strength, isn't that bullying? You'll be laughed at, Oliver. Tudai laughed. He hadn't fought Yaoi Kenpachi himself, so he couldn't appreciate that terrifying power at all. Until now, he still simply felt that this young man had amazing potential. A genius who has not grown up will never be considered a strong man. What's more, you are an elite Jonin, and you have to use all your strength to deal with a 10-year-old boy. If others find out about this, why don't you just laugh out loud and say that you are bullying the small? Use all your strength. If you use all your strength, you may be able to win. What did you say? Tudai was taken aback for a moment, as if doubting whether he had heard correctly, he asked. Oliver, who was dripping with cold sweat, didn't want to let his face be swept away, so he reacted instantly. No, it's nothing. Oliver quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, that brat really worked hard. Ha. Cough. Are you really alright? Do not know why. Tudai always feels that Oliver is a bit weird today. This should be an illusion, right? Peas. The new book is uploaded. Ask for a wave of flowers, collections, monthly tickets and evaluation tickets. Peas. Thank you for your original intention. 100 VIP rewarded. Peas. After the suggestions of book friends, the power setting of this book has been slightly modified. Vice Captain level Shinigami normal quasi-cage level, liberating Zanpakuto as cage level. Captain level Shinigami normal cage level, liberating Zanpakuto will be promoted to super cage level. Very few Ryotsu captains are extremely strong, and their normal status exceeds cage level. Liberating Zanpakuto will upgrade them to quasi-6 pads level, or 6 pads level, or like Mr. Yamamoto, 1 knife 999, 1 knife 16 pads level. The strength of the vast majority of Shinigami is due to the explosive increase in power after the liberation of Zanpakuto. The strength of the ordinary captain level Shinigami is indeed much stronger than that of the cage level, but the author feels that even if the Bankai is performed, it should not have the strength of the Hokage's 6 pads level, except very few monsters. So it can only be temporarily set after the liberation of Zanpakuto. The ordinary captain is beyond cage level. Mainly, there are 3 major levels: cage level, super cage level, and 6 pads level. Chapter 19. The lunch break is over. Let's fight. Third day. Cloud Shinobi Village, Yakiniku Restaurant. I missed the taste of this Yakiniku restaurant, so I came here again. Soon, he was in a corner and found Oliver. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that today's Oliver seemed to be a lot haggard, as if he had been drained. Gulu gulu, swallowing wine. Oliver sighed deeply. On weekdays, in order to keep a clear mind, he basically does not drink at all. Oliver, why did you run into the corner today? He heard someone calling his name. Oliver trembled suddenly. He almost didn't hold the wine glass in his hand. His body was about to move subconsciously, and ran towards the door, as if he had been left with some horrible body instinct. Like a stiff machine, Oliver turned his head. Call. It turned out to be an earthen platform. You scared me. What's the matter? You are the strongest swordsman in our Cloud Shinobi village. What can make you so fussy? By the way, have you lost a lot of weight? Nothing. By the way, how is that young man's swordsmanship? How do you feel? Today's Oliver is even weirder. He hesitated, as if he was hiding something, which made Tutai a little curious about what could make the strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi village become like this. Oliver looked away silently, and said in a low voice, it's still, okay. Advertisement, good? Tutai was full of question marks. How come the bold swordsman on weekdays has become like a girl today, shy and timid? To what extent is it okay? It's okay, it's okay. Oliver's voice became quieter. The whole person also turned his back to the earth platform, as if he didn't want him to see his facial expression. Can you go into more detail? Tutai scratched his head and said. He is also very concerned about the illegitimate child, brought back by Lord Raikage, and it is also necessary to ask about the boy's training progress every day. Only, Oliver's vague answer is simply incomprehensible. After all, that is the child brought back by Mr. Raikage. I think it is still necessary to learn more about his progress. Crack. Under the repeated questioning of the platform. Oliver seemed unable to bear the pressure, and directly squeezed the wine glass in his hand. The wine inside spilled directly on the table. Quick, shut up. It's lunch break now, don't mention the matter of practicing swordsmanship. I just want a good rest right now. Oliver's eyes were like salted fish that had lost their dreams. Even with a little autism. Under Yuntai's repeated questioning, he almost couldn't bear the pressure mentally, and suffered a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. Yes, sorry, advertisement Tutai said with a little embarrassment. I just asked about the progress of that young man's cultivation and why Oliver's reaction was so intense. It always felt a little too much. Certainly, it's also possible that it's because he has some quirk and doesn't want to reveal the progress of his cultivation. No, I was a little too excited. If you don't want to talk, I won't ask anymore. Hey, do you know where that guy Oliver usually eats? Not far away, Yaoi Kenpachi's voice suddenly came. He randomly picked up a passerby and started to ask. This kind of thing doesn't need to be investigated at all, because Oliver is a regular customer of this store, so he can find out immediately. Just. At this kebab shop. Boom, Oliver. The lunch break is over, let's fight. Yaoi Kenpachi kicked open the door, searching every corner of the barbecue shop with his eyes. Where did he go? Although it is only at the level of elite jonin, it is also a good appetizer. In the absence of combat food, Yaoi Kenpachi is not picky eaters either. It is also a good thing to eat an appetizer to satisfy one's desire to fight in advance. Yo, boy, Ollie. Tutai was about to say something. Suddenly, Oliver, who was sitting next to him, disappeared at some point, as if after hearing Yaoi Kenpachi's voice in front of him, he ran away instantly like a cat seeing a mouse. Only the earth platform was left alone. Sitting there with a dazed expression, he didn't know why Oliver slipped so fast. Chapter 20 Evil Ghosts Who Feed on Battles. Tisk, aren't you here? Yazuki Kenpachi looked around. In the entire barbecue restaurant, Oliver was not found. Could it be that? Didn't this guy come here for dinner today? Now it's troublesome. Cloud Shinobi village is so big, I really can't find him for a while. Young man, are you looking for Oliver? Well, we agreed to practice together. That spineless B*********** D ran away by himself. Yaoi Kenpachi said rather dissatisfied. Do you know where that guy went? Those who were still here before, don't know now. Tisk. Yazuki Kenpachi smacked his lips. What? The strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi village ended up getting cold feet. It is really disappointing to say that you are so cruel, but you are actually so cowardly. Now you don't even have appetizers. Do not know either. The 3 strong men of the same level that the old man mentioned. When will he be able to come back? Yaoi Kenpachi can't hold back anymore and wants to hunt some meaningful prey. Then I'll go out and look for it. No stay. Yazuki Kenpachi walks straight out of the rotisserie. As Raikage's left and right hand, the earth platform is a little confused at the moment, and it seems that he doesn't understand the current situation at all. That guy Oliver, why is he so afraid of this young man? He doesn't even want to practice, or is it just an excuse? He just doesn't want to teach swordsmanship? It looks like. Advertisement. The only way to find Oliver is to ask carefully. It's got to be. Suddenly, the soil platform felt the shaking of the table. Lifting up the long tablecloth, the first thing I saw was a big man, curled up under the wooden table and shivering. Oliver, what are you doing hiding under the table? Hush, Oliver said tremblingly, don't make a sound, maybe that evil spirit hasn't gone far. Evil? Ghost? It's too much to describe a young man. Tudai whispered, you look like you were trying to avoid that young man. It doesn't look like. I'm actually running from that evil spirit. What? That guy is completely out of order. Oliver swallowed and said with lingering fear, he is a complete fighter. Every morning he pulls me up to fight until midnight. Isn't it normal to have a fighting spirit? Tudai didn't care too much. Cloud Shinobi Village is originally a village of the martial arts faction. Everyone has martial arts and most people like to fight. And that boy is Lord Raikage's illegitimate son. Possessing a strong militant spirit is nothing to be surprised about. It might be better to say that Oliver is too sensitive, and you have to worry about such a small matter. If you really find it troublesome, can't you just assign a shadow clone? The problem is, his strength and talent are terrifying? He really wanted to learn. It's only been 2 days, and I feel like I can't teach him anything at all. Obviously, I have already said that I have practiced enough. However, he still acted like a lunatic, saying, not enough, not enough, not enough, and then slashed at me with a blade, without giving me a chance to breathe. Advertisement, it's like a ghost from hell, I've had enough. Oliver's young heart seemed to have been greatly traumatized. Straight into a state of self-isolation. If I hadn't managed to muster up the courage to apply for rest time, I'm afraid that evil spirit would be able to fight with me for 3 days and 3 nights. Resign. He must go to Lord Raikage and resign. However, every time I was about to do this, I was stopped by that evil spirit on the spot, saying, you coward, do you want to run away? Then, he dragged his clothes mercilessly and dragged himself back to the training place. It's not that exaggerated, is it? No, I've already said it, his swordsmanship is ready, and his strength has already surpassed me. Oliver said as if every cell was trembling, he always wanted to fight, evil spirits who fight for food. Tudai was a little confused. What a joke, that is just a 10-year-old boy. The combat power has already surpassed that of elite Jonin. Did Oliver suffer from an illusion? Why is he so neurotic and still talking nonsense? Run away. I want to run away, Tudai, please let Lord Raikage end my mission. Yo, so you're here, Oliver. The voice that made Oliver's soul tremble suddenly sounded. Carrying the broken blade, Yaoi Kenpachi walked over slowly with a kind smile on his face. Chapter 21 Peekaboo? Then let me hunt you down. Yo, so you're here, Oliver? The lunch break is already over, you are really lazy. What are you doing hiding under the table? Yaoi Kenpachi walked over slowly with a kind smile on his face. I stepped on his calf to prevent this rabbit guy from slipping away inadvertently. It took a lot of effort to find him. Actually I'm playing a game of peekaboo. Yeah, that's right, this is also a practice, to exercise your insight ability, so that you don't turn a blind eye to the enemy right in front of you. Oliver's eyes wandered. Cold sweat kept breaking out on his head, trying to cover it up with lies. If you let this evil spirit know, if I was avoiding him on purpose, my life would be difficult in the future. He would definitely stare at me all the time, no matter whether I was eating or sleeping, he would never give me any chance to go alone. Then come. Life has turned into a complete nightmare. I must have been out of my mind at the beginning, so I agreed to teach this evil ghost. If there is a chance to do it again, even if it is against Master Raikage's order, Oliver will definitely leave Cloud Shinobi Village quickly and go outside to perform tasks, even if his life is in danger. Yaoi Kenpachi grinned and said with great interest, hide and seek? Seeing this scene, Oliver was shocked immediately, and nodded as if smashing garlic. Yeah, that's right, it's peekaboo. Sounds very interesting, so let's do this for the next practice. You dodge like a mouse, and I will hunt you down like a cat. If I catch up with you, I will chop you. How about it? Oliver froze immediately. Although the weapon used by this evil spirit is just a dilapidated blade. However, with the power he exerted, if he slashed his body with a knife, the pain would be unimaginable, and if he was not careful, he would be cut off in two. Plus the persistence of this evil spirit. Advertisement. Once the game of peekaboo starts, I'm afraid I will never have a peaceful day. I don't think it's okay. Then, don't do such meaningless things. Although you just have a small snack before meals, at least use your residual energy and don't waste extra time. Okay. Listening to the conversation between the two, Tudai was at a loss. Obviously Oliver is the mentor, why does it feel like the positions of the two are completely reversed? Oliver, who is the strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi Village, is like a disciple who has made a mistake at this moment, obediently squatting under the wooden table, listening to the young man's words quietly, but not even daring to fart. Because you wasted too much time, you have to fight with me until dawn. Dawn? Oh, that's right, You can't stop until you completely lose your ability to move. No, don't. Surrender. I surrender. Surrender is invalid. Yayoi Kenpachi doesn't care about each other's feelings at all. Now that he has accepted his challenge, there is no reason to give up halfway. Before completely satisfying his desire to fight, he will continue to fight until he can no longer stand up. I can give him a lunch break and sleep time. It is already very merciful. Crack, a crisp sound sounded. Oliver, who had completely collapsed, displayed his strongest lightning style on the spot and broke his beloved ninja sword. I will not wield the blade again. Please let me go, please. What the hell? The strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi village, a guy who loves swords like a madman. In just 2 days, he directly broke his beloved ninja sword. What kind of stimulation did this guy get, and his spirit became so abnormal? Or, advertisement the boy brought back by Lord Raikage. Really scary enough to break a determined elite Jonin? I'm going to resign immediately. Your talent is beyond what I can teach. Please let me go, please, Oliver said tearfully. There are still many people in the barbecue restaurant, and he can't care about his image now. Even torture could not break the will of this elite Jonin. But, I spent a short period of time with Yayoi Kenpachi. He became like this, which made Tudai curious about how cruel things he had experienced. No, Yayoi Kenpachi refused without hesitation. One hand picked up his back collar, like dragging a dead pig, and dragged the howling Oliver to the door. Now, Oliver cried as if his parents had died. It can be said that the listener shed tears and the hearer was sad. It was really miserable. Tai-Tai. Save me, go and ask Lord Raikage. Only Lord Raikage can save me, go. Chapter 22 Two-Handed Kendo. Kendo. 2 breaks. Cloud Shinobi Village. Great Falls in the West Territory. It was originally the place where countless Jonin and elite Jonin practiced. However, it has now turned into Yayoi Kenpachi's hunting ground, and there is only one prey, and that is obviously Oliver, the strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi Village. This usually arrogant elite Jonin. At this moment, like a dead dog, Yayoi Kenpachi knocked him to the ground with his fist. You broke the ninja sword. Yayoi Kenpachi won't take advantage of it. He only fights with your left hand, and still makes you crawl all over the ground and scream. This cannot be called a fight at all. It can only be regarded as a one-sided beating, and it was elite Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village who was beaten. Surrender. I surrender. A real man won't surrender, you coward, grit your teeth for me. Oliver. Here I come. A soil platform that felt that the situation was a bit bad. He rushed to Raikage's office quickly, and then brought third Raikage, who was reviewing documents, to the place where Yayoi Kenpachi and Oliver practiced. The speed of both of them is not bad, and they arrived here very quickly. However, the scene in front of them completely stunned them. Oliver was pressed to the ground and exploded with a hammer. However, he didn't have any intention of resisting at all, he just kept defending blindly. To be precise, after experiencing a resistance, let him fully understand the fact that the more he resists, the more excited that evil spirit will be, and the stronger his attack will be. Since you can't resist, why not enjoy? Silently focusing on defense can also save yourself a little bit of suffering. Third Raikage hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Yayoi Kenpachi away, saying, Stop it, Kenpachi. If this makes him fight again, although there will be no fatalities, there will definitely be a disability. I asked him to learn Oliver's swordsmanship, not to beat Oliver. What happened in the past 2 days? Yayoi Kenpachi turned his head and asked, Old man, what are you doing here? Advertisement, Get respite Oliver. She quickly dodged behind the platform, choking like an angry little daughter-in-law. Horrible, terrible. This boy is nothing short of a roaring evil spirit. If Mr. Raikage doesn't come again, Oliver really doubts whether he can survive 5 days. Every day is like a hellish day, and the seconds are like years. Yayoi Kenpachi glared at Oliver fiercely, waved at him, and whispered a devil. What are you running? Come here quickly. Shivering.jpg After finally getting out of the sea of suffering, I absolutely don't want to go back. Seeing this scene, third Raikage seemed to understand something. Although he knew that Kenpachi was strong, he never thought that in just 2 days, he would completely destroy the will of an elite Jonin. No way. I can only come out to smooth things over. Okay, don't force it, Kenpachi. Tisk. By the way, Kenpachi, how is your swordsmanship going? That kind of fancy technique is really too simple, and it is enough to learn it thoroughly in 1 day, but I think it is useless, and it is almost forgotten the next day. Waving his hands, Yayoi Kenpachi said nonchalantly. Something like fencing, it meant nothing to him at all. He only needs to keep waving the blade in his hand until the opponent can't stand up completely. And, I'm already strong enough. You don't need these external forces to improve your strength. If you improve your own strength, even if you have a seal blindfold to suppress your Ryotsu output, I am afraid that enemies at the elite Jonin level will not be enough for your dessert. Oliver, has he learned your sword skills? Oh, the first night, he already learned my sword skills, and cut me down with the same strength. Oliver said softly. Yayoi Kenpachi's terrifying talent is absolutely unique. To learn my own swordsmanship in a day, and then use the power of elite Jonin to chop myself to the ground without any resistance is really tingling. Advertisement even Oliver admitted it, so to say. This kid Kenpachi has indeed learned swordsmanship, but he seems a bit dismissive. This is not good. Oliver has paid such a big price. If Kenpachi had forgotten all about swordplay, it would have been wasted. If that's the case, I won't admit you, Kenpachi. Tisk, it's really troublesome. Yaoi Kenpachi said impatiently, although that kind of fancy technology is useless to me, I still remember one occasionally. If you don't fulfill the old man's request, I'm afraid I can't satisfy my desire to single out Konoha village. That being the case, then, let me show you a little bit of the swordsmanship I just learned. Although it is said to be swordsmanship, it is just a simple posture of holding a sword. Crack, this time, Yaoi Kenpachi is not holding a sword with one hand. Instead, both hands held the hilt of the sword at the same time, aiming at the waterfall and canyon that was flowing. The way of the sword, 2 breaks, two-handed kendo. Its power is more than 5 or 6 times that of the one-handed sword. The terrifying golden sword burst out in an instant, slashing forward with an unstoppable momentum. All of a sudden, the world changes color, the sky seemed to be completely split open. Under everyone's watchful eyes, this great waterfall, which was used for cultivation, was directly divided into 2. Chapter 23 Candidates for the 4th Raikage, Tutai's approval. Cloud Shinobi Village. Raikage office, after seeing Yaoi Kenpachi's two-handed swordsmanship. 3rd Raikage, Tutai, and Oliver fell into a state of silence for an instant, as if they couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. Can a simple two-handed sword really explode with such terrifying power? And, according to Zaraki Kenpachi, holding a sword with both hands consumes almost the same energy as wielding a sword with one hand, almost negligible. Perhaps, on a purely destructive scale, Yaoi Kenpachi's two-handed sword is not as good as the tailed beast bomb, but in terms of frontal cutting and destructive power, even Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb can hardly resist the two-handed sword. So far, Tutai and Oliver finally understood. Why does Master Raikage care so much about a 10-year-old boy? This is simply a human-tailed beast. This kid, the growth rate is really amazing. I used to watch him wielding a sword with one hand. I didn't expect that when holding a sword in both hands, the combat power is so terrifying. If it was his heyday, once he entered the state of holding swords in both hands, one knife would be enough to kill me. It's really scary. 3rd Raikage rubbed his brows with his hands, thinking silently. Although Oliver's 2-day swordsmanship teaching did not meet his expected requirements, it still had a certain effect. To be precise, Yaoi Kenpachi learned Oliver's sword skills on the first day. However, I almost forgot about it the next day, and only remembered the simplest two-handed sword. Advertisement in just one day, he gave up the idea of continuing to practice. This kid was afraid that he would become too strong, lose the enemies around him, and fall back into the state before he first met him. Emptiness. Boring, surrounded by miscellaneous fish. Human beings will never be happy no matter how many ants they trample to death. According to Yaoi Kenpachi's talent, if he wants to concentrate on cultivation, he will fall into that state in a short time, whether it is Raikage, Hokage, Kazekage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, they will all turn into ants. Just 10 years old, he has such a strong strength. Tutai crossed his hands and said in a deep voice, when he is fully grown, even if he wants to run for the 4th Raikage, his subordinates will support him. Indeed, boy Aina, his strength is very good, but it's a pity that he met Kenpachi. 3rd Raikage said rather regretfully, our Cloud Shinobi village advocates power. As long as it is from the Yaoi clan, the strongest can become Raikage. Although for his own son, Yaoi, a bit of a pity that I might lose my qualifications as 4th Raikage. But, if the skills are not as good as people, then there is nothing to say. Yaoi Kenpachi's strength and talent are indeed far superior to Yaoi's, there is no comparison between the two. Perhaps, Yaoi will be able to have the strength to rival her in the future. However, if the 10-year-old Yaoi Kenpachi loosens his shackles, he will cut himself to the ground in an instant, and the gap between the two is like a moat, which cannot be made up by hard work. Oliver was devastated physically and mentally. At this moment, he didn't want to say anything at all, and his eyes were empty. To him, anyone can be a Raikage, as long as they can keep themselves away from that evil spirit. As if thinking of something, 3rd Raikage suddenly had a headache. It was just a plan to delay the attack. Unexpectedly, Kenpachi completed the practice of swordsmanship in just one day. By the way, Oliver, the guiding ninja, left a deep psychological shadow. Tutai, come and give me a trick. Advertisement? What? I promised Kenpachi that if he finished his swordsmanship training, we would discuss it and let him go to the Konoha village one-on-one. Tutai was full of question marks. No, Lord Raikage, no matter how strong that young man is, it would be too messy to single out Konoha village by himself. Isn't this just sending him to death? A ninja with a normal brain circuit would not make this request. But, for Zaraki Kenpachi, who only has eyes for fighting, he doesn't know what risk is, as long as he goes up recklessly and hacks all the enemies to death. He is obsessed with fighting, and he has been making trouble before. Tutai was stunned. This is the first time he has encountered this special situation, and he has no idea how to deal with it. But, as the strategist of Cloud Shinobi village, it is his duty to solve Lord Raikage's problems. Tutai quickly started to use his little brain, thinking of a way to make Yaoi Kenpachi give up the idea of singled out Konoha village, or temporarily delaying the time. Yes, Master Raikage, if this method is used, maybe it can be restrained a little bit. Chapter 24's rank mission, capture the Uzumaki clan girls. Boom, Yaoi Kenpachi kicked the door open. They rushed directly into Raikage's office. Under the connivance of 3rd Raikage, the nearby Cloud Shinobi Anbu did not respond at all, but kept silent and guarded all around. Old man, I have completed my swordsmanship training. When will I arrange for a Cloud Shinobi ninja to lead the way? I'm going to chop the strong man of Konoha. You can't say nothing. As if remembering a certain bet, Yaoi Kenpachi said excitedly. Compared with Oliver's appetizer, the many powerhouses hidden in Konoha village are the ones that Yaoi Kenpachi is eager to fight. Even the old man is very afraid of Konoha's strength. It's really exciting. In this village, is there any strong man who can make himself a full meal? Well, of course I won't count my words. When to set off? I can do it right away, but before I leave, I still have an S-level mission here. I don't know if you dare to take it on. 3rd Raikage looked solemn. From the desk, a sealed scroll was taken out. Handed it to Yaoi Kenpachi. This is an important S-level task, and it was necessary to send Cloud Shinobi ninjas to Konoha village to carry out the task. Since Yaoi Kenpachi wants to go, then, just entrust this S-level mission to him. S-level mission? That's right. According to our spies in Konoha village, we accidentally discovered the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. She has a very special chakra on her body, and she is naturally good at various sealing techniques. She is the best container for tailed beasts. The Uzumaki clan are distant blood relatives of the Senju clan, an ethnic group descended from Ashura. Family members are good at using sealing technique. Uzumaki Ashina is the patriarch who leads the Uzumaki clan. With his strong strength, he established Uzumaki country Uzushio hidden village and became the head of the village. Later, under his leadership, he joined Konoha village and signed a friendship treaty with first Hokage Senju Hashirama. In order to reflect the friendship between the two countries for generations, Konoha senior officials printed the Uzumaki family logo on Jonin clothing. Accordingly, a deep friendship and bond has been maintained between the two countries. Advertisement, however, due to the powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, disasters were encountered in the end. Although it was declared to be other countries, who were afraid of the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, 3rd Raikage dismissed it. He knew very well that it was Konoha's root who actually did it. The Uzumaki clan is almost extinct. The surviving clansmen are also anonymous and scattered all over the world. First generation 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito is old, and it is estimated that he will not have a long time to live. Presumably, the Konoha executives are also planning to find members of the Uzumaki family. Train them into second generation 9 Tails Jinchuriki. As the strongest tailed beast, if we let them pass it on so easily, it will be a great disadvantage to our Cloud Shinobi village, so your task is to snatch this girl back in Konoha village. 3rd Raikage said in a deep voice. As long as the orphan of the Uzumaki clan can be plundered into Cloud Shinobi village. Not only can it make Konoha village lose a perfect tail beast container, but it can also suppress the rampage of Cloud Shinobi village's 2 tails and 8 tails under special circumstances. We met later on the battlefield. Maybe this girl from the Uzumaki clan can forcefully snatch 9 tails from Konoha village. Although hope is very slim, people still have dreams. By the time, Cloud Shinobi village with her way, 8 tails and 9 tails. Coupled with the seed of Yaoi Kenpachi, becoming the strongest ninja village is already a top priority. Stealing people? I'm going to fight, so I don't have time to spare. That's such a pity. What a pity. Sanagakure, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and even wandering ninjas, there are countless strong ones. Originally, after you completed this task, I wanted the ninjas to take you to find them, now it seems. Play hard to get. 3rd Raikage used the strategy of the earthen platform to lure Yaoi Kenpachi with fighting. Obviously, this trick works very well. Yaoi Kenpachi, who was originally lacking in interest, quickly agreed. Just capture that girl from the Uzumaki family right away? Advertisement. That's right, but you can't make too much noise. I'm asking you to kidnap them secretly. Don't break in through the front door and cut them all down. If you meet a single enemy, it's fine for you to do it. Tisk, is it so troublesome? If you don't agree, then forget it, I'll choose another person and go to Konoha village. Don't, old man, let me try to restrain myself, is this the head office? There are fights, it's better than doing nothing. Although you can't directly single out the entire Konoha village, it's not bad to catch 1 or 2 single prey. Hearing Yaoi Kenpachi's promise, 3rd Raikage nodded in satisfaction. Kenpachi pays great attention to promises, perhaps because of his pure personality. Once he promises something, he will never break it. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about his head getting hot, and he will directly split Konoha village with a sword. Sure enough, the soil platform method is still useful. Oliver. Exist. You take 2 Chunins and head to Konoha village with Kenpachi to complete this S-rank mission. Me. Oliver's feet softened suddenly. I have just escaped from the sea of suffering, and I will soon enter the tiger's mouth again. It's not so annoying, is it? What's wrong? Faced with 3rd Raikage's question and Yaoi Kenpachi's ghostly gaze, Oliver silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva and under forced circumstances, only accepted the task with tears in his eyes. Wait until this task is done. He absolutely wants to resign and become a teacher at Ninja Academy. Chapter 25 Konoha Village Sign In. Focus on breathing. The Country of Fire. Konoha Village. Many years have passed since second Hokage Senju Tobarama passed away. The prestige of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, once suppressed the momentum of the entire ninja world, and its influence has been declining with the passage of time. If it weren't for the talent that Konoha Village has to offer, With today's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen alone, it is completely impossible to maintain the name of the strongest ninja village. At this time, Konoha village also welcomed 4 uninvited guests. They were not visiting as messengers, but as intruders, planning to sneak away the girl from the Uzumaki clan. Master Kenpachi, Konoha village is ahead. Please wait a moment, there is an enchantment covering the vicinity. If you step in rashly, you will be noticed. We have the family's secret technique, which can cover a small number of people from entering without being noticed by the enchantment. Please restrain yourself and don't act impulsively. 2 Cloud Shinobi Village Shunin. You say a word, I say a word. Before they set off, they were specially instructed by Lord 3rd Raikage to pay a little attention to Lord Kenpachi and not make too much trouble. After all, Cloud Shinobi Village is not ready for war yet. Although very unwilling, however, Konoha Village now holds 6 cage-level powerhouses. It is indeed not something that Cloud Shinobi Village can fight against. The strength of these 2 Cloud Shinobi Village Shunins is mediocre, but the family's secret technique allows them to sneak around the barrier of Konoha Village and sneak into it silently. Because of this, the 2 of them were selected for this S-level mission. Otherwise, for ordinary S-level missions, at least Jonin, or even elite Jonin-level ninjas would be required. Secret method. The hands are quickly sealed. Advertisement. The 2 Cloud Shinobi Chunin directly performed the family's secret technique. Subsequently, a strange chakra. It covered the body surface of the 4 people, completely covering up their aura. You can go in now. Then, let's get started. Yaoi Kenpachi stepped into the territory of Konoha village. The barrier protecting the village did not respond at all. At the same time, in his mind, there was also a voice. Ding, I have successfully arrived at Konoha village, and I am currently signing in. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host, you signed in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Complete concentrated breathing method, cheats. The mainstream breathing method including the breath of the sun, the breath of the moon, the breath of water, the breath of fire, the breath of thunder, the breath of wind, and the breath of rock can greatly improve the body's various functions. Function. Close black lens bracket. Unparalleled Strongman Challenge Order X1. Randomly summon otherworld strongmen to descend, and if you defeat him, you can get rich rewards. Dead Resurrection Talisman X1. It can revive a dead person, not more than 1 day. After resurrection, it will maintain its own will and combat power, and at the same time have 100% loyalty. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, every time I go to a Da-Nin village, there will be a generous sign in reward. Although the last time I checked in, I accidentally obtained the perfect Hogyoku, which led to breaking through the limit of Shinigami once, and reached the form of Broken One, and there is a weak evolution almost every day. Besides, Zaraki Kenpachi is quite satisfied with sealing the blindfold in Shinigami Haori. Comprehensive breathing method. Zaraki Kenpachi closed his eyes. In an instant, 7 breathing techniques appeared in his mind, and he had mastered them perfectly. Advertisement breathing method. It is a general term for the techniques developed by Suikuni Ichi to fight demons with a human body. The main function is to strengthen the heart and lung function so that the blood can absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, which can greatly increase the physical ability in an instant, and then temporarily have the physical ability comparable to that of a ghost. The higher state of the whole concentration breathing method is the full concentration constant middle, that can continue to concentrate on mastering breathing even in a sleep state. Mastering it proficiently is the minimum condition for approaching the strength of the column. Taking breath of the sun as the ancestor, 5 basic schools of water, thunder, flame, rock, and wind were derived from it, and then developed according to these 5 schools with various characteristics. New genre. Gorgeous sword skills, completely inconsistent with my fighting style. I don't need breathing techniques to enhance my strength. However, it is also a good choice to pass on to others as a secret book. Soon, Yaoi Kenpachi abandoned the technique of breathing. Moreover, a reasonable allocation has been made to their attribution. I don't need the power of the comprehensive breathing method, but for ordinary ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village, it is a skill to enhance strength. If it is possible to cultivate a strong person at the level of Jigwo Uni, perhaps, you can also pass the time by yourself. Moreover, the sign-in rewards this time were issued in the form of 7 cheat books. I just need to hand it over to the old man, and he will naturally choose the right person and let them practice the breathing method, so I don't need to worry about the follow-up matters. As long as 1 or 2 delicious food can appear occasionally. That's enough. Chapter 26 Challenge Order of the Unparalleled Powerhouse, split up. Soon, Yaoi Kenpachi put the comprehensive breathing method aside. He wasn't very interested in this thing, and he paid more attention to the other 2 sign-in rewards. Open black lens bracket. Challenge Order of the Unrivaled Powerhouse. Close black lens bracket. Effect. Randomly send a challenge to all the strong people in Otherworld, and those who are willing to accept the challenge will be sent to a certain location in the Hokage world. As long as the host defeats him, he can get rich rewards. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. If there are limited words for the strong in the Hokage world, then, as long as you hold the challenge order of the Unrivaled Powerhouse, you can continuously summon enemies from the Otherworld that can make you happy, to satisfy your never-ending desire to fight. For Yaoi Kenpachi, who is a fighting fanatic, this is simply the best reward. As for the other, Resurrection Talisman of the Dead, the effect is also quite good. It can also be called a miracle that people who have died for less than a day can be resurrected in place with full blood. Unfortunately, it has a time limit of 1 day. Otherwise, revive the Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that the old man said. That would definitely bring a lot of joy. The old man also said that Konoha village seems to have some kind of forbidden technique that can revive the dead. I don't know if I can meet it this time. It's really exciting. Yayoi Kenpachi raised his mouth slightly and said excitedly. The power of Konoha village. The old man has mentioned it more than once. However, Yayoi Kenpachi has never been afraid of these things. Rather, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. You three, go find that little girl. Master Kenpachi, then you. Master Third Raikage has ordered us to watch you not to mess around. I'll go right away. Hearing this, Oliver as an elite Jonin is not sleepy. Advertisement great. You can split up with this evil spirit. Although this evil spirit is powerful, if you follow him, your safety will be greatly improved. However, after 2 days of swordsmanship guidance, the sense of fear engraved in his instinct made every cell of Oliver tremble, and he didn't want to stay around Yayoi Kenpachi at all. Even Ninja Knife didn't want to hold it again. From a sword ninja, he directly transferred to a body ninja. Original, he just wanted to find a suitable excuse. On this S-rank mission, act with 2 other Cloud Shinobi Chunin. Now, Yayoi Kenpachi took the initiative to propose it, which is exactly what Oliver wants. As for whether he will make a big fuss in Konoha village. What a joke. How could he, a little elite Jonin, manage this kind of thing? Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. If you know how to measure, then there are really ghosts. Before departure, Lord Third Raikage, it can be said that he has told him countless times. If Master Kenpachi gets into trouble, not only will they fail to complete the mission of Master Third Raikage, but their lives will also be in jeopardy. After all, this is the base camp of Konoha village. It is said that there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 ninjas, and there are even many elite ninjas. Just the 4 of them. Once surrounded, it's really not enough to get between the teeth. A mouthful of saliva from one person is enough to drown them. The difference in the number of people is too great. Even if there are 4 Third Raikage, under the luxurious lineup of Konoha village, there is only one way to die with hatred. Why, you don't believe me? Advertisement? No. Of course I believe. For Yayoi Kenpachi's rhetorical question. The 2 Cloud Shinobi Chunin naturally couldn't refute anything. However, the attitude of the other party is already very obvious. If there are a few more words, the broken blade may be about to hit their heads. No way. Lord Third Raikage, it's not that we don't work hard, we really can't control Mr. Kenpachi. Okay, you guys go, I'll just hang out for a while. Like impatient. Before Yayoi Kenpachi waited for the 3 to answer, he stepped lightly and left here directly. The speed is fast. Let the 2 Cloud Shinobi Chunin have no chance to react at all. I can't capture the trajectory of movement at all. Master Kenpachi is really powerful, so there is no other way. No way, let's go to carry out the task. We can only pray for that evil ghost. Don't make too much noise. Oliver discussed with the 2 Cloud Shinobi Chunin carefully. So he decided on the next course of action, directly according to the location in the intelligence, subdued the girls of the Uzumaki family, and then quickly brought them back to the territory of Cloud Shinobi village. As for Yayoi Kenpachi, they are not qualified to manage, and relying on his strength, they are determined to leave. It is estimated that Konoha village can't stop it. Chapter 27 Uzumaki Kushina, Valuable Prey, Clatter. Clatter, a small stone was flying by rubbing against the surface of the water. 5 or 6 jumps on the water. After the inertia was exhausted, it slowly sank. This is a very simple little game. Its name is Waterfloat, and almost every child in Konoha village will play this game. Well, it's not far away at all. The one who threw the small stone was a girl about 10 years old. She has long fiery red hair, a hairpin pinned to the left side of her bun, and is wearing a light-colored kimono. She looks like an optimistic, cheerful, and positive girl. Picture. Certainly, the most eye-catching thing is her huge amount of chakra. Although only 10 years old, chakra is no less than an ordinary Jonin. She is the girl of the Uzumaki family, Uzumaki Kushina. Since she witnessed the demise of Uzumaki, she lived in miserable wars every day. She was very aware of the pain of losing her country and family, and yearned for a peaceful and stable life from the bottom of her heart. Hey, what are you doing? Wow, Yayoi Kenpachi's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Uzumaki Kushina, who was playing, floating in the water, by himself, suddenly trembled and almost lost his footing. Who are you? Why did you suddenly speak in someone's ear? It scared me to death. Yasuki Kenpachi, this is my name. Carrying his broken blade, Yayoi Kenpachi looked at the fiery red-haired girl. Not because of her lovely looks, it was because of her special chakra that Yayoi Kenpachi was attracted. Advertisement: if she grows up smoothly, her adult chakra volume may be no less than that of the old man. She has good potential and is a target that can be killed in the future. Soon, Yayoi Kenpachi made a conclusion in his heart. That's right, the other party's lovely appearance. He can't shake his heart at all. Whether he has the value of fighting is what Yayoi Kenpachi cares about. Yayoi. A surname I've never heard of. Uzumaki Kushina said, a little puzzled. However, this creek is so remote. What are you doing here? Attracted by you, chakra, Yayoi Kenpachi told the truth. Pure emotion, easily detectable. What's more, Uzumaki Kushina, as a member of the Uzumaki family, has the Kagura hard eye. This is a ninjutsu that can see through the emotions of the other party, and can also conduct large-scale investigations. It can even detect chakra anomalies within a radius of tens of kilometers, and can also lock the location, movement, and even the number of people, characteristics, and moving speed. So, is what Yayoi Kenpachi said true? Don't be joking. Uzumaki Kushina blushed and said, it was the first time for her to be confessed. So simply and neatly. She had never been in love before, and she seemed a little at a loss at this moment. I'm not kidding. Well, you are not afraid of me? Not daring to meet Yayoi Kenpachi's pure eyes, Uzumaki Kushina wrapped her fingers around her red hair and whispered. When she first came to Ninja Academy, when the students asked about Kushina's future dreams, she didn't want to be looked down upon and wanted to impress the students, so she yelled, I want to be the first female Hokage. Such a heroic declaration, but the students don't like this. They think it's too much for a young girl who has just arrived and clamored to be a Hokage. Advertisements, so the boys began to play tricks on Kushina, who nicknamed her Tomato, when they saw her fiery red hair and round face. Originally, the Whirlpool Kushina himself also recognized it. But the boys were still relentless, and she was so angry that she once followed them and beat them up one by one. So the Vortex Kushina got a new title, Blood Red Pepper. It is precisely because of this that until now, she has no friends, only playing alone, and even a little disgusted with her fiery red hair. Why are you afraid? Yayoi Kenpachi said puzzledly, it's better to say that you are my type. Possesses enough potential. An opponent who can fight against him in the future. All of them are the type that Yayoi Kenpachi likes. He will quietly wait for the opponent's growth, and then eat this food, without any leftovers to satisfy his desire to fight. In the face of pure, emotional offensive. Coupled with Yayoi Kenpachi's handsome face, and his willingness to fully accept his own practice. It made this 10-year-old girl feel a little dizzy, and her face became more and more rosy, as if she couldn't stand it. Ming is only the first time meeting, why do you like me? Like is like, there is no reason, could it be that? If you want to hunt valuable enemies, do you still need to find a reason? Yayoi Kenpachi doesn't have this spare time, if he wants to fight, then fight, it's that simple. Chapter 28 The Bond of the Two, Cage Level Strikes. Well, known as Blood Red Pepper, Uzumaki Kushina, who had beaten up almost all the boys at the Ninja Academy, now had a delicate little face that also became hot. It was the first time she met such pure emotion without any impurities. Here, to you. Uzumaki Kushina was a little flustered. He picked up a flat pebble from the ground and handed it to Yayoi Kenpachi. Are you? Will you be in vain, just like me before? Oh, that's easy. Yayoi Kenpachi took the pebble and did not refuse. In his view, this is a challenge from the other party. Because her own strength is too weak, it is impossible to fight with herself during this period, so she can only choose another method to compete with herself. To this, Yayoi Kenpachi is never afraid of a challenge. Although it is impossible to satisfy one's desire to fight like fighting. However, it should be a good pastime to kill your boring time once in a while. He raised the pebble in his hand, aimed it at the river in front of him, and with a little effort, threw it directly. Boom, like a cannonball. The pebbles boomed directly into the water. The nearly 7 or 8 meter high water waves directly chilled Uzumaki Kushina standing by the river. Clothes are completely soaked. It's a pity that she is a little girl who has not developed, and there is nothing to look at all. And, for Yayoi Kenpachi, who only loves fighting and is comparable to a straight man of steel. There's nothing fancy about this stuff, not attractive at all. Looking at the turbulent river in front of him, Uzumaki Kushina opened his mouth slightly, as if in disbelief. This power is so strong. Advertisement, it's okay, just throw it away casually, it's better to say that your strength is too weak. However, this is not a win. Why? The splash I make is bigger than yours. Listen well, the competition for floating in the water is the flying distance and the number of times you hit the water surface, not who makes the biggest splash. Uzumaki Kushina picked up a pebble and said, look good already. Lean your body back. Arms and body are about 45, half squat down. After aiming at the water surface, use the strength of your shoulders to launch it and lightly wipe the water surface. Clatter, clatter, although it only clicked the water surface 5 or 6 times. However, due to the power of the ninja, it is far better than the level of ordinary people. Therefore, the pebbles thrown by Uzumaki Kushina flew directly for a distance of more than 50 meters, just like throwing a shuriken. Okay, let me try. Yayoi Kenpachi, who knows the rules of the game. He picked up a pebble again, adjusted his posture a little, and threw it out casually. Boom, the power of terror poured out again, didn't hit the water. However, under the blessing of strength, it flew directly to a distance of hundreds of meters, and shattered a small rock heavily. No, we are both about 10 years old. Why is your strength so terrifying? If you hit a human body, you will be headshot in minutes. Tisk. I can't touch the water surface. Such a big force, of course, can't hit the water surface, it can't bear it at all. TCH, then you win. Yayoi Kenpachi is not someone who can't afford to lose. He waved his hand and said, next time, I hope you can really defeat me, fight. I didn't win, it's a draw at best. Uzumaki Kushina shook his head and said. The number of times he clicked on the water surface has a certain advantage. But, advertisement in throwing distance. I can't compare to Kenpachi at all. I guess I can't catch up with that kind of terrifying strange power in my whole life. But, Winning or losing in vain is not important to Uzumaki Kushina. Being able to find a close, good friend, is what makes her happiest. As for whether to agree to Kenpachi's confession, she feels that she still needs to think about it a little bit. Kenpachi's emotions are pure. Admit it without evasion, like yourself, combat potential, this type. This made the 10-year-old girl a little happy. Although Uzumaki Kushina may have a little misunderstanding, it can be regarded as the bond of the two. Okay, let's stop here for the little game. The guy who was peeking over there should probably come out. Or do you want me to invite you out? Like noticed something? Yayoi Kenpachi pointed the broken blade in a certain direction and said. This chakra. There is no doubt that it is the cage level that the old man said. Before setting off, I promised the old man that I would not be able to attack Konoha village head-on, but would only be able to find a single enemy to fight. If you can't meet the enemy who is alone, then you can only return empty-handed. Did not expect. My luck is pretty good. The movement of the water floating in front attracted a certain cage-level expert from Konoha village. A figure appeared in front of the two in an instant. Chapter 29 Konoha's White Fang Mosaku Hitaki appears. A figure appeared in front of the two in an instant. She has long silver-white hair, a ponytail, a white armband with a red triangle on her left shoulder, and a short chakra blade in her hand, White Fang. Exuding white chakra light, it is his most trusted weapon. He has carried out countless missions with this short blade. Known as, when the teeth shine, they become sharp teeth that destroy darkness. He is the elite Jonin of Konoha village, but with the title of Konoha's White Fang Megatron Ninja World, he is a genius ninja who surpasses Sanin in strength, moves forward courageously, and is active. Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Maosho, like an abyss, with bottomless potential. And this terrifying pressure. This boy, who seems to be only about 10 years old, already possesses a cage-level chakra. Moreover, he has a feeling that he is suppressing his strength. Holding the chakra short blade, White Fang, Mosaku Hitaki said with a serious expression. Some time ago, when Mosaku Hitaki sneaked into the enemy camp to perform a secret mission as the captain, he was forced to make a dilemma. Carry out the mission or save his companions. According to the regulations, it is strictly forbidden to give up the mission, but he gave up the mission in order to save the lives of his companions. The companions in the village blamed him for the loss of the village, and finally even the companions he rescued began to blame him. This makes this Konoha hero. I was so persecuted physically and mentally that when I went for a walk in the countryside, I accidentally discovered the container of 9 tails Jinchuriki. As well as Yazuki Kenpachi, Hitaki Mosaku's gaze was fixed on the 10-year-old boy. He has the insight to see through the enemy's potential, and prophesied to his 5-year-old son Hitaki Kakashi that Might Guy will become his future rival. It turns out, Mashuo Hitaki's vision was not wrong. Might Guy with 8 gates fully open, even in a short time, burst into 6 paths level light. Advertisement. Although it was only a flash in the pan, it almost kicked out of the finale. Hitaki Jonin? Uzumaki Kushina said a little surprised. Because of Hitaki Maosho's active performance, almost every child will know him. At the same time, he gave up the mission because of saving his companions. It also received a lot of criticism. However, for Hitaki Maosho's behavior, Uzumaki Kushina still chose to support and respect this powerful senior as always. Hitaki? It seems that my luck is not bad. You are the Konoha's White Fang who is good at swordsmanship, as the old man said. I heard that you seem to be stronger than me. Yayoi Kenpachi grinned and said with a fighting spirit. He took the words that third Raikage used to trick him into practicing swordsmanship, and he regarded Hitaki as a stronger opponent than himself. In this way, you need to show your full strength. Have a good time with him. This battle is destined to be unavoidable, and Yayoi Kenpachi will not just watch the prey leave. Young man, you are Yazuki Kenpachi. Remember, this is the name that is about to kill you. Yayoi, Cloud Shinobi village. Hitaki Mosaku's gloomy look disappeared immediately. Instead, there is a staring face. He had never heard of the messenger from Cloud Shinobi village, who came to Konoha village for diplomacy during this time. That is to say, did the other party say trespassing? There was no response from the barrier at all, and none of the Konoha Shinobi users noticed that something was wrong, and he appeared next to the container of 9 tails Jinchuriki, and these things were quickly connected together. Advertisement. Is it her now? Hitaki's eyes shifted to Uzumaki Kushina. Cloud Shinobi village really has a good plan to take away the container of the next 9 tails Jinchuriki. If it weren't for the loud bang in front, I am afraid. I didn't notice it myself. There is someone here. I will come here to take a look. Anyway, I am still an elite Jonin of Konoha village. The invasion of Cloud Shinobi village must be stopped immediately, even if the other party is only a 10-year-old boy. Uzumaki Kushina, get away from that boy. Why? It is clear. Uzumaki Kushina was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. In her view, Yayoi Kenpachi is a good friend she just met, not an enemy. And the respected Hitaki Jonin himself. Suddenly, his expression became so tense, and he assumed an attacking stance. Okay, you go and stay aside, the next battle is not for you to watch. Yayoi Kenpachi's blood was boiling, and he said excitedly, you are my prey, I will not let you be robbed. Okay. Yazuki Kenpachi's words are obviously much more useful than those of Hitaki Mashuo. Uzumaki Kushina stammered and agreed. Seeing his future prey, and the container of the next 9 tails Jinchuriki, run to safety. Yasuki Kenpachi and Hitaki Mosaku looked at each other. In this way, then they can unleash their full strength to fight. Chapter 30 Cloud Shinobi Demon vs Konoha's White Fang. Without any warning, Mosaku Hitaki waved the White Fang in his hand and immediately launched an offensive. This is not a competition between two people. The other party's identity is the spy of Cloud Shinobi Village, so I must use all my strength to kill him here quickly. Under the raid of Konoha's White Fang, those who can escape with their lives need at least cage-level strength. Ping. He raised the broken sword in his hand. Yui Kenpachi easily arrived at the blow and stuck him firmly in front of him, unable to take half a step forward. Very good speed, however, the strength is still lacking a little. What's the matter? The guy who was praised by the old man and has more strength than me, only has this ability. Yui Kenpachi laughed out loud, although the other party did not show the power he imagined. But it's also much better than appetizers. Presumably, this time, I can pass my boring time a little bit, right? Don't take my age into account, just use all your strength to strike. This is the real battle, hesitation will only lead to defeat. Lightning style. Mosaku Hitaki performed Chakra's nature transformation in an instant. Raging Thunder Attribute Chakra. Conducted on the White Fang, the penetrating power has been greatly improved. To be frank, Yasuki Kenpachi's strength has far exceeded Hitaki's expectations. The amount of chakra can judge a person's strength to a certain extent, but it is not absolute. Before the fight, he had already felt Yui Kenpachi, comparable to cage-level chakra. Did not expect. Advertisement this 10-year-old boy has such a keen fighting instinct. The moment I made a surprise attack, I made a defense, and blocked my offensive without any pressure. That kind of berserk power is definitely not something I can knock down head-on. Stimulate the body's cells with Thunder Chakra. Although it is not as high as 3rd Raikage's lightning-style chakra mode. But this also made Hitaki Maosho, who was already amazingly fast, so fast that there was no aftermid left, quickly appeared behind Yui Kenpachi, aimed at his neck and slashed directly. This blow, to take off the enemy's head, however, Yui Kenpachi didn't dodge or evade, and stood directly on the spot. Clang. It's like slashing into solid steel. Pale golden Ryatsu, forming the Ryatsu wall, hinders this blow from Hitaki Mosaku. In the previous battles, as long as he used this trick, he could easily cut off the enemy's head, but this time, the situation changed slightly. Barely cut off the barrier formed by cage-level chakra. The White Fang, infused with Thunder Attribute Chakra, could barely cut through the opponent's neck, and a drop of blood flowed out. So hard, it's really a fierce attack. Yui Kenpachi turned his head and said, but it's still far behind the old man's fist. Backhand sword. The light golden sword pressure cut the ground directly. Even the river in front was divided into two, so that the water flow on both sides could not merge together. If it is not dodged in time, I am afraid, even Hitaki Maosho will be cut in two. After all, not everyone has the terrifying physical fitness of 3rd Raikage. The vast majority of ninjas are unable to resist the blade, even a small kunai. As long as it hits the vital point, it will take them away life. What kind of strange ninjutsu is this? Earth style? No, the Thunder Attribute Chakra should restrain Earth style. Advertisement. Several thoughts flashed through Hitaki Mosaku's mind in an instant. Ninjutsu with such defensive power is basically only Earth Attribute Chakra, or Lightning Style Chakra mode of 3rd Raikage. But the Lightning Style I use, for the Earth Attribute Chakra should be perfect. It is impossible not to penetrate the opponent's defense. Such a strange phenomenon, even Hitaki Maosho, who has been in the field for a long time, is the first time he has encountered such a strange phenomenon. Hey, there is confusion in your blade. If it's an attack of this level, you can't defeat me. Yui Kenpachi said lightly. With the previous blow, he felt a kind of confusion in the blade. This man, who was called Konoha's White Fang, seemed to be full of confusion at the moment, as if he was affected by something, which made him unable to fight with himself with all his strength. If it is this level of fighting, but Yui Kenpachi is far from satisfied. Confused. Putting aside extraneous thoughts, Yui Kenpachi growled, immerse myself in the battle? Stop talking nonsense. Drink. The two fought together again. It's Cloud Shinobi's goblin, top-notch confrontation with Konoha's White Fang. Chapter 31 The Cut-Off Sealed Blindfold, Konoha's White Fang. It's a nice hunt, although it doesn't have the strength and speed of the old man, but in terms of skills, the sharp sword skills are enough to make Yui Kenpachi feel tricky. But the more difficult the opponent is, the more valuable it is to hunt. Hahaha. This is interesting, go ahead and cut it. Abandon the confusion in your heart and immerse yourself in the battle. Under Hitaki Mosaku's sharp sword skills, Yui Kenpachi's body has added a lot of scars, but they are all just skin trauma. Although Hitaki Maosho was not cut, however, Yui Kenpachi couldn't stop laughing wildly from the bottom of his heart. Mosaku Hitaki turned into a thunderbolt and charged at Yasuki Kenpachi again. This time, the White Fang aimed at the opponent's heart and shouted loudly. Young man, what are you laughing at? Crack. White Fang, sharp blade. Yui Kenpachi grabbed the palm of his hand with his bare hands and pierced the skin on his hand. Sorry, this is the second time I have met an opponent who can be called an enemy. So I was so happy that I couldn't help laughing. It's only fun enough to kill an enemy with enough strength. In the short confrontation, Yaoi Kenpachi has already felt the confusion in the other party's heart. It seems to be a denial of one's own value. If he doesn't salvate him, this interesting enemy will very likely choose the path of self-destruction. Such a ridiculous thing. Yazuki Kenpachi will never let him happen. Then, you have to do it yourself to end the life of Konoha's white Fang, and let him die on the battlefield instead of dying in your own home as a wimp. Full of murderous emotions, Yaoi Kenpachi brandished his broken blade and made a move. Drink, damn, this kind of strange power. Advertisement, what's the matter? Come again, just let the horse come over. Young man, don't be too complacent. An opportunity was seized. The broken blade directly cut through Hitaki Mashuo's left shoulder, cutting a wound on the spot. If it wasn't for Hitaki Mashuo's timely response, I am afraid that this arm will be lost. Hoo. Because I was emotionally impulsive, I was careless for the time being. The strength of this young man has far exceeded my imagination. He can only use his sword skills to deal with it, and he cannot compete head-on with strength and speed, otherwise this will happen. Super high-intensity battles. Mashuo Hitaki's breathing also became rapid. This kind of combat intensity, ordinary cage-level powerhouses can't give him, only enemies at the level of 3rd Raikage can do it. Okay, I'm almost used to it, your fancy sword skills. Habit? Can sword skills be used to? What is this boy talking about? I once learned swordsmanship for 2 days, and I barely remembered it. Yaoi Kenpachi moved his body and said with a smirk, thank you for reminding my muscles of this feeling. Distance from last time. Several days have passed since the battle with the old man. Yazuki Kenpachi felt that he was getting rusty, and now the battle with Hitaki Mashuo happened to be a warm-up exercise for his shoulders. Then, I will use this blade to repay you. Indeed, it is completely different from the previous momentum. Today's Yaoi Kenpachi has become more dangerous, like a beast just out of the cage. Cut. Take a step forward. Yaoi Kenpachi swung his sword violently. This sword, sharper than before, swift, concise, and full of killing intent. Let Hitaki Mashuo even feel the feeling of death in his heart. Biting the tip of his tongue hard to wake up his mind, Hitaki Mosaku quickly dodged away and survived. Advertisement back, already drenched in cold sweat. Obviously, he just swung the sword in a straight line, and his movements were easy to see through. When encountering such naive enemies on weekdays, Hitaki Mosaku doesn't even need 3 seconds to completely resolve the battle. But, now it meets Yaoi Kenpachi. The enemies that Hitaki Mashuo met before are not at the same level at all. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. If it continues, I may die at the hands of this young man. However, his defense is really amazing. Even cutting off the neck is useless. Then, just aim for the eyes and pierce the brain with one blow? Hitaki Mosaku's gaze was fixed on Yazuki Kenpachi. I'm afraid that if one is not paying attention, the other party will disappear from my vision, and then I will be cut in two. At the same time, in his heart, he also chose the next attack site. It's all blocked by this blow. Drink, quiet like a virgin, move like a rabbit. Using the thunder attribute chakra to stimulate the muscles of the legs, the speed that is no less than that of 3rd Raikage burst out in an instant. He raised his white fang and stabbed Yaoi Kenpachi directly in the eye. Wow, instinctively sensed the danger of Yazuki Kenpachi. Turning his head slightly, with a slight distance, the white fang brushed against his cheek. A faint bloodstain appeared on Yaoi Kenpachi's face. Beheaded together. There is also the sealed blindfold that has been worn on the left eye and has never been taken off even when sleeping. Subsequently, in Hitaki Mosaku's ears, Yazuki Kenpachi's angry roar rang. Idiot! What have you done? Chapter 32 Horrible Ryotsu. Disappointment at Kenpachi. Idiot! What have you? A roar full of anger. Hitaki Mashuo couldn't understand why he was so angry because he just cut off the opponent's blindfold. However, next second, he completely understood why Yaoi Kenpachi was so angry. Breaking through the limit of Shinigami Ryotsu, entering the realm of Broken One, and due to the 120% bonus of taking off the ceiling blindfold, the total amount of Ryotsu of Yazuki Kenpachi instantly broke through to the 6 paths level. Scary Ryotsu. Like a runaway wild horse, it was released wantonly. Almost all the ninjas in Konoha village felt this surge of Ryotsu. Even weak guy. Just feeling the strength of Yaoi Kenpachi's Ryotsu, he fell into a coma, without even the ability to move. What a huge chakra. This is, even 9 tails, the strongest tailed beast, can't match it. Inside the boy's body, has such a terrifying power been sealed? Bearing the terror of Yazuki Kenpachi head on Ryotsu. Even cage-level Mosaku Hitaki couldn't help but tremble in his body at the moment. Levels of both parties, it is not a dimensional existence at all. If it wasn't for Yaoi Kenpachi using the ceiling blindfold to try his best to control his Ryotsu output and want to enjoy the joy of normal fighting, I am afraid that this unequal battle would end in an instant. Ryotsu, speed, strength, it is completely different from the previous existence. Just swaying the blade lightly, it was so fast that Hitaki Mashuo couldn't react at all. Tick-tock. Advertisement, tick-tock. Mosaku Hitaki's face froze instantly. Before I could react at all, I was holding the right hand of White Fang, but I didn't know when it was cut off directly, and it turned into a broken limb and fell to the ground. He turned his head stiffly. The lightly swaying sword blade directly cut off the ground of thousands of meters. The pale golden sword pressure instantly burned everything, and even the air became scorching hot. Hateful. Lightning style, lightning strike. Mosaku Hitaki formed a mudra with one hand, and quickly released a low-level ninjutsu. For a cage-level powerhouse like him, it is not very difficult to make one-handed seals. As long as the number of seals is small, it can still be done. The target of the lightning release, not Yaoi Kenpachi directly ahead. Because of this C-level ninjutsu, for him, it has no lethality at all. Hitaki Mashuo released it on his broken right arm. If he didn't stop the bleeding as soon as possible, he would soon die from excessive blood loss. Hoo-hoo, massive blood loss. It made Hitaki Mosaku's vision blurry. Idiot. You actually cut off my blindfold, which makes me unable to control my strength. Blindfold. That's the seal. Yaoi Kenpachi walked forward slowly, full of disappointment and said, I suppressed my Ryatsu release with the blindfold in order to enjoy the battle better. He loathes his own strength. He hates the infinite evolution of perfect Hogyoku. If he continues to grow like this, the only battle he loves will be completely deprived of it. Nobody able to withstand their own strength. With a light wave of the sword, it will be like crushing an ant, beheading it here. If it really becomes like that, I'm afraid Yaoi Kenpachi will also go crazy lonely, just like a smoker who forcibly quits smoking. This is really painful to the extreme. Because of this, he will wear the sealing blindfold. In this case, fighting with Hitaki Mashuo will make Yazuki Kenpachi feel the joy of fighting. Advertisement, are you still standing? Certainly. Forget it, your right hand holding the sword has been cut off by me, and it has lost its hunting value. Looking at Mashuo Hitaki, whose footsteps are flimsy, Yaoi Kenpachi said regretfully, not only did he lose a lot of blood in his right arm, but he also endured the Ryatsu that erupted from him all the time, and he was able to barely stand up and act. You can praise him for his strong will. As for fighting, Yaoi Kenpachi doesn't think that the opponent can continue to fight in this situation. Let's stop here for this aftertaste, and it can be regarded as barely giving me some time to pass the time. Yaoi Kenpachi picked up the sealed blindfold that was cut off. Fine. No damage occurred. Otherwise, Yaoi Kenpachi will have a very headache, which will reduce his own fun. Put the sealing eye patch back on. Crazy cathartic Ryatsu. It was suppressed in an instant, and returned to Yaoi Kenpachi's body. Then, I'll go first. Stop. Stop, no more shadows of Ryatsu. Hitaki Mashuo, who was seriously injured, suddenly became more solid, and he shouted with a look of unwillingness on his face. As a ninja of Konoha village, even if you are questioned by countless people, you must protect the village. Such a dangerous guy, he must not be allowed to mess around in the village. Otherwise, it will definitely cause huge casualties and destruction. Why? You're so noisy. Yaoi Kenpachi slowly turned his head, looked at him with hell-like eyes, and said lightly, you finally got your life back, so you can't lie on the ground obediently, is it on? Chapter 33 The Broken White Fang, the end of Hitaki Mosaku. You finally got your life back, so can't you lie on the ground obediently? Because of Hitaki Mashuo's strength, Yaoi Kenpachi also recognized the other party and thought he was an interesting enemy. So, even if it is the enemy's position, he is willing to let him live. However, the other party didn't seem to think so. He could survive as long as he confessed, but he had to fight himself to the death. I really don't know if this guy is out of his mind. Are you kidding me? We haven't decided the winner yet, you can't leave. Even if you risk your life, I will also intercept you here. On the forehead of Hitaki Mashuo, cold sweat continued to flow, and he said firmly. His loyalty and love for Konoha village. It is possible to have an extremely firm belief, but once the village betrays him, this belief will fall apart in an instant, and it will completely turn into despair, and eventually go to self-destruction. Anyway, he is just a failed ninja who can't even complete the task. So, just bet your life here, try to stop this evil boy as much as possible, even if it only weakens his power a little bit, it will be enough. Hey, are you crazy? The battle has just ended. I'm not interested in continuing to play against enemies who have lost their combat effectiveness. While I'm in a good mood now, you can still live. For Hitaki Mashuo who has lost his right arm, Yazuki Kenpachi didn't even think about turning around. A ninja who makes his living with swordsmanship, after losing his right hand holding the sword, his combat effectiveness can be said to have dropped sharply, and even ninjutsu seals are difficult to do. Today's Hitaki Mashuo is not even as good as an appetizer. Really? The determination in Hitaki Mosaku's eyes became more determined. Since this is the case, it is even more impossible to say that the battle is over, because I can continue to fight. Tread, advertisement. He completely ignored Hitaki Mashuo's words. Yazuki Kenpachi walked in the direction Uzumaki Kushina left. This enemy has lost its value. Then, it's time for me to catch the next potential prey. For Yaoi Kenpachi, it is not in the process of fighting or on the way of fighting, so that he can make himself physically and mentally happy. Don't leave. Speak up, or, you're scared. Come back to me, boy. Mosaku Hitaki, who is normally calm, shouted loudly at this moment. However, Yaoi Kenpachi didn't intend to stop, and didn't even want to pay attention to him. He clenched his teeth. Mosaku Hitaki picked up the white fang on the ground with his left hand. With the last bit of chakra in his body, and the last bit of strength, he poured it all into this blow, and stabbed Yaoi Kenpachi in the back. He knows. This blow could not penetrate the opponent's defense at all. Even the degree of minor injuries is difficult to achieve, at most it is just scratching the skin. And, once you do this, the only end is death, no matter how kind the other party is, they will not turn a blind eye to an attacking enemy. Mosaku Hitaki did not regret doing so. This is also the last bit of life value for this failed ninja. That's right, instead of committing suicide at home, in order to protect the village, being able to die in the hands of the enemy may be the best destination. Holding the belief of seeing death as home, he launched a death charge. Humph. Yayoi Kenpachi chuckled. I have already felt the other party's belief. If you show mercy, it will be disrespect to the enemy. That being the case, advertisement then, I followed his wish and let him leave this world, decently, which can be regarded as a reward for myself to spend some time. It's really troublesome. This time, Yayoi Kenpachi turned around and raised the broken blade in his hand. Well, just rush over. Ah, that's it, let's end. This time, Yayoi Kenpachi didn't burst out with his sword pressure. Because, Hitaki Maosho, who knocked down the candle in the wind, no longer needed so much strength, just waved the blade lightly, and his life could be taken away. Broken blade. Hitaki Mosaku's white fang was severed, and his body was also cut in two. Bright red blood poured out continuously. Konoha's white fang, that once shocked the battlefield. It also came to an end. Yazuki Kenpachi looked at Mashuo Hitaki, who was completely dead in front of him, and said, If you didn't cut off my blindfold, you might be a good enemy. I am very happy to be able to fight with you, Hitaki Mosaku. Except for the old man, I can barely remember your name. In this battle, I barely enjoyed it in the early stage. Then, the remaining strong men in Konoha village will be put there for the time being, and wait for the next hunting. Prey is limited. If you finish hunting at once, you will be starved in the future. Yayoi Kenpachi won't do things like exhausting the lake to fish. Moreover, Konoha village is an outstanding place with many talents, and it is a good place to continuously cultivate enemies, who can make you feel happy. In view of this benefit, Yayoi Kenpachi will not completely destroy it for a while. Chapter 34 The Resurrection Talisman of the Dead, Breath of the Sun. Hitaki Mosaku. He's quite an interesting guy. It would be a pity to withdraw from the stage of history like this. Looking at the dead body of Hitaki Mosaku, Yayoi Kenpachi didn't leave directly, but stood there thoughtfully. With a thought, a pure black spell appeared in his palm, which contained mysterious power and could even bring the dead back to life. This ability alone, in the Hokage world, it is enough to attract the attention of countless people. Then, come back from the underworld, Hitaki Mosaku released the Resurrection Talisman of the Dead in his hand. The pure black charm fell on Hitaki Mashuo's body and instantly merged into it. The power to reverse life and death, it works instantly. The densely packed mysterious runes instantly enveloped the entire corpse, wrapping it in a pitch-black sphere. After 10 seconds, the black ball disappeared before Yayoi Kenpachi's eyes. Instead, it was the perfectly revived, Konoha's white fang, Hitaki Mashuo, whose body was intact. Not only that, although he still maintains his will, he has 100% loyalty to Yayoi Kenpachi. Is this the underworld? No, I pulled you back from the underworld. Impure world reincarnation? What is this? Yazuki Kenpachi showed interest in the forbidden technique that Hitaki Mosaku said. The ability to bring the dead back to life, this ability to play with the soul. With Hitaki Maosho's insight, I am afraid that there is only the forbidden technique invented by second Hokage Senju Toburama, Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation. Advertisement. This is the Otherworld Summoning S-Class forbidden technique developed by second Hokage Senju Toburama. This technique can re-summon the dead ninja soul to the world, and resurrect it in the form of an entity. Hitaki Maosho after resurrection. In the face of Yayoi Kenpachi's inquiry, there should not be any answer. But, although he resisted a little in his heart, his body moved involuntarily, and he told all the information he already knew. However, this S-level forbidden technique, if you haven't read the Book of Seals, you don't know its principle at all. By extracting a certain amount of flesh from the deceased, the body of the living is used as a container for the soul of the deceased. Then summon the soul of the dead from the pure land of the underworld to the present world, let the soul of the dead attach to the container, and cover the body of the living with dust, thus transforming into the appearance of the dead. Burying the kunai engraved with a talisman into the back of the deceased's head can erase the consciousness of the deceased. Whether or not to retain emotional will is entirely at the discretion of the caster. The caster needs to collect a large number of dead bodies before performing this technique. At the same time, the caster can also release the control. In addition, if the seal of the spell is known by the deceased can cancel the summoning contract with the summoner and get out of control. The original usage of this spell was with tandem paper bombs. The resurrected dead can not only use ninjutsu in their lifetime. You can also use tandem paper bombs to cover the dead with detonators, making them infinitely detonate opponents like human bombs. Unfortunately, in the opinion of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, this kind of ninjutsu is considered to play with the soul of the dead, so it is directly listed as forbidden technique. No time limit? Should not. Oh, so, as long as the conditions are met, the ninja god that the old man mentioned can be resurrected? Yayoi Kenpachi said as if he had grasped some key point. The legendary ninja god. I don't know how strong he is, can he satisfy his desire to fight? The Resurrection Talisman of the Dead in his hand has a time limit, so it can only be used on Hitaki Maosho, who was just beheaded by himself, and cannot be used to resurrect the legendary ninja god. But, advertisement if someone can master this forbidden technique. Maybe, I will have a chance to fight against the dead ninja god. Theoretically, it's like this. Hitaki Mashuo said, a little puzzled, young man, don't you know about impure world reincarnation? Just now, but I'm not using impure world reincarnation. It seems that it is not. Hitaki Mosaku glanced at his body. Without the lifeless feeling of a corpse, he could clearly feel the beating of his heart. Just like, it's like being resurrected perfectly. Okay, you can come back to Cloud Shinobi village with me. I'm Konoha's ninja, how could it be? Hitaki Maosho just wanted to refute. But he found that his body moved involuntarily and followed behind Yaoi Kenpachi. When the will is contrary to the order, under the influence of the Resurrection Talisman of the Dead, his body will only obey orders. Starting today, Konoha's white Fang is dead, only Cloud Shinobi's white Fang is alive. By the way, this is for you. Yaoi Kenpachi took out a chi book from the system space and threw it to Hitaki Mashuo. On the cover of the chi book, there are 4 big characters written, Breath of the Sun. This is the breathing method practiced in Ji Guo Yuan Yi. If Mashuo Hitaki is to practice, his strength may be able to go to a higher level, and he may have the opportunity to step into the realm of Super Cage level in the future. Chapter 35. A boy as dazzling as the sun. Someone is coming? As if aware of something, Mosaku Hitaki said suddenly. If the battle between Zaraki Kenpachi and Hitaki Maosho has not been discovered yet because it is in the remote wilderness. Well, be knocked off the seal blindfold. The wave that erupted from the suppressed Ryotsu definitely attracted the attention of all Konoha village ninjas. At this moment, I am afraid that there are already many Jonin rushing towards this direction. Go and solve it. Today's entertainment is over. I don't want to eat all the food in one breath. Yaoi Kenpachi waved his hand and said, although, this is a good fighting chance. However, before I set off, I promised the old man not to attack Konoha village head-on. At the same time, I also wanted to save a little flame, lest one uncontrollable and hack too many enemies to death. As for Jonin, Yaoi Kenpachi doesn't bother to pay attention to them now. I'm from Konoha. Hitaki Maosho just wanted to refute something. However, his body moved involuntarily, put away the chi book of Breath of the Sun, and rushed towards the distance. The Konoha's white Fang, in its heyday, was enough to become the nightmare of other ninja villages on the battlefield. If his blade turned to Konoha village's ninja, which is also very sharp. Even if he has 10,000 reluctances in his heart, Mosaku Hitaki can't disobey Zaraki Kenpachi's order. If he is determined to hold back the enemy, at least he can hold back for an hour. Of course, the record of fighting with 3rd Raikage for 3 days and 3 nights is still not comparable. I remembered, that little girl seems to be going this way. Advertisement in one direction. Zaraki Kenpachi moved forward quickly, and soon saw a certain Uzumaki Kushina fainted by the tree. In the case of her own Ryotsu bursting out with all her strength, because she was too close, the little girl couldn't resist the pressure at all, and directly fainted on the spot, surrounded by many dizzy animals. The front is immersed in the battle. Yaoi Kenpachi almost forgot that the old man also ordered himself a task. It is to bring the fiery red-haired Uzumaki girl directly back to Cloud Shinobi village. Hitaki Maosho seems to have called her the name of Vortex before. If I didn't guess wrong, the target should be this little girl. It's just that if I captured this little girl myself, wouldn't the other 3 be in vain? Forget it, it doesn't matter so much. Shaking his head, he threw the extra thoughts out of his mind. Let's go back to Cloud Shinobi village for the time being. I hope that Konoha village will have more interesting enemies when you come to hunt next time. Think so. Zaraki Kenpachi walked towards Uzumaki Kushina, intending to take it straight away. Call out, a handful of kunai was projected over in an instant. It was inserted firmly on the grass in front of Yaoi Kenpachi. The one who launched the attack was a boy with a Konoha forehead protector on his head, dazzling blonde hair, and blue pupils, like a small sun, making people feel warm. Konoha Genin, Namikaze Minato. Although he is young, he already has the strength of Chunin level. Relying on strong perseverance and the pain from piercing his arm with kunai, he barely kept himself awake. Because he remembered that Kushina was in this direction. There must be some danger here. After Yaoi Kenpachi's Ryotsu outbreak was sealed again, Namikaze Minato rushed over non-stop, wanting to confirm the safety of Uzumaki Kushina. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Kushina of this period did not have any good feelings for Namikaze Minato. In her opinion, Namikaze Minato is unreliable, boring, and even a bit annoying. Advertisement. So, today's Namikaze Minato is just a state of unrequited love. Zaraki Kenpachi glanced at Namikaze Minato. It's not even at the level of Jonin, which is a unit of measurement for combat power, and it can't even be called a miscellaneous fish. It can only be regarded as an ant. Such a weak guy, I don't even bother to shoot. Namikaze Minato stood on the branch. Just being glanced at by Yaoi Kenpachi, the whole person is like falling into an ice cave, with cold hands and feet. Even a moment ahead, there is a feeling of being infinitely close to death. No, I have to protect Kushina from being taken away by the enemy. Biting the tip of his tongue. The strong tingling sensation awakened the paralyzed nerves a lot. Namikaze Minato's back was completely soaked in cold sweat at this moment, but he didn't care about it. His light blue eyes were fixed on Yaoi Kenpachi. Very strong, just the momentum is enough to detect it. My odds are 0%, however, if you shrink back just because your opponent is strong, then you will not be able to protect anyone. As long as you procrastinate, even for a minute, you can wait for support to arrive, and Kushina may be safe. Don't come near Kushina. Chapter 36 Kenpachi. Well, I'll let you do it first. Don't come near Kushina, mild Namikaze Minato on weekdays. Facing an enemy he couldn't contend with, he yelled loudly for the first time, trying to attract his attention. Only, faced with the clamor of the ants, Yaoi Kenpachi completely ignored it. The pace of progress did not even stagnate a little. No, he completely ignores me. You have to stand in front of him to protect Kushina's safety. Namikaze Minato, who discovered this fact, the hands were sealed instantly, and a snapshot technique was displayed. The body disappeared from the branch, directly blocking Yaoi Kenpachi and Uzumaki Kushina, holding a sharp kunai in his hand, and posing in a fighting posture. The talent of Namikaze Minato is naturally beyond doubt. Muji, Rasengan, Nine Tails Chakra Mode, Sage Mode, Ghoul Seal, Flying Thunder God Technique. The fully grown Namikaze Minato is definitely a genuine Super Cage level powerhouse. If it was that time, Yaoi Kenpachi might cheer up and enjoy a pleasant fight, which is a valuable battle. However, he is now, it's still very immature, so weak that people can't arouse the slightest interest. If you want to take Kushina away, step on me first? You are too weak. Completely unable to refute, Namikaze Minato fell silent. The disparity in strength between the two sides is already clear at a glance even without fighting. However, Namikaze Minato still challenged without hesitation. This courage is not due to ambition, not because of his ignorance. Just to protect the girl I like. From this point of view, Namikaze Minato is indeed a responsible sunny boy. Advertisement, no wonder, he was called Little Sun, and was welcomed by many girls. Forget it, I guess you won't give up. I don't know what kind of boring dream you are for, or some kind of agreement. None of that interests me, since you Ishin want to stand in front of me. Then, let me see your potential and let me pass the boring time. Facing Yaoi Kenpachi's contempt attitude. Namikaze Minato can't even feel angry, the strong absolutely crushing the weak. This attitude is naturally very normal. You can't count on that. A strong man with at least cage level, chakra. Fight with all your strength against an enemy who is only as strong as Chunin. To pass the time, Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly and said, I hope I can satisfy you. Namikaze Minato's voice just fell. The surrounding air seemed to be stagnant, as if tens of thousands of kilograms of rock were pressing on the back, making one's body heavy and unable to move. Even, just have a slack of time. Namikaze Minato wondered if he would faint and collapse. This is just, after Yaoi Kenpachi puts on the sealing blindfold, the Ryatsu external release, of the cage level initial level. The previous state of complete liberation. Due to the distance between Yazuki Kenpachi and Namikaze Minato, the impact is not too great. Now, in a state of close range, the Ryatsu Weifang that received the seal from the front is actually almost the same level of oppression as the Ryatsu Weifang that has been completely liberated from a distance. This is why Yaoi Kenpachi has absolutely no interest in Chunin level enemies. Because, even in a sealed state, I just need to Ryatsu out. At close range, an ordinary Chunin would lose consciousness in an instant and be in a coma on the spot. Call, advertisement. The body was forcibly lowered by more than 10 centimeters. Namikaze Minato kept panting heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. But, his tenacity and desire to save Kushina supported his limbs and kept him from falling. With his right hand, he tightly held the kunai in his hand and clenched his teeth. Oh, to be able to withstand Ryatsu that I released at will? Not bad. The fighting posture is quite good looking, even if the whole body is full of flaws, but the firm will is worth a word of praise. Yaoi Kenpachi commented, can become the fourth Hokage of the future, even if his current strength is still immature. However, that tenacious will never dissipate, and even after repeated trials, it will continue to be sublimated and become indomitable. Until one day, a complete transformation occurred. Towards the level of the strong, thank you for the compliment. Namikaze Minato forced a smile and said, then, let's treat it as a reward for you. Yaoi Kenpachi forced a little interest, and said with great interest, well, I'll let you do it. As if remembering something, Yazuki Kenpachi tore away the Shinigami Haori in front of him with one hand. It showed strong muscles like poured steel. There was a wild smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't even bother to make any defensive moves at all, just stood in front of Namikaze Minato completely undefended. You can attack me first. It doesn't matter if it's kunai, ninjutsu, body art, or poison. Attack wherever you want, and use whatever method you want. Go ahead. Chapter 37 Didn't eat? Scrape harder. Night Moon Kenpachi's great reward. Let Namikaze Minato be stunned directly, even if the opponent's strength is far better than his own. This kind of practice is simply humiliating one's own strength and personality, and even thinks that oneself is just a weak baby, which cannot cause any threat at all. You. What are you talking about? You want me to attack a defenseless person? Even if you look down on me, there must be a limit. Namikaze Minato yelled with all his strength. He has a great personality. However, facing such humiliation, if one can still maintain a calm mind, one cannot even be called a man. Undeniable. There is a huge gap between myself and this man's strength. However, he didn't even prepare for defense, and really planned to let himself launch an attack at will, which is enough to be called an indelible insult. I didn't look down on you, this is just a small reward for your tenacity. It's a good idea to not want to attack the defenseless. But this kind of high-sounding reason, you should save it for the next time. If you lose, you will have no chance to use this reason again. Whether it's killing or being killed, it's just to pass the time. Enemies that can make my blood boil are only a very small number of people after all. It's really boring. Yayoi Kenpachi said slowly. No matter who the enemy ahead is, tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces, 5 shadows, tailed beasts, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. As long as he appears in front of Yayoi Kenpachi, he will cut it down without hesitation, even if he is alone. It doesn't matter against the entire ninja world. Singled out is also good. Group fights are worth mentioning. All Yazuki Kenpachi wants is an enjoyable fight. Enjoy the killing of ultimate, find a strong enough opponent, and then cut them all down, experience the joy of fighting. He is the roaring evil spirit. But, for this completely unequal battle, if he didn't let the sea go a little bit, the other party would be too miserable. Advertisement, don't dawdle, come on. Whether it's the neck, stomach or eyeballs, you can attack as you please. If you can kill me with one blow, that's the best. It's also a pleasure to fight against a strong man who kills me with one blow. What are you afraid of? Cut it with all your strength. Yayoi Kenpachi raised the corner of his mouth and laughed wantonly. Let him verify this guy's potential with his own hands. If the potential in his body is enough to make him a happy opponent in the future, then save his life. If his performance is not satisfactory, he will be killed directly, and there is no value in living. When the time comes to die, don't blame me. Facing the pressure from Ryotsu, Namikaze Minato charged straight up. I have never experienced severe beatings by society. He didn't even know how big the gap between the strong and the weak was. In his opinion, neither is Chunin strength, or cage-level strength. After all, it is only a mortal body. As long as it hits the vital point, it can take the opponent's life in an instant. This is beyond doubt. The chakra of the wind attribute is transmitted to the kunai. Make it sharper, as if it can cut through everything. At this age, master the property changes of chakra. I have to admit that Namikaze Minato is indeed a complete genius. Target. The neck. One blow cuts through the main artery, causing a large enough wound. Then continue to attack fiercely, without giving the opponent time to heal the wound, until he loses too much blood and dies. Can win. While launching an attack, in Namikaze Minato's mind, preparations for battle were made in advance. Advertisement: if it is an ordinary cage-level powerhouse who really does not take any precautions, if the kunai with the wind attribute chakra pierces the neck, it will cause heavy bleeding in an instant. I am afraid. The development of the war situation. It will proceed as Namikaze Minato thought. However, Yayoi Kenpachi's situation is completely different from ordinary cage-level powerhouses. Ping. Infused with wind attribute chakra changes. Kunai with increased sharpness. The direct slash hit Yayoi Kenpachi's neck. What Namikaze Minato felt was not a slash to the flesh at all, but more like a head-on slash to a majestic mountain range, which could not be shaken at all. Even Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Mausho used White Fang, infused with thunder attribute chakra. It also only caused a little skin trauma to Yayoi Kenpachi. So, only Namikaze Minato with Chunin strength, it's even more insignificant. Perhaps, only S-level offensive ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, soul ninjutsu, or the 8 inner gates with the 7th gate opened by Might Guy can cause effective damage to Yayoi Kenpachi. How can that be? There was an unbelievable look in his eyes. Namikaze Minato raised his head slowly. The monster-like boy in front of him, on his undefended body, even a kunai infused with wind attribute chakra, slashed his neck head-on. This is almost already Namikaze Minato's strongest attack at this stage. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even scratch the skin. Tisk, haven't you eaten? Can you scrape harder? Chapter 38 Tragic Defeat. Desperate Gap. Tisk, haven't you eaten? Can you scrape harder? Yayoi Kenpachi grinned and said, with this kind of strength, even giving myself a bath would be disgusting, it's really too weak. Namikaze Minato, who only has the strength of Chunin, still can't make himself excited. The two sides are not at the same level of strength at all. If Namikaze Minato at its peak. Impure World Reincarnation Status. Featuring infinite chakra and regeneration, plus 9 tails chakra mode plus sage mode. At this time, he is truly super cage level strong, even in the strong group. Impossible. There is such a big gap between us. Such a great distance. It's so heavy that you can't see any hope of victory at all. I can't even break the defense. Can I really become a Hokage? Quote. Namikaze Minato's hands began to tremble. Not because he was afraid of Yayoi Kenpachi, but because the slashing with all his strength in front did not hurt the opponent at all, but because of the counter-shock force, the tiger's jaws of his hands were shattered. Bright red blood, continuously dripping down the wrist to the ground. This blonde-haired boy is a little suspicious of life at this moment. I have worked so hard to cultivate for so long, what is it for, that I can't even cut the opponent's skin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have persisted in practicing until now, in order to become Hokage. To protect everyone. Quote. Even Yayoi Kenpachi couldn't break through the defense. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato's emotions suddenly became agitated, as if he went crazy. Constantly using the kunai in his hand, he slashed at Yayoi Kenpachi's body like a tide, attacking non-stop. However, facing Namikaze Minato's continuous attacks, Yayoi Kenpachi not only has no fluctuations in his heart, but even wants to sleep a little bit. It is really boring. Watching an ant jumping in front of his eyes makes people completely lose the slightest interest. Stop scraping. Stretching out 2 fingers, Yayoi Kenpachi pinched kunai casually, and yawned. If it's only to this extent, it's really disappointing. It's a pity that I stopped on purpose. I want to see if this teenager can pass the time for himself. Result. But it was disappointing. With a light flick of the finger, an unrivaled force made Namikaze Minato fly backwards tens of meters like a cannonball, directly knocking over 2 or 3 trees. Ahem. Coughing up blood from his mouth. Namikaze Minato is not very old now, and he is not a physical ninja. Taking this blow head-on had already caused a lot of damage to his body, and even his vision became narrower. Okay, I'm tired of playing. If you only have this level, then there is no need to live, go to die. Quote. Yayoi Kenpachi held the broken blade in his right hand, and said rather bored. For the weak, he has never had any interest, and usually ignores it directly. However, if the opponent insists on stopping him and challenging him, once it is confirmed that the opponent has no corresponding potential, Yayoi Kenpachi will kill him without hesitation. Unless it is his own subordinates. Otherwise, Yayoi Kenpachi would never have a heart of compassion, and he would die if he died. Advertisement. It's completely impossible to break the defense. Damn it, it's about the same age as me, how strong is this monster? Not only that, just standing there and letting me cut it will make my hands almost useless. Quote. Namikaze Minato struggled to pull himself up. His hands were completely soaked in blood, and he looked quite embarrassed. It is unimaginable. Namikaze Minato, who was enough to be called a genius in Konoha village, was beaten so badly by his peers that it couldn't even be called a battle. Such a tragic defeat. Namikaze Minato is also the first encounter. What's wrong? You look surprised. The sharpness of the blade depends to a greater extent on the strength of the user. If the user is just a waste, no matter how sharp the blade you are holding, it will not be able to cause harm to my body. Same. If the user is a strong person, then even if you hold an ordinary kunai, you can still cause decent damage. Quote. Yayoi Kenpachi said lightly. Fortunately, what Namikaze Minato holds is not a magic weapon. Otherwise, if there is a sword spirit on that blade, he will cry because his master is a weak guy. Chapter 39 Dual Attribute Chakra Changes. The Light of Genius. Tisk, really. Fortunately, I was looking forward to it a little bit. It turned out to be pitifully weak. It's a big joke to say it. Quote. Looking at Namikaze Minato who couldn't even stand still. Yayoi Kenpachi smacked his lips, the disappointment on his face can be said to be beyond words. A genius who didn't grow up. After all, he is just a weak person. I have such high expectations for the current him, but it's really too much. After all, the other party is just a brat. Namikaze Minato wanted to refute something. But, words stuck in his throat, but nothing came out. That's right, the obvious gap in strength made him unable to refute at all. This is a very obvious fact. Forget it, it doesn't matter, even the awful can help me sharpen the knife. Yazuki Kenpachi, who has lost his patience. I intend to end this boring farce directly. Obviously, he has already put on the ceiling blindfold, and suppressed his strength to the lowest point, just to be able to fight happily. But, if the enemy is really too weak, the ceiling blindfold didn't work at all. This time, may die. Namikaze Minato sensed a clear killing intent. For Yayoi Kenpachi, even a genin who just graduated can clearly perceive the beast-like, undisguised killing intent. The disparity in strength between himself and him is enough to completely determine the winner with the next blow. However, even at the cost of his life, Namikaze Minato did not choose to back down, let alone regret that he chose to stand up today. Just take a step back. Many important vows and things will be destroyed and fragmented. This is cowardice. If you can't even protect the girl you have a crush on, how can you talk about protecting your companions, protecting the village, or even becoming a Hokage? Advertisement. In Namikaze Minato's heart, he chose cowardice instead. It would be better to simply die. This is the final blow. Oh, this is a little more presentable, not as soft as before. Wind attribute chakra changes. Thunder attribute chakra changes. Namikaze Minato, who was a genius. When he was infinitely close to death, his amazing potential exploded. Combine 2 completely different chakra attribute changes in a short period of time, so that your own damage can explode several levels in an instant. Wind cut. Thunder penetration. These are the 2 strongest offensive attributes. Namikaze Minato, who possesses the 5 chakra attributes of fire, wind, thunder, yin, and yang, also shines with his own light. If it is an ordinary chunin, in the case of being caught off guard, I'm afraid that if I don't even know what happened, I will be directly killed by the outbreak of Namikaze Minato. Except it. The broken sword blade flashed like lightning. No matter what powerful move it is, its power ultimately depends on the user himself. For Yayoi Kenpachi, whether it's a Kido, with all kinds of attributes, or a fancy, sword skill, even if it's Shinigami's own Zanpakuto power, he doesn't want to liberate it at will. Master one move two-handed kendo. For the rest, just level it with one hand. Because he has extremely strong physical fitness and Reiatsu, he doesn't need these external aids at all. Crack. Kunai infused with 2 chakra attributes. It shattered in an instant. Even Hitaki Mosaku's exclusive weapon, the White Fang, couldn't continuously withstand Zaraki Kenpachi's slashing attacks, let alone this ordinary kunai, which was completely severed with just a single blow. Puff puff. Next second, a large amount of bright red blood spewed out from Namikaze Minato's chest as if free of money. Advertisement. This is already the stage of Namikaze Minato. Breaking through the limit of the body for a short time, it was the strongest blow that could be unleashed. However, in front of Zaraki Kenpachi, Namikaze Minato is as fragile as a baby, who will die with just a light touch. Lost. Lost. Forget it. Skills are not as good as others. Namikaze Minato fell in a pool of blood. Gradually lost consciousness. In an upright duel, he himself was completely defeated, and his skills were inferior to others, so he had nothing to complain about. At the very least, I delayed for a minute or two. Hope, the rest of the Konoha shinobi will be there in time. The only regret is that I fell down early before I became a Hokage. Tear. Shinigami Haori worn by Zaraki Kenpachi. A 1 centimeter crack was also torn open. However, under Reiatsu's self-healing, the damage was quickly restored. The final blow is a little more interesting. Zaraki Kenpachi shook off the bloodline on the blade and said, "It's a pity that being weak is a sin." Ignored Namikaze Minato, who was lying in a pool of blood. If there was no one to treat him, he might have died in this corner due to excessive blood loss. But, Zaraki Kenpachi doesn't know much about medicine. Moreover, the other party is not his subordinate, so the life and death of Namikaze Minato has nothing to do with him. Whether he can survive depends on God's will. When I come back next time, I hope it can bring me more joy. Quote. Zaraki Kenpachi picked up the unconscious Uzumaki Kushina with one hand. Walking slowly towards the opposite place to Konoha village, he is ready to return to Cloud Shinobi village. Chapter 40 Konoha Anbu's Pursuit. Supercilious Ability. Konoha village, outskirts. More than a dozen Konoha Jonin were rushing towards the direction of Zaraki Kenpachi. Such a terrifying Reiatsu erupted ahead. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but because he was afraid of any accidents, he did not go there in person, but sent Konoha Jonin to explore the way. It's a pity that that range has exceeded the limit distance of the telescope technique. Otherwise, you can still take a look directly to see what happened over there to cause such a terrifying chakra to erupt. Quick, it's ahead. Everyone stay vigilant and don't let up. It is very likely that there will be enemies. If you are careless, you will lose your life. Quote. Captain Konoha Anbu said in a deep voice. As Konoha's Anbu, they are almost the most elite group of ninjas in Konoha, and they also undertake the most dangerous tasks. They must keep their nerves tense at all times, or they may go wrong. Once there is an accident. But there is no second chance, because life is often the price. Hyuga Yuya, use the white eyes to find the way. Yes, a Jonin with pure white eyes wearing a Konoha forehead protector replied. He is Jonin of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan. It is a descendant group of Otsutsuki Hamura, and one of the elder families who joined Konohagakure during the founding of the Fire Nation. Family members inherit white eyes and have special abilities like Gentle Fist. In order to protect the blood succession boundary, the Hyuga clan is divided into clan and branch house. The clan inherits the blood succession limit boundary white eyes from generation to generation, and the branch house has to sacrifice his life to protect the clan, and the branch house puts a spell on the forehead when the eldest son of the clan reaches the age of 3, which is also the source of internal conflict within the Hyuga clan. And their blood inheritance boundary, white eyes. It has a 360 viewing angle. As a branch house of the Hyuga family, the white eyes have a blind spot that spreads from the spine to the rear. Advertisement. It has a see-through eye that can clearly see the meridians, acupuncture points, and the flow of chakra in the human body and can see through things, a telescopic eye that can see into the distance, and an insight eye with strong observation power. Multiply the power of the eye with chakra. The eyes can see things within a radius of 1 kilometer, and their insight exceeds that of the Sharingan. This blood follows the boundaries. Before it evolved, it might not be as good as Sharingan. However, once the chakra of the Otsutsuki family is combined with the white eyes of the Hyuga family, or many white eyes are fused, a Tensegan, with terrifying power can be born. White eyes. Open. Infuse chakra into both eyes. The pure white eyes of this Hyuga Jonin were instantly bulging with veins, and he could see things within a kilometer. Only, at this time, Zaraki Kenpachi was already carrying Uzumaki Kushina. It was beyond the observation limit distance of this Hyuga Jonin, so the two of them could not be found at all. Hyuga also opened his mouth and said, "Captain. There is a faint chakra at a distance of 500 meters in that direction." After receiving the information, Captain Anbu issued the next order. Everyone obey the order, follow me to go and have a look. Possesses a white eye to explore the way. Security can be guaranteed to a certain extent, avoiding the possibility of being ambushed. A distance of 500 meters. For Jonin, it's not too far away at all, and he can arrive there in a dozen or so breaths. Soon, they found Namikaze Minato lying in a pool of blood. Captain, this seems to be the newly graduated genius genin, Namikaze Minato. Advertisement. Why did he fall here? The whole body is bleeding heavily. The situation is very urgent. First aid measures must be carried out as soon as possible, otherwise death is very likely. Damn it, he should know some information, but now he is in a deep coma, there is no way to ask, and he has no idea what happened here. Captain Konoha Anbu frowned and said. However, it is important to save lives now. If it was an ordinary Konoha genin, they might really ignore it. However, the blonde boy in front of him is extremely talented. He has the strength of Chunin level at a young age. He will definitely become the mainstay of Konoha village in the future, and even be favored by third Hokage. They dare not leave nothing to chance. Hugaiu also relied on his white eyes to see through Namikaze Minato's chakra flow and meridian, and shot instantly, reducing the amount of bleeding. Subsequently, a fellow Anbu healer, Jonin, began to heal his wounds. No, his injury is too serious, and he must be taken back for treatment as soon as possible. Anbu medical Jonin looked at the shocking wound on Namikaze Minato, and said quickly, I am the only one, and I can only perform emergency treatment. Yu, you go back with them. Yes. After finishing emergency treatment, Anbu medical Jonin and Hyuga Yuya chose to return to Konoha village. If you don't go back as soon as possible, the life of this young man can be said to be in jeopardy, and he is likely to die. As everyone knows, their little gesture, inadvertently, they also saved their lives. 2RW Chapter 41 Rebellion Hitaki Mosaku. Anbu Squad annihilated. Leftover Konoha Anbu Jonin. 12 more. It is too time consuming to act together, and we must search separately. From now on, work in groups of 3. Search outward in a fan shape, and report quickly if any suspicious situation is found. Do you understand? The leader of Konoha Anbu said in a commanding manner. 12 people were divided into 4 groups. Moving in different directions, according to Hokage-sama's order, they must find out the source of that chakra. The task is the bounden duty of the ninja, and they must not violate it. After scatter action, the search range of the ninja is greatly increased. According to Yui Kenpachi's slow speed, it is very likely that he will be caught up. Although, just the words of the 12 Jonin. Even if they catch up, it's just to deliver food. Let Yui Kenpachi have a few more dead souls on the blade, but this is also very troublesome, like flies, annoying. There are traces of someone moving forward. If you go this way, you should be able to find something. Wait, there seems to be someone in front. A team of Konoha Anbu Jonin soon found Yuzuki Kenpachi's footprints. After all, he will not carry out any breath cover at all. He has always walked in and out swaggeringly, not afraid of any enemies or challenges at all, let alone the pursuers sent by Konoha village. In his opinion, there is no need to eliminate the breath. So, in front of the ninja who is good at tracking. It was expected that his whereabouts would be discovered soon. Wait a moment. Hitaki Mosaku's figure slowly came out of the woods and stopped in front of the 3 of them. As Konoha's white Fang, even if he failed a mission. Prestige has taken a certain hit. However, his strength is still undoubted, and he is also a strong group at cage level. Even the current 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen may not necessarily be his opponent. Advertisement: the hottest Hokage in history is definitely not in vain. Senior Hitaki, why are you here? Are you also aware of that abnormal chakra? Have you found any information? The familiar feeling is not the transformation technique? That kind of low-level ninjutsu, even if it is used by a powerhouse like Mashuo Hitaki, will be directly seen through by Jonin, unless it is 2 levels higher than the strength. For example, Jonin's transformation technique can fool Genin's insight. The 3 Konoha Anbu Jonin put down their vigilance and walked forward slowly to ask. If Hitaki's senpai was around, it would be much more reliable. I'm going to attack you, go. What does this mean? Facing Hitaki Mosaku's sudden words, the 3 Konoha Anbu Jonin were all at a loss. Why did Senior Hitaki suddenly say that he wanted to attack them? Aren't they all Konoha ninjas? Or, Hitaki, who is quite serious on weekdays, also learned to joke. Next second, they will know. Mosaku Hitaki is not joking, but for real. Lightning style, Brontosaurus bullet. Ninjutsu was activated instantly. Mashuo Hitaki directly mobilized the thunder attribute chakra in his body to form a roaring Brontosaurus. In a completely unprepared situation, the bodies of 2 Konoha Anbu Jonin were pierced on the spot, and their bodies were turned into coke by the electric shock. A cage-level powerhouse. Assault on the unsuspecting Jonin. This result became obvious, and there was no ability to fight back at all. Damn it, I couldn't control my body and started moving by myself. Looking at the 2 Konoha Anbu Jonin who were killed by himself, Hitaki gritted his teeth and said. Advertisement: he was resurrected in his heyday, but the boy seemed to have moved something. Although he still maintained his own consciousness, his body would unconditionally obey the boy's orders, and he would kill the Konoha shinobi who were chasing them. At the same time, because of his special status, these Konoha Anbu Jonin have no vigilance against the enemy at all. Once they launch a surprise attack, the success rate is as high as 80%. Flag. Senior Hitaki, why did you kill them both? Could it be that you want to betray the village and become a rebel? Recovered from a state of astonishment, the only surviving Konoha Anbu Jonin said in a trembling tone, as if a little unbelievable. Konoha's white Fang, he actually killed the ninja from the same village with his own hands. This nature is worse than giving up the mission, and it may even be directly judged as betrayal. Even if Hitaki-senpai was cast aside by many people because he gave up the mission, there is absolutely no need to act so radically. Zzz. Mosaku Hitaki stepped forward. From a charred corpse, a chakra short blade was removed. Although the quality is not as good as the white fang that was cut off by him, he can barely use it. What he is best at is swordsmanship, and ninjutsu is only for auxiliary training. Unfortunately, time is running out. I haven't had time to practice the breath of the sun yet. The breathing method that is as hot as the sun does not seem to be very compatible with me. If there is a choice, Hitaki Mausho would rather be the moon. Sorry, I can't control my body right now. Mosaku Hitaki said with an apology on his face. Run away as much as possible, otherwise I will kill you here. In the next second, chakra shot with a short blade. Mashuo Hitaki's sudden outburst decapitated the ninja again. Chapter 42 Kenpachi. You're just an idiot being played around. Carrying the unconscious Uzumaki Kushina, with no one to lead the way, Yaoi Kenpachi quickly lost his sense of direction. He picked a direction at random and started on his way. After walking for about half an hour, he finally had to admit the fact that he seemed lost. Aren't the southeast and northwest the same? Why do I feel like I can't get out of this forest at all? They all look exactly the same. Just cut down the entire forest, so there will be a road. Yaoi Kenpachi violently raised the blade in his hand. He wanted to use a few shots of sword pressure to raise all the surrounding trees to the ground, so that he could see the road ahead clearly instead of turning around in circles. Only, when he was about to start, Hitaki Mosaku, who had already dealt with 12 Konoha Anbujanin, caught up with Yazuki Kenpachi who was circling. Killing 12 companions with his own hands made Hitaki Mashuo fall into infinite self-blame. Young man, what did you do to me? Didn't I say it a long time ago? I resurrected you, and from today on, your life is mine. Manipulating me to kill my companions, is this also in your calculations? Calculation? I just don't want to be disturbed. Yaoi Kenpachi withdrew his blade and laughed and said, if they hadn't pursued them, none of them would have died, let alone Konoha village and Cloud Shinobi village. It was an adversarial relationship. The battle between ninja villages has always been cruel and ruthless, without the slightest sympathy at all. Since the opponent has chosen to pursue, even if he will be beheaded, he cannot have any complaints. Konoha is the place I want to protect, you. Advertisement. Guardian. Don't be kidding. You're like a big fool, being played around. What's the meaning? It's so interesting. Even our Cloud Shinobi village has investigated things clearly. Only you, the person concerned, are still kept in the dark, and are still under the brilliance of the will of fire. In Yaoi Kenpachi's tone, there seemed to be no cover-up ridicule. It is a very normal thing for a ninja to fail a mission. There are almost no ninjas who can complete the task 100%, which is not a big thing worth paying attention to. But Konoha village turned out to be this fishing reel. It spread to the entire village in an instant, and even covered up all the achievements of Konoha's white fang, in the past for a small task, which is really ridiculous to the extreme. Even the old man in Cloud Shinobi village heard about it. Just think about it casually, and you will know what kind of calculations this bad old man, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, is planning. It is nothing more than because Hitaki Mausho's strength is too strong and his reputation is too high. He is afraid that he will affect his status, so he started to eradicate his own people in advance. But, see through but not tell. Even if the old man knew about this, because Hitaki Mausho was an enemy, he would not remind anything. Rather, if Konoha's white fang could thus disappear. For Cloud Shinobi village, it is a good thing, you. Okay, as a loser, you have no room to resist now. Yaoi Kenpachi interrupted directly, just follow me, Konoha village's dirty will of fire, I believe you will understand it one day of. The defamation of Yaoi Kenpachi. Hitaki Mausho was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. I couldn't resist the other party's order at all, and at the same time, I also raised a little vigilance in my heart about what Yaoi Kenpachi said. Advertisement own. Are you really kept in the dark? I can go with you, but I want to go back to Konoha to take a look at Kakashi. Oh, after killing 12 Anbujanin, you dare to go back? Everyone is dead, no one will know, I killed people, and no one will think about it. It's up to you. Yaoi Kenpachi waved his hand and said nonchalantly. He wanted to go back and take one last look at his son. Yaoi Kenpachi can still accommodate this kind of thing, after all, he is not a bad ghost. Count the time. The current Hitaki Kakashi is about 4 or 5 years old. Because in the original timeline, when Namikaze Minato was about 20 years old, he participated in the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge, and instantly killed dozens of Jonin, thus shocking the ninja world. This period, Hitaki Kakashi became Jonin at the age of 12. And participated in this battle together, thus lost his friend, Uchiha Obito, and gained a Sharingan. Today, Namikaze Minato is about 12 or 13 years old. Calculating further ahead, Hitaki Kakashi is about 4 or 5 years old now, so there should be nothing wrong. Chapter 43. The Ultimate Swordsman. Mosaku Hitaki who wants to become stronger. That's right, boy. This breathing method, did you create it yourself? It can be said that the exquisite swordsmanship and profound skills are really amazing. As if remembering something, Mosaku Hitaki stopped in his tracks, took out the breath of the sun cheat book from his arms, and said. Even if it's just a brief glance, however, he also deeply realized the essence of this top-level swordsmanship. Breath of the sun. It is the initial breath, which is also the ancestor and foundation of all breathing methods. It can emit the same energy as the sun, like a brilliant sun, attached to the blade, and burn the enemy's body to death. Even the founder of sun breath, Ji Guo Yuan Yi. The strength is not inferior to the top cage level powerhouses in the Hokage world, infinitely close to the realm of super cage level. Perhaps, in terms of destructive power, Ji Guoyuan is far from being comparable to a ninja who uses ninjutsu. However, in terms of single target damage and small scale damage, he is definitely the nightmare of all ninjas, and his superb swordsmanship can even instantly kill powerhouses of the same level. Even the King of Ghosts, who can be said to be immortal and only fears the sun, Gimme Wu Suji Wuma. In front of Ji Guoyuan, they are not all enemies. Even if Onimai Suji is not miserable, he splits himself into more than 1,800 pieces, trying to escape the clutches of this top swordsman. Finally, swing out a sword. In just 3 seconds, Ji Guoyuan destroyed more than 1,500 fragments. This is not a ninjutsu attack with a huge range, but just the purest slash, which is unparalleled in speed and suffocating in strength. Breathing, I don't need this kind of thing. His founder is not me, but a man named Ji Guo Yuan Yi. His strength, even a little stronger than you. Advertisement Zaraki Kenpachi said. A born swordsman with moderate patterns, a man who was born to penetrate the world and created the breath of the sun. He seems to be the darling of heaven, if it weren't for the world restrictions of Demon Slayer. Blade. With Ji Guo Yuanyi's talent, if he was born in the Hokage world since he was a child, he would definitely be a super cage level powerhouse. Is this like? What's the matter, you suddenly asked this question? Since the breath of the sun is the origin of all breathing methods, I would like to ask whether there are other breathing methods? Of course, in addition to the breathing of the sun, there are 6 derived breathing methods of moon, water, thunder, flame, rock, and wind. Can I have a look at breath of the moon? Hitaki Mosaku took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He knew that this request was a little too much. Like, breath of the sun, it is enough to support the rise of a large family comparable to Uchiha and Hyuga. The remaining 6 breathing methods are enough to support the foundation of a medium-sized family. And myself. But he asked for it directly. If it were him, he might not have such a bold spirit. However, as a swordsman, after seeing the subtlety of the breath of the sun, he couldn't hold back his thoughts at all. Don't you learn the breathing of the sun? Yui Kenpachi frowned and asked. This is the strongest breathing method. After you learn it, you can go further and become stronger. The breath of the sun is strong, but it doesn't suit me. Mosaku Hitaki shook his head and said. The breath of the sun, which looks like a brilliant sun, is not very compatible with him. Everyone has a breathing method that they are good at. Like the 7 attributes of chakra, yang, yin, water, fire, thunder, earth, wind. Forcibly practicing a breathing method that is not compatible with oneself will only get twice the result with half the effort, resulting in extremely low efficiency, or even not being able to exert any effect of the breathing method at all. You are good at lightning style, wouldn't it be better to use thunder breath? In short, if possible, I don't mind practicing 2 breathing techniques at the same time. For Yui Kenpachi's rhetorical question, Hitaki Mosaku also said a little cheeky. Advertisement after a battle with Yui Kenpachi, he has realized his weakness. Desire to grow stronger. Practicing 2 breathing methods at the same time, such examples do not exist, just like Tanjiro Kamado has mastered the breath of the sun and the breath of water, and can switch between them in battle. Only. Not very talented, it is not an easy task to learn 2 breathing methods at the same time. Yes, as long as you can become stronger, I don't mind training you more. You. Agreed? Take it, memorize it now. Yui Kenpachi recovered the breath of the sun sheet. Then, from the system space, he took out the cultivation methods of moon's breath and thunder's breath, handed them over to Hitaki Mosaku, and memorized them within an hour. Remember it first. Then practice slowly. However, these breathing methods are not allowed to be leaked to Konoha. After all, this is also a gift I prepared for the old man, which belongs to Cloud Shinobi village. If you were a tipster, I would have a headache. Cheats on the cultivation of the 7 breathing methods. Yui Kenpachi intends to give it to the old man, so that he can choose potential Cloud Shinobi ninjas to practice to enhance their strength. Occasionally, 1 or 2 food can be born, which is not bad. But, under the orders of Zaraki Kenpachi, even if Hitaki Mosaku wanted to say something about breathing, he couldn't say a word at all. Chapter 44 Boy Genius. Hitaki Kakashi, the country of fire. Konoha village. The residence of the Hitaki family. This family is sparsely populated, but it is also a genius family. Both Hitaki Maosho and Hitaki Kakashi have the potential to grow to cage level. Tat-tat-tat. Mosaku Hitaki stopped in front of his house. Although he beheaded 12 Konoha Anbujanin, all of them were done in a straightforward manner, and the corpses were handled very cleanly without leaving any traces. Therefore, the matter of his rebellion has not been leaked yet. Only, he hadn't thought it through at all. What face should I use now to meet my son? Call, slowly let out a breath. Mosaku Hitaki's mind recalled, breath of the moon, and breath of thunder. Breath of the moon. It is a breathing method directly derived from the breath of the sun, created by Ji Guoyuanyi's elder brother Ji Guoyansheng. It can release a wide range of sword energy, and it is always accompanied by countless moon blades. The moves are basically killing moves with high attack speed and large range. When learning the breath of the sun, Ji Guansheng had to create a degraded version of the breath of the moon because he could not bear the power of the sun. Just like, no matter how bright the bright moon is, how can it compete with the sun for glory? Because he was always inferior to his younger brother who was the son of the Chosen One, out of jealousy for Yuan Yi and longing for eternal life. Iwakatsu betrayed the Demon Slayer squad and joined Kamai Suji Musai, becoming the first Kamizumi, Black Death Mo. Because of his degeneration into a ghost, Moon's breath has no successors. Breath of Thunder. It is one of the 5 basic breathing schools derived from the breath of the sun. Breathing that can only be cultivated by those who are full of passion and as quick as lightning. Advertisement among all the breaths, it has the fastest speed and the most explosive power. It requires extremely high physical fitness of the user, so it is also extremely difficult to cultivate. The speed of the attack is very fast, and the ultra-high-speed assault will even produce roaring thunder in the surroundings. If he mastered both the unpredictable Moon's breath and the super explosive Thunder's breath. Step into the super cage level realm. It's almost a matter of certainty, without any suspense. Only, how strong will Cloud Shinobi Village, which possesses the 7 major breathing techniques, and that monster-like boy become? Konoha Village is full of talent though. However, Cloud Shinobi Village, which is a martial arts faction, is also developing rapidly. If we don't change the law and try to be strong, I'm afraid that the name of the village of the most forbearing will have to be replaced sooner or later. Not even Shigeru Hitaki of Grandmaster Politics. It has also been realized that the rise of Cloud Shinobi Village has become irresistible. Unfortunately, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo did not see this hidden crisis, and continued to fight among themselves. Father, what are you doing standing at the door of the house? A voice. Suddenly it rang in Hitaki Mosaku's ear. About 5 years old, wearing a Konoha village forehead protector, silver hair, a black mask on his face, and cold eyes. He is the son of Hitaki Maosho, Hitaki Kakashi. At only 5 years old, he has already graduated from the ninja school. This talent is enough to make people look sideways. Yo, it's Kakashi, did you go to school well today? Father idiot, I've already graduated. Did you suffer from dementia recently, or did you lose your mind because of the failure of the mission and the shock? Hitaki Kakashi complained. The father who has forgotten whether he has graduated from the ninja school is really distressing. Konoha's white Fangya, Hitaki Maosho. This name makes Hitaki Kakashi, who is only 5 years old, admire him very much. Advertisement: he ruthlessly kills enemies on the battlefield, but he also has an Iron Man's tenderness towards his friends and sons. It's a pity that he failed in a mission not long ago. Let this genius ninja suffer a lot. It was not caused by the failure of the mission, but by the verbal criticism of the villagers, ninjas, and even close friends. The young Hitaki Kakashi was keenly aware that something was wrong with his father's recent mood, and he became very depressed. Let's go, Kakashi. Mosaku Hitaki rubbed Hitaki Kakashi's hair and said, Daddy will cook for you today. No, do you want to poison me? What are you talking about, you brat? Why do you suddenly think of cooking yourself, stupid dad? Hitaki Kakashi straightened his hair and said, Stop rubbing it, it's all messed up. Hearing his son's inquiry, Hitaki Mosaku was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Is it strange to cook a meal for my son? That's not true, it's just strange. Okay, I won't do anything else today, let's talk to you about what's on my mind. Huh? Dad, why do you look like you're leaving? The world is so big. I've been staying in the village like a frog in a well. I want to go out and have a look. This is just one reason Hitaki Mashuo was looking for. My body is no longer under my control, and will only obey the boy's orders. So, he had to find a suitable reason to leave Konoha village. Otherwise, once the order is issued, it will definitely cause a devastating blow to Konoha village in the case of a close-range raid. At the same time, he can't tell about his betrayal. After all, Kakashi is still young. He also needs to grow up in Konoha village. Chapter 45 3rd Hokage. No matter what you do, the #1 cheater. Konoha village, night. The two father and son talked about their thoughts all night, after Hitaki Kakashi fell asleep. Mosaku Hitaki took a last look at his son. This time he went to Cloud Shinobi village. I'm afraid he doesn't know when he will come back. Goodbye, Kakashi. Hitaki Mosaku's figure disappeared in an instant. Since it is legal tourism, rather than betrayal on the spot, it is natural to ask 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for instructions. In this way, you can justifiably stay away from Konoha village without launching a surprise attack on your companions. Soon, Mosaku Hitaki came to the door of Hokage's office. Bang bang bang. Please come in. Wears a Hokage hat and a white Hokage robe lined with a red ninja suit. With a pipe in his mouth and a mustache on his chin, he is about 50 years old, and he already looks a little old, and he no longer shows the sharpness of his youth. 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a direct disciple of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, he cultivated the Sannin of Megatron Ninja World. Able to freely use 7 chakra attributes, Grandmaster Konoha all ninjutsu, enjoys the title of Ninjutsu Professor. Not only that, but 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage who has actually been in charge of the highest power in the Land of Fire for the longest time in the history of the ninja world, and is also the Hokage with the longest lifespan. After all, old turtles can always live longer. This guy. Do whatever you want, the #1 cheater. Moreover, it's okay to cheat the enemy, and all the cheaters are teammates. Master Hokage. Mao Shuo, do you have anything to do with me at this time? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke from his mouth, with the iconic kindness on his face, asked. The image of a gentle and good old man is very popular. But, advertisement, if you are deceived by his appearance, you will definitely suffer a big loss. This little old man is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The more kindly he looks, the more he will deceive his own people. Master Hokage, I am asking you to resign. Please, resign? That's right, after the failure of the last mission, I went back and thought a lot, and felt that I might not be suitable to be a ninja, so please Lord Hokage deprive me of the title of Jonin. Mosaku Hitaki said seriously. Only by doing so will he be able to leave Konoha village. It's just a failed mission. There's absolutely no need for you to do this, Mosaku. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said after a moment of silence, Konoha village cannot be without your strength. Although on the surface it says so, however, the heart of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to be happy now. Good guy. I was still worried. Hitaki Mosaku's growing prestige and powerful strength will affect his own status, leading to the early election of 4th Hokage. After enjoying the charm of power, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to retire so easily. Did not expect. Ian Danzo just played a small trick. Just the power of rumors magnified a small mistake of Hitaki Maosho infinitely, and even made this guy think of retiring, which is really a surprise. In this way, I don't have to worry about my status being shaken at all. I have made up my mind, not to mention there is no major war now. Hitaki Mosaku shook his head and said, I also ask Hokage-sama to approve my request. Since you asked for it, then I won't force it. Thank you Hokage-sama. So, have you thought about what to do next? The ninja world is so big, I want to go and have a look, walk around along the way. If I find a suitable seedling, I will cultivate it. Travel? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and said. Hitaki Maosho's strength is extremely terrifying, even above his own, so it's best to be under his own monitoring at all times. If traveling, advertisement that would be full of uncertainties, so we should not let him go too much. How long will it take to come back? Maybe 3 or 4 months, maybe 7 or 8 years. It's been so long. What about Kakashi? Kakashi is a very strong child. During the time when I am traveling, please take care of me from 3rd generation. On this trip, Hitaki Maosho did not plan to bring Hitaki Kakashi. After all, he is only a 5-year-old child. Moreover, what I want to go to is Cloud Shinobi village, which is in a completely hostile relationship with Konoha village. My body is out of control, and I have no way to get out of the control of that boy, but Kakashi is still young. If he is allowed to go to Cloud Shinobi village and be nurtured for a long time, he might betray the village. So, even if you can't bear it, Mashuo Hitaki had no choice but to be ruthless. Is it like this? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, said, then I will temporarily deprive you of the title of Jonin, and you can go on a trip and relax. Now that Hitaki Kakashi stayed, it doesn't matter if Hitaki Mosaku leaves or not, as long as there is a chess piece that can fret him. And Hitaki Maosho is a very emotional person. Their Hitaki family is only one seedling, and they will definitely not do stupid things. Hearing third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer, Hitaki Tsukumo couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief as if he had let go of something in his mind. Thank you Hokage-sama for your approval. Go back and pack your luggage and get ready. Yes. Chapter 46 A very pure boy, born to fight. Early morning. Hitaki Mosaku left Konoha village directly, except for third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Pot King, Shimura Danzo. Almost no one knows about it. At the same time, the 12 Konoha Anbu Jonin have not yet returned, and no one has discovered their deaths. Follow the original route and continue to pursue the direction of Yaoi Kenpachi. After an intricate chase, and almost a dozen laps in place, the Konoha's White Fangya, tracked by the Grandmaster directly and slowly raised a question mark. No, this is too outrageous. It moved hundreds of miles in one night, but almost all of it was in circles. Could it be that that monster-like boy is a road idiot? Yo, you're back. Why are you still in Konoha village? What? I have walked such a long distance, haven't I already left the Kingdom of Fire? This guy didn't realize that he was going around in circles? As a ninja, knowing the road is the most basic common sense. After all, when you are tracking the enemy, if you lose yourself, it would be a real joke. But this principle obviously cannot be applied to this young man. However, it was too much for a Konoha genin to bear the terrifying chakra at close range. Almost a day has passed. The girl from the Uzumaki family, the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is still in a coma. Forget it, since you're back, let's lead the way. You should know the location of Cloud Shinobi village, right? Well, I know the exact location of Cloud Shinobi village. Advertisement Mosaku Hitaki nodded and said, after resigning from Konoha village, his ninja forehead protector was also taken down. Now, he is just a free man. Of course, the name of Konoha's White Fang is so loud. His appearance will be recognized no matter where he goes, so it is necessary to prepare a dog-shaped mask in advance to cover up his appearance. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, but also for the safety of Kakashi. I'm curious, though. What are you curious about? With your sense of direction, how did you get to Konoha village? 3 Cloud Shinobi ninjas brought me in. Where are they? Yaoi Kenpachi slowly raised a question mark. If Hitaki Mosaku didn't mention it, he would have almost forgotten about it. Those 3 guys. Now I don't know where I went. I seem to have been lost with them for a long time. I don't know. It should be in Konoha village. They know the way, so they should be able to walk back. The crux of the problem, it seems, is not this. The previous battle between himself and this young man had already aroused the full vigilance of Konoha village, and the death of 12 Konoha Anbu Jonin would not be kept secret for long. I am afraid. The 3 Cloud Shinobi ninjas who hid in Konoha village can only curl up in a corner and shiver. Once found by Konoha Shinobi's carpet search, it is basically a situation of bad luck. After all, not everyone has the strength of this young man. Advertisement, young man, is the purpose of your coming to Konoha village to take away the container of the second generation 9 Tails Jinchuriki? This is the task that the old man entrusted to me, just complete it smoothly. Do you have other goals? Of course. Yaoi Kenpachi stopped, turned his head to look at Hitaki Mashuo. His eyes were full of excitement. Constantly challenge a strong man like you, this is my purpose. Fighting? Mosaku Hitaki couldn't understand, since ancient times. There are no meaningless battles, basically fierce battles are launched for territory, power, money, and interests. However, this boy turned out to be just to satisfy his desire to fight. Even if you win, you can't get any substantive results. It can only satisfy personal desires. Mosaku Hitaki watched Yazuki Kenpachi's back silently, and he felt a little difference in this 10-year-old boy. Without any other elements, it is like being born for fighting. Such thick purity. It's really amazing. Okay, hurry up and lead the way, we're going back to Cloud Shinobi village. Carrying the unconscious Uzumaki Kushina on his shoulders, Yaoi Kenpachi said, maybe we can go back tonight while it's still early. Yes. Chapter 47 Return to Cloud Shinobi village. Enhance the basic breathing method, seeking subscription. The Country of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi village. Because Yaoi Kenpachi and Hitaki Mashuo are extremely powerful, their speed of movement is naturally very fast. After a day and a night of rushing, they quickly traveled more than 2,000 miles from Konoha village to Cloud Shinobi village. Uzumaki Kushina, who was still awake, was handed over to the care of a Cloud Shinobi woman, Chunin. The two walked straight to Raikage's office. Kicked open the door. Yaoi Kenpachi walked in unceremoniously, as if this was his own home. In this regard, the surrounding Cloud Shinobi and Bujonin all showed helplessness. This little ancestor broke into the house like this, which is really inactive, reckless. Even the grumpy third Raikage big man. Now it's like conniving the juniors to mess around, without any meaning of getting angry at all. Master, I'm back. Kenpachi, are you back so soon? Stopped reviewing the documents in his hands, third Raikage said in a thunderous voice. At the same time, he was also a little surprised. According to Kenpachi's belligerent personality, he was ready for this guy to make a big fuss. Unexpectedly, he came back so soon, it's really surprising. Meet an interesting guy, let's say Hitaki Mosaku in your mouth. You fought him? That's right. In the belly of the enemy. Challenge one of the enemy's strongest combat forces, it's really your style, Kenpachi. Third Raikage said boldly. This courage. Looking at the entire ninja world, it is estimated that few people would dare to do this. Except for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who suppressed an era, even if he is known as the strongest Raikage, he would not do this kind of death act recklessly. But, not only did Yazuki Kenpachi do it, but he did a real hit and run. Hitaki Mashuo's strength, third Raikage also has a little understanding, although it is weaker than himself. But compared to third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen whose strength is constantly declining, it is definitely stronger, but it is definitely not Kenpachi's opponent. So, win or lose, I wanted to fight him for a while longer, but unfortunately, something happened and I killed him accidentally. Cut. That's right, it's the kind of one-shot break. Although Kenpachi's strength is indeed very strong. However, it would be a little too reckless to directly kill one of the strongest combat forces in the enemy's belly? For Kenpachi's claim, third Raikage doesn't suspect much. He knew very well that, by virtue of Kenpachi's character, he didn't bother to lie. In other words, the reliability of this information is as high as 99%. Megatron Ninjas, Konoha's White Fang, has fallen, which is good news for Cloud Shinobi village of the martial arts faction. Certainly, Konoha village may not announce the news. In order not to let other ninja villages know that they lost a cage-level combat power, they were taken advantage of and robbed. Then this is. The gaze of third Raikage moved to Mashuo Hitaki. Because he was wearing a dog-shaped mask and the exclusive weapon, White Fang, was also cut off by Yaoi Kenpachi, Hitaki Mashuo's true identity was not recognized at a glance. I don't know if it's an illusion. Third Raikage looked at this silver-haired ninja wearing a dog-shaped mask, and seemed a little familiar. Oh, this is a ninja I picked up on the side of the road. It's not bad, so you can be my guard. Need to investigate? The Raikage left and right-hand soil platform sitting on the side looked up and said. For the unidentified ninja, it is generally necessary to investigate carefully to avoid spies from other ninja villages lurking in Cloud Shinobi village to steal information. Certainly, this rule is for people brought back by ordinary ninjas. Advertisement if it was brought back by Lord Third Raikage, or the ninja brought back by Yaoi Kenpachi, the illegitimate son of Raikage, they might be able to have certain privileges. However, whether to investigate specifically depends on the meaning of the third generation movie. No need, since Kenpachi brought it back, it means that he has recognized this man. Third Raikage waved his hand and said, a ninja who can be recognized by Kenpachi must not be too weak. Thank you, old man. However, you still have to be optimistic about him and don't let him do things that endanger the interests of Cloud Shinobi Village. Don't worry, if he dares to do such a thing, I'll be the first to kill him. For this request, Yaoi Kenpachi naturally patted his chest and agreed. After Hitaki Mashuo was resurrected by his own resurrection talisman of the dead, his body movements have been completely controlled, only his heart is still yearning for the will of fire and Konoha village. But, longing for longing, once Yaoi Kenpachi gave the order, even if he didn't want to, he still carried it out. The defeated have no room to resist. Even if Yaoi Kenpachi hadn't used the resurrection talisman of the dead, this guy would have returned to the underworld to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Now that Lord Third Raikage agrees, then, as Raikage's right-hand man, he naturally wouldn't say much. You can do as you please. Other people's father and son talk, what's the point of meddling? At the same time, Mosaku Hitaki, who was standing behind Yaoi Kenpachi, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was wearing a dog-shaped mask, his real identity couldn't stand any investigation at all. Although his body is completely controlled by the boy, others don't know about it. By the time, maybe he thought that he had unpredictable intentions, and beat him to death directly. By the way, what about the other three? Did you stop by to complete that S-level mission? It doesn't matter if you don't finish it, your safety is the most important thing, and it doesn't matter whether you fail or not. As if remembering something, Third Raikage spoke. In his eyes, this S-level mission can only rely on luck, it is best to be able to plunder, and if it fails, it cannot be forced. After all, the difficulty of this task is simply too great. Even if he takes action himself, he may not be able to complete it. Hearing this kind of answer, Hitaki Mashuo suddenly had mixed feelings in his heart, and he didn't know what to say. I just failed in a small task, and was spurned by the ninjas, villagers, and even close friends around me, and I was reduced from a hero of Konoha to a criminal in an instant. However, Shinobi Village is king in the cloud. The failure of a mission is nothing, even the Third Raikage is willing to take the initiative to cover up your fault and write it off. Certainly, the most important reason is because Cloud Shinobi Village will not intrigue. Do the kind of brain-dead thing that one's own people cheat one's own people. By contrast, the vibe of Konoha Village is much worse. The three of them got lost, and I don't know where they are. Yaoi Kenpachi dug his ears and said, as for Uzumaki Kushina, I have already brought it back. Bring it back. Oh, that's right, I've been taken into the care of a female chunin. This is really good news. Third Raikage started laughing as if he couldn't help it. The first 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito is not young anymore, and his deadline is about to reach the end. If there is no suitable candidate, used to seal the words of the strongest tailed beast, 9 tails. The tailed beast riot will definitely happen, and it will definitely deal a heavy blow to Konoha's military strength, and it may even be temporarily unable to use Jinchuriki. This is the best news for Cloud Shinobi Village. Konoha's white Fang is dead. If 9 tails Jinchuriki can't be a fighting force. In Konoha Village's cage-level combat power, there is only one old, weak, sick and disabled third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 3 disciples. With the current combat power of Cloud Shinobi Village, Third Raikage doesn't panic at all, just a **L in the front. However, let me declare in advance. Yaoi Kenpachi gave a vaccination in advance, and said, Uzumaki Kushina is my prey, you are not allowed to mess around. That little girl with fiery red hair. The future is definitely a good target, and Yaoi Kenpachi doesn't want her to die halfway. Advertisement. Third Raikage, Hitaki Mosaku, 2 die. Ask for flowers. The 3 people in Raikage's office were stunned when they heard Yaoi Kenpachi's amazing speech. As if doubting. It was as if my ears had heard something wrong, and my face was full of disbelief. Old man, why do you have the expression of eating shit? Ahem, I just think, Kenpachi, you've grown up to be a man too. Third Raikage coughed twice in embarrassment. At the same time, as if implying something, he winked and said. He originally thought that Kenpachi's heart could only accommodate fighting and fighting. If so, the huge flaw in character made it difficult for him to become the 4th Raikage. After all, as the shadow of a village, you must at least think rationally and handle government affairs. Like Yaoi Kenpachi, once he becomes the 4th Raikage, it is not impossible for him to challenge the 4 great ninja villages either on the way to fight or on the way to start a battle, or even directly die. But let the 3rd generation not expect that. Kenpachi is interested in girls? Otherwise, how could it be possible to regard that girl from the Uzumaki clan as her prey? This might be considered a different kind of love. Although there is no definite basis, however, Third Raikage felt that he was infinitely close to the truth of the matter. Since he can fall in love, it may not be impossible for him to have a normal brain-thinking circuit. Overjoyed.jpg. Yaoi Kenpachi frowned. I found that things didn't seem to be simple, and I always felt that the old man's tone was weird. I just want to train my future opponents. Why'd I feel that the old man's words are a bit yin-yang? Don't worry, I won't let anyone touch her. You can raise your wife with peace of mind. Of course, I'm going to make it, the opponent, perfect. With a gratified expression, Third Raikage nodded. Kenpachi is a strong kid. However, there's a little flaw in character. He was worried that he would not be able to fully integrate into Cloud Shinobi Village. Now it seems that there should be no problem. After all, a boy who wants to fall in love is basically not a bad person. By the way, there is one last thing. Well, tell me. I have a few things here that would enhance the heritage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Enhance the background? Third Raikage was slightly taken aback. Due to being in the towering mountain peaks, the clouds and mist filled the air. The development of Cloud Shinobi Village was not so smooth. First Raikage created the village, but did not make a contribution to enhance the village's heritage. Second Raikage in order to strengthen the national power. Thus, following the example of second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the Cloud Shinobi Ninja School was established. Moreover, he successfully developed lightning-style chakra mode and many ninjutsu and swordsmanship, trained a large number of new generation ninjas to practice swordsmanship and ninjutsu, and developed Cloud Shinobi Village into a push. Ninja Village, a school of martial arts that worships swordsmanship and ninja body arts. The lightning-style ninjutsu developed by Second Raikage has had a profound impact on later generations. Not only that, Second Raikage also established Anbu following the example of Konoha. The members of Anbu were excellent ninjas selected from the village, mainly to protect Raikage and prevent foreign enemies from invading. Konoha Shinobi Village work, and sometimes responsible for reconnaissance of the enemy and assassination and kidnapping tasks. It can be said to contribute to penultimate, in contrast, although his own strength surpassed Second Raikage. However, so far, Third Raikage has not made any effective reforms at all, which can enhance the foundation of Cloud Shinobi Village. This is not an easy task, it is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Give you a total of 7 cheat books. Comprehensive breathing method representing different attributes. Chapter 48 Activate the challenge order of the unrivaled powerhouse. Glory Challenge, seeking subscription. Give you a total of 7 cheat books. Comprehensive breathing method representing different attributes. Zaraki Kenpachi put his hands in his arms. As if he wanted to take something, he took out the 7 practice secrets of the complete breathing method from the system space, and handed it to Third Raikage, which contained the hearts and minds of the ghost killing team that have been continuously improved for hundreds of years. It also incorporates countless, pillar-level swordsmen, the foundation that keeps getting stronger. The breath of the sun like a glorious sun. Breath of the moon with weird changes, high attack speed and large range. The most soft and flexible water breath like water. The closest to the breath of the sun, the breath of flame that can emit extremely scorching flames. The fastest, most explosive, thunder breath that can produce thunder and thunder. Breath of the wind that emits powerful cutting wind blades and winds them around the hands and feet. Wielding heavy weapons as a fighting method, the strength of each blow is extremely heavy, enough to destroy the rock's breath of the earth. Third Raikage kept flipping through it. Even after simply reading it, he realized the importance of these breathing methods to Cloud Shinobi Village today. As Raikage's left and right hand, I saw Third Raikage's more and more dignified expression. He seemed to realize something. Could it be that? What happened to Lord Raikage's illegitimate child? If it wasn't like this, Master Raikage wouldn't have suddenly stayed there for so long without saying a word. Snapped, combine the Thunder's Breath sheet book in your hand with 650. According to the cultivation technique above, Third Raikage took a deep breath. Instantly strengthened one's heart and lung function, allowing the blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, and at the same time allowed the already terrifying physical fitness to be greatly improved again in a short period of time. Not only that, obviously did not activate the lightning-style chakra mode. Surrounding Third Raikage's body, violent thunder and lightning were faintly floating. Of course, this state will end soon, because it is the first time to use it and it is not yet proficient, so it cannot last for too long. But, Rao is so. After reading it once, you can start to use it, and this speed can be called rapid progress. Meaning, the ordinary members of the ghost killing team are all ordinary people who have practiced step by step for a long time before they can barely use the breathing method to kill evil spirits. The foundation is very low at the beginning. But, Third Raikage's physical fitness and strength are far from what ordinary ghosts can match. This also led to him being able to learn the breath of thunder in an instant. Certainly, this is limited to the 5 basic breaths. As for the breath of the sun and the breath of the moon, because they are more special, ordinary people can't practice them at all. With these breathing methods, our Cloud Shinobi Village has the qualification to be the strongest in the ninja world. If I can cast the breath of the sun and the breath of thunder at the same time, the strength may be able to go up to a higher level. A gleam flashed in Third Raikage's eyes, and he said excitedly. After the battle with Zaraki Kenpachi, he broke through his own shackles in advance yesterday, broke through the limit of the peak cage level, and even entered the level beyond the elementary level of cage level. In this era, super cage level is synonymous with the strongest ninja. Certainly, this is built on, without counting Zaraki Kenpachi. I thought that if I want to go further, there is almost no hope in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, Kenpachi brought back a treasure directly. Do you also want to double practice breathing? Huh? No way? Of course not, the limit to how much one can practice breathing techniques is only talent. Zaraki Kenpachi shook his head and said, he has already felt that the aura of the old man has risen to a level and has become stronger. How many breathing methods can a person practice? On the one hand, it looks at one's own compatibility, and on the other hand, one's own talent. For example, Third Raikage is suitable for cultivating sun's breath and thunder's breath, and being able to break through to a super cage level realm shows that his talent is fully capable of cultivating the difficult sun's breath. Advertisement double practice breathing method. People with ordinary talents can't do this kind of thing. Being able to master a breathing method is already considered a good result. Old man, Who are you going to choose to be the first to learn these breathing techniques? Given the importance of the breathing method, I don't intend to use it all, as it is easy for the enemy to steal information. Third Raikage pondered for a moment and said, choose the trustworthy Anbu-Jonin first. The first batch of people who practice breathing. Appointed as Anbu-Jonin, elite Jonin of Cloud Shinobi village. The quantity will not be many. About 5 elite Jonin and 25 Jonin are selected for initial practice. Certainly, people from privileged classes like Third Raikage, Yui, Killer Bee, Yu Wooden Golem, and Tutai are not included in this list. They are not the people with the highest authority in the village. It is Raikage's own son, or the Jinchuriki, a strategic weapon. It is also impossible to let them practice the breathing method in advance. Except for these, I think we can also select a group of ninja students who are trustworthy and talented. Let them get in touch with the breathing method in advance. Third Raikage changed his voice and continued, this group of ninja students. It will be regarded as the mainstay of the future and must have sufficient potential and loyalty to be eligible for selection. The number of people will not be too many, about 20 people. It's okay, however, this may require your help, Kenpachi. What? Yui Kenpachi slowly raised a question mark. Isn't it training ninja students? Why do you need to help yourself? Didn't I always take out the secrets of breathing method? Just follow the above and practice directly. There is no one who can't practice such a simple thing, right? No way? I need you to help me teach this group of ninja students. Hey, old man, for such a simple thing, don't you just need to have hands, and you still need to teach? Third Raikage was silent. Your kid is talented pervert, so naturally you just need to have hands. As for Cloud Shinobi Anbu-Jonin and Elite Jonin, because their foundations are not bad, they can practice step by step without any problems. But, ordinary ninja students, they are generally under 10 years old. Even if the talent is good, it is impossible for an evil person like Kenpachi to learn the breathing method easily. Kenpachi, not everyone is like you. Learning how to breathe is like eating and drinking. Tisk, what a hassle. How about this, you are temporarily serving as a mentor for a while. Third Raikage said in a negotiating tone, when Cloud Shinobi Anbu-Jonin learns the breathing method, I will let them replace you, how about it? Since the old man has said so, then I will reluctantly help for a while. Yui Kenpachi changed his voice and said, however, I declare in advance that although my training is quick, there is also a risk of death. Try to. Let's save as few deaths as possible. Third Raikage did not choose to give up for this reason. Even if these 20 ninja students don't practice breathing, they will become Cloud Shinobi Village's Jonin and Elite Jonin in the future. It will not be easy for Cloud Shinobi Village to lose any of them. But, just like this is not enough. They still need to become stronger and go further, so that Cloud Shinobi Village can become the strongest ninja world. Achieve this goal in the future. Even if a few people are sacrificed halfway, it is within the tolerable range. Don't worry, they won't die. Yui Kenpachi waved his hand and said, if they are strong enough, they won't necessarily die. Anyway, I'm counting on you, Kenpachi. Old man, if you are sincere, quickly call that guy back to fight with me. There was a bit of resentment in the tone of Yui Kenpachi said. It was clearly stated at the beginning. Cloud Shinobi Village has 3 strong men who are, at the same level, as the old man, but I have been here for almost 10 days, and I didn't even see a single person. Next time, definitely next time. Third Raikage said perfunctorily with erratic eyes. Whether it's Yui, Killer Bee, Wooden Golem, they're all in Cloud Shinobi Village now. Advertisement but. After hearing that Yuzuki Kenpachi directly hacked Hitaki Mashua's record, he is even more afraid to let them meet now. Who knows, after this kid Kenpachi fights to the top, will he kill his own people too? Once you enter the state of combat, in the eyes of Yui Kenpachi, there is no difference between old people, men, women, and children. They are all enemies. Don't expect him to be merciful until he has not shown enough value. Tisk. Yuzuki Kenpachi smacked his lips, but he didn't say much since the old man didn't introduce the enemy to himself, then he went to find the enemy himself. With Hitaki Masho leading the way, he couldn't believe he couldn't find it. Not to mention, Yuzuki Kenpachi's greatest hobby. It is to cultivate people with potential, maybe they can become a guy who makes them feel happy in the future, this can be regarded as an early investment. I'll leave the rest to you, I'm leaving, old man. He waved his hand. Yuzuki Kenpachi walked straight out of Raikage's office. In general, he has almost dealt with it, and it's time to go back and take a rest. Thing. Yuzuki Kenpachi has been brought out. As for how to use it, that is Third Raikage's business. He doesn't have such free time to take care of these things. Anyway, it can strengthen the background of going to the hidden village. Earth Terrace. Exist. Go and gather 5 Anbu Elite Jonin and 25 Anbu Jonin immediately, and let them practice the breathing method intensively. Yes. At the same time, select the most talented ninja students who are loyal enough to the village and send them to Kenpachi for intensive training in breathing techniques. I'll make arrangements right away. After receiving 2 new orders in his hands, Tudai also knew the importance of the matter. This is related to the future rise of Cloud Shinobi Village. There is no room for carelessness. By the way, there is one more thing. I asked Master Raikage to order. Didn't I mention it before? There is a little girl named Samui. I was worried about Kenpachi. He might not be interested, but since he is interested in girls from the Uzumaki family, fighting, he probably wouldn't reject Samui and let her grow up with Kenpachi. I understand. Third Raikage and the Earthen Platform smiled at each other. Immediately, he showed an expression that men can understand, which may be some kind of tacit understanding. On the other hand, Zaraki Kenpachi who just returned to the mansion. He didn't know that third Raikage had broken his heart for his big event in life. After taking a hot bath, he sat in the courtyard of the mansion, playing with a special token in his hand, and Hitaki Mosaku, who was wearing a dog-shaped mask, stood beside him, keeping an elite ninja silent. The challenge order of the unrivaled powerhouse? I don't know how many powerhouses I can summon to make me happy. 3.4. If you defeat them, you can get some extra rewards, which is a bit interesting. Thinking so, Zaraki Kenpachi crushed the special token in his hand. Next second, the challenge order of the unrivaled powerhouse turned into starlight. Dissipated directly in midair. Ding, successfully activated the unrivaled powerhouse challenge token. Open black lens bracket choosing otherworld. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the world that sent out the challenge letter has been confirmed. Runet Land, League of Legends. Open black lens bracket. The challenge letter is being issued. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. 5 people have accepted your challenge. They will be teleported to a certain location in the Hokage world. As long as the host defeats them, they can get rich rewards. Close black lens bracket. Soon, the challenge sent by Zaraki Kenpachi received a response. There are 5 strong players of the League of Legends who are willing to accept this challenge and cross the barriers of the world to come to this world. With Zaraki Kenpachi, engage in a battle to determine glory. Chapter 49 Valkyrie Jax. Hitaki Mosaku's exclusive mission, seeking subscription. Boom! The sky was covered with dark clouds, and silver arcs and purple lightning flashed continuously. The gloomy atmosphere, as if something terrifying is about to descend into this world. The entire ninja world. Countless villagers, ninjas, and even the aging Uchiha Madara. At this moment, they all raised their heads in unison, looking at the sky of endless coercion, making ordinary people want to kneel down and worship him. Boom! Accompanied by the rolling thunder. 4 purple lightning bolts shot in 5 directions at a speed exceeding the speed of light. The country of fire, the country of thunder, land of earth. The country of the wind, the land of water. Almost every big country has descended a figure. They are all from Runet Land, League of Legends, and accepted the challenge of Zaraki Kenpachi. Everyone has the same strength as the cage-level powerhouse, and even stronger. Land of Thunder, the outskirts. A purple lightning came here. Amidst the purple thunderstorm, a guy wearing armor all over his body and holding a golden handle walked out slowly. His eyes are full of endless fighting spirit and fighting spirit reaching its peak. Whether it is the techniques of various weapons or the harsh sarcasm, he is unmatched. He is also the last weapon master in Aikacia, fighting against demigods with a human body. A long time ago. People often call me Valkyrie Jax. Valkyrie Jax said slowly in a hoarse voice. Once, the arrogance of the people of his hometown attracted the void, and the result was that their homeland was razed to the ground. After that, Jax 18 and his brethren swore to protect what was left. Now that the magic of the world has once again surged and the dormant threat has been touched once again, Jax begins to roam Runeterra, holding the last light of Aikacia in his hand, testing every warrior he meets in search of the evil. Fight side by side with the strong who are against each other. Now, a challenge from Zaraki Kenpachi. This legendary war god was touched and descended into this world. Dazzling golden street lights reflect a dazzling light. O strong man of the otherworld, let me test it. Your spirit, the country of the wind, the suburbs. There is only endless yellow sand here, which looks quite desolate. At this time, a Sunagaker team met the place where the purple lightning came head-on. 2 Jonin, 10 Chunin. This kind of strength is not weak. It can even be used as the main force for raids. Captain, the situation is found ahead. It seems to be someone's breath, go over and have a look. Once there is an abnormal situation, an attack can be launched immediately, and direct beheading is allowed. Yes, the 10 Sunagaker Chunin said in unison. Maintaining a state of vigilance, they walked forward and vaguely saw a girl in the center of the purple thunderstorm. Long purple hair, exquisite appearance, and 2 traces like demon foxes on his face. Her body is covered with a layer of living organisms that coexist with her. Snatched by the void as a child, he survived by sheer stubbornness and willpower. Her experience has made her a killer hunter, or some would call her the messenger of the dark future. She forms a restless symbiosis with a living carapace of void beings, and soon she will face a momentous choice, whether to forgive those mortals who call her a monster and work together against the oppressive darkness. Or just forget it and let the void swallow this world that has abandoned her. She is the top hunter in the void. Daughter of the void, Kaisa. Who is it? Advertisement. My appearance may scare you, but please understand that I am not a member of the void. I stand on the standpoint of a human being and will fight the void to the end. Kaisa saw the human beings, and explained in a pleasant voice. In the void, he has met many humans. They are in a state of absolute mortal enemies with the void creatures, and once they meet, they will fight endlessly. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, Kaisa would usually explain in advance that it would be best if a battle could be avoided, if not, then there was no other way. Void, I don't understand what you're talking about. However, this is the territory of our kingdom of the wind. You, a person of unknown origin, you'd better give up resistance. Stop talking nonsense. We are pressed for time, and we don't have the time to spend here to kill her. Soon, a Sunagaker Jonin gave the order. If it was a normal day, they would choose to temporarily detain this unknown girl, and after carefully checking her identity, they would let her go. But, they are now on an important mission. There is no effort at all, and the extra time is wasted here, so it must be resolved quickly. For this reason, even if it kills an innocent girl, it is not hesitating. Huh. Kaisa exhaled slowly, and said, do you still want to fight? Wind style. Vacuum jade. Ultimate overload. In an instant, Kaisa's void skin seemed to be fully activated. A large amount of void energy was injected into the body, and the body instantly turned into a phantom, as if escaping into the void, easily dodging the extremely fast wind style. At the same time, lightly leap. The body jumped into the sky tens of meters high. Aikacia's rainstorm. Though I don't want to kill humans. However, since the other party wanted to kill him, there was no need to hold back. Moment. More than a dozen purple light balls containing void energy. Like a ruthless torrential rain, it directly swept across a radius of 100 meters, instantly turning the surrounding area into ruins. The energy of the void. It is extremely terrifying, similar to the effect of truth-seeking ball, it can smooth everything out. Tread. Kaisa returned to the ground. Looking at the sand shinobi ninja who didn't even have any remains of the body left, and there was nothing left of the beaten one, he could only sigh helplessly. She is in the void. Can't find the way back. Now, after receiving Yayoi Kenpachi's challenge letter, he naturally agreed directly. It's been a long time since Kaisa has seen the rays of the sun. Even if this place is no longer Runeterra, it's still acceptable, as long as she can leave the void. She doesn't want to hurt innocent people. However, this is based on the fact that the other party has no hostility towards her. Yazuki Kenpachi, if you want to return to Runeterra, you will definitely need his help. Do not know either. Where is this person? I can only take a look for the time being. Keisha let out a breath slowly. Next, it will be a long journey. In addition to the Valkyrie Jax, and Kaisa, the daughter of the void. There are also 3 strong men from Runeterra. They descended on the territories of the land of earth, the land of water, and the land of fire respectively, but soon disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Yazuki Kenpachi in Cloud Shinobi village. I also felt a kind of throbbing in my heart, the strong man who can satisfy himself seems to have come to this world. Ha ha ha, this way, I won't be bored in the future. Although I don't know where they went, as long as they are in this world. There will always be a day when we meet. Advertisement. After crushing the challenge order of the unrivaled powerhouse, Yayoi Kenpachi seemed to be unable to control his smile, and started laughing out loud. To this, Hitaki Maoshuo standing aside, he still remained silent, and he didn't know which unlucky guy was actually targeted by this monster. Maoshuo, what's the matter, boy? I have already felt that there are 5 strong men who can make me feel happy, and they have come to this world. Quote question mark quote. Are you telling a story? 5 strong men came to this world, do you think it is a novel? And can make this monster-like boy feel the pleasure of the opponent? I'm afraid it is at least cage level strength, and it may even reach the realm beyond cage level. You go out and look for traces of them, and bring them here. Ah, are there any characteristics? No. Quote question mark quote. Mosaku Hitaki slowly made a question mark. Are you G kidding me? Even if he is a ninja, Grandmaster used to look for traces of the enemy. However, if you want to find 5 people in the vast ninja world without any information, isn't it too difficult? I think you are making things difficult for me, Hitaki Mosaku. The only characteristic is that it is powerful. The strength of each of them is not bad, if you can meet them, you will be able to detect them very quickly. And, during this time, you should also temper yourself. My Moon's Breath 407 and Thunder's Breath, I hope that when we meet next time, you will be able to break through the current limitations and step into a super cage level realm. Yazuki Kenpachi issued a new order. Not practicing chakra. It is extremely otherworld fighting style, as long as Hitaki Mosaku meets, he will definitely be recognized quickly. Certainly. Because the ninja world is too big, I want to find all the people in a while. This is still a bit unrealistic. However, it doesn't matter. What Yayoi Kenpachi lacks most is time, his body is only 10 years old, and he is not a human body, but a body similar to Shinigami, with a long time. And, due to the infinite evolution effect of perfect Hogyoku fruit, as long as Yayoi Kenpachi wants, he can evolve an immortal body at any time. In this long process, if there are no interesting enemies, it would be too boring, whether it is summoning the strong from otherworld, or challenging the existing strong, or it is to cultivate suitable opponents by yourself. Yazuki Kenpachi doesn't matter. Fine. If you meet a good seedling on the road, please guide me by the way. Try your best. Generally, good seedlings are cultivated in the village. It's so easy to meet them outside. Hitaki Maoshuo complained. You don't really think so. The geniuses outside are like Chinese cabbages, you can meet them casually, right? If it were really that easy, the 5 great ninja villages would have gone all over cage level, and Jonin would be inferior to a dog, which is completely unrealistic. Then, let's go. Yes, under the orders of Yazuki Kenpachi. Hitaki Mosaku's figure disappeared instantly. For this mission, he needs to go to the entire ninja world, constantly searching for the strong man mentioned by the boy, with no time limit and no location limit. In a sense, it can be regarded as a real retirement tour. Chapter 50 Kenpachi. She, my person, has an opinion. Seeking subscription. Shortly after Hitaki Mosaku left, the Cloud Shinobi girl Chunin came to Yayoi Kenpachi's mansion in a panic. Master Kenpachi, something is wrong. 11. Before, Yuzuki Kenpachi placed the unconscious Uzumaki Kushina into her care. However, not so long ago, Uzumaki Kushina woke up from a coma, and soon found that she was not in the territory of Konoha village, but in the range of Cloud Shinobi village. The strong sense of uneasiness made the 10-year-old girl a little flustered. Stand up. Was plundered to the hinterland of the enemy country. This is the first time Uzumaki Kushina has encountered such a thing. Afterwards, she started to make a lot of noise, and even tried to escape several times. If it is replaced by an ordinary captive, this Cloud Shinobi woman, Chunin, struck her early and knocked her out or knocked her to the ground on the spot. 18.2. This is no ordinary prisoner. Not so long ago. As Raikage's right-hand man, I came here to tell you that this girl with fiery red hair is Mrs. Kenpachi's foster wife. Object. If I hit her with my own hands. If Lord Kenpachi found out, he would kill himself every minute. In desperation, the Cloud Shinobi girl, Chunin, had no choice but to ask for off-field assistance, leaving Yayoi Kenpachi to handle the situation. What's wrong? The girl you brought back woke up and is making a fuss. Please ask Kenpachi to calm her down. Are you awake? Lead the way. Yayoi Kenpachi held the broken blade beside him and said. For guys with potential, his attitude is obviously much better. At the very least, he will pay attention to their growth process and wait for the day when the fruit will be harvested. After walking for about 5 minutes, Yayoi Kenpachi arrived at his destination. 983 hasn't walked in yet. You can hear Uzumaki Kushina's panicked voice. Go away. You go away. I want to go back. Don't come here, or I'm going to have to use it. 11. Like an angry little brain tiger, Uzumaki Kushina's bashing, trying to scare the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who were watching her around. Certainly, it is impossible for this kind of child's behavior to scare them. Keeping silent, the task of the 4 Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin is not to let this girl from the Uzumaki clan leave the cabin. As for her to do other things, let her go. Anyway, you can't do it directly. Otherwise, the woman who hit Lord Kenpachi might cause a lot of trouble. Clatter. Pushed open the moving wooden door. Yayoi Kenpachi walked in slowly from outside. Sword. Kenpachi. Advertisement. The moment he saw Yayoi Kenpachi, Uzumaki Kushina showed surprise on his face. It is clear, although we didn't get along for a long time. However, Yayoi Kenpachi, who has pure emotion, has already left an indelible deep impression on Uzumaki Kushina's little heart. So, the moment I saw Yatsuki Kenpachi at Cloud Shinobi village, Uzumaki Kushina took it as a reliance, ran over and hid behind him. Sword. Kenpachi. Uzumaki Kushina whispered, this is not Cloud Shinobi village, is it? Ah, that's right. Could it be? Kenpachi, are you from Cloud Shinobi village? Right. There is no shyness at all. Yayoi Kenpachi directly admitted his identity. After hearing the news, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly turned pale, as if thinking of something. Then you are approaching me, for the mission of the village. No, I'm just for you. Full of pure emotion, Yuzuki Kenpachi stared at Uzumaki Kushina behind him, and spoke. At first, I just want to complete the task of the old man. That's why I caught her by the way. However, after seeing Uzumaki Kushina's special chakra, Yayoi Kenpachi changed his mind. This fiery red-haired girl has great potential, if she is properly cultivated. Maybe I can gain a good opponent in the future. On the one hand, the task of the old man has been completed. On the other hand, you can also train your future opponents well. This can be said to be the best of both worlds. Why not do it? Great, I knew Kenpachi wouldn't lie. Hear Yayoi Kenpachi's answer. Uzumaki Kushina exhaled lightly, patted his small chest, and said in a brisk tone. It is very difficult to lie in front of one's own casual mind eye. Kenpachi approached himself, not because of the Cloud Shinobi village quest. It's about really liking fighting myself, and that pure emotion can't deceive people anyway. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Kushina's little face became hot for a while. For a 10-year-old girl, it didn't take long for her to be brought to Konoha village from the perishing vortex country, and it was impossible for her to have a great sense of belonging. After all, everyone at Ninja Academy, they all seem to hate their own appearance very much. The only guy who is friendly, Namikaze Minato, is also a sissy inexplicably lying on the gun, which makes Uzumaki Kushina's life very unhappy. If it weren't for the care of Uzumaki Mito-sama of the same family, it is estimated that Uzumaki Kushina's affection for Konoha village in this time period. Almost negligible. By contrast, Kenpachi's feelings towards himself are the purest, without any impurities. One is BIFC, who hates her own village, and the other is a boy who likes herself. For a 10-year-old girl, it is very obvious how to choose. Without much hesitation, Uzumaki Kushina decided to stay in Kenpachi around. Holding Uzumaki Kushina's little hand, Yuzuki Kenpachi said, okay, come with me. Advertisement. Master Kenpachi, as Konoha's second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she needs to be under strict supervision. If you take her away directly, we will not be able to explain to Master Raikage. A Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin. With a troubled look on his face, he had no choice but to stop in front of Yayoi Kenpachi. She, my man, has a problem. No, of course I don't have any objections, it's just that Mr. Raikage. The old man has already agreed. I will raise this guy, the enemy, so it is my freedom to take him away. If you have any opinions, talk to the old man. If you keep talking, I will blow your head off. Quote. Glancing at this Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin, Yayoi Kenpachi said dissatisfied. Fortunately, this guy is a ninja from Cloud Shinobi village. If it was a ninja from another ninja village, he would have slashed over with a sword in front of Yayoi Kenpachi. Hiss. The remaining 3 are Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin, and 1 Cloud Shinobi female Chunin. Hear Yuzuki Kenpachi's explosive speech. They all gasped at the same time. Master Kenpachi really knows how to play. Hateful. They are both single mothers. However, Mr. Kenpachi is only 10 years old, and he has begun to cultivate his future wife, so envious of the separation of the S*X walls. And, even if the identity of this Uzumaki girl is important, Lord Raikage still made her the child bride of Lord Kenpachi, which shows that Lord Raikage attaches great importance to him, almost to the point where he can give him whatever he wants. Sorry, this is my subordinate's dereliction of duty. The subordinates didn't consider that this girl belongs to you. Let's get out of the way, Master Kenpachi, let's raise her well. That's right, it's really worthy of being Kenpachi-sama, I'm really ashamed of myself. Listen to compliments by 4 Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin. Yayoi Kenpachi frowned suddenly. Why do these ninjas speak in a yin and yang strange way, just like the old man? When those bold ninjas, becoming a hermaphrodite, always says something inexplicable. Let's go. Didn't think much about it. Yayoi Kenpachi pulled Uzumaki Kushina straight to the outside. During this process, none of Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin dared to come out to stop him, nor did he have the guts to stop him at all. Uzumaki Kushina, who was the person involved, did not show any resistance to Yayoi Kenpachi's actions. Uzumaki Kushina, who is usually called Blood Red Pepper, is as docile as a kitten at the moment. This scene, if the boys of Konoha Village Ninja Academy saw it, absolutely stunned. Seeing this scene, the 4 Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin couldn't help sighing in their hearts. This is their lost youth. No, single dogs like us don't have such young love at all. How can it be repaired? Obviously on a mission. Why is there an inexplicable sense of sadness? This kind of behavior of tricking single dogs into killing them is really bad to the extreme. Chapter 51 Special Training Class on Breathing Method. Basic Physical Training. Seeking subscription. The next day, Ninja Academy, Special Training Class. This is a newly established class, which brings together 20 potential Cloud Shinobi Village teenagers and girls. According to normal development, they would have been able to graduate and become a genin long ago, but now they are specially called here. Among these teenagers and girls, many familiar figures can even be seen. Future. They will be the mainstay of Cloud Shinobi Village. 8-Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, 11 years old. 2-Tailed Jinchuriki. By Wooden Golem, age 4. Future 4th Raikages. Left hand, Hope. A Cruel Girl, Samui. Impulsive Boy, Azai. Dash. The younger brother of Killer Bee, Omoi. Killer Bee's number 2 younger brother, Karui. Future 4th Raikages. Secretary, Azabui. And a special transfer student, who was raised by Yayoi Kenpachi, Uzumaki Kushina. In addition, there are many unfamiliar faces, but their future potential cannot be denied. Most Rear Admiral will be a Jonin. Even after the special training of breathing method, as long as you can survive, stepping into the elite Jonin level is almost the top of the board. Very few guys with good talents can even hit the Cage level and Super Cage level realms. Hey, did you hear that? Master Raikage summoned us this time to teach some kind of super powerful martial arts. By the way, do you know who our mentor is? I heard that after learning it, it is possible to even have the strength of an elite Jonin. It is really exciting. You idiot, how could it be so easy, you idiot? Draw a long tone. Like rapping, says 11-year-old Killer Bee. As 8-Tails Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village and also Yayoi Ai's foster brother, he naturally knew some inside information in advance. For Jonin, as long as one has the practice cheats, getting started with the breathing method is not that difficult. But, for their gang of brats, it is almost impossible to get started with the quick breathing method, and it requires special training to achieve it. Tatatatat. Footsteps came from outside. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. All eyes were on the door, waiting for the mentor to appear. Boom. Next second, the wall collapsed directly. Holding the broken blade, Yayoi Kenpachi stepped on the rubble and walked straight in from the outside. Now that the old man has agreed, he will not miss the appointment. During this period of time, I will reluctantly act as a mentor, let these guys quickly learn the breathing method, and hope that a few seedlings with potential will emerge. Yo, good morning, you bastards. Excessive self-introduction is omitted, I am not interested in knowing your names. Anyway, whether you can survive the next training is also an unknown question. Then, let's get straight to the point. Advertisement. Jonin's quality of breathing practice is enough to meet the standard, but you trash are still far behind. The first basic training. Basic physical training. Yayoi Kenpachi grinned and said. This is still him, the first time he has spoken so many words, he is not good at teaching others. At least, the persuasive approach does not suit his style. Simple and rude is what Yayoi Kenpachi is best at, and he will continue it in this crash training of breathing method. Physical training. Running with weights, or what? By the way, why is our mentor just a kid of about the same age? What about Jonin? Is he really qualified to be our mentor? Big disappointment. Hear Zaraki Kenpachi's words. He didn't realize at all that the people who were about to go to hell in front of them were still chirping with each other. Only a very few people know that this is not a joke. One can't do it well, but it will really kill you. Zaraki Kenpachi didn't bother to explain to everyone's doubts. Anyway, they are just a bunch of trash. It would be nice to pick out one or two useful guys. Whether they can survive or not is a question, so doubt it. Start running. Until I say stop, absolutely not allowed to stop. I will slow down and catch up with you. Anyone who is caught up, I will directly chop everything with the back of my knife. Although it is the back of the knife. But I advise you not to have a fluke mentality. Because, the back of the knife can kill people. Zaraki Kenpachi said mercilessly. According to his style, the training of ordinary people has already used the blade to cut people. However, the old man asked himself not to kill too many people, so he had to temporarily change it to slashing people with the back of a knife, or else relying on his own strength, he would be able to restrain his strength. Cut people with the blade. Dealing with this bunch of waste is as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. Come and die. This is not training at all. It's completely considered an act of death. Of course, these little guys didn't take Zaraki Kenpachi's warning to heart at all. In their view, Zaraki Kenpachi is about the same age as them. How strong can he be? Can he knock them all down? Do not make jokes. They are the geniuses of Cloud Shinobi village. Plus, Zaraki Kenpachi started the countdown. Moment. Uzumaki Kushina, Killer Bee, you wooden golem, and Samui rushed out. They knew that this was the escape time given by Kenpachi, and if they didn't take advantage of the distance now, it would be basically impossible to get rid of his pursuit by then. Only, some people are very smart. There are still a bunch of idiots who don't cherish this precious time. The remaining 16 people were still sitting in place, foolishly. 3. Advertisement. Equals. Quote dash exclamation mark quote. Then, the hunt begins. The final countdown is over. Zaraki Kenpachi stepped on the ground and disappeared instantly. Next second, he appeared in front of a young man from Cloud Shinobi village, raised the broken blade in his hand high, pointed the back of the blade at his abdomen and swung lightly with controlled force. Ask for flowers. Like a kite with a broken string. The Cloud Shinobi village youth was instantly sent flying tens of meters away. It was directly smashed into the wall and turned into a human sculpture. Under this huge force, even if he just slashed with the back of the knife, he passed out on the spot, and several ribs were broken. It is estimated that if he does not cultivate for 7 or 8 months, he will not be able to recover from this injury. Start. One person was eliminated in an instant. Although he was seriously injured on the spot, it was better than losing his life. Trash. You are eliminated. He doesn't care about the other party's life or death at all, Zaraki Kenpachi said lightly. Subsequently, the Cloud Shinobi medical ninja quickly arrived. The unconscious Cloud Shinobi village teenager was put on a stretcher and rushed to hospital for treatment. The scene fell into silence for an instant. The remaining 15 people remained stunned at the moment, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before them. 0. Front. The boy's movement speed, so fast that the field of vision can't capture it at all. Moreover, what is the matter with that unreasonable strange power, which seriously injured one person with just one blow? Isn't this training? What kind of trouble is going to cause a person to be seriously injured when he comes up? Now, they seem to understand. Zaraki Kenpachi seems to be serious about what Zaraki Kenpachi said. If you have the idea of luck, then waiting for their end is either death or serious injury. Gulu. The sound of swallowing saliva is particularly obvious at this moment. Everyone's nerves tensed up. I am afraid that any rash action will become Zaraki Kenpachi's next prey. The pain of being broken ribs on the spot is not something a group of children can bear. No matter how talented they are still just a group of brats now. Although it's just a bunch of trash, I'll try to discipline the old man. Zaraki Kenpachi turned around slowly, and whispered in a voice like a ghost, so, whose turn is it next? Quote. Run. Sudden. The girl named Mabui shouted loudly. The remaining 15 people immediately dispersed in a crowd and ran towards the surroundings. No one wants to be severely injured, let alone be beaten to death directly. In order not to become the ghost of Zaraki Kenpachi, they have to constantly squeeze out the potential in their bodies and work hard to become stronger. Keep running. Use up all the energy in your body. Run until you are unconscious, you can't relax, and you can't stop. The hunt. Beginning. Chapter 52. Eliminate 3 people. Weapons of War Jinchuriki. Seeking subscription. Cloud Shinobi Village. Dusk. Under the pursuit of the evil ghost, Zaraki Kenpachi, the day's training soon came to an end. Except for Killer Bee, Uzumaki Kushina, and Sammy who escaped at the beginning, the others were more or less injured, and even 3 of them were directly seriously injured and forcibly withdrew from the special training of breathing techniques. Remaining members 17 people, certainly. Wooden Golem was also one of the first to escape. However, because he was too young, Zaraki Kenpachi finally kicked him out with a knife. Fortunately, Jinchuriki's recovery ability is far better than that of ordinary ninjas. Although this 4-year-old girl frowned in pain, she still didn't cry out loud. After standing up again, she continued to run. In Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes, there is no difference between adults and children. No matter how old you are, since you have participated in the training of breathing method, you must follow your own rules. TT. It feels like my whole body is going to fall apart, it's really painful. Let's say a little less about February 17th, save some energy. That guy is just like a ghost. The limit potential of the body. It has been completely squeezed out, and to be able to say a few words is to use up the last bit of strength. Was hunted by Yaoi Kenpachi for a day. Anyone who was caught up will be slapped severely by the back of the sword. Those who were lucky were only slightly injured, and those who were unlucky had several ribs broken on the spot, and now they went directly to the hospital to lie down. The severity of pranayama training. Far beyond the imagination of these brats. Is this not enough? Yaoi Kenpachi sat on a boulder and said disgustedly, it's just a warm-up training, and everyone is tired like this. I suggest you quit as soon as possible. For Yaoi Kenpachi's proposal, no one spoke. It's not because they don't want to refute, but because their strength has been completely exhausted, and they don't have the spirit to speak at all. Now, they just want to lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Breathe in a little more fresh air, continuously bring it into the lungs, and transmit the oxygen that is the source of power to the limbs and bones of the body. According to their recovery speed, it is estimated that after waking up the next day, the muscles of the whole body are sore and painful, plus the injuries on the body. Whether he can continue to participate in training is still unknown. Anyone who wants to quit. Although still no one answered. However, there is a certain persistence in everyone's eyes. Either for their beliefs, or for their dreams, or for becoming stronger, or for other reasons, they don't want to quit this training easily, even if they are bruised all over their bodies. Advertisement. This belief. Yaoi Kenpachi also felt it quickly. Originally, he didn't have any hope for these wastes, and he might quit half of the people on the first day. Did not expect, except for 3 who were severely injured by themselves. As a last resort, except for the 3 who forcibly exited, the others chose to persevere, which made Yaoi Kenpachi slightly change their opinion of them. Forget it, according to your state, you won't be able to participate in training tomorrow. I don't want to procrastinate for too long. Quote. Let me do you a little favor. In Yazuki Kenpachi's heart. A certain wish suddenly appeared, hope that everyone's recovery speed will be faster, and they can continue to participate in the next day's training. Next second, perfect Hogyoku, that has been thoroughly fused with Yazuki Kenpachi. In an instant, the power of a miracle burst out, and the wish of the host was continuously perfected. A light green light radiated from Yaoi Kenpachi's body, covering the bodies of the 17 people, continuously recovering their exhausted physical strength, and even recovering a lot from their injuries. Let's go, Kushina. Quote. Under everyone's surprised eyes and Uzumaki Kushina's flustered state. Yaoi Kenpachi picked up the little girl and prepared to take her back. In addition to Uzumaki Kushina, Yaoi Kenpachi is also more interested in Killer Bee and Wooden Golem. Although these 2 guys are only children now, they don't have much chakra on their bodies, and their strength is even more unbearable. However, there seems to be some kind of huge chakra sealed in their bodies, far surpassing the old man in number. Jinchuriki. By chance, Yaoi Kenpachi also knew the meaning of this title. The so-called Jinchuriki, that is, people who have implanted tail beasts in their bodies. Jinchuriki is in danger of going berserk. When Jinchuriki is emotional or chakra is weak, the seal will weaken, causing Jinchuriki to enter a tailed beast and release tailed beast bomb. Jinchuriki must not be separated from the tailed beast. Once the tailed beast in Jinchuriki's body is pulled out, Jinchuriki will die immediately, and death cannot be avoided no matter how strong the vitality is. Only 8 tails can save Jinchuriki's life by cutting off the octopus feet. Jinchuriki is often regarded as a country's military power, and the tail beast is a symbol of disaster. Jinchuriki are often treated unequally. Every Jinchuriki, after complete tail beastization, at least they all have cage level strength. Even, very few powerful tail beasts can have super cage level strength. But, without exception, the destructive power of each tail beast is basically not comparable to ninjas of the same level, and the 2 cannot be in the same realm at all. Are these 2 brats one of the strong men that the old man said? Advertisement. Squinting his eyes, Yaoi Kenpachi thought about it in his heart. Do you want to do it directly? Give it a try. The strength of these 2-tailed beasts can be called weapons of war. Their strength will not be so weak, right? Think for a moment. Yaoi Kenpachi temporarily gave up on this idea. In the future, I will have plenty of time to compete. Only the Jinchuriki who have perfectly mastered the power of tailed beasts will be at their peak, and their strength can continue to improve. If you hunt now, that's really a small loss. Gone back. Holding Uzumaki Kushina in his arms, Yazuki Kenpachi turned and left. Under the influence of the miraculous power of the perfect beautiful Jade, Samui, who was lying on the ground before, recovered a lot of her physical strength and injuries, barely stood up, and wobbled after her. Please wait for me, Lord Kenpachi. Light blonde short hair, pure white skin, and blue-green pupils. It is also a good beauty embryo. Unfortunately, potential is just average. Even if you have learned the breathing method, if there are no other factors, you will be at the level of an elite Jonin for a lifetime, and it is thankful to be able to set foot on the quasi-cage level. Yaoi Kenpachi doesn't pay too much attention to people of this level. Is there something wrong? That, Master Raikage asked me to serve you, so please take me with you. Yayoi Kenpachi frowned. His daily life is generally self-reliant. He is not a pampered young master, he is not used to letting others take care of him. Can you? No need, go back. Facing the meat delivered to the door, Yayoi Kenpachi did not have any fluctuations at all. Not even the slightest hesitation. He directly rejected her proposal. With no 1.8 potential and mediocre combat effectiveness, Yayoi Kenpachi simply doesn't like him. Being rejected so straightforwardly, the little girl Sammy couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. It should be the first time she and Mr. Kenpachi have met, why are they so indifferent? Tat tat tat. Watching Yayoi Kenpachi go away, Samui gritted her teeth, and finally, as if she had made up her mind, she also chased after her. Although I don't know why. However, since Master Raikage said so, then from today onwards, he is Master Kenpachi's person, even if he is rejected. He cannot give up easily. Chapter 53 Information on Valkyrie. Yayoi goes to battle, seeking subscription. Quote. Walk on roads that are sparsely populated. With Sam's poor tracking skills, even Yayoi Kenpachi, who is not good at searching, found the trace. To be precise, the opponent didn't intend to hide at all, but fell far behind. Uzumaki Kushina, who was being hugged, reminded in a low voice, Kenpachi, that girl seems to be following you all the time. However, Yayoi Kenpachi has no intention of stopping at all. Let her go, follow if you want, as long as you don't disturb me. It is clear, wanting to get Yayoi Kenpachi's attention. This is not an easy task, without enough potential, it is simply a dream. Yayoi Kenpachi walked all the way back to his mansion. And Samui also dragged his tired body, and kept following far behind. Cloud Shinobi Village. Raikage's office, by the door. Meanwhile, the 3 Cloud Shinobi ninjas responsible for capturing Uzumaki Kushina narrowly escaped Konoha's pursuit and returned to the village. When leaving, are neatly dressed. When they came back, they all looked like beggars. If it weren't for the superb lurking skills and decent strength, it is estimated that Oliver and the 18 Cloud Shinobi Chunin would have died in Konoha village, and would not be able to return. I don't know what happened. The mental state of the 3 of them is like eggplants in a soft garden. Oliver, who was like a beggar, said weakly. Because of Yayoi Kenpachi's big riot, the entire Konoha village has entered a state of serious alert for a long time. They were caught off guard, but they suffered a lot, and many spies from other ninja village were arrested. Naturally, the outcome was not much better. Not being killed on the spot. It was torture. Any mistake in any link will make them completely unable to come back. How did you become like this? Don't say it, I'm haggard. Anyway, it's the best situation to be able to come back alive. Chutai patted Oliver on the shoulder and said comfortingly, it's better than losing his life. Facing the comfort of the Earth platform, Oliver didn't want to talk at all. Originally, he didn't have to flee in such a panic, and he could even complete the task safely. However, the end result was just as he expected. The evil spirit couldn't settle down at all, and started to rash Konoha village directly. The suffocating horror, chakra, even attacking regardless of enemy or friend, made 2 Cloud Shinobi Chunin fall into a coma. Subsequently, Konoha village began a search. Otherwise, who do you think made them so embarrassed? Advertisement. Master Raikage, are you still there? Well, at this time period, the documents should still be reviewed. Chutai nodded and said, at the same time, let the other 2 Cloud Shinobi Chunin who were performing the task retreat to take a good rest. He took Oliver and walked into Raikage's office together. See Oliver. Third Raikage was taken aback. When Yayoi Kenpachi came back alone, he thought the other ninjas were killed, but he didn't expect them to come back alive. Oliver, are you still alive? Thanks to Lord Raikage's protection, I managed to escape with my life. As for the task, I failed. The mission is not important, Kenpachi has already completed it. Third Raikage waved his hand and said, complete an S-level mission, I will record it in your ninja files, and the reward will be reissued. At Cloud Shinobi Village, talent is very important. Possessing the strength of an elite Jonin, even if he took the initiative to break his ninja sword, Oliver's strength should not be underestimated. Not to mention, this S-rank mission did not fail either. Therefore, Third Raikage will not blame them for this. Done. Heard the news. Not only did Oliver have no intention of being happy at all, but his will became even more depressed. What's wrong? Master Raikage, I have a request, please accept it. Let's talk, as long as it's not too demanding. I think that I may not be very suitable to be a fighting ninja. Please let me go to the ninja academy to teach and educate people and cultivate the next generation. It's like making some sort of decision. Oliver took a deep breath and said firmly. After experiencing Yayoi Kenpachi's nightmare, he broke his most beloved ninja sword. In this S-level mission, Yayoi Kenpachi was also tortured for a while because of his mischief, and almost lost his life. Since that evil spirit came, it can be said that his ninja career has not been smooth everywhere. Even, just like walking on a wire rope, if you make any mistakes, you may die in minutes. Physical damage is secondary. The mental blow is the most important factor. Oliver felt that if he continued like this, he might die one day because of that evil spirit. Teaching. The earthen platform standing aside suddenly exclaimed. In general, the teachers of the Ninja Academy all choose ordinary Chunin as teachers. Get an elite Jonin. It would be too wasteful to be a teacher at Ninja Academy, even Konoha Village, which is full of talents, would not dare to play like this. Oliver, it's not necessary, is it? No, I think it's necessary. Advertisement. Shaking his head quickly, the sloppy Oliver said in a hurry. Tormented, he already planned to give up fighting. Being a teacher who teaches and educates people may also be a good choice. Anyway, I have accumulated a lot of money in my hands, enough for my retirement life in the rest of my life. You, really decided. That's right, please Master Raikage to help me. Fine, since the other party insisted on leaving. Third Raikage can't interfere too much. Everyone has the right to choose his own path. If he insists on forcing him to stay, it is estimated that Oliver will not perform the task with all his heart. However, for a ninja of your strength, it would be too wasteful to teach ordinary classes. That's it. We have just set up a special training class on breathing method. Now there is only one mentor, and there is a serious shortage of manpower, so you can go over and help for a while, Ollie. Third Raikage pondered for a moment, then spoke. Naturally, the breathing method special training class also needs the best instructor. Oliver, who has the strength of elite Jonin, definitely has this qualification. And, as the strongest swordsman in the predecessor, Cloud Shinobi village. Once he is allowed to practice the thunder breath, maybe he will be able to set foot on the quasi-cage level, or even step into the realm of cage level. Certainly, all prerequisites. It is based on his ability to overcome the fear in his heart and pick up his swordsmanship again. The best way to overcome fear is to face it head on. Therefore, Third Raikage directly arranged for Zaraki Kenpachi to be a deputy. Oliver, who had just returned to the village, was completely unaware of Third Raikage's hard work with 587 hearts, and still foolishly thought that he was just teaching an elite class, and it was no big deal at all. Please wrap it on me, Raikage. Oliver barely cheered up and said. Isn't it just teaching a few little kids, isn't that simple? With a naive mentality, Oliver left Raikage's office with the mentality of being finally relieved. To this, even the Yuntai standing aside, knowing the evil intentions of Third Raikage, they could only silently look at the back of this former strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi village, with sympathetic eyes. This guy Oliver has been hit really badly. What's the matter, Master Raikage? Here is a piece of special information, the content of which is a bit surprising. Special intelligence. In the Land of Thunder, a guy who called himself War God Jax appeared recently. He has already defeated 7 Jonin, but he didn't take their lives. He seems to be a traveler. Defeated 7 Jonin. Could it be that he has reached cage level strength? It's possible. Third Raikage pressed his fingers rhythmically on the wooden table. We can't let him mess around. Let Yui deal with it. If you can recruit the best, stop it if you can't. Yes. Chapter 54 Fear of being dominated by Zaraki Kenpachi. Seeking subscription. The next day, early morning. After going back to wash his body, he took a good night's sleep and restored Oliver to his peak state. Putting on new clothes, he set off towards the Ninja Academy. Ah, such a relaxed atmosphere is really relaxing. Sure enough, a job like a ninja is still not suitable for me. Teaching and educating people like this, and cultivating the next generation to live a relaxed life, is the best choice. You can still drink tea if you have nothing to do, make a small cake, and live a happy life. Resigned from his job as a ninja, Oliver felt a burst of relief all over his body, and his mood became joyful. That evil spirit, there is only fighting in my heart, and I will only look for places where there are strong people. Presumably, you shouldn't come to a place like Ninja Academy where only the weak exist. As long as you can perfectly avoid the place where the evil ghost appears, your retirement life will not be disturbed, and you can also find a wife by the way, and spend the rest of your life in peace. I haven't been back to Ninja Academy for a long time, and I don't know the way. This is my lost youth. Just when Oliver was sighing with emotion, when he lived as a child. From a distance, a boy walked over with a limp. There was a look of fear on his face, as if he was trying to escape from something. Coughing twice, and substituting himself as a mentor, Oliver waved and said, Hey, boy, what are you doing? Snapped. Next second, like an octopus, the boy threw himself on Oliver as if he had found a life-saving straw. Quote question mark quote. Please take me to the hospital. Please. You didn't wear a forehead protector. Are you a ninja student? Why does it feel like your leg has been broken? Oliver asked a bit puzzled, but please put it on the teacher's body. Oliver who has substituted himself as the good teacher of the people. He patted his chest directly and agreed. When a student is injured, send him to the hospital in person. This is the synonym of a good teacher. Only, why are the legs of ninja students broken? Could it be that it was too playful? It's gotta, hey. The boy kept trembling. Every cell in his body was terrified, forcing him to run away quickly. Why are you shaking all the time? Please take me out of this ghostly place. I really can't do it anymore, even my legs have been broken. The young man said tearfully, It took me a long time to escape. That is simply not a place for people to stay. It seemed to feel the determination of everyone. Zaraki Kenpachi was also merciless during training. Advertisement. Day 2 of training. Straightforward combat. As long as they are not stabbed to death, the perfect Hogyoku fused with themselves will be effective, and they can quickly recover from their injuries. Whether it's a broken hand or a broken leg, it's a small problem. Therefore, no matter what injury you have suffered, you are not allowed to have a little rest time. Stand up, fighting, keep hitting. Even if you are in a coma, Yayoi Kenpachi will wake you up with one blow. This training will never end until there is no progress. This hell-like training method is a bit overwhelming even for a determined person, let alone these firm-willed brats. Who can stand it? The bones of the whole body are constantly being broken, and then the pain of healing. The internal organs were about to be displaced, but they were forcefully restored, and then they were beaten again until they vomited blood. This tea. Who can stand it? Don't worry, the teacher will definitely protect you, no matter who it is. Snapped. A hand suddenly grabbed the boy's head. Yayoi Kenpachi, who appeared at an unknown time. Exuding a hellish Shura-like aura all over his body, he stared at the young man closely, as if he wanted to kill him. Woo-ah, as if he had been greatly frightened. The boy almost fainted from fright. Idiot, do you think I didn't notice that you ran away? It's just that I'm too lazy to care about you. You actually dared to escape from the training ground. Who borrowed your courage? It seems that the intensity of training is not enough. Okay, it's up to you to choose. Go back obediently, or will you be slaughtered by me now? Yazuki Kenpachi said, it is precisely because I feel their beliefs. Only then can I barely spare time to help them with breathing training. Otherwise, a bunch of trash. I don't have this kind of leisure, come to play the game of playhouse. But I have a good heart. There was even desertion, which made Yayoi Kenpachi very angry. Please forgive me. Don't. I don't want to go back somewhere. Abstain. Is it too late to abstain now? The boy kept shaking his head and said, advertisement. Unfortunately, this approach is useless to Yayoi Kenpachi. If you give up at the beginning, then he won't bother to care about you. Since you choose to continue to participate in the next training program, you must be prepared to die once, and you will never be allowed to abstain halfway. Otherwise, come whenever you want. You can leave if you want. Do you think Yayoi Kenpachi's training ground is such a random place to come and go? Snapped. A hand knife. It struck the boy's neck directly, knocking him out on the spot. Yayoi Kenpachi dragged his back collar with his hands, like carrying garbage, and slowly dragged him back to the training ground. Oliver was left standing alone. He stared blankly at the two of them. Are you really free? Hey, why are you in a daze over there? I have heard the old man say that you are going to be my deputy. Hurry up and get to work. 11. Suddenly, Oliver feels life is dark. Why, even if I am an ordinary teacher, I can still meet this evil spirit. This luck. Oliver felt that if he could buy a lottery ticket, he would definitely win the jackpot. Like a walking dead, following closely behind Yayoi Kenpachi, the relief he finally gained was all gone at this moment, and Oliver even felt so sad that he wanted to cry. This day, Oliver finally remembered again the fear that was dominated by Yazuki Kenpachi. Listen well, your task is to keep an eye on these little devils, and don't let them try to escape. If one escapes, I will practice with you alone. Yes. Please hear Yayoi Kenpachi's words. Oliver's whole body trembled immediately, and he quickly agreed. Practice alone. What a joke, that kind of nightmarish training intensity will drive me crazy. Originally, Oliver, who was still planning to catch fish, did not dare to relax at all at the moment. If one person really escaped, then the one who suffered must be himself. Live for your own happiness. So, I can only feel sorry for these students. Sorry, but I also want to be a good teacher. However, under the hands of this evil ghost, there's no chance at all. Chapter 55 Naruto Oliver. Get ready to challenge Kenpachi, the Valkyrie. Seeking subscription. Soon, Oliver got used to his duties. Originally, he only wanted to be a good teacher, but under the circumstances, he was forced to become a bad person, and was even regarded as a minion of evil spirits by the 17 teenagers and girls present. It's just extremely wronged. 15 days. Fleeting. Basic physical training, flexibility training, high-speed movement training, knife correction training, infinite actual combat training, muscle strengthening training. Under the hands of Yayoi Kenpachi, all kinds of harsh and extreme training methods are almost endless. Also, even if you get injured, it's completely useless. That evil ghost seems to have the ability to quickly recover from injuries. As long as you don't die on the spot, you can recover and add life to the training bundle. Physical injuries have recovered. Mental damage is not so easy to heal. It really is a group of persevering children. Oliver, who was completely transformed into the minions of evil spirits, looked at the 17 teenagers who were reborn from the ashes, young waste. Can't help sighing silently in my heart. 11 or 12 years old. The little ones are only 4 or 5 years old. However, after undergoing Yayoi Kenpachi's devil training, their strength has been fully grown, and the 15-day training even surpassed the ordinary 2-year training. Now they all have the strength of elite genin at the very least. Even, the older group already has the level of Chunin and elite Chunin. Yayoi Kenpachi stood in front of everyone. The vast majority of people have already left a deep psychological shadow on this ghost-like boy. Except for Uzumaki Kushina and Samui, they hardly dare to make any noise. Training is over. From today onwards, you trash, you're going to look a little bit different now. Now, let's enter the formal practice of breathing method. After these hours of investigation, I almost have a good understanding of the abilities you are good at. Yayoi Kenpachi's sharp eyes scanned the crowd. In this special training on breathing method, he found a few good seedlings, who might be able to grow to the Kage level in the future and become an opponent worthy of his attention. Coupled with the increase in breathing method, it is definitely a good food. Next, according to the characteristics that each person is good at, Yayoi Kenpachi handed over the practice secrets of breathing method that had been rubbed in advance to everyone. Everyone only have 1 hour to remember it. Burn it if it exceeds the time, so that the practice secrets of the breathing method will not be left outside. The old man and his own son, Yayoi, both practiced the double breathing method of the sun's breath plus thunder's breath. Advertisement. Uzumaki Kushina, the breath of the sun plus the breath of inflammation. Killer Bee, the breath of the eye, the breath of the bud. By Wooden Golem, breath of the moon plus breath of fire. Samuel Cold, breath of water. Bifa Azai, heat, the breath of inflammation. Omoi, heavy, breath of the rock. Karui, light, breath of the wind. Mabai, the breath of water. Hai, the breath of water. According to the characteristics of each person, the corresponding breathing method practice cheats will be distributed. Except for a very small number of talented little guys who can practice 2 kinds of breathing methods at the same time, the vast majority of little ghosts can only practice 1 kind. Time is running out. They didn't have time for small talk either. You must seize every minute and every second, and keep the method of breathing practice in your mind. As for training, then they have to wait for them to go back and practice by themselves. Anyway, Yayoi Kenpachi has almost trained them. If they still can't practice, they can almost find a rope and hang themselves. Time up. An hour's time. Fleeting. Oliver, who is the minion of evil spirits, stepped forward to take back all the rubbings of the breathing method, and burned them to dispose of them. Full concentrated breathing. This breathing method can greatly improve the function of the body. If it was still in the ninja period, Oliver would definitely be very excited and join it. Raikage-sama gave orders. Anyone who can practice the breathing method to ultimate can have the title of pillar. Just like Kurigakure's Ninja Sword 7, the general status can be raised to a higher level again. Relying on his status as the strongest swordsman in Cloud Shinobi village, if he cultivates thunder breath, he might be able to become a Naruto. Unfortunately, his favorite ninja sword has been broken. He also gave up being a ninja, and becoming a Naruto is just a nonsense. Although I gave up the path of Mingzu. However, I can also be a trainer and record the training method of that evil spirit. Cultivated from generation to generation. Perhaps, many pillars can be born among my disciples. With this longing wish, Oliver decided to embark on a path of teaching without tire. To this end, even if he is hated by countless teenagers, he will not hesitate. Advertisement. Everything is for the development of Cloud Shinobi Village. Presumably, when those teenagers grow into pillars, they should understand their good intentions. Now, everyone is practicing breathing here, and they can only leave after they have learned it. After a word of advice, Yayoi Kenpachi left the place, and his task was almost completed. As for whether they can succeed in the end, it still depends on their own talent and understanding. In this regard, he can't help much. And Oliver, still standing in place, watching the 17 teenagers prevent someone from sneaking away. In the 15 days, this kind of thing happened more than once, but he caught them all and saved them from the torture of a solo sparring. Old man, what are you doing here? Yasuki Kenpachi appeared on the roof. Third Raikage has been staying here for a long time. If there was not something else before, Yayoi Kenpachi would have come to have a look. Look at your training progress, it seems to be going well. It's okay, the rest depends on their own good luck. As expected of Kenpachi, I've heard about your unique teaching technique, it's really strict. Don't talk about it, old man. Yayoi Kenpachi's eyes fell on Third Raikage, and asked, have you successfully learned the breath of the sun, and the breath of thunder? Compared with 15 days ago, the aura on his body was completely different. Thunder became more swift and violent. At the same time, there was also a trace of scorching heat like the sun. The old man's strength has once again improved to a certain extent, becoming stronger and stronger. It's just a little bit of superficiality, and it's still a long way from being able to master it perfectly. As if thinking of something, Third Raikage changed his voice and said, however, there is still something important about my coming to you this time. Quote. Important things. 15 days ago, we discovered a guy who called himself Jax the God of Valor. Although I sent Yi Yai to investigate the information, I felt inexplicably uneasy. Valkyrie. Jax. Yayoi Kenpachi whispered. When this name was mentioned, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. This person. Exactly what I was looking for. That's right, he must be one of the members who accepted his challenge order of the unrivaled powerhouse. Thinking of this, Yayoi Kenpachi's fighting blood boiled again, and finally found the first member, who can be named War God. Its strength is self-evident. So, I think it's better for you to take a look. Okay, let's go now. The wild fighting spirit emerged in an instant. Finally, there is a suitable opponent coming. Chapter 56 Magnet Style Ninja Troy. The challenge begins. Seeking subscription. Kenpachi, this is your guide, Troy. Third Raikage introduced. Standing in front of Yayoi Kenpachi was a young man with short purple hair. There are 3 lower eyelashes in each eye, a scroll in his mouth, wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform, a white Cloud Shinobi ninja suit on the outside, and a light-colored scarf around his neck. His strength has reached the level of ordinary Jonin. He had just been promoted to Cloud Shinobi Village Jonin not long ago. Good at using blood follower limit, magnet style. The caster himself magnetizes the things he touches, or he can transfer the things touched by the caster to other objects, and then attack the enemy with magnetism, which belongs to the limit of blood succession. Also known to be able to use magnet style or third Kage, 4th generation, Mikazekage, and Shuzuru. In addition, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion manipulated the slain third Kage to use magnet style as a human puppet. Uzumaki Naruto has also used the power of the crane, magnet style. Not only that, but Troy is also a well-known guy. During the 4th Ninja World War, he was resurrected in the form of Impure World reincarnation. He has memory and consciousness, but his actions are still controlled and he is forced to participate in the battle. Started a battle with the Ninja Alliance, chasing Wukai from Cloud Shinobi Village and Nanota from Sunagaku, and almost killed Nanota who didn't know his abilities, but was finally defeated by Uzumaki Naruto with Rasengan, and was taken by Nanota seal it with cloth binding. Nice to meet you, Master Kenpachi. Next, he will take you to the place where the Valkyrie haunts. Then, let's go before it's too late. As if he couldn't hold back the fighting spirit in his heart. Yayoi Kenpachi said urgently. Regarding this, third Raikage didn't have any strange look on his face, but this magnet-style ninja who had just been promoted to Jonin was in a bit of a state of confusion at the moment. Are children now so belligerent? The order he received was to take Kenpachi to the place where the Valkyrie haunted. But, for Yayoi Kenpachi's strength, he only has a half knowledge. In his opinion, this mission is mainly to meet Yui. After all, I heard that the war god has already defeated 7 Jonins, and they all defeated with ease, without spending much effort at all. Land of Thunder, East. A small town with a relatively prosperous economy. Valkyrie Jax sat cross-legged in the middle of the bridge, with a golden street lamp resting on his knees, quietly watching the bustling crowd around him. Although the environment is very difficult. However, the folk customs are simple and tough, and they are not afraid of powerful enemies, which is admirable. Also, the warriors of this world seem to be called ninjas. The weird multi-level ninjutsu, although the power is mediocre, but the practicality is not bad, but, just this level of combat power, but it can't fight against the void. At least, you must have the strength of a hero. Valkyrie Jax let out a soft breath. He stretched his hand out of the armor and cloak, and took out the first boiled egg of the day. With a light flick of the finger, the egg shells were all peeled off, but the eggs inside were not harmed. This miraculous control is really amazing. As Aikaisha's weapon master, he is also a man honored as the war god. The strength of martial god Jax is no less than that of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He is familiar with all kinds of weapons, enough to fight against the legendary demigods, even. Infinitely close to the gods. Are those ninjas still discussing who will deal with them? There is a certain distance from the hero level, Cage level, and it can't even be called an enemy. Never mind. The other party has no killing intent, so let's just treat it as a joke. Valkyrie Jax lifted a corner of his mask and took a bite of the egg. He took a deep breath, savoring the sun-drenched crops blowing in the wind, and the freshly turned soil stretching out from the vast fields to the horizon in every direction. Valkyrie Jax sighed. The peaceful scene in front of him made him feel homesick for a country that no longer existed. He shook off the coldness of the memory, because he knew that thinking about Aikaisha would only distract him. Advertisement. His cloak was heavy, but the sun didn't warm Madara's mottled skin beneath it. He didn't show any skin, and even he wasn't sure what his skin looked like. He was always looking. A warrior worthy to fight alongside him against the void. Tatatatat. A Cloud Shinobi Jonin walked forward slowly. The order they received was to monitor this strong man of unknown origin and try not to conflict with him. But, the previous 7 Cloud Shinobi Jonin, after fighting with the Valkyrie Jax, they only suffered a little injury, and got some guidance, and their swordsmanship experience has been greatly improved, which made them eager to try one by one. After all, who doesn't want to be stronger? Your next opponent is me. Holding a heavy broadsword in his hand, Cloud Shinobi Jonin said in a fighting posture. Valkyrie Jax raised a finger and finished the boiled egg on his own. Afterwards, he put on the mask on his face, and looked up at Cloud Shinobi Jonin standing in front of him. This man was tall, with broad shoulders and thick arms, holding a double-edged heavy broadsword. This weapon, for ninjas, the usage rate is very low. And, he seems to know how to use it. As a master of weapons, Jax, the grandmaster with all kinds of weapons, silently praised in his heart. Looks like you can chop iron birch trees all day and still have the energy to fight in the tavern, said Valkyrie Jax. I won't waste my time with you, monster, Cloud Shinobi Jonin said. At the same time, he assumed the fighting posture that everyone else had used. Valkyrie Jax sighed in disappointment. It seems that the failure of the previous 7 people did not teach them anything. Monster, said Valkyrie Jax, and stood up with a slight stretch of his body. I can show you a monster, but I'm afraid you won't live long enough to tell others what the monster really looks like. Compared with himself who is merciful, those creatures that come from the void are complete monsters. He swung the lamp around a few times, relaxing the muscles in his shoulders. He didn't need to, but he'd been fighting one fight after another for the past 4 hours, and it probably made the man facing him feel like he had at least a slight chance of winning the duel. Ninjutsu, Ape-style mystery. With a shout, Cloud Shinobi Jonin attacked the Valkyrie Jax. Compared with the heavily armored warriors of Runeterra, the ninja's skill is much more agile, and his strength is still considerable. He can wield a heavy broadsword with one hand. Unfortunately, his moves are the same as others. Unremarkable and boring. It's just a step-by-step content, and I haven't learned new tricks at all. For Martial God Jax, most of the moves can be mastered in an instant as long as he has seen them once. Valkyrie Jax dodged the first blow sideways, squatted down to avoid the second, and then blocked the third, then turned around and cut into the swordsman's space, taking advantage of the opportunity to hit the opponent's face with an elbow. Humph. Caught off guard. This Cloud Shinobi Jonin grunted in pain and knelt down on one knee, his mind a little confused. If the enemy pursues the victory at this time, I am afraid that this Cloud Shinobi Jonin will fall into an extremely dangerous situation in an instant. Ask for flowers. But Valkyrie Jax didn't do that. He gave his opponent some time to calm down the echo in his mind. Advertisement. For him, this is not a battle, but just a warm-up exercise for the juniors. It's quite capable. Nosebleeds flowed down half of his face. However, this Cloud Shinobi Jonin controlled his anger, took a steady breath, and launched the offensive again. A series of lightning-fast sword lights came from everywhere, mixed with sweeping slashes, lightning-like stabs and high-handed slashes. All were parried by Valkyrie Jax. The lamppost in his hand kept turning, wrapping around the Cloud Shinobi Jonin's heavy broadsword, and returning sharp or blunt blows to the opponent's arms and legs. Valkyrie Jax flicked to the left, hooking the lamppost around his opponent's legs, laying him flat on the ground. He stabbed the man in the lower abdomen with the pole, causing him to curl up and gasp in pain. It's like teasing a child. Is that enough now? Jax the Valkyrie asked. I can switch hands if I want it to end sooner. Although you are stronger than me, it doesn't mean you can insult me. 0. Even if it is embarrassing to be taught. However, this Cloud Shinobi Jonin still stood up crookedly. Only, he seemed a little annoyed this time. When launching the offensive again, the moves he used were like a glance from a reckless man who had no discipline and skill. Valkyrie Jax crouched, evading a fatal decapitation, and instead grabbed the lamppost with one hand. He put the lamppost under the man's sword, and with a flick of his wrist, Cloud Shinobi Jonin's heavy broadsword was snatched away and thrown into the air. He caught it with his other empty hand. That's not a bad knife, said Valkyrie Jax, wielding the heavy broadsword in a dazzling manner like a grandmaster. It's lighter than it looks. Damn it. Cloud Shinobi Jonin spat softly. Pulled out his second weapon, kunai. He knows. For a powerhouse of this level, the ninjutsu that he has learned is almost completely useless. After all, he is better at ninjutsu. If even body jutsu can't gain the upper hand, let alone ninjutsu, it's completely self-defeating. Watch out, stupid. Why? For Cloud Shinobi Jonin's reckless behavior. Valkyrie Jax shook his head, threw the heavy broadsword aside, then slid sideways, dodging a series of thrusts. Then, squat quickly. Dodging the sharp kunai, he opened his palm and it was a thunderous right uppercut. This Cloud Shinobi Jonin was directly knocked into the air 5 or 6 meters high, and then hit the ground heavily, losing consciousness. The whole process is smooth and flowing. No special energy is used, nor. Without showing extraordinary physical fitness, just relying on his well-trained fighting skills, he played with a Cloud Shinobi Jonin in his hands. So, who's next? It's interesting, then let me be your opponent. 11. There was a burst of drinking. It sounded in the ear of Valkyrie Jax. Following the direction of the voice, he turned his head slowly, and what he saw was a young man who looked like a thunderbolt. The aura exuding from him had already reached the hero level, Kage level. Field. Chapter 57 Lightning Style. Lightning Plow Hot Knife. Yaoi IV's Valkyrie. Seeking subscription. Then, let me be your opponent. Youth like thunder. Dark skin, light yellow hair, extremely muscular figure, wearing a white cloak, with a green, shuriken, logo tattooed on both shoulders. Wearing a wide belt and heavy armor. He is the one. Son of 3rd Raikage, Uai. At the age of 22, he has set foot on the initial level of Kage level, and has initially mastered the breath of the sun and the breath of thunder. Although he has a violent personality, his strength should not be underestimated. He is very proficient in honing the lightning style chakra mode. Certainly, 3rd Raikage's unique skill, Hell Spike, he has not yet mastered. Who are you? Valkyrie Jax asked curiously, sharp-edged youth. This is also very normal, after all, almost every one of them who can set foot on the hero level is the proud son of heaven. Cloud Shinobi Village, Yaoi. Yaoi entered the lightning style chakra mode. In an instant, Chiwuki said in a deep voice, if you beat up my subordinates, don't complain I. Just meeting for the first time. Yaoi noticed it, the opponent's strength is very strong. So, without any hesitation, he directly showed his full strength. If there is any carelessness, I will lose very badly. As the son of 3rd Raikage, I will never allow a tragic defeat. If you can do it, go ahead and try. Valkyrie Jax grinned and said. Finally, the worthy man is here. Although, he was not the person he was waiting for, but the object of the first battle was almost the same. Let's make a move. Lightning style thunder plow hot knife. Without any hesitation, Yaoi immediately launched his own offensive. In the state of lightning-style chakra condensed all over the body, rush towards the opponent with the body at extreme speed, use the powerful wrist to give the opponent a fatal blow. This trick, it is one of the secret ninjutsu of Cloud Shinobi Village. Even, after finding a suitable partner, he can release the combination skill, lightning style. Double lariat. Strike back the storm. The golden street lamp in his hand was waved like a tiger. In an instant, a barrier like a revolving heaven was formed, blocking all external attacks. Advertisement. Valkyrie Jack's Grandmaster countless weapons. However, many times, he was questioned that it was because of the sharpness of the weapon that he was able to obtain the victories that he was looking for. In order to dispel such illusory rumors, he took a golden street lamp at random, and he was also invincible all over the world. Yi Yi's thunder plow hot knife. A heavy blow hit the counterattack storm. Nothing works. Even, his whole body was bounced off and fell heavily on the ground. Open, fight. With a jump cut, Valkyrie Jack slammed the hammer to the ground. Terrifying grudges swept out instantly, hammering out a crack hundreds of meters away. Speed with lightning-style chakra mode. Yui barely dodged the blow, and a trace of cold sweat involuntarily shed on his forehead. This kind of attack intensity is a bit too outrageous. This guy, he is also a strong physique type. Heavy storm. There is no time to stop. Yui launched his own offensive again, and his offensive is fast, precise and ruthless. Non-stop offensive. Let the other party have no chance to breathe until the flaws are exposed. Concentrate the lightning-style chakra on the elbow, and hit the Valkyrie Jax's abdomen heavily. However, what surprised Yui was that the other party had no intention of dodging or defending at all, but stood, stupidly, in place, allowing herself to attack. Boom. Under the powerful force, Valkyrie Jax was sent flying hundreds of meters away, directly out of the town. Oh. As expected of Master I. The opponent is hammered away with one blow, it's too strong. The speed is ridiculously fast, I can't even capture the afterimage, so let's go after the victory like this. The Cloud Shinobi Chunins who didn't know the truth began to clamor. But, Cloud Shinobi Jonin, who had really seen the strength of the Valkyrie Jax, frowned at this moment, and they realized that things were not simple. A simple sparring can push them to the ground and beat them violently, how could they lose so easily? Even Yui herself felt something was wrong. Wrong. The feel of hitting is completely different. It's not so much hitting the flesh, it's more like hitting a fluttering leaf. He squeezed his fist. Advertisement. Throwing the extra thoughts out of his mind, Yui quickly chased him out. The battlefield of the two. Immediately from the small town, transferred to the outside. Yui frowned, looking a little displeased, looking at the intact warrior Jax, who didn't even show any damage to his clothes. Did you get hit by me on purpose? Of course, I have no intention of destroying the town. If we fight inside, it will cause big trouble. 11. Valkyrie Jax stretched his muscles and spoke. Front. The reason he was hit. It's just that I don't want to destroy a peaceful and harmonious town. After experiencing a loss, he will become more cherished, and he doesn't want this tranquility to be broken by his own battle. You took my full blow head on, and you're completely fine. Young man, brute force can't solve any problems, you have to learn skills. Valkyrie Jax smiled and said, Own Grandmaster, but not only all kinds of weapons. After countless battles and traveling across half of Runeterra, he also learned a super advanced fighting technique from an old man in Ionia. By relaxing the body to absorb all the impact, it is also able to unleash enormous power. Even, after reaching ultimate, it can resolve most of the damage. Strong trees are destroyed by strong winds. However, the soft grass can take root in the earth. This is reducing force. Valkyrie Jax explained. In the face of potential juniors, he has never been stingy with giving advice. After all, they are all human. In the eyes of Valkyrie Jax, their opponent is only one, void creatures. Moreover, even if he explained the principle of this trick, I am afraid that this young man who only has brute force in front of him will not be able to think of a way to crack it at all. Forget it, it's useless to talk about it. Valkyrie Jax gave up his defense, opened his arms, and said, attack as you like, I will give you 3 moves first. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* little angrily. So underestimated. Any young and vigorous youth would not be able to bear it, let alone him with a bad temper. He clenched his fist tightly. It was a matter of a man's dignity, coupled with the other party's reckless attitude. He didn't intend to show mercy, but wanted to crush the other party with a thunderbolt. Let him know. Underestimate what is your fate. Lateral bolt of pain. Chapter 58 Fire and Thunder God Mode. Anger only makes you weaker. Seeking subscription. Lateral bolt of pain. Focus the lightning style on the hand again. Yaoi tried to slash the opponent's neck with a fierce hand knife. Snapped. A hand knife slashed at the neck of Valkyrie Jax. Afterwards, like a feather fluttering in the wind, Valkyrie Jax relaxed all his muscles, followed the force of the punch, moved back 7 or 8 steps, and lightly landed on the ground. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. A strange feeling in the hand. Yaoi was taken aback. This blow, even if it hits a solid stone, can shatter it instantly. Today, however, it feels quite different. Lightweight feel. It's like being hit on cotton, making my strength completely unable to be exerted, being dissipated into the invisible, and my pure brute force seems to be of no use at all. As this, the technique he's talking about. However, as long as you have enough power, no matter how many skills you have, you can defeat them. Guillotine drop. Concentrate lightning style 18 chakra on feet. Kick the opponent from top to bottom. If it is Yaoi in the peak period in the future, this move can even directly smash Suzunohe's defense. Call. Follow this force. Valkyrie Jax's body instantly became as soft as a feather. Afterwards, it turned 7 or 8 times continuously in midair before it landed firmly on the ground, completely neutralizing the force of Yui's blow. An ancient martial art inherited from Ionia. Therein lies the skill. The most restrained, even enemies who fight purely by strength. It's like this again. Yaoi's complexion became a little dignified. It seems that the opponent does not have 2 brushes. No matter how much strength I exerted, I couldn't hurt him at all. This is undoubtedly a super advanced technique. If you can't think of a way to crack it, the possibility of losing is almost as high as 100%. Kong has a whole body of strength, but he can't cause any damage to the enemy. This feeling of aggrieved, only those who have truly experienced the elimination of power. This is the most real experience. Comfort makes people a little uncomfortable. Advertisement. This is a bit similar to the principle of using softness to overcome rigidity. Unless you have the power to completely break the softness, you can only start with skills. Call. Take a deep breath. Yaoi adjusted her breathing, recalling the abilities she had learned before setting off. He took a deep breath, and operated according to a special method, flooding his limbs with a large amount of oxygen, and obtained a large amount of oxygen in a short time. Then, breath of the sun, breath of thunder. The double breathing method worked simultaneously. The scorching sun and the swift and violent thunder blended together, allowing Yaoi's power to be greatly improved in a short period of time. Since his proficiency is not enough, he can only maintain the state of double breathing for a short time. So, must be quick. Fire God mode, _. Pure lightning style chakra mode has been replaced. At this moment, combining the power of the double breathing method with the original lightning style chakra mode, this is the new power of Yaoi. The strength is from the early stage of cage level. It briefly soared to the mid-cage level. Speed, strength, and destructive power have all risen to a higher level. God of fire and thunder. Let me explode. Yi roared and rushed forward quickly. It was a sudden, thunderous blow into Nirvana. Grabbing the enemy's cloak, he jumped up, containing super heavyweight power, and slammed it to the ground. Cooperating with the lightning style explosion and the fire and thunder god's breathing effect, the destructive power is quite astonishing. Although it is only a B level ninjutsu. However, in the hands of Yaoi, it looked extraordinarily terrifying. So far, everyone who has taken Yaoi's move has died. The earth shakes and the mountains shake. The ground also began to tremble. In an instant, a huge pothole of hundreds of meters was formed. This terrifying destructive power can't help but make people frightened. Suffocating destructive power. So, how about this trick? Yaoi panted heavily and said. Since his proficiency is not yet high, he cannot maintain the fire and thunder god mode all the time, which puts too much pressure on his lungs. Advertisement. I am afraid. It takes a long time of exercise to be able to fully familiarize yourself with this state. Crack. Crack. The sound of applause came out of the smoke. Valkyrie Jax walked out slowly with a golden street lamp on his shoulders. It's really amazing combat skills, and that special breathing technique is really amazing. Sure enough, there are not many strong people in this world. This is amazing. No signs of injury, only the cloak on his body showed some signs of damage, and even the armor didn't destroy it. That is, the damage of Yaoi's blow did not achieve the expected effect at all. It can even be said to be totally invalid. In the fire and thunder god mode, he raised his physical fitness to a peak state in a short period of time, and unleashed his most powerful blow, but it didn't have any effect. To be honest, even Yaoi was at a loss. The strength of the opponent is not in the same dimension as him. After all, the strength of Valkyrie Jax is comparable to existences like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. And just Uchiha Madara alone. It can make the life of the 5 Shadow Hammers at their peak unable to take care of themselves, not to mention the situation that Yaoi is the only one who has not grown to the peak period of 623 years. Tisk, it doesn't work at all. No, it's very effective. You see my cloak is burned a little bit. Are you just insulting me? A blow with all your might. Just burning a little cloak, this can already be called a shame. Yaoi was furious and kept burning. Don't be impulsive, anger will only make your breathing disorder, so you can exit the fire god of thunder mode, keep your heart. 1. Like a guru, Valkyrie Jax pointed out, the key to the breathing method lies in the frequency of breathing. Once the breathing becomes disordered due to factors such as anger and joy, you will directly exit the state of breathing method. Just watched it once. As the Valkyrie Jax, he understands its principles thoroughly. Look at the trick. Anger will only make you weaker. Chapter 59 comparable to 6 Paths level Reiatsu. The seal is lifted. Seeking subscription. Master Kenpachi, it's in this town. 11. On the other hand. Lead the way with magnet-style Ninja Troy. Yaoi Kenpachi also rushed all the way from Cloud Shinobi village to the town where the Valkyrie Jax is located. That majestic fighting spirit, like a tempered fighting spirit, is extraordinarily dazzling in the eyes of Yaoi Kenpachi, even like a bright light, attracting the strong around. Here is the challenge. It is also provocative. This is confidence in one's own strength and contempt for the enemy. It really makes people angry, that guy. Master Kenpachi, the top priority, we should first find Master Yaoi and then meet up. No, come with me. Yaoi Kenpachi interrupted Troy's words and said. Reach the range of the town. How could he turn a blind eye to such an obvious grudge that he had already found his prey? The figure of Yaoi Kenpachi disappeared instantly. Troy, who was standing aside, was stunned for a moment, and he didn't see the trajectory of the opponent's movement at all, which is a bit outrageous. Subsequently, shaking his head, throw out the extra thoughts. What he has to do now is to follow Master Kenpachi and find Master Yaoi. Soon, Troy rushed out of the town. The calm and relaxed Valkyrie Jax sat on a boulder, as if he was meditating. And Yaoi Kenpachi also carried his broken blade and stared at his prey closely, as if he couldn't wait. As for saying, Yaoi with cage-level strength. At this moment, it has been regarded as an appetizer by the Valkyrie Jax, and he just got down on the ground. Master Yaoi, D, what did you do to him? Advertisement. Is it a dangerous element? The sharp-eyed Troy soon spotted the unconscious Yaoi. Quickly catch up and check his injuries. Several bones were broken. Internal organs were slightly damaged. Fortunately, the injury is not very serious. With Master Yaoi's physical fitness, he can recover after a period of cultivation. Hey, I'm just pointing him out, how can you say I'm a dangerous person? War God Jax spread his hands innocently and said, what's more, what he suffered was only minor injuries. Okay, Tien Zuzhen's trash will leave the stage. Yaoi Kenpachi issued a order to chase away guests. As a defeated person, he is naturally not qualified to stand on this battlefield again. And he has been unconscious. It's just in the way here, and it's not useful at all. Sensing the tense atmosphere around him and the ever-increasing sense of danger, Troy picked up Yaoi's body on his back with interest, and quickly left this place of right and wrong. Valkyrie Jax, Yazuki Kenpachi, the fighting spirit on your body is purely intoxicating. There is no need to talk about unnecessary nonsense, let's start the war directly. Wait, Valkyrie Jax raised a hand and said in a restrained manner, if we are fighting you, we need to choose another place, otherwise we will destroy this town. Tisk, it's up to you. Yaoi Kenpachi spat softly and said. It doesn't matter where you fight as long as you can fight and kill. Since the other party wants to change places. Then change places. The figure of Valkyrie Jax quickly disappeared in place, followed by Yaoi Kenpachi, and the two of them ran for tens of kilometers, reaching a desolate canyon waterfall, and then stopped. Well, if it's here, it should be almost the same. So, are you ready to be hacked to death? Ha ha ha. If possible, I would rather die of old age than be hacked to death. That's not okay. The death method required by Valkyrie Jax. Advertisement. Yaoi Kenpachi will not agree. Die of old age. This can be said to be one of the most boring ways to die. Does it mean that he thinks he can't kill him? It's just hero-level strength, but it can't defeat me. Heroic class. By the way, it should be the cage level you are talking about. I see, is that what you mean? On the body of Valkyrie Jax, he experienced an unprecedented sense of oppression. Yaoi Kenpachi stretched out his hand to his left eye, took off the ceiling blindfold, directly, and prepared to enter the state of full firepower. Opponent's strength. It's enough to fight with all your strength. Boom. Scary Reiatsu. It soared into the sky in an instant, directly breaking up the clouds in the sky. The surrounding air became stagnant, enough to rival the 6 paths, Reiatsu's wanton squandering. So, what about this? In an instant, the strength of the hero level has been raised to the level of a god. The warrior Jax said excitedly, sure enough, you are the partner I am looking for. What are you talking about? You be **************. D. Fight the void with me, Yazuki Kenpachi. Stop talking nonsense. Let's have a fight first to see who is the stronger one. An invitation to Valkyrie Jax. Yaoi Kenpachi directly threw it to the back of her mind, finally entered the state of full firepower, how could she give up so easily? This duel, Mo Wang's, is absolutely impossible to avoid. At the same time, as a Valkyrie, Jax clearly sensed it. Although the opponent liberated the Reiatsu contained in the body, the instinct of the body is suppressing the output of his own power, and he can only release about 30% of the power at most. Is it fear of this power to destroy the enemy? That being the case. Then let me help you, re-release this power, and turn it into a fighting force against the void. Chapter 60 Weapon Mysteries, The Power of a Grandmaster. Seeking subscription. A charged blow. The terrifying grudge was poured directly into the golden street lamp. Subsequently, hammered Yazuki Kenpachi's belly. The strange power enough to split mountains and rocks quickly spread, and even directly penetrated Yaoi Kenpachi's Reiatsu barrier, causing considerable damage to the body. Tread. He stopped his back steps. The Shinigami Haori worn by Yazuki Kenpachi was also damaged to a certain extent at this moment. But, with the function of automatic repair, there is no need to worry too much. As expected of the guy who accepted the challenge order of the unrivaled strongman, this strength is enough to make him take it seriously. I should give you a good compliment. I took off the blindfold at the beginning. However, the instinct of your body is still suppressing that power that belongs to you. If this is the bottom line, you will lose. The aura of Valkyrie Jax has become completely different. It is no longer the gentleness of playing around and guiding, but the fierce fighting spirit of a soldier. Even with Reiatsu fully open. But, suppressing one's own strength to around 30% is still unable to win against the god of war Jax, but he is a man who can contend against demigods and is infinitely close to gods. Huh, you said I would lose. Today's you, the energy has crushed me, but it suppresses the limit output, which can only be described as weak. The benefit of the tongue. If you can't defeat me, you will die here. Valkyrie Jax approached step by step and said, this time. He won't stop there. He will not be merciful, but intends to use all his strength to fight this young man to the end. He wants to stimulate all the terrifying power hidden in it, instead of being suppressed all the time, no matter how much it is against the void creatures, it is not too much. If you can do it, go ahead and try it. Accommodation. Advertisement. Executed some kind of peculiar footwork. As if teleporting through space, Valkyrie Jax appeared directly behind Yayoi Kenpachi, and swung out the golden street lamp in his hand. The speed is not bad. Under the influence of combat intuition. Yayoi Kenpachi turned his head abruptly, and stretched out a hand to catch the blow. Next second, the offensive like a tide is constantly coming from the golden street lamps. This is some kind of super advanced technique. Well, Yayoi Kenpachi's mind was in a trance. Although it was only a short second, it was enough to lose one's life in this kind of battle. What's wrong? Valkyrie Jax said, for a moment, did you lose consciousness? To shut up. This time is enough for me to kill you once. Drink. Yayoi Kenpachi backhand sword, split the earth directly. The wild laughter at the corner of his mouth can't be suppressed at all, this enemy is very strong. The joy and fullness of the battle made the blood in Yayoi Kenpachi's whole body boil, and he had no time to think about anything, only to immerse himself in the battle. Swing the knife. Swing the knife. Swing the knife. Until the opponent falls down. Absolutely can't stop any offensive, knock down the opponent with the momentum of thunder. It's really amazing power. Yayoi Kenpachi, you are really strong. The closer to death, the stronger the power that can be released. Just like a bottomless treasure, there is still this endless potential in your body, waiting for the strong to dig it out, no one knows where your limit is. Facing Yayoi Kenpachi's swift and fierce offensive. Valkyrie Jax also parried all of them, and from time to time he was able to cause several counterattacks. The defense is impenetrable, there is no flaw at all. Advertisement. This is the skill of Valkyrie, it can be called ultimate. The power of each slash is enough to create a crack of hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters. It is no wonder that Jax, the god of war, would choose a place dozens of miles away to fight. Even the largest Konoha village will be razed to the ground in a short time. Swish. The timing was quickly spotted. Yayoi Kenpachi swung two swords violently. Ask for flowers. One blow was blocked, but the other hit the opponent's shoulder at a tricky angle. It is clear. Yayoi Kenpachi's own instinctively suppressed power is being continuously liberated, and the sudden increase in speed, strength, and destructive power has made Valkyrie Jax temporarily unable to react. But, this is not enough. Why did you stop? Are you afraid that I will die? Valkyrie Jax took off his cloak. The strong muscles exerted a slight force, instantly stopped the wound from bleeding, and then quickly healed. This little injury, no harm at all. It would be better to say that the young man's concern about his opponent's life and death made him feel even more surprised. He is really a strange guy. It is not a wise choice to stop one's own offensive before completely knocking down the enemy. HMPH, am I afraid that you will be hacked to death? I see, is it because you are afraid of losing the opponent you have finally obtained? Jax, the god of war, chuckled, and said, if this is the case, then you don't have to worry about it at all. I'm not as fragile as you think. Quote. Then I don't worry, if I accidentally hack you to death, I will have a headache. Yayoi Kenpachi said excitedly, an unprecedented sense of joy filled my heart. No matter what, this is the first time he has met an opponent that is difficult to defeat, and it makes people want to fight endlessly. Then, it is also true that you have shown some real skills. Otherwise, it would be sad to be looked down upon by a junior. Weapon Profound Art. The Might of a Master. Chapter 61 Zanpakuto Liberated. Devour it, Nozarashi. Seeking subscription. Weapon Mysteries. The Might of a Master. Immerse yourself in the fighting state wholeheartedly. If you integrate all the skills you have learned, you can be called a master. At this moment, Valkyrie Jax's aura suddenly rose several levels. He even touched the god level, 6 paths level, realm in a short period of time, but he can fight against the gods with a mortal body. Young man, the fun is over. The next step is the real battle, if you don't release your full strength. The only thing waiting for you is death, Valkyrie Jax said in a deep voice. He couldn't maintain the state of Grandmaster's prestige for a long time, and the pressure on his body was too great. Up to 10 minutes. Once, July 20th, exceeds this time, he will forcibly exit this state. At that time, it will be basically impossible to push Yayoi Kenpachi's physical limit again, so I must go all out to make this boy the strongest force against the void. It's a shuddering feeling. Very good. It's great. Yaoi Kenpachi laughed wildly, unable to stop himself from laughing at all. It's this kind of power. When I am fully fired, I can still feel danger. Unparalleled powerhouse challenge order. It is indeed the best prize. If it wasn't for it, it would be impossible for him to meet such a great enemy. My heart is beating like it's about to explode. Ah. Boom. Both sides roared, charged towards the opponent, like a moving natural disaster. Each blow is enough to tear the earth apart, destroy the mountains, and split the ocean. Six Paths level power. Although it is only released for a short time, it still stands at the pinnacle of this world, a realm that countless ninjas cannot reach in their lifetime. Fight. Fight. Forget about all the fighting. Yaoi Kenpachi felt so excited that his body was about to melt. Happy. Advertisement. Is this an evenly matched enemy? The power is being released steadily. Take out more hidden power. Boy. Ha ha ha. This is fighting. Yaoi Kenpachi ignored Bloodline's body and roared. I love fighting very much. I like it very much. Even, I love it so much that I can't control myself. Due to the battle with the third Raikage, the self-sealed strength is constantly being restored in front of the Grandmaster's might, Warrior Jax, and has returned to the Bengi form, Six Paths level. But, just like that, it is Jax, the god of war who cannot defeat the Grandmaster's power. Unless, by delaying time, this state of the other party is forcibly delayed. However, this way of victory is not what Yaoi Kenpachi wants. He has to defeat the most peak enemy in an upright manner, so that he can get more pleasure. Call me by name, Kenpachi. Unreal voice. It rang in Yaoi Kenpachi's ear. However, Yaoi Kenpachi, who was immersed in the battle, still didn't hear it. See this scene. The voice was not in a hurry, but continued. If you want to defeat your opponent's heyday in a dignified way, then please call my name. I am part of your strength. My name is. The ethereal voice finally reached Yaoi Kenpachi's mind. He clenched the broken blade in his hand. A sword smashed the Valkyrie Jax. The terrifying Reiatsu condensed into Yaoi Kenpachi's body in an instant, as if to undo some kind of terrifying seal. Eat it, Nozarashi. The terrifying Reiatsu took it up a notch yet again. Zanpakuto Liberation. This is an ability that every Shinigami has mastered. The power that can be obtained each time the liberation increases geometrically. This is only the power of Shikai. As for the power of Bankai, it is even more terrifying. Once. Because it is too powerful. Advertisement. Yazuki Kenpachi doesn't need Zanpakuto's power at all. However, now that he has met an enemy worthy of his full strength, Yaoi Kenpachi naturally will not be stingy, and directly entered the state of Shikai. After interest, Reiatsu, enough to distort the space, was all condensed into the body of Yaoi Kenpachi. As if it was completely controlled, it no longer sputtered around. It's the first time I'm using you, old buddy. The dilapidated blade in Yaoi Kenpachi's hand has undergone earth-shaking changes. Zanpakuto has become a giant blade with an arc-shaped line near the handle, and a long tassel decoration on the end hole. The volume has become extremely exaggerated, which seems to symbolize the horror of the owner Reiatsu. Figure. No special abilities. The liberating effect of Yaoi Kenpachi Zanpakuto is very simple. Physical fitness, Reiatsu greatly improved. In this state, let alone Uchiha Madara's, Tengai Shinsei, even a giant meteorite capable of destroying the entire Jingling Ting can be chopped into pieces with a single blow. Is this your potential? Valkyrie Jax said with a solemn expression, it's no less than the power of a god. Do not, even ordinary gods. Facing the young man at this moment, I am afraid there is not much chance of winning. If the young man stands on the opposite side of the void, it may be enough to greatly curb the speed of the void's expansion, although it still cannot directly destroy them. Void. This mysterious place. Even if it is a god level, Six Paths level powerhouse, it is difficult to completely destroy it. Then, let's do it. It's really killing me. Is it too late to stop now? Valkyrie Jax spread his hands and said. Facing such an exaggerated level of power, Reiatsu, even if he used a super advanced technique, force neutralization, he couldn't resolve this kind of slash at all. It completely exceeded the strength limit that 5.7 can bear. To be frank, it was also the first time I saw Valkyrie Jax. Such exaggerated power. In particular, the user is only a 10-year-old boy. Of course. No. Like a wild beast, Yazuki Kenpachi swung Zanpakuto Nozarashi and slashed at him. Chapter 62 Summoning Beast Contract. Elemental Dragon. Nash's Tooth. Seeking subscription. Clatter. The sky seemed to be completely shattered. A lot of rainwater, constantly falling. Constantly scouring the messy battlefield, it seems that they intend to smooth the scars of the battle. The battle between two, Six Paths, powerhouses, even if it only lasted for 3 to 4 minutes, has already destroyed dozens of miles around, and it can even be described as razed to the ground. This is because both sides aren't very good at the range-breaking type. Otherwise, the entire land of thunder will be affected. Drink. Zanpakuto Nozarashi. The eye-catching giant blade directly opened the golden armor of Valkyrie Jax. Even with the majestic battle chi shield, and the timely display of the super advanced skill, reducing force, plus the legendary armor on his body, it cannot offset all the damage of Yaoi Kenpachi's slash. From shoulders to belly, the wound was cut very deep. The blood poured out unstoppably, and even the bones were directly chopped off, leaving only a piece of skin to maintain the body. This blow. It's deadly enough. Even Jax, the god of war who possesses all kinds of skills, can hardly survive. 18. Golden Street Lamp. It fell from the hands of Valkyrie Jax and hit the ground. Open black lens bracket ding. Successfully defeated Valkyrie Jax close black lens bracket. Unparalleled Powerhouse Challenge reward completed. 1/5 rewards are being drawn. Summoning Beast Contract. Elemental Dragons Wind, Earth, Fire, Water, Thunder. Sign a contract with the dragons of the 5 attributes of Runeterra, and you can perform contract summons to assist you in battle. Legendary Weapon. Nashor's Fang. The tooth of Baron Nashor was pulled out by Valkyrie Jax, and it is specially crafted magic sword, which has extremely special effects. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. At the moment of defeating Valkyrie Jax, the rewards will also be issued. One is the Summoning Beast Contract. In the Hokage world, ninjas with backgrounds more or less have summoning beasts, it's just a matter of strength. It is as strong as the 3 great immortal lands, and even has the strength of entering cage level for the first time. Weak ones like ants and turtles can only be used to assist in some extremely simple tasks. The Summoning Beast Contract obtained by Yayoi Kenpachi is the famous Elemental Dragon in Runeterra, each of which has the strength of the peak cage level, and even the strongest Brontosaurus has super cage level strength. Only. Advertisement. The Summoning Beast Contract can only play a supporting role. Because of Yayoi Kenpachi's strength, even the Valkyrie Jax couldn't defeat him, let alone the Elemental Dragon. Second reward. Is it a legendary weapon? Nash's Fang. It's a pity that I have Nozarashi enough, I don't need any extra weapons. When the time comes, choose someone in need and give it to her directly. Yayoi Kenpachi thought silently in his heart. Nash's Fang. If this legendary weapon appears in Runeterra, it will definitely cause countless people to snap up it. But, his attraction to Yayoi Kenpachi is infinitely close to zero. It's better to give it to a guy with potential, maybe in the future, you can also let yourself kill time. Ahem. Valkyrie Jax lying in a pool of blood. He propped up his body forcefully, coughed up a lot of blood, and his body was in an unprecedented weak stage. Damn it. Beautiful. That's it. It was a wonderful battle. The breath became weaker. This martial god who has experienced many battles is gradually approaching the end of his life at this moment. After resealing Zanpakuto Nozarashi and restoring it to the state of a dilapidated blade, Yayoi Kenpachi quickly stepped forward, trying to use the power of the perfect beautiful jade to heal the opponent's wound. Hey, it can't just end like this. I won't let you die. Don't die. I haven't fought enough. Stand up and fight with me. 11. Yezuki Kenpachi growled. The miraculous power of the perfect Hogyoku is also following the master's wish, and is preparing to gradually pull the warrior god Jax back from the brink of death. For special reasons. Before Zanpakuto was not liberated, it was just an ordinary blade. Damage that can be caused. It's just the simplest physical damage. However, once the Zanpakuto is freed, all it can slash are souls. Wounds on the soul are not so easy to heal. It's already enough. Young man. Advertisement. I'm not really dead. After dying in battle, I can return to Runeterra. I still need to, and then fight the void creatures. I can't stay in this world for a long time. FFLX. B. If possible, I hope you can come to Runeterra in the future, to fight against the invasion of the void together. Valkyrie Jax barely raised a hand to stop Yayoi Kenpachi's healing. To be able to see such a powerful and young man, it was a worthwhile trip. I have gained a lot from this battle, and I still need to continue to practice after I go back, so that I can become better. Runaland. I'll go. Many. Thank you. Valkyrie Jax forced a smile and thanked him. He can feel it. Teenager's sorrow. You have already defeated yourself and regained your own strength, why should you be sad? Correct. It must be because. 430. Is he going back to the boring state of being alone and seeking defeat? However, there should be god level, 6 paths level powerhouses in this world, and they may be able to let the boy fight to his heart's content. Moreover, on Runeterra, there are also many monsters that are comparable to his strength. It's not so easy to return to a boring state, boy. One last advice. There are void creatures, has descended into this world. Please be cautious, although I don't know where it is. But, Valkyrie Jax can sense the presence of void creatures. Their ability to grow and erode is terrifying, and they must not be taken lightly, or they could even swallow the entire world. One last word of advice. Valkyrie Jax's breath of life quickly dissipated. He didn't really die, but returned to Runeterra and continued to fight the void. Chapter 63 Bankai's Power. White Zetsu haunts, seeking subscription. The only opponent who can let himself release his full strength. Now the soul also returns to Runeterra. When the battle was over, Yayoi Kenpachi was also alone for a long time, as if thinking about something. Subsequently, he gave up again. Is it Runeterra? If there is a chance, I will definitely go and take a look. Yayoi Kenpachi said as if talking to himself. The Valkyrie Jax, who is enough to make his blood boil, can only be regarded as an upper-level combat power in Runeterra, but he is far away from the real Protoss, gods, and even the star-forging Dragon King. Still far from it, he even felt that Jax, the god of war, claims to be able to fight against the gods, but in fact he has activated the power of a master. It is only the strength of the half-god creature. There is still a long way to go from the legendary gods, maybe you can't win even if you activate the Bankai yourself. The real gods' eternal hunting twins, Twilight Protoss, may need to reach the stage of Beng Chi and Beng Ba, and their life level has completely broken through to another level before they can fight with them. No doubt, on the level of the world hierarchy. The level of Runeterra, above the world of Hokage. There, I can find many opponents who can make me happy. There are also many cage level, hero level powerhouses. The body of the Valkyrie Jax turned into bits and pieces and dissipated into midair. Originally, Yayoi Kenpachi wanted to bury this respectable opponent. Now it seems that there is no need to do so. Forget it, let's go back. Resisting the broken blade on his shoulder, Yayoi Kenpachi left here. Only, not long after he left, from under the ground, a group of white things suddenly drilled out. White Zetsu. He is the product of the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu, who extracted the human beings immersed in infinite Tsukuyomi from the ghetto statue in ancient times in order to resurrect his mother Kagaya, and was born. The number of white Zetsu is very large. However, most of them are relatively weak in combat effectiveness and can only be used for reconnaissance. Ah, it's really terrifying destructive power. 11. Just two people fighting each other has caused such a large area of damage. Advertisement. Almost thought it was the end of the world. It looks like we need to tell Madara about this variable as soon as possible. The figure of White Zetsu sank into the ground slowly. What he is best at is latent detection. Without extremely strong detection skills, it is almost difficult to find them. Even Yayoi Kenpachi had difficulty finding their exact location. He can only feel it. There are soul fluctuations nearby, but they are too weak, like fish, and they don't bother to pay attention to them, otherwise, the ground will be lifted up with a knife, and White Zetsu will have nowhere to escape. For the Infinite Tsukuyomi project, it is also to revive the mother. Any guy who may become a variable must be vigilant in advance. If conditions permit, it must be eradicated quickly before it becomes a disaster. The Country of Thunder, an unknown prosperous town. After a hearty battle, Yayoi Kenpachi returned here. Fortunately, a radius of tens of miles has been raised to the ground, and there is a plain in all directions, and the location of the town can be directly seen. Otherwise, let Yayoi Kenpachi walk around alone, maybe wandering to other places. Back. Master Kenpachi is back. The whole body is full of blood. Medical class, come quickly and help Mr. Kenpachi heal. Treat Master Kenpachi first. Yes. Cloud Shinobi ninjas stationed here. Seeing Yayoi Kenpachi coming back covered in blood, he immediately became flustered, beckoning his companions to come over and help. Although they mastered, it's just the most basic medical ninjutsu. But it's better than the body healing itself, right? No, it's just a minor injury. Yayoi Kenpachi raised a hand and said, there's no need to bother. The battle with Jax the Valkyrie. To be frank, advertisement. Yayoi Kenpachi's injuries were definitely serious. However, with the healing effect of perfect Hogyoku, it is now almost recovered. As long as Yayoi Kenpachi isn't instantly killed without any scum left, the miraculous power of the perfect beautiful jade will continue to heal his injuries until he reaches his peak again. See the entire Hokage world. No one can do this. Even the existence of the Six Paths level can't do this. Quote. Where is that guy Yayoi I? Master I has come to his senses, please come with me. Led by a Cloud Shinobi ninja, Yayoi Kenpachi came to a room in a hotel. Yayoi I, who was defeated in battle, looked suspicious of life at the moment, sitting on the bed in a daze, as if she couldn't accept her failure. And Troy is a magnet-style ninja. At the moment, I can only stand by. Play the role of a guard, lest someone threaten the life of Mr. Yayoi I. Hey, how long are you going to be in a daze? Night Moon, Kenpachi. Hear this voice. Yayoi I recovered from the state of daze, and looked at the boy. This is what the old man brought back from outside. Give all kinds of superior treatment and indulge his behavior wantonly. To be frank, even Yayoi I, his own son, doubted whether he was his own, or did he say that he was picked up in a trash can. The treatment of the two good Jiao Hao is totally different. Why did I have to go through all kinds of rigorous training when I was young? But Yayoi Kenpachi can enjoy all kinds of superior treatment. Envious of the plasmodium separation light. Most importantly, Yayoi I even heard that the old man planned to leave the position of 4th Raikage to this young man directly, which made it a little difficult to accept the text. Cloud Shinobi Village. Respect strength. In order to prove himself, he chose to challenge the Valkyrie Jax. Chapter 64 Final Victory. Candidates for 4th Raikage. Seeking subscription. Master Kenpachi, how is the outcome? As if to break the awkward atmosphere of silence. Magnet-style ninja Troy asked. Everyone was curious about the result of Jax, the god of war who possessed terrifying strength and could easily defeat Yayoi I. Who exactly won the final victory? That guy is dead. Yayoi Kenpachi pouted and said. Being able to die in the state of full firepower and liberating Zanpakuto for the first time, you can also see the strength of the opponent. Moreover, I can't say that I won without injury. If it weren't for the healing effect of the perfect beautiful jade, the injury on his body would not be too serious now. That is to say, 1. You win. Hear Yayoi Kenpachi's answer. Yayoi, who was silent, suddenly exclaimed. I have personally fought against the god of war Jax, only he knows the overwhelming power of the other party best. No matter in terms of strength or skill, he is completely at a disadvantage, even if he uses the latest ability he has mastered, Fire and Thunder God mode, it will not help. Even, because of later anger. As a result, the breathing becomes disordered, and the effect of the breathing method loses its effect. 347 However, it is the kind of enemy that is too strong to be defeated at all. This boy was only 10 years old. He actually won. I'm not interested in joking. If you win, and if you lose, you lose. Yayoi Kenpachi said lightly, it's you, a man of your age, but lost a game. Is it necessary to be depressed for so long? Although the loss was indeed a bit miserable, being treated like a child by the other party, he was easily knocked to the ground. But, mere depression is useless. If you want to get back your face, you should continue to practice and become stronger. If you can defeat that enemy head-on, you can wash away this shame. Advertisement. Maybe I know why Dad wants you to be the fourth Raikage. Yayoi exhaled slowly and said. In the past, he simply thought that this boy named Yayoi Kenpachi was just a bit special. However, he didn't know until now that it was not as he thought. 3 teenagers. Possesses a power that ordinary people can't imagine. Bida. Perhaps, if he becomes the fourth Raikage, he can lead the prosperity of the wrist. Every ninja in Cloud Shinobi village worships the strong. Even Yayoi is no exception. Fourth Raikage. Yayoi Kenpachi frowned and asked, what is this? Raikage is the leader of Cloud Shinobi village in the Kingdom of Thunder. Every term has strong strength and outstanding leadership skills. He shoulders the responsibility of protecting the entire village and has the power to speak out. Magnet-style ninja Troy explains. The Raikage power of Cloud Shinobi village is not comparable to the Hokage of Konoha village. In Konoha village, Hokage's power is restricted by the elders only for third Hokage, and at the same time, it also depends on the nation of fire daimyo, economically, and the many families under it also have their own ideas. It can be said that the relationship is intricate and responsible, and it is completely inconvenient to manage. But at Cloud Shinobi village, that is the highest authority. No one, and no family would question the film's decision-making. As for the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, it's a nonsense thing, as long as they are responsible for getting the money. For other things, he has no place to speak. Otherwise, just twist your brains off and kick it like a ball. With the strength of Lord Kenpachi and the prestige of defeating the Valkyrie Jax, he must be the best candidate for fourth Raikage in the future. I reject. What? What fourth Raikage? I'm not interested at all. Waving his hands, Yayoi Kenpachi said. He doesn't value power at all, strength is the most important thing. The old man reviews documents in the office every day and has to deal with all kinds of trivial things, but he can see clearly. Advertisement. Even if there is Raikage's right hand, Earth platform, to help with the documents, but when encountering some important matters, only Raikage can make decisions, which can be said to be very busy. Yayoi Kenpachi has a laid-back personality, so he doesn't want to do this kind of thing. Have free time, even if you can't fight. Wouldn't it be nice to take a nap and eat delicious food by yourself? Yatsuki and Magnet-style ninja Troy fell silent. As the symbol of the highest power in Cloud Shinobi village, this young man is completely indifferent. This concentration is really amazing. By the way, aren't you the old man's son? As if remembering something, Yayoi Kenpachi continued, the strength is so-so. After a little polishing, it should be enough to be a fourth Raikage. Quote question mark quote. I am dignified cage level strength. It turned out to be just called, so-so strength. If someone else said this, Yayoi would have slapped her long ago to let the other party know why the flower is so popular. But, the person who said it's Yasuki Kenpachi who just defeated Valkyrie Jax. And Valkyrie Jax can easily defeat himself. There is an insurmountable gap between myself and this young man, so there is no room for refutation. And, he doesn't seem to have any interest in the position of Raikage at all. Even Yi didn't know whether she should be happy or disappointed. Happily, as long as Yayoi Kenpachi doesn't want to compete, the position of fourth Raikage must be his own. Disappointed. The important position he wanted was worthless in the eyes of this young man. Stop moaning here, it's just a small injury, and I'm about to go back to Cloud Shinobi village. HMPH, who's whining, let's go. Chapter 65 Uchiha Madara's Conspiracy. The plan of the allied forces of the four nations. Seeking subscription. Land of Earth, Iwagakure, a certain cave near the Canopy Bridge. Once one of the founders of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, who has the power to calm down troubled times, is now inhabiting here. With old white hair, wrinkled skin, and weakened breath of life, it can be seen that this once strong man has become very old now. The only thing that has not changed is the majestic chakra. But, best to rely on the power of the Gedo statue. He can only linger on for more than 10 years at most. Although did not speak. However, the perception ability of Uchiha Madara, who is old, has not regressed. After the end battle, Senju Tobarama, who devoted himself to studying the mystery of Sharingan, did not dispose of Uchiha Madara's body directly, but hid Uchiha Madara's body in the deep mountain of Konoha. However, Uchiha Madara calculated that even if he was defeated by Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama would not dispose of his body immediately, so he set the forbidden technique Izanagi in his right eye before he died, rewriting it at the expense of the right eye. The reality was resurrected, and Shadow Clone was pretended to be a corpse, and then quietly left the deep mountain of Konoha. In the previous battle, Uchiha Madara bit off a piece of flesh from Senju Hashirama. After resurrection, he spit out the meat and transplanted it in the wound, thus successfully obtaining Hashirama's cells. Time passed until the Rinnegan was accidentally opened at the end of Uchiha Madara's life. At the same time, a certain seal was also untied. Uchiha Madara summoned the body of 10 tails from the seal stone, the moon, called Gedo statue. Of course, after opening Rinnegan, Madara also witnessed the last content of the Uchiha family's steel records, and the Infinite Tsukuyomi project was born accordingly. Uchiha Madara cultivated Hashirama cells using Gedo statue as a catalyst, and produced the white Zetsu produced when Infinite Tsukuyomi was turned on last time. Since then, Madara has used white Zetsu to gather information about changes in the ninja world. In order to realize his plan, the old Uchiha Madara transplanted Rinnegan to the young Nagato, a descendant of the fairy body, hoping that one day he would be resurrected from the sun with the wheel to Mishung technique. Then while lingering on his last breath, maintaining his life, he waited for the opportunity. Absolutely, are you back? As if I sensed something. Uchiha Madara said slowly with an old voice. Subsequently, from the ground, the figure of white Zetsu rose slowly, and merged with the black Zetsu who claimed to be the transformation of his own will. Madara, I have a big discovery here. I guess you'll be interested. That's right. Super big news. Black Zetsu and white Zetsu sang together. Advertisement. Having obtained enough amazing information from the Land of Thunder, they rushed back without stopping, intending to report it to Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth are similar in territory and not too far apart. Well, what happened to the outside world that can make you so bluff? Old Uchiha Madara asked with interest. Black Zetsu and white Zetsu wouldn't be so surprised if it's just a general situation. Listen to me, Madara. In the territory of the Land of Thunder, I found a super strong boy. His strength may not be below your heyday. The aftermath of the battle is also devastating. After witnessing the battle between Valkyrie Jax and Yayoi Kenpachi, white Zetsu can be said to be the one who has the most say. That seems to have surpassed the category of ninjas. Each blow is enough to change the terrain, and even distort the space. Cage level strong. In that level of combat, once involved in it, it will be killed by the aftermath of the battle in minutes. It's like the big fight between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. If you let a cage level like 3rd Hokage go in to make soy sauce, it is estimated that if you are not careful, you will die. But, hear white Zetsu's description. The old Uchiha Madara suddenly became a little upset, staring at the guy with murderous eyes, and slowly said, have you seen my heyday? Own year. With the exception of Senju Hashirama, treat other ninjas as trash. Susanoo Buddha, 2 people destroy the 4 countries. This is no joke. However, white Zetsu went so far as to compare himself to a brat. Or, does white Zetsu think that he is now in his prime when he is in his old age? I haven't seen it before. White Zetsu scratched his head and said. Uchiha Madara is in its heyday, and he is still in the Gedo statue. Madara, that's not what he meant. Black Zetsu, who hadn't witnessed the battlefield with his own eyes, smoothed things over. What he meant was that the boy's strength was terrifying, and if he didn't stop it, he would become a major obstacle to our plan in the future. To be frank, advertisement. The speed of expansion of Cloud Shinobi Village's strength today. It's getting a little out of control. 3rd Raikage. Axe. 8 tails Jinchuriki. 2-tailed Jinchuriki. Even what Konoha prepared, the second 9 tails Jinchuriki got, although there are no 9 tails. Not only that, but if you add that young man with terrifying strength, Yayoi Kenpachi, and after a few more years of development, Konoha Village, whose strength is deteriorating now, may really be their opponent. Balanced. That's what Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu want to see now. Any ninja village is slightly stronger. They are all within the tolerable range, but if they are too strong, they will be a little out of control. Humph. No matter how strong they are nothing more than a group of ants. After I'm resurrected and I'm back to my peak, I can destroy them in minutes. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. He believes that the power of his heyday is definitely not something that ninjas of this era can resist. Even 617 3rd Raikage, which is known as the strongest Raikage, can't do that either. That being said, the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan hasn't started yet. We can't let the power of the 5 major countries experience a huge imbalance, otherwise there will be problems with the distribution of tailed beasts. Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, you two go to sow discord. Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment, then said, stir up the conflict between Cloud Shinobi Village and the other 4 ninja villages, triggering the 3rd Ninja World War. The protagonist of this ninja war. Naturally, it is Cloud Shinobi Village, which is thriving. Quadruple Alliance. Attack Cloud Shinobi Village together and put their momentum to rest. It may take time. It doesn't matter. Even if Cloud Shinobi Village develops for a few more years, it is absolutely impossible for him to resist the joint attack of the 4 major ninja villages. Okay, I'll go down and get ready. Accepted the Uchiha Madara quest. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu sank slowly to the ground and began to carry out this task. It is not an easy task to provoke conflicts between 4 countries and Cloud Shinobi Village at the same time. 3RW Chapter 66 Return to Cloud Shinobi Village. Sign the summoning contract, seeking subscription. The country of thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. After completing the task, Yaoi Kenpachi and others returned to the village. Yaoi I was in charge of reporting the information about the war god Jax. This time, while Yaoi Kenpachi returned to his mansion on his own, he didn't like to do the reporting work. These days, in the mansion where Yazuki Kenpachi lives. Also a little more popular, Uzumaki Kushina and Samui were arranged to live in. Responsible for taking care of Yaoi Kenpachi's daily life. One is the seedling that I value. The other one was the little girl highly recommended by the old man, and she was really diligent in dealing with all kinds of sundries in the mansion, so Yaoi Kenpachi turned a blind eye and did not drive her out. Uzumaki Kushina poked his head out and asked curiously, Kenpachi, what are you doing? Execute the mission. Come back so soon. Well, I just found a powerful guy and fought directly. Yaoi Kenpachi nodded and said. He hurriedly marched to the small town of the Land of Thunder, and then wrote that Jax, the god of war, fought desperately. Subsequently, little to no trimming, they rushed back to Cloud Shinobi village non-stop, and the whole process took less than 2 days. For ordinary missions, as long as they leave the village, it takes at least 10 days and a half months to start. There are only a handful of monsters like Yaoi Kenpachi who hardly get tired and travel at top speed. Kushina, Samui, you two come here, huh? Okay. Yes. Hear Yaoi Kenpachi's call. The two girls put down what they were doing and hurried back. Due to the foundation laid before, the two girls also had a preliminary understanding of the breathing method in 2 days, and they could barely use it in actual combat, so they were allowed to leave the training ground. Advertisement on weekdays when there is nothing to do. They are practicing breathing techniques, improving their lung capacity, or practicing their sword skills. Give. Yaoi Kenpachi took out a scroll and placed it in front of the two of them. This is the summoning contract scroll. The summoning beasts described above are the summoning family, which is dominated by the elemental dragons, thunder, fire, wind, earth, water, of Runeterra, and supplemented by a large number of sub-dragons. As long as you write your name on it, you can summon the elemental dragon in battle. Certainly. What level of summoning beast can be summoned? To a certain extent, it depends on the user's chakra. If it is too weak, it may only be able to summon a dragon of average strength. Drop a little blood on it and sign the contract yourself. This is summoning contract, summoning beast Kenpachi-sama, let's make a contract, isn't it good? Facing Yaoi Kenpachi's approach, both Uzumaki Kushina and Samui looked a little hesitant. Even the summoning beast has completely different combat and growth capabilities, and sometimes it can even become a ninja's right-hand man. Like a low-level summoning beast, most are wild summoning beasts. It is to sign a contract with the beasts caught or improved in the ninja world, and summon them when needed, to help fight. Such summoning beasts are generally temporary, and they do not have the ability to think or speak. When the future Vortex Nagato attacks Konoha, Animal Road uses the unique time and space of Rinnegan to summon a large number of transformed summoning beasts to destroy the village. And the advanced summoning beast possess thinking, analysis and language skills. Some have separated from the ninja world and have their own places of residence. Taking Sannin Summoningmon as an example, Mount Myoboku, where the toad lives, is an unknown world separated from the ninja world. The great toad sage of Mount Myoboku even has a lifespan of thousands of years, and can make predictions about the world. It has countless descendants and has established a country that is no less powerful than the ninja world. Although I don't know what Yaoi Kenpachi's summoning beast is, Master Kenpachi is so powerful. Presumably, advertisement his summoning beast is definitely not weak either. Their identities, one is just a captive, and the other is a handmaid. Logically speaking, they are not qualified to sign the summoning beast contract with Kenpachi at night. I think it's okay, then it's okay. Your strength is too weak, if you die accidentally, you will be in trouble. So, I just let you sign a contract, you can call helpers to escape in a critical moment, if you can't, you can use the reverse summoning technique to escape. Yaoi Kenpachi said. Uzumaki Kushina's strength is probably at the level of ordinary Chunin. But Samui's strength is only at the level of the elite Genin. In Yaoi Kenpachi's view, the strength of the two of them is too weak, and even one of them will die if they are not careful, so he specially took out the reward, summoning contract, he just got to increase their safety factor. Don't be chatty, hurry up, then I won't be polite. Uzumaki Kushina went first, biting his thumb. Blood dripped on the summoning contract scroll, and at the same time wrote his name on it, which represented the establishment of the contract. Although a little hesitant, but seeing Uzumaki Kushina do it all, Samui gritted her teeth, and finally chose to follow suit and complete the contract. Well, the contract is complete. Look at the summoning contract of Elemental Dragon. With the names of Yaoi Kenpachi, Uzumaki Kushina, and Samui written on it, Yaoi Kenpachi put it away, good money, and threw it directly into the system space. Pull here, it can be said to be the safest place. Without Yaoi Kenpachi's permission, it is impossible for anyone to get this summoning contract. With a super cage level Brontosaurus, 4 peak cage level elemental dragons, and countless sub-dragons of varying strengths, the value of this summoning contract is enough to make countless people crazy. No matter which of the 3 great sacred lands, the overall strength cannot match it. Chapter 67 Baron Nash. Bankai's practice, seeking subscription. Kushina, this is for you. From the system space, took out Nash's tooth. Yaoi Kenpachi directly handed it to Uzumaki Kushina. This legendary weapon may be a once-in-a-lifetime treasure for ordinary people, but for him, it is no different from tasteless. Zanpakuto Nozarashi in your own hands. Just, Shikai, can increase Liwang several times. Although I haven't mastered Bankai yet, after Shinigami activates Bankai, the fighting power is about 5 to 10 times that of Shikai. Even, there's very little after Shinigami Bankai. The power obtained is an explosive improvement, completely entering a new realm. After learning about the situation of Rune Continent's powerful people like Clouds, Yui Kenpachi felt that it was almost time for him to try to practice Bankai. Although he didn't use it in ordinary battles, he would definitely have the opportunity to use it in the future. Is this? A legendary weapon made from the teeth of Baron Nash. Baron Nash. This is an extremely powerful creature that exists in Runeterra. Perhaps, calling 007 by its other name, many people will know it, and its name is Big Dragon. Baron Nash's strength is even higher than Thunder Dragon, Super Cage level, reaching the level of 6 paths, causing countless people in Runeterra to feel headaches, completely unable to deal with this monster. Finally, under the cooperation of G-Wen-3, the former guardian of the Balanced Sect, and the former guardian of the Wuji Sword Dao. It was only then that Baron Nash was barely sealed. Said it was a seal. But Baron Nash's head was still broken, and his strength still exceeded cage level. It can be seen from this that the weapon specially made from its teeth will have such capabilities. Legendary. Weapon? Uzumaki Kushina froze for a moment, then quickly waved and said, No, I'm still too weak to use this kind of weapon, Kenpachi, you should keep it for yourself. Can be on the summoning contract scroll, sign a contract. Uzumaki Kushina felt very satisfied and did not dare to ask for too many things. There are too many things that Kenpachi gifted to himself. Uzumaki Kushina was a little embarrassed to take it. You know, in the eyes of many people, he is a captive of Konoha village. Advertisement, just take it if you take it, and treat it as an early birthday present. Yui Kenpachi randomly found a reason. It was then thrust into the hands of Uzumaki Kushina as a gift from her. Possesses cage level potential, and learned the breath of the sun and the breath of inflammation. Plus this legendary weapon, Nash's Fang. Uzumaki Kushina, a girl with a rough fate, is still unknown to what extent she can reach in the future. This superior treatment, Sammy, who was watching from the side, was also a little envious. However, she simply believes that Master Kenpachi likes Kushina after all, not because the other party's future potential is far better than that of herself who just learned water breathing. Now that Yui Kenpachi has said so, Uzumaki Kushina also has no possibility of rejection at all. Only blushing accepted it. In her opinion, this is the first time Kenpachi gave herself a gift, and in a sense, it can be regarded as a token of love, which needs to be treasured properly. Then, don't slack off, and become stronger quickly. I'll work hard, Kenpachi, I'll do my best too, Master Kenpachi. Yezuki Kenpachi wants to develop worthy opponents. However, the two girls obviously misunderstood, and simply thought that this was Yui Kenpachi's concern for them. By the way, I will be away for a long time, and the mansion will be taken care of by you. Leave. Long time. That's right. Yui Kenpachi nodded and said, in order to fight against the strong enemy in the future, I need to let myself have stronger power. The power of Bankai is an essential part. Otherwise, I may not be able to defeat the strong man in Runeterra. Anyway, even if Bankai practiced successfully, advertisement. As long as I don't use it, my normal combat power will remain unchanged, and it won't affect my playful warm-up exercise with cage level. How long will it take? Maybe 6 or 7 days, maybe 6 or 7 years. Shinigami's Bankai, it is not so easy to master. Ordinary captains barely mastered this skill after hundreds of years of training, such as Kurosaki Ichigo, who also used Urahara Kazuki's props to quickly complete Bankai's training. Even Yui Kenpachi didn't know, how long will it take for me to master my own, solved. After all, he has never practiced knife zen before, and he is completely unknown to his own Zanpakuto. Even Shikai knows the name unconsciously. So long, Uzumaki Kushina, who was still very happy in the front, was a little at a loss in an instant. As a captive from Konoha village, she felt uneasy in Cloud Shinobi village. Only by staying beside Yui Kenpachi can she feel at ease and comfortable. Now, Yezuki Kenpachi may be away for 6 or 7 years. This made her a little helpless. If Kenpachi is not here, can I still live in Cloud Shinobi village? Not only Uzumaki Kushina, but even Samui was a little flustered at the moment. He was ordered by Lord Raikage to take care of Lord Kenpachi, and he should take care of him inseparably. However, Lord Kenpachi is leaving now and doesn't intend to take his own form. Are you being abandoned? Sword. Master Kenpachi, please take me with you. Yeah, I'm going too. No, you two stay here for me to practice in Cloud Shinobi village, and I will come back when I finish training. I flicked it lightly with my fingers, the foreheads of the two girls. Yui Kenpachi directly rejected their proposal, the practice of Bankai. Definitely a long process. If you have this time to spend time with yourself, it is better to practice for a while to make yourself stronger. Chapter 68 Unbearable Bankai Power. Kusajishi Yachiru, seeking subscription. Cloud Shinobi Village, Forbidden Place, Yunlei Gorge. This is the best place for the Raikages of the past dynasties to practice with them. It is quiet and remote, and no one will disturb them. After the old man heard that Yui Kenpachi wanted to take the initiative to cultivate, he agreed without saying a word, and prepared an optimal practice location. As long as it is not an emergency that endangers the village, generally I will not find him. That is. Yaoi Kenpachi can also practice here with peace of mind, Bankai. Call, take a deep breath. Yaoi Kenpachi sat cross-legged in the center of Yunlei Gorge, as if meditating, ready to enter the state of Sword Zen. Knife Zen. It is communication with one's own Zanpakuto. The best way to improve your abilities and liberate Zanpakuto. For example, Kurosaki Ichigo's, the last crescent moon, was asked from Zanpakuto in the state of Sword Zen, and almost beat Aizen Sosuke in the Collapse 5 form. Be still and listen to the voice of Zanpakuto. Communicate with Zanpakuto. It is the most basic step to complete Bankai. Yaoi Kenpachi forcibly quieted his heart down, everything around. It was as if everything had turned into nothingness. Afterwards, Yaoi Kenpachi's mind slowly sank into the deepest part of his soul, and saw his own Zanpakuto body. It was a small and exquisite loli, pink shoulder-length short hair, black eyes often with a blush on his face. Wearing a black Seba suit with a Zanpakuto hanging from his waist. Ajien, you are finally here. The pink-haired loli rushed forward and hung on Yaoi Kenpachi's shoulder. Rubbed Kenpachi with his small face, looking very intimate. Hey, who are you? Why do you pounce on me when you disagree? Woo, the pink-haired Lolita looked a little aggrieved. Ajien has been obsessed with fighting, and completely ignored my voice. It's so boring just the two of us. 2 people. Advertisement. Ajien actually owns 2 Zanpakuto. The pink-haired Lolita introduced. My name is Kusajishi Yachiru, and I have sister Unohana Retsu. Is that Bankai's name? Of course not. Kusajishi Yachiru stuck out his tongue and said. It's just their own name. As for speaking Zanpakuto's true, Bankai, liberation language, it is naturally impossible to tell Yaoi Kenpachi so easily. Because his strength is not enough to use the standard. Okay, Yachiryu, tell me Bankai's liberation language. No, Ajien, although Yachinryu likes Ajien very much, he can't say it directly. Why? Because Ajien's strength is too weak now to bear Bankai's strength. Can't bear the power of Bankai? Hear from Kusajishi Yachiru. Yaoi Kenpachi was a little puzzled, as if he didn't quite understand. On strength. Evolved through perfect Hogyoku, Yaoi Kenpachi, who has entered the Henji stage, has long surpassed the strength of ordinary captain-level Shinigami. General captain-level Shinigami have mastered Bankai. However, Kusajishi Yachiru said that his strength was far beyond the captain level, and he couldn't bear Bankai's strength, which made Yaoi Kenpachi a little confused. What does it mean? It's very simple. It literally means that Ajien's Bankai is too powerful. If you use it forcibly, your body will completely collapse. Kusajishi Yachiru said softly, ordinary Shinigami's Bankai is completely incomparable. Same goes for Bankai. The strength and intensity that can be displayed are also completely different. For example, Mr. Yamamoto's Bankai, Remnant Fire Teidao, can directly burst out the temperature of the core of the sun, as high as 15 million degrees Celsius, almost instant killing. Even if it is Otsutsuki Kagaya, if it is cut once, it will die suddenly in minutes. And, before Yaoi Kenpachi evolved to the Benglu stage, they can't withstand the 999 damage from Mr. Yamamoto. This is the top batch of Bankai. And Yezuki Kenpachi's Bankai. Advertisement: the power that can be liberated may be even stronger. In short, if Ajien forcibly uses Bankai now, it will make the consciousness fall into a vague state, unable to maintain rationality, and can only attack the enemy according to the fighting instinct. Ask for flowers, and, at best, Bankai is half liberated. It's also very stressful on the body, even beyond a certain time. The body will collapse to such an extent that not even Hogyoku can recover. Kusajishi Yachiru shook his head and said, it's not that he doesn't want to tell Yaoi Kenpachi's real Bankai name, but Yaoi Kenpachi's current strength really can't bear this terrifying force. And the so-called Bankai semi-liberation, like Abarai Renji, the half-liberated name is Baboon King Zabumeru, and the real Bankai is called Su Zabumeru. Half-liberated, and true liberation. The power that can be released is not a level of existence at all. If so, just Bankai semi-liberation can't hold it back, which shows that Yaoi Kenpachi Bankai's power is terrifying. Not to mention, inside of Yezuki Kenpachi, but with 2 Zanpakuto sword souls, you can't even master 1 Bankai, let alone master 2 Bankai at the same time. The pressure on the body will increase exponentially. So, what do I have to do now to master Bankai? Practice and become stronger, Kusajishi Yachiru said. Just the form of Hogyoku is not enough. Ajien, you have to use Hogyoku to become stronger, and I will tell you Bankai's name when the time is right. It is good. Sister Unohana Retsu will guide you on the specific matters of cultivation. It may take several years. Ajien must be mentally prepared. It's just a few years, no problem, for Shinigami's long lifespan. A mere few years is really too short, almost negligible. So far, Yezuki Kenpachi's Bankai practice. It's officially started. Chapter 69, First Generation Kenpachi Unohana Retsu. Bankai. All done. Seeking subscription. Tat 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 in the illusory space. Slowly, a gentle woman like Yamato Nadeko came out. The appearance is gentle and peaceful. She is a talented royal sister, with long black hair, which is tied into a braid and hangs in front of her. Wearing a death bully suit, the feather lining is gray sakura color, and a light-colored belt tied around the waist is fixed with a red East rope. Unohana Retsu, women known as first-generation Kenpachi. Now, in the form of Yayoi Kenpachi's second Zanpakuto sword soul, it appears here. For the enemy, she is the cruelest swordsman. For Kenpachi, she is the gentlest Yamato Nadeko. Long time no see, Kenpachi. Unohana Retsu said gently, the only man who can bring me joy, let me help you grow this time. What should 080 do? First, pour all the Ryatsu in your body into Hogyoku. Okay. Nothing is suspected. Zanpakuto Soul of Sword and Host are in a state of symbiosis and co-prosperity. Therefore, Yazuki Kenpachi doesn't have to worry at all. Unohana Retsu will murder himself. The terrifying Reiatsu, who has surpassed the limit of the captain level and has entered the stage of Broken One, was fully poured into the perfect Hogyoku under the mobilization of Yazuki Kenpachi. At the same time, the belief becomes stronger. It also slowly rose in Yayoi Kenpachi's heart. The power of miracles. It also showed results. Although it is not as great as the improvement in the battle of life and death, this approach also speeds up the evolution rate a lot, and is one step closer to the bang 2 inches stage. Horrible Ryatsu, constantly being consumed all the time. At the same time, it is also being produced at the same speed. The two sides maintain a wonderful balance. In the state of not fighting, Yazuki Kenpachi can still maintain the Ryatsu level of Henji. But once entering the state of hard fighting, the consumption speed of Ryatsu will show a geometric increase, and the evolution speed will also increase rapidly. Done. What's the next step? Yayoi Kenpachi asked. This approach, although it can speed up the speed of its own evolution. But, advertisement he believes that Unohana Retsu's training method will never be so simple. Z-Lala, Zanpakuto, slowly drawn out by Unohana Retsu. A majestic fighting spirit radiated from this Yamato Nadeshiko like royal sister, and the target was Yayoi Kenpachi in front of her. Before joining Gode 13, Unohana Retsu was known as the greatest villain in the history of Soul Society. She prides herself on mastering all schools and knives in the world. He took the name, 8,000 Streams, for himself. Although I don't know why, she, the former top Shinigami, is now called Yayoi Kenpachi's second Zanpakuto, but Unohana Retsu's strength will not decline in any way. Even, because Yayoi Kenpachi broke the limit of Shinigami and stepped into the realm of Benji. Her strength also grows together and becomes stronger. Ordinary training, it's of no use to you at all. So, I can only choose a more suitable method, fight. Here, neither death nor injury. We can fight endlessly until you break the limit of your body and complete your transformation. Unohana Retsu said softly. Because growing up with Yayoi Kenpachi, the Ryatsu in her body has also reached the stage of Benji. Coupled with her terrifying sword skills, her oppressive power is no less than that of Valkyrie Jax. Even stronger, fight, just what I want. Get ready, once this battle starts, it is absolutely impossible to stop halfway, it may last for several years. No problem. Length of time, it wasn't Yayoi Kenpachi's focus at all. Whether they can find a suitable opponent is what Yayoi Kenpachi dreams of. Subsequently, Unohana Retsu exhaled softly and said, Bankai. It's all over. Advertisement the world was instantly replaced by Scarlet. Accompanied by the roaring sound, Unohana Retsu's extremely brutal Ryatsu soared into the sky in an instant. Dark space. At this moment, it was also directly torn apart by the violent Ryatsu. Through the huge crack, a large amount of blood is constantly tilting towards the world. Seem to dye the whole world blood red. A frightening and extremely cold murderous aura is constantly permeating. As the first generation Kenpachi, Unohana Retsu's hands have already killed countless creatures. Dull, depressing, scary, people can't breathe. This woman. How many people were killed? Facing Unohana Retsu who has entered the Bankai state, even Yazuki Kenpachi, who is fully fired, feels like sitting on pins and needles at the moment. Danger. Very dangerous. This terrifying pressure even made Yayoi Kenpachi feel death. Is that your Bankai name? No, this is just the former name of Bankai, and now it can only be called the state of Bankai semi-liberation. There is obviously a sea of blood behind him. However, Unohana Retsu still had a gentle smile on his face at this moment, answering Yazuki Kenpachi's question. Bankai. This is the name of Unohana Retsu's Bankai. However, after he became Yayoi Kenpachi Zanpakuto Sword Soul, their powers were fused together, and earth-shaking changes have already taken place. The real Bankai power of the second Zanpakuto is even stronger. Same. Because Yayoi Kenpachi is not strong enough now. Also unable to use the second Zanpakuto's Bankai. Fine. Since 2.1, you don't want to tell me the name of Bankai. Then, I will use my strength to prove that I am qualified to master two perfect Bankai at the same time. Come and fight. Like a roaring demon, Yayoi Kenpachi was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and instantly rushed to Unohana Retsu in front of him. Chapter 70 Night Moon Kenpachi's Unohana Retsu. All to the best of our ability. Seeking subscription. Now you can't defeat me. Kenpachi. Gentle voice. In Yazuki Kenpachi's ear. Then, the body seemed to be slashed heavily, and the pain came from the shoulder. Lots of blood welled up from the shoulders. It directly cut off Yayoi Kenpachi's Reiatsu wall protection, and caused damage to the front. Although the injury will not affect the real body, it will also leave a sense of pain mentally. However, this pain, for Yayoi Kenpachi, it is simply a pediatric matter. Unohana Retsu who has entered the Bankai state, and Reiatsu who has the same level as Yaoi Kenpachi, plus exquisite swordsmanship, the combined effect is not as simple as 1 plus 1 equals 2. The speed is too fast to be caught by the naked eye, and one can barely dodge by relying on instinct. It's really fast. Yaoi Kenpachi ignored the injuries on his body and grinned, you were almost chopped from shoulder to abdomen by you. Now, it's just that I took a small advantage. Unohana Retsu standing tens of meters away. 18. At this moment, her form also changed to a certain extent. Her long hair, which was parted in the middle, tied into braids and hung to the front, was all fluttering behind her at this moment, looking like an evil spirit from hell. And that kind of terrifying momentum and oppression. Really worthy of the name of first generation Kenpachi, it can be called impeccable. You who have not liberated Zanpakuto, facing me who is already Bankai, are born at an absolute disadvantage. It's okay, it's better to say, this is more pleasant. Defeat enemies weaker than yourself. There is nothing to be happy about, only defeating a strong enemy with overwhelming power will make Yaoi Kenpachi even more excited. As expected of a man who can please me, he is able to maintain such an optimistic attitude in this state. Then, let me show you too. Bankai semi-liberated, true power. 27. Zanpakuto held in Unohana Retsu's hand. At this moment, it has completely turned into a blood blade, and a large amount of bright red blood is continuously flowing along knife and flowing to the ground. Next second, Unohana Retsu's image in Yazuki Kenpachi's eyes has changed. She floated in midair. Advertisement. The blood spread along her body like a spider web. Under this, first generation Kenpachi. Countless corpses emerged, these were the enemies she had killed before, it can be said that they piled up into mountains. All the illusions in front of me disappeared. Instead, it was the pain from the body. In the phantom of the endless sea of blood, Yaoi Kenpachi was completely unaware that the surprise attack launched by Unohana Retsu, if it hadn't been for the subconscious dodge of the body, would not have left a deep scar on the back. Quickly opened the distance. After a short trial before, Yaoi Kenpachi also understood almost the same. I see. Is that how Bankai's abilities are exhausted? The blood is all the effect of your Bankai. Almost the entire space is covered with blood now. If this is why I can't detect your sword swing at all, I will be injured. Yaoi Kenpachi grinned and said. He is a warrior born for fighting, and observing the opponent's ability in battle is naturally the foundation of the foundation. Hear what Yaoi Kenpachi said. Unohana Retsu smiled lightly and didn't say much. This kind of small method, if it can have an effect once or twice, is already good. It is simply unrealistic to use it to deal with Yaoi Kenpachi for a long time. Bankai. All done. At the moment of displaying this ability. The Zanpakuto's blade and surroundings will ooze a wide area of blood, and the blade can become an extended and curved blood blade. It can be turned into the strongest attack, killing the enemy again and again. It can also be turned into the strongest cure, allowing the slain enemies to be reborn from nirvana again and again. This is a Bankai that kills and heals in one. Yeah, but do you have a way to crack it, Kenpachi? Unohana Retsu stood where he was. But the bright red blood flowing around surrounded Yaoi Kenpachi inside. With a sudden leap, Yaoi Kenpachi dodged a curved slash. Now that you have figured out the effect of Bankai, all extinction, it will be much easier to avoid it if you are prepared. The way to break it. Ordinary means are useless at all. Then, let's rely on pure strength to make a frontal breakthrough. Eat it, Nozarashi. Advertisement. Witness the power of Unohana Retsu in Bankai state. Yaoi Kenpachi naturally couldn't keep his hand, and instantly chose to release Zanpakuto in his hand. It's just Shikai though, but the effect of the boost is not even inferior to the strength of ordinary captain-level Bankai. Boom. The monstrous Reiatsu soars into the sky. Rivalry with Unohana Retsu, Bankai half-liberation. Reiatsu's physical fitness has been greatly improved, and the broken blade in his hand has also turned into a giant blade, as if he can cut through everything with pure brute force. Suddenly cut out a sword. Nozarashi with the giant blade, like an unreasonable monster, directly swept away the surrounding blood sea. No matter how weird the changes are, as long as you don't let it get close, it's useless. Of course, Unohana Retsu's sea of blood cannot be swung away by ordinary attacks. Ordinary S-level ninjutsu can't do anything about them. Only Nozarashi who has the ability to cut everything can easily cut it back. Then, without the capital of the sneak attack, how can you win? Lie. Kenpachi, Bankai is only 040 part of my strength, you don't think that after Bankai's tentative attack is ineffective, I have no fighting power. Unohana Retsu smiled slightly, he clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand, still maintaining a calm state of mind. Even Yaoi Kenpachi who initially liberated Zanpakuto, in her current state, is not so strong that she cannot fight at all. Not to mention, even without Bankai, it doesn't mean that she has completely lost her fighting power, it's just that she lacks a means of attack. I am still the first generation sword. The most vicious sword demon in Soul Society. Shua. Unohana Retsu slashes forward. Immediately. A bloody slash hit the ground and rushed towards Yaoi Kenpachi. A large amount of scarlet blood rolled. In the terrifying sword storm, blood turned into steam and began to fill the air. Now, the strength of both sides is evenly matched. This battle will evolve into a long tug of war. Chapter 71 7 years later. The prologue of the Third Ninja War. Seeking subscription. Konoha 48 years. From Yaoi Kenpachi retreat practice. Almost 7 years have passed. During this period of time, the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village, which has the breathing method, can be said to be thriving, and its strength is improving rapidly every year, leaving the other 4 major ninja villages far behind. However, at this time, suddenly, a big event happened in the whole ninja world. Due to the disappearance of third Raikage, Sunagaku was leaderless and plunged into chaos. However, before Cloud Shinobi Village could make a move, the shitpot was directly buckled on their heads, and Sunagaku did not know how to persuade Konoha Village, Iwagakure, and Kurigakure. A collection of the power of the 4 major ninja villages. An anti-Cloud Shinobi alliance was formed and war was declared on Cloud Shinobi Village. The Third Ninja World War kicked off. The Country of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Raikage office. I just received the news about Third Raikage, and almost got my nose crooked. Boom. A fist hammered on the table. He smashed the wooden table in front of him to pieces. Third Raikage sat on the main seat, with an angry beard, as if he was extremely angry. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** relationship with our Cloud Shinobi village. Why do other ninja villages declare war on us like mad dogs? Do you really think we are easy to mess with? Master Raikage, please calm your anger. Our top priority now is to quickly recall the high-end combat power of the whole village and enter the state of preparation. The soil platform, who was Raikage's right and left hand, said hastily. Although I don't know why, the other 4 major ninja villages will be so impulsive to start the Third Ninja World War against Cloud Shinobi Village, but this is an unchangeable fact. With Lord Raikage's character, it is impossible to cede land and pay compensation. So, advertisement. War is already inevitable. However, even the so-called strategist Earth platform, it is estimated that the reason why the other 4 ninja villages declared war on Cloud Shinobi Village at the same time is purely because Uchiha Madara thinks that Cloud Shinobi Village is developing too fast. 7 years in advance, the layout has already begun to provoke the relationship between Cloud Shinobi Village and the other 4 major ninja villages without revealing their identities. Therefore, this situation of anti-Cloud Shinobi alliance has been created. Pass down the order, all the ninjas in the village. Quote. From now on, give up the tasks in hand, everyone returns to Cloud Shinobi Village, and enters a state of first-level combat readiness. At the same time, quickly recall Kenpachi, who is practicing in Yunlei Gorge. He's our strongest card. Now that the village has reached the point of life and death, we must rely on his strength. Third Raikage said with a solemn expression. The current situation has become extremely severe. Even if the development of Cloud Shinobi Village in the past 7 years is not bad, it is still a bit too difficult to fight against the 4 major ninja villages at the same time. It's just hell. Therefore, not only all high-end combat forces need to be summoned, Yayoi Kenpachi also needs to be called back. I'll do it right away. It is the soil platform for Raikage's left and right hands. He left the place soon, and now the situation is urgent. There is no time to drink tea and chat, and the order of Lord Raikage must be conveyed as soon as possible. As orders came out, the entire Cloud Shinobi village took action. Cloud Shinobi ninjas on a mission. After receiving Master Raikage's summoning order, regardless of whether they completed the task in hand or not, they all chose to give up and rushed towards Cloud Shinobi village at the same time. Zaraki Kenpachi's mansion. There are 2 young girls who seem to be practicing. Uzumaki Kushina, 17 years old. Title: Yangju. Strength: early stage of Kage level. Possesses a huge chakra, and proficiently masters various sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family, plus perfect mastery of Breath of Flame and Breath of the Sun, plus the legendary weapon Nash's Fang in his hand. Advertisement. And through Yayoi Kenpachi's summoning contract. Also secretly mastered some kind of stunt. Let her current strength rank among the best in the entire Cloud Shinobi village. Samyi Tien is 2 years old. Strength: normal Jonin level. Although the talent is mediocre, Samyi has achieved some accomplishments in water breathing by virtue of his diligent practice, although it is still far from the standard of water pillar. However, like Uzumaki Kushina, she has a certain secret skill. Quote. Lord Kushina, Lord Samui. Quote. Lord Raikage has issued an emergency assembly order to meet the urgent military situation. Go quickly, please. A Cloud Shinobi Chunin in charge of order. Half kneeling on the ground, said. The 17-year-old girl in front of me is rumored to be not only Lord Kenpachi's lover but also won the highest honor of Cloud Shinobi Village at a young age, Pillar. Master the breath of fire and the breath of the sun at the same time. And it is known as the Scorching Sun, and was given the title of Yangju. Emergency assembly order. Uzumaki Kushina was slightly taken aback, and then asked, will Kenpachi be called back? Yes, the situation is urgent this time. Lord Kenpachi also needs to come back to join the battle. Okay, I'll pass right away. I heard Yayoi Kenpachi, Nuo Zhao's, is coming back too. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up immediately, and he seemed to be jumping for joy. Although 7 years have passed. However, Uzumaki Kushina's affection for Yayoi Kenpachi not only did not weaken with the passage of time, but became more and more profound. The first boy who approached her heart will never be forgotten no matter what. Not only Uzumaki Kushina, even Samui followed and rushed over. Chapter 72 Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars Collection. Breathing Ninja. Seeking subscription. Cloud Shinobi Village. Central Training Ground. This is the largest venue in the entire Cloud Shinobi Village, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people at the same time. After receiving the notice from 3rd Raikage, all the ninjas in the village gathered here, about 8,000 people, plus 4,000 ninjas who were performing tasks outside and guarding the frontier. Cloud Shinobi Ordinary Ninja, a total of 12,000 people. This strong military strength, second only to Konoha Village. Konoha Village has a total force of 15,000, Iwagakure has a total force of 10,000, Kurigakure has a total force of 10,000, and Sunagakure has a total force of 8,000. Originally, during the 4th Ninja World War of the 5 great ninja villages, except for some ninjas who guarded the house, a total of 50,000 ninja coalition forces were dispatched. Now after they are dispersed to each ninja village, it is almost the same number. However, among these ninjas, the vast majority of genin are cannon fodder, used as consumables, and it is unknown how many people will die in a battle. Master Raikage, the 8,000 ninjas currently in Cloud Shinobi Village have assembled. Where are the 9 pillars? They are all in the village at the moment. Well, let I and Joju all come here together, and the war is about to start. 3rd Raikage strode forward. Behind him, followed by Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin, reporting the latest information. During these 7 years, the development of Cloud Shinobi Village with great efforts. 020 except for 3rd Raikage beyond cage level early stage and Yaoi cage level high stage who is recognized as 4th Raikage. 9 elite ninjas with the title of Pillar were also born, which can be called the mainstay of Cloud Shinobi Village. Yangju, Uzumaki Kushina, 17 years old, cage level early. Moon Pillar is played by Wooden Golem, 11 years old, quasi-cage level, who also serves as Erway Jinchuriki. Mingju, Killer Bee, 18 years old, cage level early stage, concurrently serving as 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Water Column, she 18 years old, quasi-cage level. Yenju, Purgatory Yi, 18 years old, quasi-level. Pillar, Omoi, 18, quasi-cage level. Wind Pillar, Karui, 18 years old, quasi-cage level. Advertisement. Molten Column. Soil Platform, 32 years old, early stage of cage level. Raikage's left and right hands, while the breathing method is derived from the breath of inflammation. Magnet. Troy, 25, quasi-cage level. The breath method is derived from the breath of thunder. Each of Cloud Shinobi's 9 pillars possesses quasi-cage level strength. Even. Divide people. They already have the strength of the Shadow BIFD level. Not counting Kenpachi Yatsuki, and Shigeru Hatake who is out on tour. Today's Cloud Shinobi Village has a total of 1 super cage level, 4 cage level, and 6 quasi-cage level high-level fighters. At the same time, 50 elite Jonin who master the breathing method. Ordinary Jonin 200 who have mastered the breathing method. They are the most elite group of ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village, and each one is the most important resource. Have you heard? Konoha Village, Iwagakure, Kurigakure, Sunagakure, it seems that they declared war on us at the same time. Why did we provoke them? I heard that 3rd Cage disappeared. They suspected that it was our Cloud Shinobi who did it, so they planned to start a war. Quote question mark. Quote. There is a Konoha village between us and Sunagakure. That's right, even if they want to find an excuse, they should at least find a better excuse, right? Could it be that they think our Cloud Shinobi village is easy to bully? Damn it, Lousy didn't turn their heads off and kick them like footballs, and dared to pour dirty water on our Cloud Shinobi, and I don't know which guy who gave birth to a baby without an a-hole did it. Uchiha Madara. Although 3rd Raikage has not announced this matter. However, it is impossible to hide the fact that the 4 great ninja villages declared war on Cloud Shinobi Village at the same time. The underlying Cloud Shinobi ninja. This matter has been known for a long time, and it has been discussed. But, even if the anti-Cloud Shinobi coalition army has a total strength of 43,000 troops, while Cloud Shinobi Village only has 12,000 troops, none of them feel afraid. Cloud Shinobi Village is originally considered a village of the militant faction. In particular, this kind of shit bowl is inexplicably stuck on your head, and it's all shit on your head, if you can bear it. Advertisement. It's probably going to be a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. As a defensive side, Cloud Shinobi Village isn't completely without its advantages, either. Relying on the terrain to defend, and it is impossible for the anti-Cloud Shinobi Alliance to come out in full force, it is not bad to be able to dispatch about half of the troops, 20,000 to 25,000. Moreover, the commanders of the 4 great ninja villages must be different, and they cannot maintain one mind. Quiet. 3rd Raikage stood at the top. Since Yaoi Kenpachi voluntarily gave up the position of 4th Raikage, Yaoi, who is regarded as the future 4th Raikage, stood on his right hand. Standing below, it's Cloud Shinobi 9 pillars, and an elite ninja who has learned the art of breathing. In the end, it was 8,000 ordinary Cloud Shinobi ninjas. The prestige of 3rd Raikage is beyond doubt. The moment he opened his mouth to speak, the entire central training ground fell silent, and the 8,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas kept silent at the same time. All eyes were focused on 3rd Raikage. No doubt. He is the spiritual belief of Cloud Shinobi Village. I won't say any more nonsense. The 4 major ninja villages think that our Cloud Shinobi Village is a soft persimmon, and anyone who wants to come and need it. I can't bear my temper, just FK my mother. Everyone has entered the first level combat readiness state, and will then be divided into 3 armies to fight against the coalition forces of the 4 major ninja villages. I hope you will fight the enemy bravely and play our Cloud Shinobi's prestige. Third Raikage raised his arms and shouted loudly. Like third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he can't brainwash the mind with high-spirited talk. The most simple and direct words will be able to raise the morale of the entire Cloud Shinobi village to the highest level. This, even the personal charm of third Raikage. The military spirit is available, and the Cloud Shinobi ninja fighting spirit has been raised to the highest level. Chapter 73 Boundary Breakthrough. Shinigami Collapse 2 Form. Seeking Subscription. Cloud Shinobi Village. Forbidden Place, Yunlei Gorge. The outside world has completely entered a state of war, but Yaoi Kenpachi is still immersed in the practice of Bankai. For 7 full years, he spent almost every minute and every second. All immersed in the battle with Unohana Retsu. In the depths of the soul. Any injury can be recovered instantly, there is no concept of injury and death. Under the trials of perfect Hogyoku and Unohana Retsu, the Reiatsu accumulated in Yazuki Kenpachi's body seemed to be about to reach a certain limit, and it was about to overflow. Crack. Boundaries pushed. It seems that some kind of limit has been broken. Yaoi Kenpachi's Reiatsu seems to have no limit, it keeps climbing, and it seems to have entered a brand new dimension. Unimaginably huge benefits. In an instant, it poured into the body. Congratulations, Kenpachi. Unohana Retsu stopped fighting and said softly, you have now reached the Hun-2 stage. Ah, yes, although it took a little longer. The best way to quickly evolve. In fact, it is directly facing the crisis of life and death, which makes the perfect Hogyoku subconsciously evolve at a high speed. But the battle between Yaoi Kenpachi and Unohana Retsu will not endanger the ecology. Looking at the entire Hokage world, without 6 paths level combat power, it is impossible for perfect Jade to enter a state of high-speed evolution, so it can only rely on long-term battles. Keep accumulating. Finally complete the metamorphosis. Fortunately, it took time and finally reaped the results. Reiatsu is still improving. Yazuki Kenpachi moved his body. He could clearly feel that his body was trembling slightly, a change that could not be observed with the naked eye was affecting his body under the influence of the perfect Jade. Genes seemed to be disintegrating and recombining. The life form also seems to have undergone some changes, evolving towards a more perfect direction. On Yazuki Kenpachi's chest, advertisement. A mysterious blue-purple pattern emerged, spreading towards the whole body. With that comes all-around improvements in strength, speed, defense, stamina, Reiatsu, and more. It seems that I can easily kill my previous self. This is the collapse stage of the second fusion. Pupate. After a long time, the blue-purple mysterious rune slowly dissipated and returned to the perfect Jade. Found by Yazuki Kenpachi, the direction of his own evolution seems to be slightly different from Aizen Sosuke's. When Aizen Sosuke entered the second stage of collapse, he had already begun to lose his human form, evolving towards a monster, while he still maintained his human form. However, in this way, Cage-level strength is even less worth mentioning in his own eyes. It's like a bug, and it can be crushed to death. Yaoi Kenpachi frowned and said, in this way, the number of targets that can be fought and killed will be greatly reduced. You can continue to use the ceiling blindfold. Yeah, Ajien, if you don't think you have a suitable opponent, you can train yourself. Unohana Retsu and Kusajishi Yakiru, each for suggestions. The former is, first-generation Kenpachi, and also a sword ghost who loves fighting, so he can naturally understand Yaoi Kenpachi's mood. As for Kusajishi Yakiru, it's not a big deal just to watch the excitement, and he mainly focuses on Yazuki Kenpachi's hobby. He likes to fight. Then Kusajishi Yakiru proposed a plan that would make Yazuki Kenpachi happy to fight. Of course, I have another proposal here. What proposal? According to the normal evolution time, Kenpachi, if you want to reach the third stage of collapse, it will take at least 20 or 30 years. Unohana Retsu raised a finger and said, but if a large amount of Reiatsu is injected into Hogyoku, reducing if it is exported on weekdays, the time will be greatly shortened. In this way, Yazuki Kenpachi has evolved to the Bang 3 stage. It may take 5 or 6 years to complete this evolutionary process. And reduce the output on weekdays, plus seal blindfold. In this way, the normal combat power can also be maintained, and the opponent will not be accidentally pressed to death. When you want to use stronger power, you can release it at any time. On the one hand, it allows Yaoi Kenpachi to have a better combat experience. On the other hand, it can make Yaoi Kenpachi evolve to the Collapse 3 stage, faster. Advertisement. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It seems to be okay. Yaoi Kenpachi nodded and said, however, since you have completed the training, can you tell me Bankai's name now? ... Ask for flowers. Of course, or not. Kusajishi Yakiru said with a drawn-out tone. The second stage of collapse. Although compared with the first stage of the collapse, the strength has been improved a lot, but it is still far from enough to perfectly master the 2 brand new Bankai. Why? Frowning, Yazuki Kenpachi asked. I have been practicing for 7 years, so I haven't reached the standard for using Bankai. Could it be that, own 2 kinds of Bankai, so strong that it can't even bear the collapse stage 2? Now Ajien can already use the Bankai half liberation of the 2 of us. But the real Bankai, just relying on the power of the second stage of collapse, it is still impossible to control. Before you have enough power, It's better not to touch the name of the real Bankai, because Ajien's Bankai is too powerful. Crash 5. Only by reaching the 5th stage of collapse. A sword can be used perfectly, the real Bankai of the two of us. Kusajishi Yakiru said, shaking his little feet. To be frank. Even Yayoi Kenpachi himself was stunned. This TM is just a Bankai, and it can only be mastered perfectly if it has reached the Bengu stage. It really is. It's a headache. Unohana Retsu's sisters, Bankai half liberation. Ajien should already know that the Jifang language is Bankai. Everything is exhausted. So, my liberating language for Bankai half liberating is Chapter 74 Kenpachi returns. Cloud Shinobi battle meeting, seeking subscription. Boom. Real world. The Reiatsu on Yayoi Kenpachi formed a rich Reiatsu storm, sweeping around. Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin, who came to report the news, felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing on his body, and all the bones in his body were creaking, as if they might be crushed at any time. Not even qualified to stand in front of him. Lord Kenpachi. During these 7 years, how strong is it? Call. Yayoi Kenpachi exhaled slowly. He opened his eyes, and the blue-purple light flashed away. Finally, no 2 liberation languages of Bankai semi-liberation. Although I still can't completely master my 2 Bankai, but it's a good start, and then I just need to follow what Unohana 503 Lai said. Just pour all the excess Reiatsu into the perfect Hogyoku to speed up your own evolution process. The real Bankai, you need to evolve to the Bang 5 stage to master it. Soon, due to breaking through to the collapse stage 2, the excess Reiatsu that could not be digested by the ceiling blindfold was all absorbed into the perfect beautiful jade at this moment, and the Reiatsu on the surface of Yayoi Kenpachi's body also slowly dissipated. Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin, who was in charge of reporting, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it goes on like this, I feel that my body will definitely not be able to withstand the pressure, and I will pass out directly. What's matter? Master Kenpachi, something big has happened. The 4 major ninja villages are joining forces to invade our Cloud Shinobi village. Raikage-sama wants you to rush over to discuss the battle plan as soon as possible. War. After hearing the news, Yayoi Kenpachi not only didn't have any fear of fighting, but showed an expression of interest on his face. Originally, I also planned to keep leaks for a while longer. Waiting for the 4 major ninja villages to cultivate more cage-level strong men to pass their time reluctantly and do a warm-up exercise for fighting. But, advertisement. I didn't expect these guys to be so intimate. You don't even have to go to the door to check the water meter yourself, all of them are delivered to your door one by one. Challenge the 4 great ninja villages at the same time. Presumably, they must have many interesting powerhouses. Okay, I'll go there now. This Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin has not yet reacted. The figure of Yayoi Kenpachi disappeared in place, and the speed of movement that could not be captured at all had far exceeded the limit of his ability. To this is Cloud Shinobi Anbu Jonin. I also have to sigh that the gap between my strength and Master Kenpachi's is getting bigger and bigger. On the other hand, although there is no one to lead the way, it has been promoted to the 2nd stage of collapse. Yayoi Kenpachi's perception has become stronger. In a small area, he still won't get lost. He can directly perceive the place where chakra is the strongest, which must be the specific location of Raikage's office. Kangdang. A kick shattered the glass. Yayoi Kenpachi rushed in directly from the window this time. At this moment, almost all the high-level executives of Cloud Shinobi Village are gathered here, seeming to be discussing the battle meeting and preparing for the next bitter battle. Super Cage level. 3rd Raikage. Cage level. Yayoi I, Uzumaki Kushina, Tutai, Killer B. Quasi Cage level. Composed of wooden golem, cage level for complete tail beastization, Shi, Purgatory Yi, Omoi, Karui, and Troy. There is also a Samui with soy sauce. Logically speaking, Samuel, who only has the strength of an ordinary Jonin, is not qualified to appear in this level of meeting, but due to her special relationship with Yayoi Kenpachi. Everyone turned one eye and closed the other. After all, everyone present, almost everyone knows Yayoi Kenpachi's strength very well. After 7 years of training, he must have become stronger. Not to mention, many people here are the 1st-generation members of the breathing training class. Strictly speaking, Yayoi Kenpachi is still there, half teacher. For that hell-like training method. Even if 7 years have passed, it is impossible to forget it. Advertisement. Yo, are they all here? Yayoi Kenpachi said hello. In 7 years, he is no longer a boy. It has a burly body like a beast, with a deterrent ferocity on its face, the hem edge of the Shinigami feather woven on its body is jagged, and one eye is still wearing a sealed blindfold. Coupled with that heroic, frantic black hair, it has the charm of an adult man even more. Picture. Just stand in front of him. You can feel a suffocating inexplicable pressure. Murderous look, momentum, strength. Do not. To be precise, it comes from the suppression of the degree of evolution. It's like, when a lower-rank vampire faces a higher-rank vampire, they won't have the ability to resist. Sword. 8. Master Kenpachi, you are finally back. The moment Yayoi Kenpachi appeared, the faces of Uzumaki Kushina and Samui suddenly revealed expressions of joy. Although the appearance has changed. However, the temperament born for war, as well as the unique personal charm, will not change. So, although it was the first meeting after 7 years, The two women still quickly recognized the identity of Yayoi Kenpachi. Kushina, you seem to have grown into a qualified woman. Yayoi Kenpachi walked forward slowly. In Kushina's body, he has already felt the majestic chakra comparable to the early stage of Kage level, and his strength has also initially entered the level of Kage level 1.0. Compared with the childishness 7 years ago, now, her strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, and she is no longer the same. As an opponent's words, she can only be regarded as barely qualified now. The potential of this guy has not been tapped out yet, maybe you can wait for a while until the fruit is ripe, and then harvest it. This time is the most delicious. Chapter 75 20,000 Ninja Coalition. The Growing, Young Pillar. Seeking subscription. Kushina, you seem to have grown into a worthy woman. A qualified woman. Hear Yayoi Kenpachi's words. Uzumaki Kushina, who was originally the dream lover of countless Cloud Shinobi village teenagers, no longer has the heroic posture in battle at this moment, but adds a bit of feminine weakness, and her small face instantly turns red. The long-lost reunion. Uzumaki Kushina thought of many kinds of words to meet. However, she never imagined that Kenpachi would be so bold and come up with such a hot topic. Could it be that Kenpachi is more interested in himself now and wants to quote question mark quote quote question mark quote quote question mark quote. The rest heard Yayoi Kenpachi, bold. They all showed question marks on their faces, and then, except for the young Yu Wooden Golem and Sam Yi, they all showed the expressions of old drivers. Except for Young Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina and Moon Pillar, by Wooden Golem. The others are all men. Coupled with the completely different brain circuit between them and Yayoi Kenpachi, the idea is completely twisted to another meaning. 18 is expected of Mr. Kenpachi. 7 years no see. It turned out to be so fierce, it launched a fierce attack on Uzumaki Kushina, who is now the flower of Cloud Shinobi. The key is that the effect is amazing, the opponent has no resistance at all. Counting the age, Master Kenpachi is also 17 years old. Yeah, this is almost too big. It's normal to have this kind of thinking, but it's a pity that I'm still single, and I don't know when I can get out of the single. I'm really envious. What are you talking about? Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Only men are true love. Quote question mark quote. Quote question mark quote. Quote question mark quote. After hearing the dangerous speech of a certain pillar, the men around them silently took a few steps away, choosing to keep their distance. But, advertisement. At this moment, third Raikage looked thoughtful. This kid Kenpachi is not interested in the position of fourth Raikage at all, so he needs to use other methods to make him stay in Cloud Shinobi village willingly, and marrying a wife and having children is also a good choice. Young Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina, plus the immature Samui. It looks like, when this war is over, I can also pull a red rope by the way and make a good story. Why are you guys getting weird again? Yayoi Kenpachi frowned, and said a little unhappily. Create an opponent yourself. One by one, these guys started to become yin and yang strange, again. Could it be that there is something wrong with themselves? No, I understand you, Lord Kenpachi. They're all men. I will definitely join in when the time comes. Hey, if only I had Kenpachi-sama's unique charm. Think about it, maybe you will have this opportunity in your next life. Seeing Yayoi Kenpachi's tone became worse. They immediately started winking, as if implying something. Uzumaki Kushina's complexion became more and more rosy like a steamed prawn. It is really rare to be able to see the heroic Yangju showing such a shy expression on weekdays. But the words of these guys. Hearing Yayoi Kenpachi was at a loss. What the hell are they doing, looking for someone to fight on their own, and you still want to come to support? Are you really not afraid that my sword will crush you and kill you in seconds? Quasi-Cage level strength. It may be regarded as one of the high-end combat power in Cloud Shinobi village. However, in Yayoi Kenpachi's eyes, he doesn't have the strength to reach the Cage level, and he doesn't even have the qualifications to kill time for himself. I don't know, where did these guys get the confidence to support themselves? And talk about it every time. They all turned into yin and yang people. I don't know what they are implying. Advertisement. No matter how yin and yang you speak, believe it or not, I'll cut you off. Face the threat of Yayoi Kenpachi. Everyone wisely chose to shut up. They didn't want to try. Kenpachi's knife was not sharp. Possible. Kenpachi-sama is also shy about this matter. Well, it must be like this. Qualified women. Standing in the corner, Samui looked a little lost. Although she is a beauty embryo, she is only 12 years old now, her body has not matured at all, and she cannot be regarded as a qualified woman at all. Certainly, Samuel didn't know. Yayoi Kenpachi judges whether the other party is a qualified woman, not by her body and appearance. But real power. If there is no Cage level strength, no matter how Samui grows up, she will not be able to become a qualified woman in Yayoi Kenpachi's eyes. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. The focus now is to discuss how to resist the joint attack of the 4 great ninja villages. This is the most important thing for 027. According to the intelligence of the ninjas ahead, a total of 20,000 ninjas have been dispatched by the anti-Cloud Shinobi coalition this time. Third Raikage interrupted the chatter. Then, put the information learned by the ninja in front on the table. Konoha village dispatched 7,000 ninjas. Iwagakure dispatched 5,000 ninjas. Kurigakure dispatched 5,000 ninjas. Sunagakure dispatched 3,000 ninjas. There are a total of 20,000 ninja coalition forces, but it is also considered that the opponent will send more troops, so this is only the best situation. Not only that, in addition to the standing military calendar in each village, there are still quite a few ninja trainees in reserve. In a state of war, it is possible to become a genin at any time and be sent to the battlefield to be used as cannon fodder. The amount of these cannon fodder can basically increase the total force of a village by about 40%. Chapter 76 Rock Shinobi Commander. 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi, seeking subscription. Iwagakure attacks from the west. The commander is 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki. The strength is quite powerful, and he is the direct disciple of 1st Tsuchikage and 2nd Tsuchikage. Enjoys the title of Onoki with 2 scales, Grandmaster Earth Style Ninjutsu. You can use the unique Nature Transformation Dust Dungeon, which is a blood successor that surpasses the limit of blood successors, and is also one of the rare flying ninjas in the 5 major countries. At the same time, it also carried the Kemming. Quasi-Cage Level Lois, Quasi-Cage Level Hunting, Explosion Style, 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laozi, 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han. Kurigakure attacks from the sea to the east. The commander is the new 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Born with a baby face, she looks very young, but in fact she already has a son, and her strength is not bad. Kurigakure, who is on the sea, also has 3 Tails Jinchuriki and 6 Tails Jinchuriki, plus Jonin Dao's combination of 7 people. It is definitely an opponent that should not be underestimated. Sunagakure and Konoha Village. Launching an attack from the southwest plain is also the most threatening route. Konoha Commander. Shimura Danzo. Obviously only quasi-cage level strength, but mixed into the position of commander, said that there is no backstage relationship, Sarutobi Hiruzen, probably no one believes it. At the same time, the subordinates brought Jiraiya, Senju Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hiyashi, Namikaze Minato, Yuhi Meiko, Mitarashi Zishou and other strong players. Sitting on the excellent ninjas of the Hyuga clan, Uchiha clan, Akamaiki clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Aburame clan, Inazuka clan, Sarutobi clan, and Shimura clan, the comprehensive strength is definitely the strongest existence. As the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally guards Konoha village. Certainly, whether he really wants to guard Konoha, or is afraid of accidents in the war, it is not known. Sunagakure Commander. 4th Kazekage, Luo Sha. Although 3rd Kazekage was missing, he stepped forward in time, relying on the magnet-style gold dust he learned from 3rd Kazekage, he stabilized the chaotic situation in Sunagakure. At the same time, advertisement. For this battle, he also brought the light escape ninja Yi Kang, Shio Granny and one-tail Jinchuriki to separate. This lineup is a headache just to listen to it. Quote. A bunch of cage-level existences, trying to keep them out of Cloud Shinobi village is not an easy task. Even if we face Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi at the same time, with the strength of our current Cloud Shinobi village, we can't stop it, but I didn't expect Konoha, who has always disliked war, to participate in this war. Don't be afraid. No matter how many people they have, we, Cloud Shinobi village, must win in the end. Look at this information. If it was Cloud Shinobi village 7 years ago, there would be absolutely no ability to fight back. But, today's thriving Cloud Shinobi village. The strength has long been different from what it used to be, and we can't look at it with the eyes of the past, especially the emergence of the Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars, which adds a bit of uncertainty to this war. Especially Yaoi Kenpachi, after hearing so many strong men coming, he felt that his blade was ready to move. Attack from 3 sides, we also need to divide our troops into 3 ways to resist. At the same time, it is also necessary to leave an army to garrison Cloud Shinobi village, so as not to be stolen by surprise forces. What's your opinion? 3rd Raikage looked around at the Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars and asked. Each side is an enemy that should not be underestimated. The person in charge must also have a certain prestige and strength. Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars. Although many people have almost the same prestige, they are still lacking in strength. In this case, please leave the command of this war to me. When no one speaks, the melting pillar platform took a step forward and spoke. He is Raikage's right-hand man and Cloud Shinobi's strategist. This is the time when he needs to play a role. He needs a reasonable allocation of combat power. Advertisement. Or use troops and tactics reasonably to ensure the victory of this battle. For Rock Shinobi, I suggest sending 3,000 troops. Master Raikage, take Yenju Purgatory Yi and Shuejushi to defend against the enemy. Don't seek to defeat the enemy army head-on, but only seek to hold the enemy temporarily. Tutai pondered for a moment, then spoke. In Cloud Shinobi village, 3rd Raikage possesses absolute strength, and with the assistance of 2 pillars, although it is a bit difficult to defeat Onoki who has blood successor elimination, and Iwagakure who has 4 tails Jinchuriki and 5 tails Jinchuriki. But, there is absolutely no problem in delaying the battle. Regarding this, 3rd Raikage did not express any refutation, and nodded as if agreeing. Except Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and other super monsters. War. It has never been something that a ninja can change. Even 3rd Raikage couldn't defeat Iwagakure's army at the same time under the siege of 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 4 tails Jinchuriki, and 5 tails Jinchuriki. This is simply not true. I see, Tutai. I will swear to the death to protect Lord Raikage. Leave it to me, I will never let the Rock Shinobi ninja step into the territory of Cloud Shinobi Village, good king. Water Column. Shi and Yenju, Purgatory Yi said. They have a calm personality and a hot-blooded personality. Moreover, they are all elite ninjas who have practiced the breathing method to the limit and can maintain full concentration of breathing at any time. Even placed in Sunagaku, it can stand on its own. With the leadership of 3rd Raikage, plus the two of them, it shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 77 Kenpachi's Mission. Destroy Kurigakure head-on. Seeking subscription. Konoha and Sand Shinobi aspects. Because the enemy's power is the strongest, it also needs to send a lot of combat power. Only to ensure that this line will not be completely blown up by the enemy. Tutai changed his voice and continued. This is the most troublesome place, the joint attack of the two major ninja villages. Although Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito, the strongest tailed beast, has passed away a few years ago, now the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a little girl from the Uzumaki family that Konoha village found somewhere, and she can't control Nine-Tails' rampage at all. Strength. It has not been put into battlefield use yet. However, once the situation fell into a stalemate. In order to break this deadlock, Konoha village must take great risks and use Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The only good news. It is Tsunade Haim, one of Konoha Sanin. It seems that he is suffering from hemophobia, and now he can only be responsible for some logistical medical work, and cannot participate in frontal battlefield operations. Are there many strong ones? Then leave it to me. Yayoi Kenpachi stood up and asked Ying. The more places there are strong, the more able to attract him to go. Konoha village plus Sunagakure's powerhouse, I hope I can barely pass my time. No, Mr. Kenpachi has more important tasks, so Mr. Yayoi will be the commander of this line for the time being. Tisk. He smacked his lips. However, Yayoi Kenpachi didn't say much. As a candidate for the future 4th Raikage, Yayoi already possesses the strength of Kage level high stage, and his prestige and strength are second only to 3rd Raikage and Yayoi Kenpachi. As the commander of the front line, it is more than enough. Even if the war is fought well, just in time to take this opportunity and land the position of 4th Raikage. 3rd Raikage is already in his 50s, and if there are suitable juniors to grow up, he doesn't mind retiring for retirement, leaving more opportunities for younger generations, and he will not interfere too much with 4th Raikage's government affairs. This is true empowerment. Advertisement. Instead of being like 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if he abdicates in the future, he will interfere in the government affairs of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato in many ways. Yayoi nodded and said, is there any problem against Konoha and Sand Shinobi? Of course, because Master Yayoi is in charge of this front. It is the most dangerous one, so I will also deploy a lot of combat power to ensure that he will not be directly conquered. Bring 5,000 ninjas, add Naruto Killer Bee, Omoi Rock, Kurui Karui, Master Troy, and bring the elite ninjas of the breathing method to resist the enemy head-on. Future 4th Raikage, plus 4 strong men with pillars, and Mingzu, Killer Bee is also 8-Tails Jinchuriki. With this configuration, it should be able to barely resist the attack of the two major ninja villages for the time being. In short, just don't let the front line collapse. Watch me team up with my brother and beat the shit out of them, I'm Killer Bee. Will the 4 pillars be dispatched at the same time? However, if the opponent is Konoha village and Sunagaku, this combat power is indeed needed. To be precise, even if 4 pillars are dispatched, the total combat power is still at a disadvantage. I am afraid that we may not be able to win. What are you talking about? No, what he said is the truth, and it is also a problem that we must face up to. Even the grumpy Yayoi didn't lose his temper at this moment because of such words that shake the morale of the army. The strength of the enemy is strong. It's an obvious thing. Even if he leads 4 pillar level powerhouses, he may not be able to win. Even just maintaining the balance of power is a bit difficult. Fortunately, Sunagaku said that Konoha village is as strong as a cloud, and it is not vegetarian at all. In addition, there have been a lot of talents who have emerged recently, which is definitely enough for them to drink a pot. Tutai said. I don't want to win, I just want to stabilize the situation. Yayoi made a rough estimate and said, in a month's time, we should be able to stabilize the situation. Why? A month's time. If the plan goes well, it should be enough. Tutai, who is Cloud Shinobi's strategist, was thinking silently in his heart. Beep. Advertisement. In order to prevent house theft. Naturally, Cloud Shinobi village can't go all out. As a melting pillar, he leads 1,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas to guard the village. At the same time, according to the changes in the battle situation, he must also take the initiative to provide support when forced to do so. And the last road is the direction of Kurigakure, and it is also the most important front. Last way, Kurigakure. The commander of this front, only Mr. Kenpachi is in trouble. Lead 3,000 ninjas, as well as Yangju Uzumaki Kushina and Laurel by Wooden Golem, to deal a head-on blow to the enemy. And Master Kenpachi's mission is not just to stabilize the situation. It's about defeating the enemy head-on, and then quickly supporting the other two fronts. This task may be a bit difficult. The other two fronts are all to stabilize the front. Only the front of Kurigakure needs to defeat the enemy's main force head-on and quickly assist the other two fronts. To be frank, the difficulty of this task has completely risen to a higher level. Mist Shinobi has 5,000 ninjas, plus 4th Mizukage Yagura, 3 Tails Jinchuriki, 6 Tails Jinchuriki, and 7 ninjas. There are also Wei Yoruichi Clan, Dead Bone Pulse, Minazuki Clan, Ice Escape, Ghost Lamp Clan, Hydration. Key to this war. It's on the front of Yazuki Kenpachi. 7 years ago, Lord Kenpachi was very strong. After 7 years of painstaking training, no one knew what level his strength had reached. It is precisely because of this that Tutai entrusts him with the most important task. Can it break the deadlock and save Cloud Shinobi Village? Everything depends on the power of Kenpachi-sama. If it can't be done, it may be necessary to defeat Kurigakure in a month, and then help other fronts. Yayoi Kenpachi grinned and said, just leave it to me for a small matter. So far, the battle line of Cloud Shinobi Village is established. 3 commanders headed by 3rd Raikage, Yazuki Kenpachi, and Yazuki I. Each carrying the pillar, and thousands of Cloud Shinobi ninjas, went to their respective fronts, ready for war against this anti-Cloud Shinobi coalition. Chapter 78 Want to be Kushina of 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Seeking subscription. The Country of Thunder, Eastern Sea Frontier. Yayoi Kenpachi led 2,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas to join the 1,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas stationed at the border, for a total of 3,000 troops. At the same time, high-end powers include Yang Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina and Moon Pillar, by Wooden Golem. Plus a bodyguard, Samui. If you don't count Yayoi Kenpachi, this lineup may not be able to withstand Wu Hidden Village. Lord Kenpachi, our army has started building defense facilities. It only takes 3 days to rely on the nearby terrain to form an impregnable defense. If Mist Shinobi doesn't have more than twice the force, it will definitely not be able to attack. A Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin, half kneeling in front of Yazuki Kenpachi, said. He was originally in charge of the border. At the same time, it can be regarded as the highest combat power stationed on the border. However, after Yayoi Kenpachi arrived, just standing in front of him, he was overwhelmed by this wild young man, and willingly served him. Yayoi Kenpachi does not Grandmaster march to war. So, now it's all done by this Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin. Building defenses. Yayoi Kenpachi sat on the main seat and said, there is no need for this at all. But, Mist Shinobi dispatched 5,000 ninjas, and we only have 3,000. Hear what Yayoi Kenpachi said. This Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin was slightly taken aback, and said hastily. When the enemy is outnumbered, it is the most correct way to choose to stick to the defense, and there are even 2 Jinchuriki in the enemy, plus the long-famous Ninja 7, it is definitely not a wise move to fight head-on. And, although Cloud Shinobi is said to have 3,000 people. However, Jonin only has 200 people, Chunin has only 800 people, and nearly 2/3 are cannon fodder, Genin. Genin's fighting power. To be honest, it was kind of horrible. It's not bad to be able to throw a shuriken and use a little physical defense. Those who are slightly better can barely release AC level ninjutsu, or use the most basic 3-body technique proficiently. After all, not every ninja Genin, all of them can directly level the world like some pervert Genin in Konoha. Do you know what our mission is? Resist Lipin's attack. No, it is to completely defeat Mist Shinobi, and then support other battlefields. This advertisement. Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin was stunned. What a joke. In his eyes, if this situation can keep the front line from being breached, it is already considered good. As for directly defeating Mist Shinobi, and then go to support other battlefields. Such impractical things, he didn't even dare to think about it, it was too far-fetched. Obviously the overall strength is at a disadvantage, and there are only 3 high-end fighters, but the opponent has a full 10 people plus Jonin Dao and 7 people. In this case, Master Kenpachi is still thinking about how to defeat Mist Shinobi's army. Only, what this Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin doesn't take into account is that. Although there are only 3 high-end fighters on our side, there is one who is enough to make a final decision. There is no need to build a defense line. If you just blindly defend, it is impossible to defeat the enemy. What we're going to do, even if you wait for work, and then defeat them head-on. Yayoi Kenpachi shook his head and directly rejected his previous proposal. Defense. Not his style. The best defense is a swift attack. What's more, he was aiming at directly defeating Mist Shinobi. Even if the fortifications were built now, wouldn't it become a decoration after Mist Shinobi was repelled? Instead of wasting energy building fortifications. Might as well sit back and wait for Mist Shinobi's ninjas to arrive before launching a counterattack. But, just do what I tell you, don't ask too much. Although there is a lot of confusion in my heart. However, Yayoi Kenpachi is the commander of this front after all, and his Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin only has the power to suggest, not to make decisions. Lord Yongzhu and Yuzu. One is Lord Kenpachi's lover, and the other is Lord Kenpachi's student. It is impossible to refute Master Kenpachi's proposal. That is to say, are you really going to do this nonsense? By the way, Kushina, are you interested in becoming a Jinchuriki? Human. Zuli. Advertisement. Isn't there a 3 tails and 6 tails in Kurigakure? If you're interested, I'll grab one for you. Yayoi Kenpachi said suddenly. The power of the tailed beast. Although he doesn't like it, but for ordinary ninjas, it can improve their strength. Kushina, as a member of the Uzumaki family, is naturally good at all kinds of powerful sealing techniques. For tailed beasts, it can almost be said to be a skybreaker. As long as it is not in a period of super weakness, even the strongest 9 tails can be sealed. Wrote. Not to mention Kurigaku's 3 tails and 6 tails. If she needs it, Yayoi Kenpachi can help her catch one at any time to help her improve her experience. Anyway, the so-called tail beast. In the eyes of Yayoi Kenpachi, it is no different from pets. At the very least, the Erway in Wooden Golem's body is like this. It's a bit stronger than the average cage-level powerhouse, but it's not that strong. And become Jinchuriki in other ninja villages. You may be excluded and looked at strangely. However, when becoming a Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi village, the situation is completely different. Not only will you not be excluded, but you may even become a hero in the eyes of everyone. After all, what Cloud Shinobi village advocates is strength. 0. Even if the tailed beast runs amok, there's absolutely no need to worry about that either. Even if 8 tails went berserk, Lord Third Raikage smashed its head in minutes. A tailed beast. If you find it troublesome, then don't. No, if I want to be a Jinchuriki, I would actually like to seal Grandma Mito's 9 tails. Uzumaki Kushina pondered for a moment and said, for Konoha village, she doesn't have much emotion, but she still has respect for Grandma Uzumaki Mito who once took care of her. That's a great woman, at least, in the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina, it feels so. A few years ago, after Uzumaki Mito passed away, she was also sad for a long time. The strongest tailed beast, 9 tails. Okay, since you want to be a Jinchuriki, you have to be the strongest. Like the garbage like 3 tails and 6 tails, forget it, after we go to the Konoha battlefield, I will help you catch the 9 tails Jinchuriki with my own hands. Yayoi Kenpachi said immediately. The upcoming Kurigaku and the most powerful Konoha village are completely ignored. Chapter 79 Mist Shinobi arrives. The calm before the war. Seeking subscription. The other side. 5,000 Mist Shinobi ninjas, across the ocean. Heading towards the country of thunder, after getting off the ship, the marching speed can be greatly increased. The first person. It is the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Purple hair and green pupils, there is a stitch-like scar under the left eye, holding a stick-shaped weapon with a hook on the front and green flowers on it. Today, his eyes are still clear and not controlled by illusion. Moreover, since the Nohara Ellen incident has not yet erupted, he has not sealed 3 tails into his body. Master Mizukage, 50 miles ahead is the position of Cloud Shinobi village. Who is the commander-in-chief of the enemy army? It's a person named Yayoi Kenpachi, and there are Yang and Yugi, 050, and Yayoi Kenpachi. 4th Mizukage Yagura muttered to himself. This name can be said to be very popular in Cloud Shinobi village. But, in other ninja villages, the prestige may be far inferior to 3rd Raikage, and even far inferior to the future 4th Raikage Yayoi. After all, Yayoi Kenpachi has hardly done anything outside. In rare times, the witnesses were basically killed, a certain innocent Hitaki Mashuo, so the world only knows that 3rd Raikage trusts a boy, but they don't know anything about the boy's strength. Calculate your age. This boy is at most 17 years old now. At such a young age, let him be the commander of the front line. 3rd Raikage really has a big heart. 3 Tails Jinchuriki said, it's just a kid, there's nothing to worry about. At the same time, the still young Bubble, who had just been implanted into 6 tails, tremblingly raised a hand, and said in a low voice, I think, since 3rd Raikage chose him, he must have it makes sense. The title of Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars. Everyone has heard of it and knows that their strength is not bad. In this case, 3rd Raikage left the Earth platform, with rich command and combat experience unused, but chose to use a 17-year-old boy. Advertisement. This is very surprising, if it is said that this teenager does not have 2 brushes. How could it be entrusted with reuse? So, in this regard, the young Bubble feels that it still needs to be vigilant. Smelly brat, are you contradicting me? 3 Tails Jinchuriki stared wide-eyed and asked, don't think that you can dictate to seniors just because you have sealed 6 tails. On strength, 6 tails ranks 4th in strength, stronger than 3 tails. Therefore, when the young Bubble asked rhetorical questions, the 3 Tails Jinchuriki seemed to have a certain sense of self-esteem stimulated. No, I have not. Bubbles being yelled at, shrinking his head, he seemed a little aggrieved. I just stated a fact, why would I be scolded? No, Bubble has a point. At this critical juncture, 3rd Raikage will never choose an incompetent person as the commander. Presumably, that boy named Yayoi Kenpachi must have a certain talent. Even, it has entered the cage level. 4th Mizukage Yagura pondered for a moment and speculated. This aspect, he is still more supportive of the speech of the Bubble. 3rd Raikage is not a stupid person, and he would never make such a reckless move. The boy named Yayoi Kenpachi is basically sure to have cage level strength. The 17-year-old cage level is really talented. Che, he's just a kid who has just entered cage level. As long as I release the power of 3 tails, I can trample him to pieces in minutes. Heard 4th Mizukage endorsed the Bubble talk. The 3 Tails Jinchuriki, who didn't even leave his name, also said a little sourly at the moment. On strength. Advertisement. He is just an ordinary Jonin. Moreover, he is already in his 40s, and there is basically no room for growth in the future. Therefore, for geniuses, he has always held an attitude of jealousy, the young Bubble, and the Cloud Shinobi commander Yayoi Kenpachi. In particular, Mizukage Sama for a brat foam. He actually refuted himself in public, making this Three-Tails Jinchuriki even more jealous. Anyway, in his opinion, he is just a kid who has just stepped into cage level. There is simply no chance of winning against the full Three-Tails. Okay, senior, don't worry about it so much. Marashi Jinpachi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He patted Three-Tails Jinchuriki's shoulder and said with a smile. If it weren't for the 3 tails sealed inside the body. Just an ordinary Jonin guy, how could he be standing here with them? There are 7 ninja swordsmen. This is an inheritable title in Kurigakure, the country of water. Not only are the 7 elites of Mist Shinobi, but they are also equipped with a ninja knife suitable for their own ninjutsu. It is said that the 7 together can capture one overnight. Small country. They specialize in performing difficult tasks for Mizukage of all ages. In short, without knowing the specific strength of the enemy, let's take a tentative attack for the time being. One night's rest. Tomorrow, the 7 ninja swordsmen will take the lead. Fourth Mizukage Yagura said, it is the most stupid way to suppress the whole army without knowing the specific combat power of the enemy. And, rabbits will bite people when they are cornered. If I fight too hard on my side, if Cloud Shinobi village directly gives up the other 2 fronts, it will be troublesome to fight myself to the end. What's more, the Third Ninja World War has just begun, so there is absolutely no need for him to fight in such a hurry. Chapter 80 Ninja Sword 7 vs Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars. Seeking subscription. The next day, when the sun was just rising, Mist Shinobi, who simply had breakfast, sent out the 7 ninja swordsmen to challenge Cloud Shinobi's position. In order to avoid the counterattack of Cloud Shinobi village. 4th Mizukage Yagura is not in a hurry to launch a fierce attack, but intends to take it slowly. Hey, little ghosts of Cloud Shinobi, hurry up and die. If you want to be a coward, I suggest you surrender as soon as possible. No guts. The 7 ninja swords are composed of 7 elite jonin. At the moment, he was standing in front of the Cloud Shinobi's position, and began to breath the fragrance. Members of this group of 7 ninja swordsmen. They are Broken Knife, Beheading Sword, Loquat 10 Possessions, Broadsword, Shark Muscle, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Lay Dao, Ya, Black Ho Lay Ya, Double Knife, Flounder, Ghost Knight, Long Knife, Sewing Needles, and Chestnut String Pills, Blunt Knife, Cutting Around, Through Grass and Wild Bait People, Explosive Knife Droplets, No Pairs. Facing the long famous 7 ninja swordsmen, 18 Cloud Shinobi Chunin and Genin, who are in charge of guarding, have no intention of going out to fight at this moment. On the one hand, it is because the commander did not issue an order to take the initiative to attack. On the other hand, it is also because the opponent's strength is too strong. If only a small number of troops are sent to attack, the chance of winning is almost zero. The act of sending to death, but no one wants to do it. These guys are really too crazy. Kenpachi, let me fight. I will definitely chop off the heads of these guys and see how arrogant they are. Yeah, I can play too. Hear the provocation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Cloud Shinobi Elite Jonin said a little indignantly. At the same time, Uzumaki Kushina, who is the Yang Pillar, and Wooden Golem, who is independent, also played Qingying. Advertisement. It was Samuel. Although very angry, she still stood silently behind Yayoi Kenpachi. Without saying anything, she believed that Master Kenpachi would definitely make the most appropriate decision. 7 Elite Jonin, Miscellaneous Fish. I'm not interested in dealing with trash fish of this level. Kushina, I'll leave it to you. He glanced at the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yayoi Kenpachi looked uninterested and seemed completely uninterested. If he wants to be his opponent, at least he must have cage-level strength. After all, even quasi-cage-level people look down on him, let alone a few elite Jonin guys. Yes, we must win and return. Uzumaki Kushina, who got permission to play, was a little excited. This level of combat, even she was meeting for the first time. This is a good opportunity to prove yourself, let Kenpachi see his growth in the past 7 years. Jump down. From the Cloud Shinobi camp, Uzumaki Kushina jumped steadily onto the flat ground, put one hand on the hilt of the sword, and stared at the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen in front of him like the scorching sun. Yangju. Uzumaki Kushina, please enlighten me. Uzumaki Kushina directly reported his name. Hear this call. The 7 ninja swordsmen cheered up immediately. The strength of Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars and the 7 ninja swordsmen, who is stronger, has always been a question worthy of attention. So, in order to prove their own strength, 7 ninja swordsmen have always wanted to find a suitable opportunity to play against members of Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars. The Yang Pillar in front of you is the best test object. Don't rob me. She is my prey. No, you should let me come. I finally ran into a member of Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars. How could I just watch her slip away? The head on her neck belongs to me. Advertisement. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* The fight hasn't started yet. The 7 ninja swordsmen began to quarrel directly. The atmosphere of their internal relationship is far less harmonious than that of Cloud Shinobi's 9 pillars. Quarrels are almost commonplace, and even big fights are not uncommon. In order to compete for a valuable opponent to prove their own strength, they almost directly strife at this moment. But they ignore a fact. That is the strength of Uzumaki Kushina, but not as weak as they imagined. Are you guys over? Uzumaki Kushina said, if we can't negotiate, TNGN will settle together. Uzumaki Kushina, who has entered the early stage of Kage level. For the 7 ninja swordsmen who only have the elite Jonin level, they are not so afraid. Not to mention, I still have a lot of cards in my hand. Even if he faced the siege of 7 people at the same time, he might not be defeated. Go together. No, doesn't this prove that our ninja sword 7 is not as good as Cloud Shinobi 9 pillars? That's right, I don't want my reputation 277 to be tarnished. The ninja 7 directly rejected Uzumaki Kushina's proposal. What a joke. They also want to save face. If they fight together, even if they win, it's useless. Everyone will only say that they bully the few with more, and they will never say that the strength of the ninja sword 7 is stronger than Cloud Shinobi 9 pillars. Even, it would be thought that they were afraid of the strength of Cloud Shinobi's 9 pillars, so they chose the method of gang fights. In this situation where it was just a tentative battle, they didn't want to make such a shameful move. Certainly, if it is an all-out attack situation. The 7 ninja swordsmen would not talk about these face-saving, and it is king to kill the enemy first. Really. Chapter 81 Breath of the Sun. 4 types. Phantom Sunbow. Seeking subscription. Really. Uzumaki Kushina covered his forehead with one hand, looking a little helpless. She wanted to prove her strength in front of Kenpachi. But no effort. Accompany them to play around here. Since you can't choose, then I will choose an opponent at random. The big fat man over there is you. Come and die. No way. Uzumaki Kushina had no choice but to pick an enemy at random as his opponent, to hone his sword skills that he had practiced over the years. And the person who was chosen was the first user of the big knife and shark muscle, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. He is Hoshigaki Kisami's boss. Due to the years of performing underground missions, he has a very deep sense of security and vigilance. Long orange hair reaching to the waist, with sharp teeth, a fluffy bandage wrapped around his neck, green stripes painted on his face, the most eye-catching thing is his bloated body. Hey, it looks like the other party saw my next day at a glance. For the sake of your vision, I'll leave you a whole body later. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost pulled out his ninja knife and laughed cruelly. Broadsword. Shark Muscle. This is a special ninja sword that can absorb the opponent's chakra and inject the absorbed chakra into the user's body. The knife is mainly used to cut people. The dark blue blade is covered with barbs and is usually wrapped with a bandage. Samahata has life, and only recognizes the person he likes. Not only can he absorb the chakra of the other party for his own use, but he can also use the large amount of chakra stored in the shark muscle to stimulate the regeneration of body cells, and he can also combine the shark muscle with himself to become a murloc. It can be said that it is among the 7 ninja swords the most powerful one. ZZZ. Uzumaki Kushina didn't talk nonsense. From her waist, she pulled out the sword given to her by Yayoi Kenpachi, Nash's Fang. Shining with golden magic light. The quality of this sword blade is even higher than that of the 7 ninja knives. This battle is said to be one-on-one, but there are no specific rules. As long as the opponent is cut to the ground, it is considered the winner. Ninja Law. Needle Senben. Advertisement. Therefore, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost resolutely launched a fierce attack. Forming mudras with both hands directly released ninjutsu. Turning his long orange hair into solid needles, he attacked Uzumaki Kushina like a torrential rain. Ordinary ninja. It may be that there is no response at all. He was shot directly into a hedgehog. Breath of the Sun. _ 1 type. Round Dance. 11. Facing the surprise attack of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Uzumaki Kushina unhurriedly displayed his sword skills as hot as the sun. As the sun pillar. She was not what she was at the beginning, she could only maintain a breathing state for a few minutes. Now, even when she is in a sleeping state, she can continue to concentrate on mastering the full concentration Changjong of breathing, and can use it proficiently. This can be regarded as one of the conditions for becoming a pillar. The moment he used his sword skills, Nashor's Fang emitted a golden magical radiance, covering Uzumaki Kushina's body. Attack speed plus 50%. Sword skill strength plus 100%. Adds a certain amount of sword skill attribute damage. This is the effect of the legendary weapon, Nash's Fang. Hoo. The scorching sun. Wrapped around the body of the sword, it slammed forward in an arc-shaped slash. Let the Zigwashan Blowfish Ghost's acupuncture attack burn all of them, and they can't get within 5 meters of them at all. Not bad sword skills. Zigwashan Puffer Ghost froze for a while, then said, however, if it's just this level, don't get too complacent, brat. Breath of the Sun. 4 types. Magic Sun Rainbow. He ignored the other party's clamor. Uzumaki Kushina launched a counterattack completely in accordance with his own attack rhythm. A special dodge dance done with twists and turns. Advertisement. There may even be phantom afterimages. Of course, the better the eyesight, the more clearly the afterimage of the user can be captured. Varied. The pupils of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost suddenly shrank. Quickly took a few steps back. It was almost to the point of being fully captured, but the sense of crisis of death made his hair stand on end. The shark muscle, with life in his hand, forcibly pulled the master's body, aiming in one direction and making a defensive move. Boom. Next second, the scorching flames came as promised. Instantly burned the surface layer of the shark muscle, and even penetrated to the body of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. The feeling of being burned by the sun is not good. Severe pain. Instantly attacked the body of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost. If it's just an ordinary injury, it is impossible to let this veteran elite Jonin scream out in pain. But, after being hit by the breath of the sun, his internal organs seemed to be burned by raging flames, and he would feel abnormal pain, and some cells would be completely destroyed and unable to regenerate. Hey, Puffer Fish Ghost, you are too weak. You're just a brat, yet you're beaten so badly in just 2 moves. It's still called so miserable, it's really embarrassing for a 7 Rendao. If I were you, I would have dug a hole and buried myself, Nuo Hao Jiao. Quote. Looking at the embarrassed Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. The remaining 6 people not only showed no sympathy, but were still laughing. Only against Uzumaki Kushina's Tsukiyama Fuguki head-on. It was only at this moment that I deeply understood. Their so-called 7 ninja swordsmen are completely vulnerable to the Cloud Shinobi 9 pillars, and this kid's strength has reached cage level. Chapter 82 Sun Madara Pattern. The birth of the first Madara swordsman. Seeking subscription. You bastards, stop making sarcastic remarks over there. This brat's strength is already cage level. It is no longer something that can be defeated by one person. It must be killed together. Resist the pain of being burned by the sun. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost quickly retreated to the camp of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and said angrily. Damn, who knows? In the Cloud Shinobi 9 pillars, there actually exists a cage-level powerhouse. He also naively thought that their strength was about the same as that of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now it seems that it is really a big joke. During these 7 years, the strength of Cloud Shinobi village. It is unbelievable that it has been raised to this level. If it weren't for the establishment of the Anti-Cloud Shinobi Alliance, this time, I'm afraid it would be impossible to imagine the true strength of Cloud Shinobi today. Cage level. Fugu Ghost, you are not making excuses for your failure, are you? I'm not in the mood to lie to you, this brat is a genuine cage level, if you don't believe in evil, you can go up and try it yourself. No need, the Puffer Fish Ghost probably wouldn't make such a joke. 057. To be on the safe side, let's go together. Since the other party is already cage level, I don't care about reputation at this time. Otherwise, I might lose my life. I heard the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost say so. The rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen suddenly changed their faces, and each of them looked at the girl in front of them as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Face ordinary ninjas. They're really strong. However, in front of cage-level experts, if several people do not fight together, there is no chance of winning at all, and it is even possible that all of them will fall here. Now, this is not the time to show face. Everyone took out their weapons and launched an attack at the same time. Fight against 7 ninja swords at the same time. Not only did Uzumaki Kushina not show any fear, but he had the aura of fighting more and more bravely. Various sword skills of Breath of the Sun were used smoothly. The Breath of the Sun. 1 type, Round Dance. The second type, Billow Ocean. 3 types, Red Mirror of the Sun. Advertisement. 4 types, Phantom Rainbow, Bida. 5 type, Train. 6 types, Scorching Sun. 7 types, Yangwatu. 8 type Chakra Kagero, Shape of 9, Turn around in the setting sun. The blazing sun flames danced on the battlefield. The Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi ninjas who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. Gorgeous sword skills. Young girl. Only relying on the strength of one person, he was able to fight against the 7 ninja swords at the same time. Is this the Yangju of Cloud Shinobi village? What an awesome strength, if it weren't for the fear of a devastating blow to morale. 4th Mizukage Yagura wanted to admit that the 7 ninja swordsmen were not as good as the Cloud Shinobi 9 pillars, and wanted to directly command the army to press up and kill the girl here. Breath of the Sun. 10 types. Brilliance and Grace. Holding the Nasha's Fang in his hand, the figure of Uzumaki Kushina descended from the sky. Slashes the enemy in a spiral from top to bottom, and the blade is wrapped in a sun-like flame. For a moment, 7 people were burned. Without stopping, Uzumaki Kushina seems to be getting better at this moment. Breath of the Sun. The Shape of 11, the Dragon of the Halo. Fighting Dance. Quickly reverse your posture. Uzumaki Kushina released a high-speed combo like a flying dragon. Every blow, it will all be on a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Leaving a not shallow injury. The brilliance of the sun pillar completely suppressed them, and the mere 7 ninja swordsmen couldn't look directly at the ray of the sun. Breath of the Sun. 12 forms. Flame Dance. The 12th sword skill. This is the stage before the final sword skill. Advertisement. It is equivalent to the double strike version of the round dance, and its power is several times stronger than the original move. At the same time, Yan Wu and Yuan Wu have the same pronunciation. It has the meaning of, from one shape to 12, it is a reincarnation. Puff. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost who was regarded as the main target of attack. A mouthful of blood was spurted out immediately. The whole person crashed into a rock like a kite with a broken string, coughing bright red blood as if he had been seriously injured. The whole body was scorched by the sun, and the body was too heavy to move. If not treated in time, I am afraid, the chance of him surviving is also infinitely close to 0. Of course, it wasn't just the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the other 6 people were also more or less injured. Uzumaki Kushina's movement of swinging the sword stopped. The whole person stayed in place in a daze. Tired. This idea appeared in the hearts of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the same time. However, no one dared to attack tentatively. After seeing Uzumaki Kushina's powerful strength, they didn't dare to make fun of their own lives. The situation is slightly better. Just like the puffer ghost on Ziguashan Mountain, those who were hammered on the spot couldn't take care of themselves. Thump. However, only Uzumaki Kushina herself. Only then can I feel that my body seems to have undergone some wonderful changes. Body temperature. Rapidly rising. Probably around 39 degrees Celsius. At the same time, the heartbeat speed is constantly accelerating, up to 200 beats per minute. The function of the body seems to be continuously improving in a short period of time, directly entering the Kage level midterm level. On the right face of Uzumaki Kushina, a Sun Madara pattern slowly emerged. The first Madara swordsman was born. Chapter 83 Kushina's strength, overwhelming. Uzumaki Kushina, who had the Madara pattern turned on, felt extremely hot all over at this time, but seemed to have inexhaustible power. As she directly stepped into the middle stage of Kage level, a brighter fighting spirit burst out of her eyes, and she directly clenched the golden Nashor's fang. The Madara pattern seems to complement Nash's teeth, and suddenly a layer of golden flames burns on the golden long sword. Dazzling and unstoppable, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost looked at Uzumaki Kushina in front of him, his eyes were almost full of horror, and he couldn't help trembling. Is this the power of 9 pillars? He still wanted to struggle, but saw an afterimage of flame passing by. Uzumaki Kushina slashed away with one sword. Boom. Huge flames rise into the sky. The sword landed on the body of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, and cut him into scorched pieces of flesh. Hearing only a vague howling, the 7 ninja swordsmen saw the Ziguashan puffer ghost die tragically in front of their own eyes. Loquat Ten Zhang's eyes were also full of horror. He looked at his huge beheading sword, and then at the slender Nash's teeth. This beheading sword is bigger than Nash's fang, why can't I fight without Uzumaki Kushina? Loquat Shazang wants to cry but has no tears. Hey, is this the 7 ninja swordsmen? Uzumaki Kushina raised his eyebrows and snorted coquettishly, as if he was looking at a genin kid, and looked at everyone. Ghost Lantern looked at the corpse on the ground, then at Uzumaki Kushina in front of him, and said to his companion. We can't let a little girl underestimate. Let this Uzumaki Kushina take a good look at the strength of our Ninja 7. The remaining 5 people hesitated for a while, trying their best to forget the horror of Uzumaki Kushina, swallowed, stood up straight instantly, and sprinted towards Uzumaki Kushina from different angles. Attack from 6 sides. Seeing that the 7 ninja swordsmen were forced into such a state by Uzumaki Kushina, Cloud Shinobi and Shuanchu were all dumbfounded. The Cloud Shinobi ninjas all stared wide-eyed, watching Uzumaki Kushina constantly shuttling among the 6 of them holding Nashor's fang. The golden sword light rolls with flames. Gorgeous dancing sword skills. Is this fighting? It's art. It turns out our 9 pillars are stronger than we thought before. This is just one of the 9 pillars. That's why the 7 ninja swordsmen were forced into it. I have the opportunity to see such a wonderful battle in this life. I will die without regret. Long live Cloud Shinobi Village. Long live Raikage. Long live Lord Kenpachi. Uzumaki Kushina with the Madara pattern turned on, the speed and strength are several times higher than before. Even if it is as strong as Loquat Shazang and others, they can barely see an afterimage. Golden afterimages. Burning flames. Advertisement. Loquat Shazang seemed to be on the verge of a formidable enemy. One second he had just raised the beheading sword, and the next second he felt a gust of hot wind passing by. With a clatter, the beheading sword was cut in half and fell to the ground. At the fracture, the edge of the special steel fracture has melted. Loquat Shazang hastily lowered his head, and saw that a slender but deep sword mark had been left on his chest. Loquat Shazang looked up at the sky and murmured. The beheading knife is broken again. With a plop, Loquat Shazang lay on the ground and turned into a corpse. With tears in his eyes, a Kurigakure ninja exclaimed, Master Tozo. Before he finished speaking, another corpse fell down. Master Wooly Jinba. 3 ninjas have died. This is just a few rounds of fighting. 3 ninjas were beheaded. These 3 are all powerful 7 ninja swordsmen. 7 ninja swordsmen who can destroy a country. The 7 elites of Mist Shinobi. To be beaten by Uzumaki Kushina. Layers of defeat. Ghost Lamp Yoruichi crawled towards Kurigakure's position with a desperate face. As a member of the Ghost Lamp family, he, Grandmaster, is trapped in hydration. This makes him nearly immortal. Even if he was hacked into pieces, he would still be alive and kicking. But this Uzumaki Kushina, she is too much. The breathing method of the sun blesses sword skills, the attached flames directly burned him into jelly. Fortunately, this is Sun Pillar, if you restrain the Thunder Pillar from self-hydration technique. The current Ghost Lantern Knight may have already burped. Ghost Knight, whose body has been tortured in every possible way, directly lost his ninja sword, and only wanted to return to Kurigakure. This is a desperate battle. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. The hand of the Black Holea holding the ninja sword was trembling, one of his arms had been cut off, but the wound was directly burned to charcoal by the flames, and not a single drop of blood fell out. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. 0. This desperate strength has already made him lose his will to fight. The once brilliant 7 ninja swordsmen. 7 people can destroy a country. The 7 ninja swords who are regarded as idols by thousands of Mist Shinobi ninjas. Knocked out by Uzumaki Kushina. The remaining 4 had long lost their will to fight, and all retreated towards the rear. Although Uzumaki Kushina is just a little girl, but he is cage-level midterm strength. Dog lives matter. Looking at the 7 ninja swordsmen who were killed by him, Uzumaki 9 frowned. Why did you run away? You don't talk about martial arts. You actually ran away. I will teach you a lesson. After all, Uzumaki Kushina directly chased one of them. As soon as the black Holeya turned his head, he saw Uzumaki Kushina chasing him in the face. He was so scared that 3 souls came out of his body and 4 souls left his body. Just as he raised his ninja sword and wanted to resist it, he saw a flash of sword light. The flames howl. The flames burst. There was a bang. This sword directly slashed on his chest. Even the fat watermelon mountain puffer ghost was chopped into pieces. Can the black Holeya stop it? It was directly chopped into fly ash. HMPH. Let you escape. This is the lesson. Uzumaki Kushina said disdainfully with his hands on his hips. Fortunately, the black Holeya dragged the time, and the remaining 3 people also ran smoothly into the Kurigakure position. Citrus Yagura embraced the ghost lamp knight that had turned into hot jelly, and couldn't help being a little horrified. This Uzumaki Kushina is much stronger than I thought. Sure enough, the 7 ninja swordsmen are not opponents at all. Looking at their own camp, these mist shinobi ninjas are already dispirited, and they are almost about to disarm and flee. Even if they want to fight, they are not opponents, right? Withdraw. We withdraw. Goju Yagura took the severely wounded 7 ninjas and ran away with Kurigakure ninjas. And Uzumaki Kushina looked at Kurigakure who was running away, and snorted coldly, if you can't beat it, run away. I have no ambition. I hate it. Seeing the victory, everyone in Cloud Shinobi village cheered. And Kenpachi looked at Uzumaki Kushina's Madara pattern and squinted slightly. Opened the mouth and said, I like you like this able to fight. Although it is not strong enough. But the future is long. Let's talk about it in the future. Chapter 84 must become stronger. Become a Madara swordsman. Listening to Kenpachi's wolf-like words, Uzumaki Kushina's face turned red again. Originally in the state of Madara lines, her heart rate was as high as 200 per minute, and her body temperature even rose to over 39 degrees. During the battle, his face was flushed almost all the time. After being molested by Kenpachi, his face instantly became more rosy. Uzumaki Kushina put away Nash's teeth, lowered his head with his hands behind his back, rubbed his little foot on the ground, and said shyly, as long as Master Kenpachi likes it. The ninjas present all looked up at Uzumaki Kushina. To be able to have such strength, it is enough to be respected in Cloud Shinobi village of Shangwu. The eyes they looked at Kenpachi were full of reverence and worship. There is no doubt that such a powerful woman can conquer. Kenpachi's power must be even stronger. Some female ninjas even looked at Kenpachi with eyes that were almost obsessed with 550. The current Kenpachi must be more the next day. These warlike ninjas are itching. This Kenpachi hasn't shot once yet. Now that several years have passed, to what extent has Master Kenpachi's strength reached? The only ones who were calm were the rest of the 9 pillars. Moon Pillar, by Wooden Golem has a different feeling. When Uzumaki Kushina fought just now, they also felt as if a force was swimming in Bene. It has been arousing their desire to fight. This seems to be derived from the power of breathing, and even made her heart beat slightly faster. Her expression was a little unnatural, and she couldn't help saying one after another. Besides, when Kushina fought just now, I felt hot all over. It seems that I have endless strength. Not only is my whole body warm, but my heart seems to be beating a lot faster. What's going on? Although Wooden Golem doesn't know what's going on, it doesn't mean Kenpachi doesn't know. The appearance of the Madara swordsman. It will make the surrounding swordsmen with pillar level combat power slowly enter the state of Madara pattern. Only when the physique and breathing method have reached the ultimate level, the group will open the Madara pattern. And now there are only 9 pillars who have this condition. Uzumaki Kushina patted Wooden Golem's head. When I was fighting just now, I gradually felt a strange feeling. Not only did the body temperature rise rapidly, but the heartbeat also seemed to exceed 200 per minute. Advertisement. But my physical function seems to be improving all the time. It directly put me on the threshold of cage level mid-stage. Watching Uzumaki Kushina with admiration in his eyes by Wooden Golem. I'm so envious of Sister Uzumaki Kushina, if only I could be as good as her. Yayoi Kenpachi looked at Wooden Golem and was very satisfied. Very good, with this belief and enough hard work, you can definitely become stronger. You will definitely be able to open the Madara pattern in the future. The rest of the 8 pillars have a very thorough understanding of the breathing method. His physique is quite strong after years of training. To open the Madara pattern, there is only one missing opportunity. As long as you give them a chance, they will definitely be able to open the Madara pattern. Said by Wooden Golem. This victory has not come easily, shall we celebrate it? That's right, this 4th Mizukage Yagura personally leads countless mist shinobi. And the mighty 7 ninja swordsmen. Assault the Cloud Shinobi position yourself. How confident is that arrogance? Arrogant. When the 7 ninja swordsmen faced the Sun Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina and the Moon Pillar, by Wooden Golem. Have you ever been a little serious? In the end, the one who was killed threw away his helmet and armor, 4 of the 7 elite Jonin died and 3 escaped. It even caused many mist shinobi ninjas to lose their fighting spirit and flee in succession. This battle not only thwarted the arrogance of the hidden ninja. At the same time, the name of 9 pillars directly resounded throughout the battlefield. Let those Sunagaker and Konoha and Mist Shinobi know. Cloud Shinobi village is no bully. And 9 pillars. Even Yayoi Kenpachi is not easy to bully. This can indeed be called a great victory. Kenpachi rubbed his chin, and felt that what Wooden Golem said made sense. The victory of this battle really needs to be celebrated. How to celebrate? Yayoi Kenpachi thought about it, and it seems that his happiest thing is fighting. Thinking of this, Yayoi Kenpachi rolled up his sleeves, pulled out Zanpakuto, and looked at the seedlings with a smile on his face. Advertisement. The eyes are narrowed into a slit. Looking at this innocent smile by Wooden Golem, his back immediately chills. Master Kenpachi, what are you doing? Trembling all over, Wooden Golem couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Yayoi Kenpachi swung Zanpakuto and said, of course it's a celebration. Let's have a passionate training. By the way, let you remember the feeling of fighting. Let you awaken the Madara pattern as soon as possible. Want to cry but have no tears by Wooden Golem. Master Kenpachi, there is still a fight tomorrow. Think twice. After all, Wooden Golem hid behind Uzumaki Kushina again, with a trembling voice, Sister Kushina. Protect me. Yayoi Kenpachi rubbed his hands together, as if getting more excited. It's just right, Shinai, you come too. Let me see what the first Madara pattern swordsman is capable of. After the Cloud Shinobi ninja witnessed a brutal training, their eyes widened. In just half an hour, Wooden Golem and Kushina were lying on the ground, sweating profusely, with no strength left. Who is Uzumaki Kushina? He is a cage-level powerhouse who defeated 7 ninja swords by one person. As a result, both Wooden Golem and Moon Pillar were picked up and beaten by Kenpachi with one hand. And was beaten so badly. Yezuki Kenpachi is really Cloud Shinobi's evil spirit. Not only that, but they also have a clearer understanding of Yayoi Kenpachi's strength. I adore him even more. With such a strong man sitting in Cloud Shinobi village, how can the enemy army not be destroyed? Thinking of this, they also became excited, without any fear at all. Hogyoku's power 5.2 after helping heal wounds by Wooden Golem and Kushina. It's getting late, and it's time for dinner. A group of ninjas buried the pot to cook, and Kenpachi also picked up a steaming roast rabbit and blew it. The roasted rabbit, dripping with golden yellow grease and sprinkled with various seasonings, exudes a tempting smell at this time. Kushina and Wooden Golem looked at the roasted rabbit, touched their stomachs, and swallowed their saliva. Kenpachi smiled, handed the rabbit to Kushina, and said, it's delicious. Only when you're full can you train for strength. Train for strength to become stronger. Thank you, Mr. Kenpachi. Kushina took the roasted rabbit and hurriedly took a bite. The juice is overflowing in an instant. The aroma is tangy. Hungry, eyes light up by Wooden Golem. Master Kenpachi, I want to eat too. Don't worry, don't worry. I still have it here. Eat more, eat enough. Kill more enemies on the battlefield. Chapter 85 Night Attack on Cloud Shinobi. Kenpachi cut 3 tails. Late at night, Kurigakure camp. 4th Mizukage Citrus Yagura has a serious face. On the stretcher, there are 7 ninja swordsmen. Ah no, now there are 3 people. The 3 of them were covered in bandages, like mummies. Only Gaidongye, who possessed the hydration technique, was slightly injured. He raised his eyelids and looked at Yagura weakly. Mizukage-sama, we did our best. Goju Yagura looked at the dying ghost knight, tears filled his eyes, I will avenge those 4 brothers. Gui Dengyi nodded with tears in his eyes, Master Mizukage, don't underestimate 9 pillars, and don't underestimate Kenpachi. One of the Sun pillars has cage-level midterm strength. The remaining people will definitely be stronger. As for Yayoi Kenpachi who taught them, it is even more mysterious. Must be cage-level strong. 3 Tails Jinchuriki at the side snorted coldly. Mizukage-sama, we must avenge our brothers. I suggest that Mizukage-sama do it himself. Kill that shit Kenpachi. After finishing speaking, 3 Tails Jinchuriki grinned ferociously and performed a beheading gesture. The young bubble lowered his head and said in a soft voice, we can't be too impulsive, we must think of countermeasures. 3 Tails Jinchuriki glared at the bubble and said, are you contradicting me? Just you, 18 little dolls who dare to contradict seniors. Don't you have any respect for seniors? Bubble couldn't help taking a few steps back, lowering his head and not daring to look directly at 3 Tails. Are you right? Judging from the information available so far, Kenpachi is absolutely unfathomable. If you attack rashly, you will definitely be in big trouble. Citrus Yagura sighed, and said, that's enough, don't be too aggressive with the foam, he is indeed right, we can't attack rashly. After a pause, Yagura raised his head, his eyes full of fighting intent. However, we must avenge our dead brothers. Taking advantage of the darkness, I will lead a small team to cover the 2 of you, and use the tailed beast to attack the Cloud Shinobi village position at night. Be sure to kill Yayoi Kenpachi and Sun Pillar. Hearing that he was the main force in this battle, the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, who only had the strength of Jonin, couldn't help shrinking back. He is still afraid of the Sun Pillar. Damn it, you shouldn't be talking big. He said helplessly. Yes. Master Mizukage. Cloud Shinobi village position. A young Cloud Shinobi village ninja kept running towards the camp with a big man on his face. He had just been ordered to investigate, and he happened to bump into Yagura and the others. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Before he finished speaking, he saw a kunai piercing his forehead with incomparable precision. Kill on the spot. The Cloud Shinobi ninja immediately went on guard, and Kenpachi, who heard the voice, also walked out, holding Zanpakuto with a smile on his face. Advertisement. Want to fight? Happy to accompany you. I just don't know what kind of opponent will come this time. Thinking of this, Kenpachi is a little excited. A crowd of horses came out of the darkness. Headed by Yagura, Kenpachi from Cloud Shinobi, we meet again. Goju Yagura smiled and said, this time, you won't be able to laugh. As soon as the words fell, I saw the red chakra seep out of Bubble and Three Tails Jinchuriki instantly. Tail Beast Chakra. Kenpachi sniffed, he smelled great power from these two. The power does not belong to the Bubbles and the Three Tails Jinchuriki, but to the tailed beasts within them. Is it finally time to meet you? Tailed beast, come and show me the strength above cage level. Yayoi Kenpachi looked excited, pulled out Zanpakuto, and licked the corner of his mouth. After winning the day, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village are full of ambition. Fighting spirit is burning, but seeing this Kurigakure actually used the tailed beast as a weapon. All of them also showed terrified expressions. Tail beast. It's a tail beast. Has Cloud Shinobi village finally used the tailed beast weapon? No martial arts. I heard that the shell of Three Tails is extremely hard. The defense is strong. Listening to the description of the Cloud Shinobi village ninja, Kenpachi couldn't help touching his nose. Strong defense. What would happen if you cut yourself down? The Three Tails Jinchuriki, who still retained a trace of consciousness, let out a sinister grin, looked at the red chakra seeping out of his body, and said with a smile, come on. Let me show you what a tailed beast is. What a Jinchuriki is. Only a roar was heard. Dust smoke rolls red. Complete Three Tails appears. A huge tortoise. The whole body is covered with thorns, and three huge tails are constantly twisting behind the back. Roar. Earth-shattering. Three tails. And the foam on the side has also entered the full state of six tails. Like a huge milky white katsuyu with six tails on the back. Looking at the two huge tailed beasts, some Cloud Shinobi village ninjas were already terrified before they started fighting. This is a tailed beast. A tailed beast with infinite destructive power. But Kenpachi smiled and asked Goju Yagura, I heard that Three Tails has a strong defense. Citrus Yagura said with a smile. You will know if you try it. He is still very confident in the defense of Three Tails. Advertisement. Kenpachi nodded. Understood. He looked at Uzumaki Kushina and Wooden Golem, pointed at Six Tails Seiken and said, I'll leave this guy to you, capture him alive. This Six Tails ranks fourth among the tail beasts, and its strength should not be underestimated. Wouldn't it be wonderful to capture it back and cultivate it into a tailed beast of Cloud Shinobi village? Uzumaki Kushina patted his chest and said, Don't worry. Kenpachi-sama, just leave it to us. Satisfied, Kenpachi used Zanpakuto to compare Bisao Fu. How can I cut you in half? Hearing Kenpachi's provocative words, Isofu roared. He arched his whole body, wrapped the huge thick carapace behind his body, and rolled forward quickly like a wheel. Instantly, the ground boomed. With its huge size and weight, 057 seems to be able to crush everything. Facing the huge figure in front of him, Kenpachi pulled off the blindfold without hesitation. Immediately tough Reiatsu squirts out. 120% power. Bloom all. Clean and neat, cut off with a knife. Reiatsu burst. Boom. This huge Three Tails stopped in an instant. Isofu could still see the deep fear on his face. How is this possible? The rough sound just fell. The hard carapace on the body is cracked inch by inch. Like a spider web, the cracks keep spreading, and chakra keeps leaking from the cracks. Then it just exploded. Citrus Yagura looks incredible. Defeated Three Tails Isofu. This is a cage-level tail beast. His almost indestructible carapace was cut to pieces just like that. The dust and smoke dissipated, and the seriously injured Three Tails Jinchuriki lay on the ground, spitting out blood. He raised his head and watched Kenpachi walking in front of him, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. Are you dying? There was a hint of disappointment on Kenpachi's face. Is this the Three Tails? It's still so-so. Maybe only the most powerful Nine Tails can interest me. The knife flashed. Three Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 86 Citrus Yagura defeated. Six Tails captured successfully. Citrus Yagura's heart is bleeding. Kurigakure only had 2 Jinchuriki in total, and now one was killed by Kenpachi. After a period of time after Jinchuriki's death, the tailed beast will be resurrected in the outside world. But at that time, where is the resurrection, and who will catch it back, has become a big problem again. Apart from heartache, what shocked him the most was Yayoi Kenpachi's strength. Even Three Tails is no match. It seems that I underestimated you. Citrus Yagura hands not mudra. However, for Kurigakure's sake, you must die here today. He couldn't imagine how amazing this Yayoi Kenpachi would become if he grew up again. As an enemy, he must die here so that he can feel at ease. Only in the hidden village can he feel at ease. You know, Yayoi Kenpachi is only 17 or 18 years old this year. In a few more years, who else is his opponent in the ninja world? Water style. Water dragon bomb. A large amount of water flowed out of nowhere in the surroundings instantly, and immediately gathered together to form a water dragon, which roared and opened its big mouth towards Yayoi Kenpachi and bit it. Yayoi Kenpachi's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He put on the blindfold and sealed his own experience again. Early stage of cage level. Only cage level strong are qualified to be my opponent. This is the battle I have been looking forward to for a long time. He slashed fiercely in an instant, and the huge water dragon was instantly split into two. The water splashed all over the sky, and Yagura brandished a stick, hitting his forehead hard. Yayoi Kenpachi has quick hands and eyes, and once again slashed and lost. It directly hit Yagura's chest firmly. However, to everyone's surprise, the citrus Yagura instantly turned into a puddle of water and splashed away. Is it the body of water? Yayoi Kenpachi said. You can't win me with this trick alone. Show your true skills. An afterimage flashed behind him. Really? You said it yourself. Citrus Yagura hits hard, but Night God Kenpachi shook his body, twisted into a strange angle, and slashed on the stick again. Boom. Huge power is continuously transmitted from the stick. Citrus Yagura was trembling all over, and flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. Hit a rock. Bang. The rock shattered. Advertisement. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and a trace of horror appeared in Yagura's eyes. Is this the power of Yazuki Kenpachi? Yayoi Kenpachi didn't stop again, turned around and turned into an afterimage again. Quick. Incredibly fast. Water-style water mirror technique. A stream of water formed a smooth mirror in front of Yagura. In the mirror, a shadow exactly like Yayoi Kenpachi rushed out. Wield the Zanpakuto in perfect alignment, and slashed down with one blow. Yayoi Kenpachi hit the shadow with a knife. The shadow immediately shattered. Taking advantage of this moment, Yagura picked up the stick and fought with Yayoi Kenpachi again. For enemies like Yayoi Kenpachi, Yagura dare not be careless. In just a few tens of seconds, it took hundreds of rounds. With a smile on his face, Kenpachi kept cutting out everything. Knife out. Knife out. Only by fighting against cage-level powerhouses can he really get his blood pumping. Yayoi Kenpachi is really playing well, but Gojo Yagura is complaining. What's going on? This enemy seems to have inexhaustible power. After hundreds of rounds, Yagura's whole body is sore and limp, and he can only defend softly against Kenpachi's moves. Citrus Yagura began to suspect that in life, he was also a party after all Mizukage. Although she has a baby face, she is not too young to be beaten like this by a 17-year-old, little-known Yayoi Kenpachi. How will I make movies in the future? As soon as Yagura's mentality exploded, he was thrown out again by a knife. The stick in his hand finally couldn't bear Kenpachi's terrifying power anymore, and it shattered into two halves. Huge strange power poured into the body at the same time, the internal organs trembled immediately, the throat was sweet, and a stream of blood spurted from the mouth. It hit the ground with a bang and barely stood up. Want to fight again? Kenpachi raised his eyebrows and asked. Citrus Yagura breathed weakly and said, I am Mizukage, I would rather die in battle than live in mediocrity. Although he lost to Kenpachi, he still has responsibilities. If he escapes, how will Kurigakure get a foothold in the future? Even Mizukage is a waste who escaped from the battlefield. Not only that, but Kurigakure's morale will drop too. Advertisement. Kenpachi didn't do anything, put Zanpakuto away, and said with a smile. Being able to fight with me for so long, you can barely be considered a strong man. To treat strong men, my Kenpachi's attitude is only respect. Kenpachi turned his back on Yagura. Let's go. If you become stronger in the future, you can come and get the head of my Yayoi Kenpachi at any time. After all, Yayoi Kenpachi strode away. Citrus Yagura was also blinded, and fell to the ground with a plop. Several mist shinobi ninjas hurriedly took Yagura down. On the other side of the battlefield, Six Tails Seiken is wreaking havoc. Dozens of ninjas have been thrown directly into the air. Life and death are unknown. On the battlefield, only two people can gain a foothold. Sun Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina and Moon Pillar, by Wooden Golem. The Nashi's Fang in Uzumaki Kushina's hand is burning like a flame, as if burning with the Madara lines on the right face. One sword after another, cutting out one after another, the magnificent sword dance of breath of the sun fell on Seiken one after another. Seiken howled miserably, even though the main body was Katsuyu, with strong vitality, but under the burning of the breath of the day, he couldn't take advantage of it. Similarly, Wooden Golem of the Moon Pillar also holds a ninja knife, and uses the breath of the moon to chop out several huge sword chi one after another. Countless round blades are flying, cutting Seiken's body one after another. Inspired by the aura of the Madara patterned swordsman, Wooden Golem fights harder. She suddenly fell on the ground, and the blue chakra was burning like a flame on her body. Okay, Zhao. A split second later, going straight from Wooden Golem into full-body tailed beast form. To deal with the tailed beast, naturally, we must use magic to defeat magic. Seiken's heart trembled when he saw the appearance of another tailed beast. Originally, these two little girls were fierce enough, but now there is a variable tailed beast. God wants to kill me. Way directly threw Seiken down, and yin-yang chakra was perfectly integrated with a ratio of 2 to 8. Tailed beast bomb. He directly pressed Seiken so that he couldn't move, and poured a tailed beast bomb into Seiken's body. Boom. Light burst. Like a nuclear explosion. As the mushroom cloud rises, Seiken is sent straight back to Jinchuriki. The young foam was exhausted and fell directly to the ground. After Wooden Golem returned to normal, he directly hugged the little bubble who was shorter than her. Quote. Sister, how to deal with this Jinchuriki? Listen to Master Kenpachi. Take it home and raise it yourself. Chapter 87 Yellow Flash vs Future Raikage Yayoi. On this day, Kurigakure finally experienced the fear of being dominated by Yazuki Kenpachi. 4th Mizukage Yagura is seriously injured. 3 Tails Jinchuriki was directly beheaded. And 6 Tails Jinchuriki was captured too. Counting the previous 7 ninja swordsmen, this time Kurigakure suffered heavy losses in the Third Ninja World War. And the casualties are all elites. Even the only 2-tailed beasts were out of their control. It's all from the ghost of Cloud Shinobi. Zaraki Kenpachi. This day, a day of humiliation for Kurigakure. They have no extra power. They can only retreat. Kenpachi watched Kurigakure's people flee one after another, he also yawned, and returned to the tent with Zanpakuto on his shoulder. The next day, the news came that Kurigakure temporarily withdrew from the Third Ninja World War to recuperate. Zaraki Kenpachi perfectly completed Mission 1. Defeat the enemy head-on. He has to complete the last task, which is to support other fronts. In the combat tent, Communication Ninja opens the battle map for Zaraki Kenpachi. Now that Kurigakure has retreated, only Konoha-san Shinobi's coalition forces and Iwagakure's forces remain. Iwagakure in the west, the force led by Onogi, has been successfully held back by 3rd Raikage. 807 The Konoha-san Shinobi alliance in the southwest plain is still the most threatening. Yaoi leads Naruto Killer Bee, Yenju Omoi, Fungju Karui and others, and they are also inseparable from the Konoha-san Shinobi coalition forces. The Communication Ninja said respectfully, Master Kenpachi. 3rd Raikage ordered that Master Kenpachi go to support Master Yaoi. Kenpachi rubbed his chin. Well, it seems that Rock Shinobi doesn't need me. I heard that Konoha has the most experts. I can just go and see. In order to catch Uzumaki Kushina last time, although Konoha made a fuss for a while. But it's not fun to play. This time, the opponent is full of strong ones. You can definitely let yourself have a good fight. Leave 1,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas to continue to garrison the border. The rest follow me to support the Konoha-san Shinobi battlefield. Kenpachi ordered. He directly ordered 2,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas, took Uzumaki Kushina for the Sun Pillar, Wooden Golem for the Moon Pillar, and Samui, and headed to the southwest plains. Advertisement. Konoha-san Shinobi's battlefield. The strong gather. Southwest of Cloud Shinobi village, the forest on the edge of the plain. Yaoi led Naruto Killer Bee and others to search for a group of Konoha Shinobi in the forest. They just defeated a group of Konoha Shinobi, and this group of Konoha Shinobi also cunningly hid in the forest. The line of sight was greatly hindered, which also made Yaoi a little annoyed. Suddenly, he saw a ninja wearing a Konoha costume appearing in front of him, standing on a branch in the distance, looking at them. Stop. Yaoi ordered the troops to stop and looked at the Konoha Shinobi carefully. This Konoha Shinobi has yellow hair and blue eyes, and wears a Jonin green vest and blue tights. Holding a strange 3-pronged kunai in his hand, looking at Yaoi, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Namikaze Minato. Did those damn fellows of Konoha send you alone? Yaoi smiled, showing white fang. Namikaze Minato jumped down from the tree, patted the dust off his body, and glanced at them with unkind eyes. After Uzumaki Kushina was kidnapped, there was intelligence that Cloud Shinobi did it. Then there was even news that Uzumaki Kushina became the Sun Pillar of Cloud Shinobi. This made Namikaze Minato instinctively feel a little more malicious towards Cloud Shinobi village. But Namikaze Minato is not the kind of villain who will take revenge, nor is he a scum who kills innocent people indiscriminately. This time, it's just for carrying out the mission. The Flying Thunder God kunai in Namikaze Minato's hand turned around and said, My task is to hold you back, and then retreat. Naruto Killer Bee rapped disdainfully. Just because of you, the yellow-haired boy, you want to stop my big brother, you stupid A**, hole. Namikaze Minato smiled, whether I can stop it or not depends on how strong you are. After all, he directly took out a handful of Flying Thunder God kunai from his backpack, and sprinkled it around in an instant. Within a radius of tens of meters, there are dozens of Flying Thunder God kunai. Master Yaoi, let us help you solve him together. Yenju Omoi said. Yaoi waved her hand, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. He looked at Namikaze Minato. I heard that Konoha's yellow flash is very powerful. I want to try it myself. If you defeat me, I will give up hunting your companions, how about it? Facing Yaoi's heads-up request, Namikaze Minato agreed, please enlighten me. In an instant, the two moved at the same time. There are almost only 2 rays of light in front of everyone's eyes. A bright yellow flash, advertisement. The other is a blue flash accompanied by thunder's fury. In just a few seconds, the two have already fought for several rounds. Amidst the layers of flashes, the Cloud Shinobi ninjas were all surprised. The speed at which they meet someone for the first time is comparable to Yaoi. Even better, Yaoi's eyes were also full of surprises. He actually escaped his fastest blow. This opponent is really extraordinary. As expected of Konoha's yellow glitter. After fighting for more than 10 seconds, the two tacitly stood on both sides, gasping for breath, and knocked out the opponent at the same time. It's not easy for you to dodge my attack. Yaoi said with a smile. Namikaze Minato also said with a relaxed face. I heard that your speed is very fast, but I am faster than you. Yaoi closed her eyes slightly, and said, really? He took a big breath, and then operated in his body according to a special method. Breath of the sun. Breath of thunder. The double breathing method had a huge effect in him. Lightning-style chakra mode is replaced. Instead, it is a new mode that combines the breath of the sun and the breath of thunder into one. Fire Thor mode. Yi Yi's strength has jumped from the high cage level to the peak cage level. Speed, power, and destructive power have all been taken to a whole new level. Fire God Guillotine drop. Yi Yi's body flickered suddenly, and then directly appeared in front of Namikaze Minato, and smashed it from top to bottom. With the blessing of Thunder's breath and Sun's breath, the destructive power of this blow is terrifying. When Namikaze Minato reacted, Yi Yi's body had already appeared on his face. The body infused with the double breathing method just stays on top of his head. Namikaze Minato can even feel the hot power burning in it. He can only activate the Flying Thunder God technique early. In an instant, he appeared on the ground not far away. There was a bang. The previous position exploded, and thunder and flames intertwined together. The ground shattered directly. Namikaze Minato was taken aback, then smiled. This person, in this mode, may really be faster than me. Chapter 88 Evenly matched. Show the art of fighting. Once upon a time, Namikaze Minato has never met an opponent faster than himself. The Flying Thunder God technique, developed by second Hokage, allows Namikaze Minato to teleport instantly where the spell left. As long as there is indirect contact with chakra, Namikaze Minato can be teleported. Ordinary ninjutsu simply cannot keep up with Namikaze Minato. But I can be said to be an exception. The Fire and Thunder God mode brought about by the double breathing method can be said to have raised I's physical body, reaction force, and speed to the limit of human beings. Even break the limit. The only thing that can restrain Namikaze Minato is his reflexes. And the speed of I in Fire God of Thunder mode can even exceed the reaction power of Namikaze Minato. Make it impossible for Namikaze Minato to activate Flying Thunder God technique. Is it only possible to predict his position in advance? A layer of cold sweat was left on Namikaze Minato's forehead. He only felt a blur in front of him for a moment, and a huge figure stopped in front of him. Fire God lightning straight. I burst into a roar, and the breathing method was directly blessed on the fist. This heavy punch even has the terrifying power to destroy the city wall. Not only the strength has reached ultimate, even the speed is so fast that people can't even notice it. Namikaze Minato backhanded a Flying Thunder God kunai and threw it out, and then launched the Flying Thunder God technique, which flickered directly into the distance. IE tilted his neck, dodged the kunai directly, and then punched out with a heavy punch. With a bang, the punch directly hit a towering ancient tree beside it. This ancient tree that has stood for hundreds of years was directly smashed in the middle. Half of his body was directly smashed into powder. This is the power of I today. Suddenly, a breeze blew past I's ears, and his pupils shrank slightly as the clothes rubbed against him. I saw Namikaze Minato directly caught the Flying Thunder God kunai thrown earlier, and took out the ninja sword with the other hand. A layer of extremely sharp wind-style chakra was directly attached to the ninja knife, and it stabbed fiercely at I's back. This level of speed is already inconceivable in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, and it is a blow that cannot be resisted at all. However, the Fire and Thunder God mode has greatly strengthened I's physical functions, making him immediately react to Namikaze Minato's movements. This also shocked Ai Weiwei. This Namikaze Minato's combat experience is indeed very rich. As expected of Konoha's yellow glitter, he even guessed that he was using lightning-style chakra for physical activation. Get ready to break out your lightning-style chakra mode with wind style that counters lightning style. Advertisement. But Namikaze Minato's information is not enough. It's not just lightning-style chakra mode. It's a brand new mode that combines Breath of Thunder and Breath of Sun. Fire Thor mode. This is not a mode that can be broken simply by using wind-style chakra. Ai Yang smiled confidently, straightened his body, and directly resisted the knife. Click. The ninja knife shattered. This hard body cannot be cut into pieces by such a crude weapon at all. Namikaze Minato's expression also changed slightly. He patted Ai's chest with his palm, and then formed a seal with his hands. With a bang, a puff of smoke dispersed, and at the same time a clone appeared directly behind Ai, stabbing at Ai's neck with kunai in his hand. At the same time, Namikaze Minato's body also poured lightning-style chakra into kunai. Aim for Ai's eyes and stab them. Fire God of Thunder lateral bolt of pain. After several years of training, although the current Huo Lei Shen mode has been extended a lot. But this kind of high-intensity battle can't last too long. Quick win. The double breathing method and chakra were poured into the palm of the hand, and they slashed towards Namikaze Minato directly and fiercely. This speed, faster than human cognition. Flying Thunder God mutual flow technique. Namikaze Minato directly swaps places with his clone. With a bang, a puff of smoke was thrown out. Small tricks. I snorted coldly, and threw another heavy punch towards Minato's side. When the fist was about to brush Namikaze Minato's forehead, Namikaze Minato appeared behind him again. Ai's heavy punches were in the air, and the breathing method was about to be pushed to the end, and he was completely taken aback. When? Could it be that the punch just left a mark on me? I found himself underestimating this Namikaze Minato. It really is a genius, Konoha's genius. With such a huge disparity in strength, they can still go back and forth with those who are fighting with themselves. Be strong. The Fire and Thunder God mode is gradually removed, and the original lightning-style chakra mode has returned again. But the kunai in the hands of Namikaze Minato is infused with a layer of wind-style chakra. Advertisement. Even so, he is still not my opponent. Ask for flowers. I snorted. Heavy storm. He concentrated the lightning-style chakra on the elbow and slammed it towards Namikaze Minato. Suddenly, both of them stopped their movements. I saw Namikaze Minato's kunai stopped at Ai's throat at a strange angle. And Ai's elbow also stopped in front of Namikaze Minato's head. Evenly matched. Yi withdrew his arm in surprise, he recognized the opponent in front of him. If you continue to fight, the kunai infused with wind-style chakra will definitely penetrate your lightning-style chakra and stab at your vitals. At that time, although I can directly smash Namikaze Minato's head, whether I can survive is still another matter. This battle is a draw. You guys, you have my approval. Ai grinned, you are a respectable opponent. 0. Namikaze Minato put away the kunai, also calmly. In the battle just now, although he knew that the opponent was very powerful, if he was hit once, he would die without a whole body. But he still wasn't nervous at all. Because in this level of battle, if you can't keep calm, you will definitely die ugly. He leapt backwards, straight into a tree. In that case, I will take my leave, goodbye Ai. For this battle, Namikaze Minato is also full of emotions and gains a lot. He directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and left the battlefield. Ai smiled and said, this guy, he can use his time-space ninjutsu to escape at any time, but in order to complete the task, he still fought me to the last step. Wind Pillar. Karui was a little puzzled, Master Ai, are you just letting him go? This is letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Ai nodded, I promised before that if he defeated me, I would give up hunting down his companions. Although I only had a tie with him, his combat experience and skills still convinced me. I will do what I say. And this kind of opponent, Kenpachi will definitely like it very much, because he likes to fight against the strong. Namikaze Minato is my gift to him. Karui nodded thoughtfully. A communication ninja also came in front of Ai. Lord Kenpachi's support is on the way. It's only 5 kilometers away from our camp. I grinned, showing white Fang, and said with satisfaction, that guy is finally here. Chapter 89 A Wave of Defense. Give it a go. In the Cloud Shinobi camp. Ai explained the current situation to Kenpachi with a smile on his face. The coalition of Konoha and Sand Shinobi is still a tough nut to crack. We are currently only gaining an advantage in local wars. But we are still evenly matched on the main battlefield. Our cage level and quasi-cage level powerhouses can be called superior in terms of numbers. But on the frontal battlefield, our troops are still insufficient. Ai, who likes fighting, froze and described the current situation to Kenpachi. Konoha Sand Shinobi's coalition army has a total strength of 10,000 troops, deployed on the southwest plain. And Cloud Shinobi's army is only 5,000. Coupled with their strong players such as Sanin, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hillord, Namikaze Minato and Sand Shinobi's Hakura, Shio Granny played many roles on the battlefield. As a result, the current, May 70 inches situation in the southwest battlefield is very anxious. Although there is Ai, a cage-level peak powerhouse, and 9 pillars and Grandmaster breathing techniques management ninja support. But to break the deadlock, it is not a matter of overnight. Kenpachi folded his arms and looked at the battle map with a thoughtful look on his face. Seeing Kenpachi's expression, Ai also felt a little relieved. It turns out that Kenpachi also learned to think about war. Arrange troops. Use less to win more. Have courage and plan. If Kenpachi continues to grow, he will definitely become an admiral of Cloud Shinobi. Thinking of this, Ai's eye sockets became moist and hot. He has been designated as the future Raikage. What does a leader want? It is because there are reliable right and left hands around. It is the subordinates. And Kenpachi not only has such great strength, but also started to think, normally. It's not like they just met before. Yezuki Kenpachi will definitely become Cloud Shinobi's generation admiral. His name will go down in history. The rough guy Ai actually asked in a gentle voice, Yuyu Kenpachi, do you think we should look for opportunities to defend now? Kenpachi nodded seriously, and analyzed, that's right. That's what I thought, I should give it a go. Give me another 4,000 ninjas, and let's FK him now. X. Advertisement. Samui. Killer B. Brother, did you hear wrong? I'm talking about a wave of defense, hey. Why does it sound like a give and take? Ai's heart cools down. Just now he was full of relief, but now he has a look of helplessness. I thought Kenpachi learned a lot on the battlefield of Mist Shinobi. Looking at it now, I still think too much. Kenpachi pointed to the battle map, gestured. Look, we should just leave 1,000 ninjas to stand guard, while we lead the rest straight to the southwest plains. Kill whoever we see, drive them all out of the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Ai was too tired to complain. You were right. You are so right. Our 7,000 people will go to other people's 10,000 people. Oh, I was wrong. If 1,000 ninjas are left to stand guard, that is 6,000 people doing nothing but 10,000 people. Such an exaggerated arrangement, even Ai did not dare to try it lightly. If you are not careful, the whole army will be wiped out. Forget it, I still know that it is progress to keep 1,000 people in the hometown to prevent the other party from stealing the house. It's not easy. What more bicycles are needed? Just when Ai was looking depressed, he suddenly heard a scream. A communication ninja broke into the camp, looking at Ai as if seeing a relative. Master Kenpachi. The Konoha-san Shinobi Coalition forces are already heading towards our position. It is less than 5 kilometers away from our camp. Yayoi Ai's face changed suddenly, and she said seriously, quickly order down. Everyone is on alert. Pack up immediately, and resist the attack of the Konoha-san Shinobi Coalition with me. The Konoha-san Shinobi Coalition forces that have been defeated in local battlefields can no longer sit still. Cloud Shinobi Village has a conservative attitude towards fighting on the frontal battlefield. But those local battlefields are still being beaten. Hyuga Hiyashi, with some elite ninjas, prepares to sneak up on the Cloud Shinobi camp from the flanks of Cloud Shinobi camp. Prepare to create opportunities for a massive attack on the frontal battlefield. Advertisement. However, Yayoi Ai lost his helmet and armor and had to send a yellow flash Namikaze Minato to cut off the rear. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato escaped unscathed, otherwise Ye would not lose another minister. Once, the Yi-san Shinobi Coalition army directly approached, and the army was stationed 5 kilometers away from the Cloud Shinobi position. Ready to launch a general attack at any time. And the conductors are Shimura Danzo from Konoha and Rasa from San Shinobi. With 3rd Cage missing, Sunagaku's power plummeted straight to the bottom. Although Luo Sha came to power in time, succeeded 4th Cage, and used magnet-style gold dust to help Sunagaku recover, but the vitality has not yet recovered. Therefore, although this war was provoked by Feng Ying's disappearance, Luo Sha's right to speak is not high. The real commander is the careerist Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo was in the coalition position, scanning the crowd present. This first round of offense, who should be better? Hyuga Hiyashi volunteered and said, let me go. The previous humiliation must never be forgotten. He still remembered that today, he was found out because of his actions, and was chased and killed by Yi for 800 miles. He almost lost his life. Without Namikaze Minato, I might have died long ago. Forget it, Hiyashi, your injury hasn't fully healed yet, it's too dangerous for you to take the lead. Shimura Danzo looked at Luo Sha and said, let the Sunagaku brothers launch the first round of attack. The first round of attack often has the highest casualties. The worst. If the ninjas from San Shinobi are allowed to take the lead, it will definitely weaken Sunagaku's strength to a certain extent. You can also save your own strength. Danzo naturally likes this kind of self-interested thing at the expense of others. And Shimura Danzo's thoughts, how could Luo Sha never know? He pondered for a while, but he still couldn't find a suitable reason, so he had to grit his teeth and say, but on 4.9, our army is not enough, and there is no one who can take on the role of admiral, so let the Konoha compatriots come. Shimura Danzo smiled and said, isn't there still you, Cage, in charge? Besides, you, Sunagaku, have one-tail Jinchuriki as a blessing. Just so that one tail can directly and greatly weaken the defenders of Cloud Shinobi Village. We, Konoha, are good at pursuing the victory, destroy the Cloud Shinobi troops, avenge your 3rd Cage. Luo Sha hesitated for a while, and had no choice but to agree, okay. Let us Sunagaku come for the first round of attack. The big deal is death. Besides, Cloud Shinobi Village has nothing to fear. Although 3rd Raikage and Yayoi Ai are well known, it seems that the most heard of these days are the little ghosts like 9 pillars. There is nothing to worry about. Even if you personally bring the ninjas to launch the first general attack, so what? Done and done. Chapter 90 The San Shinobi Army Strikes. Fengju please fight. The San Shinobi troops came to the Cloud Shinobi position in mighty force. The leading nature is the 4th Cage. Rasa, brown short hair, wearing a black ninja suit, lined with mesh underwear, with a hint of sharp eyes. Standing next to them are Scorch-style ninja Hakura, and Chio Granny. After the three, there is still one-tail Jinchuriki. Behind it, there are 3,000 San Shinobi ninjas. This lineup, it's really a headache. And not only that, the San Shinobi ninjas are backed by Konoha's army. As long as the battle is on, Konoha Shinobi support San Shinobi and attack Cloud Shinobi from every corner. I heard that Cloud Shinobi is here for support. It's a kid named Yayoi Kenpachi. Do you have any information? Luo Sha asked the people beside him. Scorch-style female ninja Hakura said. This Kenpachi is said to be very powerful. Maybe above Cage level. The defeat of Kurigakur was commanded by him. Oh, maybe a great character. I heard that Kenpachi also came with Cloud Shinobis, Sun Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina and Moon Pillar, by Wooden Golem. And the 18th Army of the 2000 Ninja Alliance. We can't slack off yet. We must fight this first battle well. Rosa said cautiously. As for Kenpachi, they don't have much intel either. Just know that this person defeated the Mist Shinobi Coalition army, and then came to support Yi Chang. I heard that in that battle, Mizukage was severely injured. The two big Jinchuriki lost Kurigakur's control. 4 of the 7 ninja swords were killed and 3 were injured. Facing such a character, to despise him is to dig his own grave. The most important thing to fight with the strong is to give the strong enough respect. Standing opposite Luo Sha is the mighty Cloud Shinobi ninja. The leaders are naturally Yezuki I and Yezuki Kenpachi. There are also Sun Pillar Uzumaki Kushina, Moon Pillar Wooden Golem, Naruto Killer B, Rock Pillar Omoi, Wind Pillar Karui, Magnetic Pillar Troy, and Samui who is paddling water and making soy sauce. Elite ninjas of Grandmaster Breathing and 7,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Just looking at the lineup, it seems to be evenly matched with the opponent. But Yayoi also knew that this person was not all of the opponent's team. Just the vanguard. The Sand Shinobi ninja looked at the mighty opponents. In fact, the leader except Yaoi, who was a group of young ninjas, instantly relaxed their vigilance. What? So it's just a bunch of brats. Are these brats who haven't been weaned the 9 pillars they rely on? It's so funny. Advertisement. Luo Sha listened to Sand Shinobi's disdainful words, and said loudly. Enough. Don't underestimate your opponents. You know, this group of brats defeated the Mist Shinobi ninjas. They beat 4th Mizukage hard. If you are stronger than 4th Mizukage, you have the right to laugh at them. Otherwise, shut up. These Sand Shinobi ninjas didn't dare to speak again for a moment, but their eyes seemed to be full of provocation. Glancing at the ninjas present, besides Luo Sha, Fenfu is still interesting. Luo Sha is a real cage-level powerhouse, and his strength is about the mid-cage level. Grandmaster Chio, Grandmaster Puppetry, can almost be said to be the #1 puppet master in the ninja world, and also the #1 medical ninja in Sand Shinobi. But that blessing is mediocre, even an ordinary Jonin can beat him. But the most powerful point of this blessing is another powerful force in his body. Is that what Jinchuriki too? After Kenpachi glanced at it, there was little interest. It's just a few thousand miscellaneous fish and soy sauce, and a few guys who can't be beaten. The strength of the Scorch-style ninja Hakura is elite Jonin, not even quasi-cage level. Can't fight at all. Whenever a cage-level strongman comes out, come find me. This guy is not enough. Kenpachi smacked his lips in disdain, and turned back to the camp. These Sand Shinobi ninjas couldn't sit still when they saw a boy of 17 or 18 disdain them in every possible way. Who is that? Why are you so arrogant? Looks like that Kenpachi. So that's it. Then he still has some strength. Yi Kang stepped forward and asked Ying to say, Master Feng Ying, let me step forward and chop off the head of that Kenpachi. Yi Kang is also the strength of elite Jonin, Grandmaster Blood Limit Scorch style. This is a terrifying ninjutsu that can evaporate all the water in the opponent's body. Turn it into a mummy. It is precisely because of the rare blood succession limit that even an ordinary quasi-cage level powerhouse has to give him 3 points. Luo Sha was a little worried. After all, this Yi Kang was only elite Jonin's strength. According to the intelligence, Kenpachi is cage level. After all, defeating 4th Mizukage is all about that alone. Kenpachi is definitely not unusual. But after thinking for a moment, Luo Sha still said, be careful. Yi Kang jumped out, stood in the middle of the battlefield, and shouted, Kenpachi of Cloud Shinobi. How dare you come out and fight? After a while, a Cloud Shinobi ninja ran out of the tent. Master Kenpachi said, whenever you let your cage come out, he will come out. Advertisement. Yi Kang immediately had black lines on his face. Is this despising us elite Jonin? When will elite Jonin stand up? Shaking and cold, Yi Kang pointed at the Cloud Shinobi position again, then which one of you would dare to come out and fight me? In the face of Yi Kang's call, not many people dared to come out from Lord Cloud Shinobi. After all, Yi Kang is a Scorch style combining elite Jonin, Grandmaster Wind style and Fire style. Ordinary Chunin Genin in the past, simply sent to death. Only 9 pillars dared to deal with this Yi Kang. But most of the 9 pillars are quasi-cage level and cage level strength. He also looked down on Yi Kang. 217 For a while, the situation is extremely embarrassing. Fengju Karui stepped forward to Yaoi Qingying and said, Master I. Let me deal with this lifeless guy. Yaoi looked at Karui, this 18-year-old girl is also quite good. Grandmaster Wind breathing method, and has quasi-cage level strength. If you can defeat Hakura, you can also be suppressed by Sunagaker. Don't tell them to be so arrogant. This is the first battle. Still very important. Permit. Karui showed a smile, jumped in front of Yi Kang, and said, Wind Pillar, Karui. Please enlighten me. Yi Kang looked at Karui. So you are the legendary Cloud Shinobis, 9 pillars. I heard that you are a group of very powerful guys, I want to see how powerful you are. Yi Kang made seals with both hands, Scorch style over steam kill. In an instant, Yi Kang used his housekeeping skills. Scorch style over steam kill. This is a kind of ninjutsu that can evaporate the water in the opponent's body with one blow. It is very cruel. It can directly turn the enemy into a mummy. Several fireballs appeared around Yi Kang. Yi Kang waved his hand, and 7 or 8 fireballs directly hit Karui. Karui is neither humble nor overbearing. Hold the ninja sword tightly, and use the breathing method of the wind. Defend the enemy with all your strength. It's not that the opponent's strength is only elite Jonin, so there is no carelessness. 1 form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Chapter 91 Chio's whole card. Nearly 10 people, seeking subscription. Accompanied by a powerful shock wave, Karui jumped out from the gaps of several fireballs. Charged towards the main body of Yi Kang at high speed. The ground behind it is broken layer by layer. Yi Kang finally found out how powerful his opponent really is. She made seals with both hands, fully urging her blood successor boundary. Scorch style oversteam kill. 4 giant great fireballs spun around her and slammed into Karui. Facing the giant great fireball rushing in front of him, Karui clenched his ninja knife, and activated the breath of wind again. In the past few years, Karui, like the other 9 pillars, has never stopped practicing. The strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds. Ni no type. Claw Claw Kohu Wind. Karui slashed forward. 4 sword chi cut out. It happened to hit the 4 fireballs created by Steam Kill. Boom. All the fireballs were blasted to pieces. Yi Kang was shocked. She realized that she really underestimated her opponent. Scorch style. She just wanted to continue to use her blood succession limit to deal with Karui. But Yi Kang forgot one thing. The strength gap between her and Karui is real. Karui isn't the best in Skittles though. But it is also a real quasi-cage level powerhouse. Karui directly strode forward and continued to use sword skills. 3 types. Sirin Kazuki. With oneself as the center, instantly wave 3 winds. Like a tornado, they all fell on Yi Kang's body. Yi Kang let out a miserable howl, and there was panic in his eyes. The blood succession boundary that I have always relied on is completely worthless in the face of the gap in real strength. Scorch style over steam to kill the known fireballs, even the corners of the opponent's clothes can't be touched. So what's the use of this blood inheritance limit? And Karui also seized the opportunity, seeing Yi Kang as a good opportunity to hone his sword skills. One sword after another, cut out one after another. He didn't give Yi Kang even a chance to breathe. 4 types. Rising to the sandstorm. 5 types. Cold autumn mountain breeze. The 7th form. Strong wind Tengu wind. 8 shapes. Gale slash. Last blow. Advertisement. 9 types. Typhoon white ocean. This sword cut out, and the bitter wind blade directly penetrated Yi Kang's body. Karui fell to the ground, and gently wiped off the bloodline on the ninja knife. Turn around and walk straight back to the Cloud Shinobi position. Don't look back. Behind him, there was a splash, and Yi Kang's body fell to the ground. Blood flowed continuously from her body. There are almost sword marks all over his body. It has been completely torn apart by the sword marks. Even the ground under Yi Kang was not spared, full of sword marks. Terrible. Karui walked up to Yaoi Ai. Karui came to return, successfully killed Yi Kang. Yaoi Ai smiled all over her face. In the first battle, he successfully killed Admiral, a member of Sunagaku. Great morale boost. Also give those Sand Shinobi a good look. Our 9 pillars are amazing. Sand Shinobi position. Luo Sha watched Yi Kang's tragic death, and beads of sweat oozed from his palms. He never thought that this pillar was really so fierce. In the previous battles, the true power of the 9 pillars has never been tested. It now appears that the rumors are true. Any one of the 9 pillars must be at least quasi-cage level. Yi Kang died tragically. Luo Sha's heart was bleeding. Scorch-style blood successor boundary ninja is one of the few. Just lost one admiral. He was killed in the first battle, and Sunagaku's morale plummeted. Originally, the troops were not enough for the opponent, and now they are even more panicked. There is not just a Karui in front of him. There are other 9 pillars. Even Yaoi and Kenpachi are cage-level powerhouses. Can't continue to be careless. Mother-in-law Qian Dai stepped forward and said to Luo Sha, "We can't lose people anymore. I will kill these 9 pillars myself, and it will inspire people's hearts." Consolation to the spirit of Yi Kang Zaishan. Luo Sha hesitated. With the help of puppetry, Grandma Chio is a real cage-level mid-term strongman. But the opponent is not weak. Wakachio's mother-in-law was also lost on the battlefield. There is no need to fight this battle. There is no need to avenge the 3rd cage. Come back to Sand Shinobi to plant cacti. Grandma Chio saw Luo Sha's hesitation. Master Cage, don't you want to take revenge on 3rd cage? The 3rd cage mysteriously disappeared because of their Cloud Shinobi treachery. This matter can't just be left alone. 11. Advertisement. Luo Sha waved his hand, and he was heartbroken. Give it a go. This battle must greatly dampen the enemy's spirit. Then use Konoha's reinforcements. This battle must be won. Mother-in-law Chio took the order and walked out of the battlefield. Sunagaku Chio is here. Does anyone dare to fight Cloud Shinobi? Grandma Chio took out the summoning scroll, without any emotion in her eyes. In the Second Ninja World War, my son and daughter-in-law all died on the battlefield. I poured all my feelings on my grandson, the Red Sand Scorpion. But now the Red Sand Scorpion has also defected from Ninja Village. It is missing. Finally, the 3rd cage is missing. The Third Ninja World War begins. After several battles in the ninja world, Grandma Chio's heart has long been unable to stir up any waves. The only thing she remembers is that she is Sunagaku's shinobi. Chio. Seeing Chiandai coming, Yaoi squinted her eyes slightly. Chio is the mid-cage level strength. If you don't activate Fire Thunder God, your strength is equivalent to it. Who will take this fight? Just as he was still thinking, he saw a flash of cold light. Zanpakuto flew over and precisely stood on the ground 1,000 meters in front of Chio. Quote. Grandma Chio, I heard that you are a cage-level strongman of Sand Shinobi. A rare gleam of color appeared in Kenpachi's eyes. In the case of wearing the blindfold, Kenpachi's strength will be suppressed at the early stage of cage level. Then the battle with Chio will be very exciting. After all, the opponent is also a strong cage-level player. Kenpachi walked up to Chio, pulled out the Zanpakuto that was stuck in the ground, and held it on his shoulder. Please enlighten me. Grandma Chio did not expect that her opponent was Kenpachi. Are you the evil spirit of Cloud Shinobi? Chio's mother-in-law's eyes were full of caution. The 4th Mizukage was hit hard by you of money. With a big wave of her hand, she surrounded the summoning scroll. As long as Kenpachi can be eliminated here, the opponent's morale will definitely drop. At that time, the morale of the army will be slackened. Cooperate with Konoha, it is a good opportunity to defeat the enemy. Make it or break it. White secret technique. 10 people from Shimatsu. 10 puppets in white clothes came out in response, and they should be around Chiyo. This is the masterpiece of Bunziman, the ancestor of the puppet master. Chiyo once used these 10 puppets to conquer a city. Grandma Chiyo is in her prime at this time, and she has enough confidence in her own strength. As long as Kenpachi is just an ordinary cage-level strongman, then she still has enough chances to win. It's just that she probably underestimated Kenpachi. Kenpachi carried Zanpakuto, but he was also slightly excited. Sand Shinobi's strong man, this is the first time he has met. Let's fight upright. Kenpachi slashed out. Reiatsu vertical and horizontal soft. Chapter 92 10 people in Shimatsu. A pile of rotten iron. Obviously it was just a seemingly careless cut. What catches everyone's eyes is thick and sharp Reiatsu. The ground was directly reclaimed to form deep ravines, and clods of soil splashed. Grandma Chiyo stood among the puppets, watching the Reiatsu cautiously. A female-looking puppet sprang out, spread its hands, and instantly appeared 2 huge swords. The big knife spins wildly, airtight. Bang! The big knife in the puppet's hand was broken into several pieces. But this first Reiatsu was blocked. While this puppet blocked the blow, the remaining 9 puppets were not idle either. A skilled puppeteer can manipulate several puppets at the same time. At present, the most advanced method is the white secret technique, Jinsong 10 people. One finger can control one puppet, that is to say, today's Grandma Chiyo can control 10 puppets at the same time by herself alone. A puppet blocks Kenpachi, and another puppet with bull horns protects Grandma Chiyo. 2 red-faced and white-faced puppets rushed out, and the 2 puppets even had connectors on their hands. Here are 2 puppets that work with each other. A puppet's head unfolds, and the blade formed by chakra spins rapidly. And the other puppet also stretches out the chain joint chakra blade. Chakra's blade is extremely sharp, and the chain has increased his attack range by 480. This move is worthy of attention both in terms of range and damage. Kenpachi raised Zanpakuto, just about to slash. Just saw 3 other puppets appear on the side of Kenpachi. The 3 puppets formed seals at the same time. White secret skill 3 treasure suction. Chiyo waved his hand and manipulated the puppet present along the chakra line. The 3 puppets were stacked together in an instant, creating a huge suction force. Flying sand and rocks around. The powerful suction is coming straight to Kenpachi. Faced with this level of suction, the strong below the cage level simply have no room to react. Even a real cage level powerhouse will lose his power in the face of this move. Cooperating with the chakra blades of the other 2 puppets, it is definitely a quick kill. Seeing this scene, Yayui's eyes widened. This Grandma Chiyo is indeed the top puppeteer in Sunagaku. Not only do they have top-level puppets like Jinmatsu Shirin, but they also have nothing to say about the technology of manipulating puppets. 3 puppets control Kenpachi, and the other 2 puppets directly manipulate the chakra blade to strangle the immobile Kenpachi. With such combat experience and awareness, it has surpassed countless people in Cloud Shinobi village. Horror. But with this method, can Kenpachi really be controlled by ice? Kenpachi's body is constantly approaching the 3 puppets due to the huge suction force, and at the same time, the attack of the 2 puppets is really fierce. Advertisement. Kenpachi narrowed his eyes slightly, and strode directly towards the puppet sucked by the 3 treasures. With the help of suction, he got close to the 3 puppets almost instantly. At such a face-to-face distance, the powerful suction can crush even steel. But he clearly underestimated Kenpachi's physical strength. Faced with this suction, Kenpachi is in no man's land. Clean and neat, with a single cut. Click. The 3 puppets instantly turned into 6 petals. The 3 treasures sucked and collapsed, and Kenpachi stretched out his foot and stomped hard. The body jumped out, and at the same time waved Zanpakuto. Cut it out. Bang. Slashed on the blade of chakra. These 2 puppets flew horizontally due to the huge impact. Parts are scattered all over the sky. Faced with the 3 puppets being cut in half, Grandma Chiyo felt a little heartbroken. This golem is from the era of second Cage. Priceless. Even if it is repaired, it will take a lot of effort. Kenpachi has no interest in dead things like golems. He just wanted to chop off the Chiyo mother-in-law in front of him. Seeing Kenpachi rushing towards her in an instant, Grandma Chiyo manipulated the puppet again. A white-haired puppet stretched out its arms and grabbed Kenpachi directly. The arm extended again, and the joints also protruded with spikes, directly wrapping around Kenpachi. The puppet slammed close to Kenpachi, and at the same time, the body radiated light. And there's a whole lot of heat hidden in it. To explode. Kenpachi slammed his 2 arms together. With 2 clicks, the 2 arms shattered into 18 pieces. With a backhand kick, the puppet flew upside down more than 10 meters away. Boom. Small mushroom clouds drift away. Seeing Kenpachi's strength and speed, Chiyo's mother-in-law's eyes also showed a trace of coolness. Is this human? This is simply beyond the concept of human beings. When did the Jinsong 10 people suffer this kind of grievance? The reason why the puppet is powerful is because he can do things that ordinary people can't do. But this Kenpachi has surpassed the most powerful puppet she ever knew. I haven't lost yet. Advertisement. Grandma Chiyo is not reconciled, although nearly half of the 10 people in Shimatsu have been lost, but an excellent puppeteer can manipulate everything around him. Several fallen puppet heads were connected by the chakra line again, opened their mouths and flew towards Kenpachi. Kenpachi slashed with his backhand several times, only to see a blurry afterimage, and the heads of these puppets turned into powder, completely scrapped. The top of the other intact puppet's head opened, and countless nets flew out. Trying to tie up Kenpachi. Faced with this kind of move, Kenpachi has long been tired of watching it. Cut it out. Reiatsu like a waterfall. The entire puppet was directly swallowed by Reiatsu and turned into pieces. If it is said that a good ninja sword can cut a person in half, then Kenpachi's Zanpakuto can cut people to pieces. Only the last puppet with a bull's horn was left standing beside Grandma Chio. This puppet is huge, it is the puppet of the Grandmaster's hand-to-hand combat. Grandma Chio let out a yell, and rushed to Kenpachi with the puppet. Kenpachi mentions Zanpakuto to meet directly. The cooperation between Grandma Chio and the puppet can be said to be seamless. In its heyday, Chio Po Po not only reached the pinnacle of Tsunagaku's manipulation of puppets. Siamese surgery is also not to be underestimated. Attack like a storm. Airtight. If it is an ordinary elite Jonin, or even a quasi-cage level powerhouse, it is estimated that they will not escape death. But unfortunately, it was Kenpachi standing in front of Grandma Chio. Oni of Cloud Shinobi. In just a few seconds, Kenpachi lands a new bai. The bull-headed puppet finally couldn't resist, and turned into pieces. Another knife slashed towards Grandma Chiandai's head. Mother-in-law Chio turned pale with shock and raised her arms hastily. This seemingly ordinary arm actually unfolded directly at this time, revealing the mechanism inside. In an instant, a chakra shield protected Chio. Boom. Zanpakuto slashed on the chakra shield and sent Chio flying. With a bang, it hit Luo Sha's side. And Chio's puppet arm also directly turned into pieces. This person is not human at all. Chio's mother-in-law had only horror in her eyes. I am not his match at all. If she didn't have this whole card arm, she would have been cut in half on the spot. It was me who lost. Totally lost. It was the first time for Luo Sha to look at such a distressed mother-in-law Chio. Looking at Kenpachi, he couldn't help sighing. It really is the evil spirit of Cloud Shinobi. Kenpachi picked up Zanpakuto and said disdainfully, "What, it's just acrobatics with a pile of rotten metal. It's no fun." Chapter 93 Sand Shinobi's whole card. Cruel one-tail Shuhei. A pile of scrap iron. Grandma Chio almost lost her anger. This is the masterpiece of the puppet master Konmatsu Monziman. I once directly attacked a city with 10 people from Shimatsu. Now it is described as a pile of scrap iron by Kenpachi. Out of the pride of the puppeteer, Grandma Chio can't wait to fly her slippers to Kenpachi. But this Kenpachi is indeed powerful. Even the 10 people from Shimatsu are no match for him. Then Tsunagaku, who else can stop him? Luo Sha looked gloomy and couldn't say a word. Now what Tsunagaku can do, who else is there? Blessing. Myself. Kenpachi looked at Tsunagaku. I can't find a strong cage level player to play with me. He simply went back to the tent again. It would be too embarrassing to fight those Chunin Jonin. The Cloud Shinobi ninjas also showed smiles. As this the top puppet master? It's vulnerable. 10 dolls. What did you say that a city was breached? Is it possible? Break an ant nest with these 10 toys. Ha ha ha. The Cloud Shinobi ninjas shouted one after another, causing the Sand Shinobi ninjas to burn with anger. I can't wait to step forward and tear them up. But if he stepped forward, wouldn't it be a dead end? Naked to death. Even the respected mother-in-law Chio is no match for them. God damn me Sand Shinobi. Seeing that Grandma Chiandai was seriously injured, and the 10 people on the ground were completely scrapped, Luo Sha knew it well. Lost another admiral, as Konoha still planning to launch an attack. If this goes on like this, we'll be doomed. Luo Sha looked at the communication ninja beside him. The communication ninja hesitated for a moment, with a look of helplessness on his face. Commander Shimura Danzo said that as long as we can break their formation, they will be able to wipe out the Cloud Shinobi ninja. That is to say, we are still waiting for us to launch a decent attack. Luo Sha was furious. Shimura Danzo, the villain. Is it true that we, Tsunagaku, are all dead before we plan to make a move? Just grew up wearing crotch pants with that Sarutobi Hiruzen guy. Shameless. But now the arrow is on the string, and I have to launch it. Is it just to fight them? Advertisement. The old man Fenfu on the side clasped his hands together. Up to now, only the old man can help the village. Fenfu's face was wrinkled, and Whitebeard drooped to his chest, already looking like a dying man. Luo Sha couldn't bear it, but now the only ones who can take action are himself and Fenfu. Old man. The village depends on you. Fenfu let out a long sigh and walked to the front of the two armies. My body is about to run out of fuel, but as long as I can do something for the village, that's enough. Seeing Fenfu moving forward, all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas were puzzled. Strange, what did they send an old man up for? Is this old man some kind of strong man? As Tsunagaku empty. But Yaoi noticed something strange. Could this be the one-tail Jinchuriki from the intelligence? Fenfu sat cross-legged on the ground. Suddenly, the powerful chakra leaked from his body. These chakra directly formed the appearance of one tail guarding the crane, and swallowed the blessings directly. The Cloud Shinobi ninja finally understood the seriousness of the matter. It turns out that this person is one-tail Jinchuriki. No, it's Jinchuriki. What are you afraid of? Isn't Master Erwei Jinchuriki Yuaju here? And Master Yaoi? That's right. Let's not be afraid. Yi Yai looked at Fen Fu in front of her, and she understood a lot in her heart. It is estimated that there is really no one in Sunagakur now, so I made such a bad move. Send out guard cranes to deal with the enemy. With an earth-shattering roar, the complete bodyguard crane stood directly in front of everyone. Shuzuru, who has not been free for a long time, saw the Cloud Shinobi ninja in front of him, as if he saw his prey. Immediately jumped up, with a huge and thick body, pressing towards the Cloud Shinobi ninja. Respond to the enemy. Respond to the enemy. All kinds of ninjutsu roared directly on Shuhei's body. But these ninjas' attacks are nothing more than scratching an itch for Shuzuru. My uncle has finally seen the light of day again. You are all going to die for my uncle. Shuhei slapped and sent out. Dozens of Goen ninjas were directly shocked into the air. Spit blood. A group of elite Jonin stepped forward. Lightning-style Sonda Muliudo. Large pieces of lightning are directly connected together, rushing towards Shuhei. Shuhei blocked the lightning with one paw, and pinched a kind of Jonin directly with the other paw, with a click. All bones smashed. Luo Sha looked at Shuhei, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. It seems that Shukaku still hasn't changed his nature. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Brutal. But just right. This is the original intention of the tailed beast weapon. In the Konoha camp, Danzo was also overjoyed when he learned that Sunagakur used Shukaku. Let Shukaku reduce the strength of Cloud Shinobi village more. We can reap the benefits. Danzo is all smiles and sends Sunagakur's men to their deaths. Then weakens Cloud Shinobi village. Then lead the team to kill the rest of Cloud Shinobi village directly. At that time, you will be a great success. When the time comes, won't the position of 4th Hokage be yours? Ha ha ha. On the battlefield, Shuhei took a deep breath. Wind-style practice blank bullets. The huge wind ball containing a lot of chakra rushed towards everyone with overwhelming momentum. Hundreds of water-style ninjas stepped forward again, with seals on their hands and a face full of fearlessness. Point 0. Water-style water barrier. Wall after wall of water stopped thousands of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Boom. The water wall was blown apart, and water splashed all over the sky. More than a dozen water-style ninjas were thrown out and passed out on the spot. As this one tail, I heard that he is cruel by nature, but seeing him today, it is indeed so. Yaoi analyzed. In the tent, a ninja broke in and saw Kenpachi lying on the bed at a glance. Master Kenpachi. One tail has appeared. Kenpachi sat up, thinking for a moment. One tail seems to be the weakest tail beast, right? I've even beaten 3 tails, just one tail. It's boring. With a plop, he fell back on the bed. Cloud Shinobi Ninja. On the battlefield, looking at the Cloud Shinobi Ninja who was about to be dispersed, Yaoi and Juzu stood in front of Shuhei. Only we can stop him. And we can definitely stop him. Uzumaki Kushina hugged Nash's Fang and said, Lord Yaoi. Let me deal with him. Yaoi shook her head and said, let me do it. If I can't even deal with a tailed beast, how can I become the 4th Raikage? In this battle, let our ninjas take a good look at it. The future 4th Raikage will be able to protect them from the tail beast's attack. Yaoi activated the lightning-style chakra mode, turned into a beam of lightning, and punched Shuhei hard in the face. Boom. Shuhei's face twisted immediately. The huge and heavy body fell to the ground. Dust and smoke agitated with. Chapter 94 Fire God of Thunder Awakens. Yaoi vs Shuhei. Kicking Shukaku down with one punch. Luo Sha's eyes were as wide as a bull's eye. Although I have cleaned up many times to guard the crane. But it's never been this easy. He was obviously a little dazed when he was hit in the face by this punch. Getting up, shaking his head, he saw Yi Zi at a glance. Yaoi stood on the ground, with lightning flashing all over her body, with her arms folded, her huge body was like a god of war. Shuhei. Cloud Shinobi Village is not a place where you can be presumptuous. Shuhei squeezed his head. Is this guy talking to himself? A human. Just a bug. The violet pattern on Shuhei's body twisted a few times, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Bug. You are not worthy to talk to this uncle. Shuhei clapped his hands. Yaoi raised her hands. Boom. This new Oda's arm landed directly on Yui's hands. The 430 on the ground was broken, and the crack stretched for more than 10 meters. He was surprised. This Yaoi is not dead. Yaoi let out a loud shout. The breath of the day. Breath of thunder. Double breathing method blessing. Fire Thor mode. The light all over his body became complicated again, and countless powers gushed out from Yaoi's body. Speed, power, responsiveness. They have reached the limit of human beings. Cage level peak. Yaoi pinched Shuhei's arm with a big hand, and shook it vigorously. The giant Shukuru was thrown out. It landed among the Sand Shinobi ninjas with a bang. Bang. Shuzuru fell to the ground with all 4 sides, and directly crushed many Sand Shinobi ninjas to death. Luo Sha looked horrified. Is this Yaoi's strength? Shuzuru fell among the Sand Shinobi ninjas, and the group of ninjas immediately scattered and fled. But Shuhei himself ignored these ninjas, just got up and looked at Yi angrily. Bug. Your P********* G me off. Tail beast chakra spews from Shukaku's mouth. Yin-yang chakra. 2:8 ratio perfect fusion. Yaoi snorted coldly. Tailed beast bomb. I'm not afraid of even this move. Under the blessing of the double breathing method, Yaoi has unstoppable courage. The real enemy of all people. Seeing this momentum, all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas were amazed. Facing tailed beasts so calmly. This is Lord Yaoi. Advertisement. May I ask, is there any ninja in the world who can throw a tailed beast directly? Stupid. Of course it's Lord Third Raikage. It's comparable to Lord Third Raikage. Lord Yaoi is worthy of being a movie of the future. The brilliance of the sun and the majesty of thunder descended on Yaoi. And at this moment, the tailed beast bomb blasted out. Yaoi shouted loudly, and struck out with a hand knife. Lateral bolt of pain. Flesh resist tailed beast bomb. This hand knife hit the tailed beast bomb fiercely. The tailed beast bomb trembled a few times, and was directly thrown out. A bang. Fly towards the distance. Luo Shaw's back is cold. This is tailed beast bomb. It can't even deal with Yaoi. Who else in this world can kill Yaoi? If Shukaku doesn't deal with him today, then Yaoi will be Sunagaku's most dangerous enemy in the future. Suddenly, the praise of the crowd suddenly changed into a panicked voice. Oops. The tailed beast bomb flew towards the tent. Idiot. All of us are there, and the most we can do is destroy a camp. You're an idiot. Lord Kenpachi is still resting in his tent. Yaoi's eyelids twitched wildly. Oops. Kenpachi. He hurriedly turned his head, only to see that the tailed beast bomb had already flown to a distance of 5 meters from the tent. Just when everyone thought Kenpachi was about to suffer. But I saw the light of the sword flashing. Reiatsu soared to the sky. Brilliant. This tailed beast bomb was smashed and exploded. A bang. The powerful explosion directly brought a huge shock wave. The entire tent was uprooted. Only Kenpachi is left. As the wind blew past, Kenpachi's blindfold was blown off. As the terrifying Reiatsu appeared, Kenpachi reached out and grabbed the blindfold. The blindfold accidentally fell asleep. It seems to be God's will. Kenpachi shook his head. It seems that he must make a move today. There is no shame in chopping down a crane. No shame. The 6 paths level Reiatsu spun around Kenpachi. At this time, Kenpachi is really like a beast. He walked slowly towards Shuhei, and every time he took a step, a deep crack was left on the ground. The Cloud Shinobi ninja automatically cleared a path for Kenpachi to Shukaku. Yaoi's fire and thunder god mode, which was originally as dazzling as the sun, is not worth mentioning in front of Kenpachi's amazing Reiatsu. How can the firefly compete with the bright moon? Shuhei was taken aback for a moment. He actually felt a kind of emotion in himself, which he hadn't seen for a long time. It's fear. I am afraid. Who is this guy? Who the hell? Yaoi was careless, and suddenly slashed out. Advertisement. Boom. The ground directly shattered, and the deep ravines were like bomb craters bombed by tailed beast bomb. The powerful Reiatsu directly bombarded Shuzuru. There was a click. Shuzuru was directly swallowed by Reiatsu. Thump. Shuhei fell to the ground with a deep knife mark on his body. Almost cut him in half. Shuhei fell to the ground in a daze. This guy is as strong as the old man. Kenpachi saw that he didn't kill Shukaku with a single blow. Mistake. After all, I just woke up. A little tired. Putting on the blindfold again, hiding his own strength, his aura suddenly dropped to the early stage of cage level. Luo Sha looked at the appalling Shuhei, and felt a sudden chill. Didn't I just ask who can kill Yaoi? Far in the sky, close in sight. It's Kenpachi. Cloud Shinobi's demons. Live up to their name. Kenpachi turned around and yawned. Go ahead. If there is no cage level expert, I won't make a move. Shuhei was severely injured, and chakra gradually disappeared. Changed back to Jinchuriki. Fen Fu was covered in blood and fell to the ground. There was only a faint smile on his face. It seems that in the end, I still failed to protect the village. He looked at his palm. On one hand is the character Shin, and on the other hand is the character Sho. Together is love. 4.5 Put your hands together and close your eyes. He was lying on the ground as if he was asleep. One tail Jinchuriki. Die. Luo Sha took a few steps back. Scorch style ninja Hakura. Fight to the death. Top puppet master. Grandma Chio. Defeated. None of the 9 pillars at Cloud Shinobi village were killed. He waved his hand. The voice trembled. Go ask Konoha to rescue the soldiers. Leaf camp. The communication ninja stumbled in and looked at Shimura Danzo, wanting to cry. Shimura Danzo stood up. Japanese citizen. What's the matter? Speak slowly. It's bad. Sunagaku is no match for Cloud Shinobi at all. Most of the elite lost. Still can't resist Sunagaku. Now Sunagaku sent communication ninjas. Call for help. Thump. Shimura Danzo plopped down on a chair. In a cold sweat. Chapter 95 Konoha reinforcements arrive. Twist. Shimura Danzo sat in a chair, unable to believe what was happening. According to Communication Ninja, this Sunagaku is no match for this Cloud Shinobi. Completely hanged and beaten. Doesn't do anything to weaken Cloud Shinobi village at all. Withdraw. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. We won't fight anymore. Run. How to fight now? There is no way to fight. This is not the same as what the script said. Shouldn't it be Sunagaku who weakened Cloud Shinobi village, and then led the Konoha Shinobi warriors to attack directly and annihilate the Cloud Shinobi ninjas in one fell swoop? At that time, you can make a great contribution. At that time, besides myself as the commander-in-chief, who else can take the position of 4th Hokage? Nobody. Your own credit is unparalleled. But in the current situation, it seems that adding Konoha can't beat Cloud Shinobi. Hearing that Shimura Danzo was frightened to the center, everyone was in an uproar. All the powerhouses present were speechless, not knowing how to remind Shimura Danzo. This is a joint operation of the 4 master villages. If you run away now, what will the other 3 ninja villages do to you? The Kurigakure-tailed beasts were all put in, and Mizukage was hacked half to death. Sunagakure is now reduced to this, there are only a few who can fight. In the end, it was all in. Now the only one who can play at 18 is Luo Sha, the Fengying mascot. If Konoha hasn't made a move yet, what kind of scolding will he be? To be scolded as a grandson. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and reminded. This proposal is to put us in an inhumane situation. Danzo, have you decided yet? Shimura Danzo scowled. I said withdraw. Didn't you hear? Are you Uchiha going to rebel? Uchiha Fugaku went straight to fire. Hyuga Hiyashi on the side didn't stop him, he went up and strangled Tuanao. How can you, a quasi-cage level strong man, Hida, be able to sit in this position of commander-in-chief? Didn't you count the batches because of the mentality of ordering? Also said Uchiha is going to rebel. If you really want to rebel, I'll kill you first. Annoying. The 3 apprentices of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also sat in tent C. Jiraiya crossed his arms and said, Uchiha Fugaku is right. We cannot withdraw now, but attack. Attack aggressively. If we withdraw now, what will the world think of our Konoha village when the war subsides in the future? Advertisement. And if Cloud Shinobi 9 pillars and that Kenpachi let them grow again, I'm afraid our Konoha village will really be destroyed by their hands. Shimura Danzo looked gloomy. The pale and scary Orochimaru also stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips, looking at Shimura Danzo maliciously. If it wasn't for our lovely commander-in-chief insisting on us waiting for the fighter plane, wouldn't this Sunagakure be beaten so badly by a group of brats? As soon as the land of Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Shimura Danzo couldn't sit still. Seeing that everyone's faces turned ugly, Shimura Danzo had no choice but to compromise. Okay. Support Sunagakure. Can't afford it. When the war is over, I must settle accounts again. On the battlefield, Sunagakure is gradually losing ground, unable to withstand Cloud Shinobi's attack at all. Successive failures have made Sunagakure's army slackened and have no fighting spirit. How could it be the opponent of Cloud Shinobi village? Luo Sha looked anxious. Where's Konoha's reinforcements? Where's the reinforcements? Suddenly, only a battle cry was heard, and the mighty Konoha reinforcements arrived. Directly blend into the battlefield. The first to bear the brunt is naturally the 3 major disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade. Although Tsunade suffers from hemophobia due to unknown reasons, summoning sent out Katsuyu to help everyone heal from a distance. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hiyashi led the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan respectively, entering the battlefield one after another. This is a family of brave warriors. The figure of Namikaze Minato is constantly shuttling around Cloud Shinobi. Harvest their lives. The battlefield is divided again. Yaoi saw that Konoha village finally entered the battle, and its strong strength also defeated the Cloud Shinobi ninja one after another. In order to preserve his vitality, Yaoi waved his hand. Stand back. Back inside the camp. Stand by and wait for attack. Although most of the camp was flattened by the tailed beast bomb, there are still many fortifications intact. Seeing Cloud Shinobi village back into the camp, Luasha's expression finally became calm. Now that Konoha reinforcements have arrived, we have twice as many troops as you, how can we lose this battle? The Sand Shinobi ninja is also gradually gaining confidence, after all, the reinforcements have finally arrived. Sannin each rode their own summoning beasts and stood in front of the crowd. Hyuga Hiyashi and Uchiha Fugaku, with their clansmen standing on both sides of Sannin. Advertisement. They also brought excellent ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, Akamaiki clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Aburame clan, etc. The situation on the battlefield became subtle in an instant. Inside the fortifications, Yaoi looked at the Muya coalition army. Are these the ninjas of Konoha? I heard that they are all brave and good at fighting. We also have many ninjas who died in their hands on the battlefield. These people should not be underestimated. Kenpachi flicked his ears. It's boring, there are not many cage level ones. Yaoi, do you really think cage level is Chinese cabbage? Anywhere. The strengths of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade are all around the early stage of cage level. But Tsunade suffered from blood phobia, and when fighting him, he cut his thigh with a knife, and basically Tsunade was useless. Namikaze Minato's strength is also at the beginning of cage level, but his combat experience, combat skills and awareness are not comparable to ordinary ninjas. It's Konoha's yellow glitter. Genius ninja, Hyuga Hiyashi and Uchiha Fugaku are about 923 elite Jonin. Also not to be underestimated. There are also Sunset True Red and Mitarashi Zishao. They are all masters of elite Jonin. Coupled with their respective clansmen, the situation became tense in an instant. The quasi-cage level Shimura Danzo also leisurely walked in front of the Konoha coalition forces. Our Konoha ninjas are brave and good at fighting. Unstoppable. It is only a matter of time before you Cloud Shinobi is defeated. Do you still have to fight in the corner? Shimura Danzo swept away the previous fear and stood in the crowd with his hands on his hips, full of confidence. There was a show called Fox Fake Tiger Power. Facing this call with zero practical meaning, Uzumaki Kushina clenched the gnash's teeth at his waist. Master Yaoi, I'll go up and chop this reckless guy. Yaoi waved her hand. It doesn't matter if you kill yourself or not. You must get out of your body. Uzumaki Kushina, who got permission, burst out of the crowd with a smile on his face. Pull out the golden fangs of Nash, and the flames are attached layer by layer. I am Uzumaki Kushina, Sun Pillar, of Cloud Shinobi. Shimura Danzo, come out and die. Before Shimura Danzo could speak, he saw a kunai flying in front of Uzumaki Kushina. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Namikaze Minato picked up Flying Thunder God kunai and said, "You really became one of Cloud Shinobi's 9 pillars." Uzumaki Kushina smiled, not paying attention to Namikaze Minato. Raise Nashor's Fang. It's okay to cut you. Let's fight.